The school day ended, and I was walking to the bus when I got a message from my crush, Carter, the school jock, who never even knew I existed.
Hey, I need to tell you something important. Meet me in the warehouse behind the school, now.
Why would Carter send me something like that? But I told myself, maybe he finally realized how cool I am and decided to ask me out. So, without even hesitating a bit, I ran to that warehouse like I was late to my own wedding. I got there, only to find darkness. The warehouse was small, with no windows or anything. I started calling out for Carter when I heard noises behind some shelves. I peeked, and there was Carter, hugging and laughing with his girlfriend Zoe. She was the queen bee and the head cheerleader. She was mean, and everyone was scared of her. But then I wondered why Carter sent me that message. Was it an accident? Of course it was. God, I'm so stupid. I tried to tiptoe out, but the door wouldn't budge. I kept pulling like crazy until I ended up with the knob in my hand. Oh my God, could this get any worse? Yep, because right then, Carter and Zoe noticed me, and she glared at me like she was about to eat me alive. What are you doing here, you freak? Are you stalking us? Did you follow my boyfriend here? I didn't know what to say because she was scary as heck. Hi, my name is Amanda. And this is how I got stuck with my crush and his girlfriend for days, until I discovered a secret that almost cost us our lives. Carter tried to open the door, but it didn't work. So we started calling for help. We pushed and kicked the walls, but no one heard us because it was a faraway warehouse and everyone had already left. And to make matters worse, it was Friday. And to make it even triple worse, it was the last day before winter break, meaning the school would be closed for 2 freaking weeks. And to make it even quadruple worse, oh wait, there's nothing worse than that. Don't worry, guys, I'll call 911. I took out my phone, only for it to die on me. Or, never mind, my phone just died. Can you guys call for help? Oh, we have a genius here. Don't you think we would have if we had our phones on us? Why don't you? Not like we owe you an explanation, but we just wanted some private time, alone, without distractions. So we left our phones outside and brought only our bags. I even made my baby boo some food in case we talked for hours. Oh, I'm so sweet, aren't I, Pookie Bear? We sat in silence for what felt like forever, until Zoe leaned on Carter's shoulder and started crying like a lost puppy. Babe, tell her to move. It's cramped and I'm claustrophobic. Babe, tell her to fold her legs. Her feet are disgusting. Babe, tell her to stop breathing so loudly. I literally cannot. And he actually comforted her. What an absolute fake. But then my stomach growled, and I laughed nervously, trying to play it off. Zoe pulled some sandwiches out of her bag, and I thought she was going to give me one, but she just handed one to Carter. Then they both started chewing like monkeys. I'm here, but they ignored me. Seconds later, Carter looked at me like he felt bad and started gesturing and making faces at me like he was hinting at something. But I couldn't understand what he was trying to say. Man, speak up. He face-palmed while Zoe turned to me and warned me not to ever speak again. I got so annoyed by her bossing me around. Like, what would she do? We were both stuck and miserable. So I started singing to annoy her. La 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 la. I was walking with a group and I stepped in poop and I tried wiping it, but I still smelled like poop. So I got off my pants and I still smelled like poop. Turns out the stink came from the group. They smelled like poop, poop-a-doop. La 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 la. Zoe looked so annoyed, I could swear I saw Carter smiling. She grabbed him and they went to sit across from me. Good riddance. Later, I felt tired, so I just fell asleep right there, hugging my bag. I woke up in the middle of the night to their kissing noises. Apparently, Zoe had bad dreams and Carter was comforting her. I had a dream that a dumb blonde with a mole above her lip came into our lives and stole you from me. Babe, I can't live without you. Was she describing me? And Carter just went ahead and kissed her again. Blech. But I really had to pee, so I grabbed an empty bottle near them and went over to a shelf to do my business behind it, when Zoe yelled at me to bring the bottle back. When I was done, I turned around and saw Carter standing there, I literally jumped. He whispered that Zoe was asleep and wanted to tell me something.
I like you, Amanda, and I wanted to talk to you about it today.
Wait, you like me? For real? So his message was on purpose. Finally, a win! Then he told me he broke up with Zoe 2 days ago. He said he liked me and wanted to talk to me in private yesterday, but before he could do that, Zoe convinced him to come in here to talk about their relationship because she thought he wasn't serious about the breakup since it happened before and they always got back together. So why are you still kissing her like a chimpanzee?
I'm just trying to keep her calm because she's crazy. Plus, what's the point in saying anything now? We're stuck.
Annoyingly, that made sense. And honestly, I had a huge crush on him. Carter was kind and smart, and everyone loved him. The whole school knew he deserved better than Zoe. So I hugged him, and he hugged me back. But just then, I felt dizzy from hunger and tiredness. Carter caught me before I could stumble and held me steady in his arms.
You okay?
I nodded.
Wow, you smell amazing. Let's get you to sleep.
He carried me to my spot and gently helped me lie down. Then he looked straight into my eyes, and I thought he was going to kiss me. But right then, Zoe shifted in her sleep and Carter pulled back. He left, but not before winking at me, and my heart fluttered. I woke up to find Carter had slipped a snack bar into my bag. I ate it in one go. Zoe was extra fussy because her foot still hurt from yesterday's cheerleading practice. So she was relying on Carter for physical support to get behind the shelf so she could do her business. She was rubbing his hair and his neck and his back like a psycho, and I literally gagged. I got up and wandered around to distract myself, and that's when I stumbled onto something, a knob that opened into a storage room below. I climbed down. The space was small, probably for extra storage, but it was cleaner and nicer than the warehouse, so I stayed there for a bit. Carter noticed and followed me once Zoe fell asleep.
Nice place you have here, cutie.
I blushed, and he smirked as he offered me a soda can he'd stolen from Zoe. I drank half of it too fast and let out the loudest burp. I clapped my hand over my mouth, mortified, but Carter gently moved it away and smiled. Then suddenly, he winced.
God, you're stepping on my toes.
I tried to move my leg away, but I lifted it a little too high at the exact moment he bent down to check his foot, and I ended up kneeing him straight in the nose. Oh my God, I am so sorry. I looked up at Carter. His nose was bleeding, and his eyes crossed as he tried to look at it. Then, without warning, he passed out right then and there. Oh, Jesus Christ. I tried slapping him awake, but he wouldn't budge. What the heck is going on? Ugh, give me a hand first, then shout all you want. Get your butt over here and help me pull him up. It's too tight in here. So it wasn't too tight when he was awake? Or were you too busy trying to steal him to notice? Oh God, I wanted to yank her hair, but I had to help Carter first. I grabbed him under the arms and tried dragging him up the stairs, and Zoe just stood there watching me. After what felt like 10 minutes of struggling, my arms burned and I was completely exhausted. So I climbed up for air and found Zoe yelling through a hole in the wall. The janitor was on the other side. I joined in, but he had headphones on. Still, I could have sworn he glanced our way and paused for a second, then shrugged and walked off. I'll bet he recognized your voice and decided to let you rot because you bullied him like crazy. Ugh, whatever. He cleans the mirror with the same mop he uses for the bathroom floor. He's nasty. Not nastier than you. Zoe and I kept shouting at each other for 5 minutes straight until my throat hurt. Then suddenly, someone gently pulled me back.
Oh, watch out.
A huge spider was dangling from the ceiling right above us. The second Zoe saw it, she screamed and ran like a headless chicken. So you saw the spider and decided to help her and not me? Carter stared at her with challenging eyes, and I thought he was finally going to snap. But then he just nodded and smiled.
You're right. It was just a reflex.
I was so annoyed. I couldn't understand why he always acted like that. And I had enough. So I grabbed Carter's face and kissed him right there. For the first 2 seconds, he seemed into it. But then, like it finally hit him what was happening, he gently pulled away. Zoe looked at me like she'd seen a ghost. Her face went pale, and she just passed out. I rushed to wake her up. What's with all these people passing out today? Then she suddenly snapped her eyes open and lunged at me. But Carter pulled her back just in time. He looked at me with these pleading eyes, like he was begging me to stay calm. I backed off for his sake, still confused why he looked so terrified of her. And then, because the universe hated me, my stomach made the most embarrassing noise, followed by a tiny release. I wanted to disappear. Carter looked away politely, and Zoe wrinkled her nose in disgust. Gross. It's the stress, okay? Being trapped in here is messing with my stomach. I was mortified. Great. Just kissed my crush and immediately humiliated myself. Later, around midnight, I woke up starving. Zoe and Carter were fast asleep, and Zoe was snoring like an orphaned bear. Then Carter suddenly woke up and put a finger to his lips, signaling me to shush. He got up, slid Zoe's bag out from under her arms, and started digging through it. I whisper shouted at him, asking what he was doing, but he ignored me. Zoe made a little sound, and Carter freaked out and basically threw the bag at me.
She might be hiding something to hurt us. Search for it.
Then he said he'd distract Zoe and cuddle her in case she woke up. I was freaked out. What would this psycho even have in her bag to harm us? I hurried down to the storage room and started searching frantically. Man, she stuffed that bag like she was moving to another country. Then Zoe's voice came from above. I panicked and hid her bag behind my back. I'm looking for food. How would you find food in this stupid storage room? And then, as luck would have it, I ripped open a big package on the floor and literally froze. Ramen packets, cookies, bags of chips, even soda cans. It was probably just the school's cafeteria stock stored in here. I quickly shoved Zoe's bag behind some other boxes and stood up like I wasn't doing anything suspicious at all. And then I got up to Zoe, holding the food box. You're not getting anything until you apologize, Zoe. Oh, bite me. And with that, she whipped out some cheerleader gymnastics leg move, knocked me to the ground, and yanked the box away. The box hit the floor and spilled, and I managed to scramble up and snatch about half the snacks. But then she grabbed Carter. We kept pulling Carter in opposite directions until he jerked his arms free and shoved us both back.
Knock it off, all right? I don't want to eat anything. I just want to get out of here.
Then he stormed off and climbed down into the storage room to sit alone. A little later, I saw him quietly slide Zoe's bag back under her arm like nothing happened. She didn't even wake up. I still had no idea what he found in there, and he wasn't talking. So, yeah, I went back to sleep, hugging all the snacks I'd managed to save. The next morning, we woke up exhausted. We'd been there for 4 days, and we were getting more drained by the hour. Well, except for Zoe. She was actually making breakfast and humming like a psycho. But Carter seemed different today. He ignored both me and Zoe all day, no matter how many times we tried to win him over. Eventually, Zoe had enough and snapped. If you don't talk to me, I'll tell everyone your secret. Carter looked at her with tired eyes, then smirked.
Go ahead. Tell everyone. Oh, wait. We're stuck in here, and it's only Amanda. You know what? I'll save you the trouble and tell her myself. Zoe's had a crush on me since the first time she saw me, back when I worked for her family as a gardener. Yep, I was the gardener boy, and she convinced her dad to pay my tuition to this fancy school. It's not a scholarship like everyone thinks. I'm just her charity case. And she's been threatening to cut me off if I ever tried to break up with her. Well, Zoe, I'm sick of you and your games. We're done.
Oh, I think you left out a tiny detail, honey. Like the part where you're a thief? Yep. He and his dad stole money from my dad's safe. And don't you dare deny it. We have it on camera. I even begged my dad to forgive you and not call the cops on you. But sure, I'm the bad guy here. Okay, that was intense. And then Carter just cursed her. Straight up. I thought Zoe was going to lunge at him. But to my surprise, she burst into tears like a little kid. I just want a boyfriend. I never had one. They leave me after the second date. And when I finally found one, I am not letting go just like that. And definitely not because of that freak. She stomped over to the corner and cried while angrily munching on cookies. I looked at Carter, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. He just walked off and went back to the storage room again. Okay, this was officially awkward. But things changed after that. Later that night, Zoe was crying like crazy. I honestly thought she was gonna drown in her own tears. Then she came over to me and sat next to me. Listen, Amanda, girls like you always get what they want. You're smart, you're funny, you're beautiful. You just need some confidence. I'm just a pretty face, though. My parents spoiled me, handed me everything, and now I don't even know what to do when I can't control something. I know Carter doesn't love me, but my ego can't take it. He breaks up with me. I beg him to come back every time. I'm stuck, okay? And I'm not just stuck in here. I'm not asking to be best friends. I'm just saying, don't make this worse. Can we be a little nicer to each other while we're trapped here? I couldn't believe my eyes, but she looked genuine, and I figured I might as well give her a chance. I mean, what other choice did I have? At first, it was just quiet nods and polite little smiles. Then she started being nicer and nicer, which honestly felt kind of amazing. She even shared some of her homemade cookies with me. Here, girls gotta look out for each other, right? But Carter kept to himself. He got weird. And then I remembered how he used to talk about Zoe, how he cursed her, and how he was ignoring both of us like we didn't exist. And on top of that, he was searching through her bag without her permission. Wasn't that manipulation? That night, Zoe made a dinner out of whatever snacks we had, and we sat together and actually talked like normal people for once. Have you liked and subscribed to MSA? Not yet. Well, too bad, because if you had, you'd know a lot about psychos. So guys, like and subscribe now. I didn't know what she meant until later that night after we went to bed. Someone started shaking me awake. It was Carter, and he looked mortified. I shifted, and my stomach made another horrible noise. Before I could stop it, oh God, sorry. It's these cheap snacks, I swear.
Get up. Zoe is going crazy.
Then he explained they'd gotten into another fight, and it got so heated that Zoe went digging around and found a lighter and a bottle of gas. I'm gonna burn this whole place down. If you're not mine, then no one else gets you, Carter.
See? I told you she's a psycho.
I tried to stop Zoe while Carter looked around for a way out. He found a hammer and went at the wall like his life depended on it. I tried to push Zoe back, but that girl was strong. I sent you that message, Amanda, not Carter. He's always liked you, and I knew the second he broke up with me, he'd come running to you. I needed to get rid of both of you. I just didn't know this stupid warehouse would lock us in and you two idiots would start bonding and just ruin my plan. So basically, Zoe wanted me and Carter in the same place so she could do God knows what to both of us. But the warehouse locked by accident and the whole thing backfired on her. Before I could even process it, she lit some boxes on fire and the flames spread fast. I grabbed another hammer and ran to Carter to help. The hammers were mistakenly put in a box labeled scientific equipment, so we didn't open it earlier. Not until our lives literally depended on it. We hit the wall with all our strength. Once, twice, then finally it gave.
Come on, let's go.
But I looked back at Zoe. She was on the floor, crying. Carter, you never loved me. You lied. But you were the most beautiful lie in my life. Oh my freaking God. Get up now. I ran back as the fire kept crawling up the boxes. I managed to haul Zoe up and drag her outside. The fire caught the neighbor's attention, and someone called the fire department. Everyone was safe, and Zoe was taken for investigation.
I told you she wasn't stable. And yeah, I was checking her bag because she keeps pictures of me and my dad next to her dad's safe. The thing is, we didn't steal anything. My dad was desperate. Zoe's dad was a jerk to him and fired him unfairly. I followed my dad that day because I was too scared he'd do something stupid. He opened the safe and took the money out. And that's what Zoe has on camera. She was threatening to show the whole school. But I stopped him. I made him put the cash back and begged him to leave before it got worse. Sorry if I was unkind to you, Amanda, but I had to keep the act up.
Just then, the cops told us they found something weird in Zoe's bag, a small bottle of digestive drops. They asked Carter about it, but he had no idea. Then it hit me, the embarrassing gas moments. Every single time Zoe had given me food or touched my drinks, she'd been putting drops in them. Oh my God. She was trying to make you think I was disgusting.
Well, it didn't work. I still think you're perfect.
I couldn't believe it. Even her nice moments were part of her twisted plan. Well, I'm just glad we're safe. And wow, we couldn't use these hammers before. We have the survival instinct of a fart.
Speaking of farts, I liked your singing. Maybe you can sing to me on our next date. But no poop included.
Happily. And with that, he kissed me. And for once, nobody was there to ruin it. Until my parents showed up and hugged me so tight I couldn't breathe. I learned 2 things. In tough situations, you don't argue with the psycho. You nod, you survive, and you deal with your feelings later. And never, ever trust somebody who's suddenly too nice to you, especially when they're offering you food.
Don't leave. 'Cause the time is running out, and the lives are running out.
Hi, I'm Latte from LA, and I'll be representing the struggles of every ignored middle child out there, only 1,000 times worse. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. First things first, let me introduce you to my parents. Dad's a businessman who's always pacing around, shouting into his Bluetooth about money, business, and other rich grown-up stuff I have no clue about.
Buy, sell, move those investments. No, not the tech stocks, the blue chips. And why is nobody checking the quarterly profits?
Meanwhile, Mom's basically a TikTok royalty. She made cooking videos while looking like a goddess, and somehow every single one of them gets 1 million views. One time, she was just boiling water, and the comments were acting like she just saved the world. Now, let's talk about my sisters. So here's the thing. I was born right in the middle of triplets. According to Mom, order matters. So Marie was decided as the oldest because she burst out 1.2 seconds before me, and our youngest popped out last, blinking those iconic eyelashes and pouting those extra plump lips at everyone in the hospital room. Mom named her Princess because, honestly, she looked just like one. Even the doctor and nurses said so. They immediately put a tiny little tiara on her baby head as soon as she was born, and I swear she's never taken it off since. Meanwhile, Marie was a certified genius. When she was born, she didn't even cry. She spoke. And it wasn't just any word. It was the longest word ever.
Extra supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Everyone clapped, then fainted. And because of that, our parents named her after the legendary Marie Curie, the most iconic female genius in history. She could solve a Rubik's Cube with her eyes closed at 3 months old. Naturally, she just kept getting smarter as we grew up, and Dad was obsessed. He literally framed her report cards and all her other academic achievements and plastered them on our walls.
Oh, my smart little cookie. One day, you're gonna be the CEO of my company, and you'd take over the world with that genius brain of yours.
Meanwhile, when the nurse asked for my name, Mom just glanced around the room and spotted Dad's favorite coffee, latte. So they slapped the name on me right then and there, and it stuck. Even the bitterness. If Marie's the smart and serious one, Princess is the pretty and sweet one. Her face card never declined. Her lashes are so long you can mop the floors with them. All she has to do is blink and TikTok loses its mind. She literally went viral for just yawning once, and Mom was so proud.
Look at those lips, those lashes, that perfect little nose. Of course, she got it from her mama, which is me. Oh, I think I'm gonna cry.
They would do each other's makeup, go on shopping sprees, and film TikToks together. So basically, Dad was Team Marie, Mom was Team Princess, and I was on Team Wallpaper. Or maybe Team Houseplant, just quietly existing in the background, hoping someone remembers to water me. I was the normal triplet, so I was just there. There was nothing special about me. Maybe my name really did fit me after all. Most of the time, they just totally forgot I existed. Like that time when they literally left me at the park, packed up, loaded the car, and just drove away. There I was, vibing on the swing, trying not to panic, when a stranger found my emergency number taped to my unicorn toy and called my mom.
Hi, ma'am. I think you left your child at the park.
Oh, right. I thought we only had twins. Sorry about that.
By the time they finally picked me up, I had already befriended 3 squirrels, learned how to swing with one hand, and considered joining a new family. Even dinner was brutal. Marie had her steak cut into perfect cubes and served with organic pomegranate juice. Princess got her spaghetti swirled into a heart shape with glitter sprinkles, while me, a single, sad, boiled egg. Can someone pass the salt, please? I had to ask 6 times before anyone noticed.
You have hands, sweetie. You can do it yourself.
Then she literally walked around me to give napkins to Princess.
Oh, thanks, Mom. You're literally the best. Mwah.
Even our relatives and neighbors weren't different.
You guys have such beautiful twins.
Hey, Marie. Hi, Princess. And, the other one.
Basically, I was the other one. And don't even get me started on birthdays. Every year, Marie and Princess got mountains of cake, giant crowns, and enough presents to fill a delivery truck, while I got a single cupcake with a bite already taken out of it and a used birthday candle that barely stayed lit. For gifts, just whatever my sisters tossed aside. On our 11th birthday, I didn't even get anything. Literally, not a single gift. Not even a card.
Oh, latte, sweetie. I'm so sorry. We totally forgot. Here's a tissue roll.
Here's $5. Go wild at the dollar store, champ.
Meanwhile, my sisters were basically swimming in glitter and unwrapping the entire toy store. The only one who ever paid me any attention at home was our dog, Mr. Wiggles. But unfortunately, his idea of love was licking my face right after cleaning his own post-poop butthole. Sometimes he'd even poop in my bed, and Mom would just wave it off.
Oh, it's just poop, sweetie. No big deal. Just clean it up yourself. It won't hurt you.
As for my sisters, they only talked to me when they needed me. Now that we were in middle school, nothing much has changed. Marie only remembered my existence if she needed help with her homework, the easy and boring parts, like coloring her science projects or organizing her notebooks. Meanwhile, Princess only noticed me if she needed a camera woman for her TikToks and live streams. Honestly, watching her film behind the scenes was a total cringe fest. I swear, she just made things up the entire time.
What am I drinking? Oh, it's just a super healthy smoothie I made all by myself. It's totally organic, straight from trees and leaves and, nature and stuff. So healthy. Oh my gosh, a cute boy is waving at me across the street. He just mouthed that I'm the prettiest girl in the world. OMG, stop it. Go away.
But you know what hurt me the most? Whenever I get sick. One time, I was legit burning up with fever and was having a hard time breathing. I went to my parents' room to tell them about it, but they just didn't care.
Just go bathe in ice, sweetie.
Thought it was something important. I had the most beautiful dream, and now it's ruined.
But the second Princess coughed once across the room, Mom did a triple backflip off the couch.
Is my precious pumpkin okay? Should I call the ambulance?
Marie sneezed in her room, and Dad parachuted in with orange juice.
We heard a noise, sweetheart. Are you okay? Need anything?
I'm studying, Dad. Please leave. And close the window. Quietly.
Sometimes I wondered, if I vanished into thin air, would anyone notice? The only time I ever felt truly seen was whenever my grandma visited. She'd sweep through the front door in her sparkly slippers, hug me like she was trying to squeeze the sadness out of me, and slip extra cookies into my backpack. She'd also sneak me new highlighters, draw silly smiley faces on my lunch bag, and tell me stories where I was the main character and not just triplet number 2. When everyone else was busy ignoring me, Grandma would teach me how to make fancy drinks, especially coffees.
A good cup of coffee can turn a lonely day sweet.
Maybe she doesn't want me feeling bad about my name forever, and it worked. I appreciated what latte means. Making drinks like this with Grandma is my most special thing in the world. One day, I made coffee for my family. It was a personal brew, and I was super confident in my work, but they just looked at the cups in disgust.
Ugh, what is this? You want us to drink that?
I made it myself. If you could just try.
Just get me my usual from my favorite coffee shop. Okay, champ?
I can't risk my taste buds on an unknown variable. Sorry.
Princess pretended to take a sip, and pulled a face for her live stream.
Guys, I think I just tasted my villain origin story. I think I'm gonna die. Somebody send help.
But if you thought home was rough, school was a whole new level of pain. At school, Marie was that girl. The class president, the straight-A superstar, the student teachers literally asked for help. She answered questions before they even finished asking. Everyone looked up to her like she was some kind of academic goddess. Meanwhile, Princess always slayed the hallways in her trendiest outfits like an actual princess. It felt like the whole school was obsessed with her. People actually followed her around just to see if she'd blink, breathe, or maybe drop a hair ties. They had fans, while I had haters.
Seriously? Their parents should have stopped at twins. She's got this major third wheel energy.
Yeah, she's not even that pretty or smart. She's just there. Zero aura, unlike her sisters.
I bet she's actually adopted or something.
Like, hello? We literally have the same face. I wanted to hold up a mirror and scream, "Do you not see the copy-paste happening here?" I bet they still wouldn't see it, even if I tattooed triplet number 2 on my forehead. One day, I decided to try fitting in. First, I went full princess mode, curled my lashes, wore the brightest pink I could find, and even borrowed her lip gloss, which tasted like expired bubblegum.
Imposter alert! Her lashes are like 0.24 millimeters shorter. Nice try, fake princess.
Oh, bless your heart. But you'll never be princess. There's only room for one queen at this school.
The following week, I tried acting like Marie. I slapped on some glasses, tied my hair into the tightest bun, and even solved a ridiculously difficult math problem on the board. For 2 glorious minutes, people actually looked at me. But then the real Marie walked in and everyone instantly forgot I existed again.
Can you sit down now? The real genius is here.
At lunch, kids would save the best seat for Princess, an extra dessert for Marie, and nothing for me. One girl literally passed food through me like I was a hologram. Every time the world felt too much, I'd sneak into the bathroom, call Grandma, and she'd talk to me until I could smile again.
Oh, my little sweet latte. Just because they don't see you now doesn't mean you're not sparkling. Some treasures are hidden for a reason. Now hush, darling. You're my brightest star.
She always knew exactly what to say. But one day, everything changed. We came home, and Mom was ugly crying for the first time.
Grandma's gone, Latte. She had a heart attack. She didn't make it.
My heart broke into a million pieces. I cried for days. I skipped dessert and stopped caring about school. Meanwhile, my sisters acted like nothing happened. I was sitting in the bathroom stall, hugging Grandma's old scarf, trying to remember how to breathe. That's when it really hit me. Being invisible hurts the most when the only person who actually sees you is gone. So there I was, sitting outside the school building, face buried in my knees, trying to disappear into the flower bed. Just then, I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder.
Hey, are you okay?
I froze. Someone actually asked if I was okay? Was this some kind of prank? For a split second, I thought it might be the school janitor ready to bust me for squishing the daisies again. But no, standing in front of me was, I swear, the cutest boy I'd ever seen in real life. He looked like a Disney prince. He had curly chestnut hair, hazel eyes flecked with gold, and a smile so dazzling it could melt a diamond into a sparkling puddle. He handed me his handkerchief, which smelled like expensive cologne and cinnamon rolls. Thanks. I've never seen you before. Are you new here?
Yeah, and I think I'm lost. This school is like a giant pizza. Too many slices.
I laughed for the first time in weeks. I ended up showing him around, and to my surprise, he was in my class. His name was Bryce, a transfer student, and the moment he stepped into our classroom, you could literally hear every girl's jaw hit the floor, including my sister's. Since then, both of them were glued to him like flirty magnets to a fridge.
So, Bryce, want to join the science club? I could help you with algebra or chemistry or, world domination.
Hey, handsome. Want to act as my boyfriend for my next TikTok content? I have 35 million followers. We could go on a fake date and kiss under the stars?
It was a competition every single day while I was stuck on the sidelines.
He asked me to help with his math homework. Clearly, he's into me.
Please, he liked and commented on all my TikTok videos, even my baby videos and the one where I had braces. He's so obsessed with me.
Sorry to interrupt, but are you guys actually crushing on him or what?
Nope. Future CEO rules. Studies first, boys later. I don't have time for distractions.
But you're literally all over him.
Correction. He's all over me.
Aren't you supposed to be the genius one? So why are you being so delusional? Bryce is basically my fanboy. He even collects my photo cards. Sorry, sissy.
Sorry to burst your stupid little bubble, but he asked me to be his private tutor 24/7. So clearly, he likes me more.
I couldn't take it anymore, so I finally inserted myself into the conversation. He actually talked to me first. We literally walked in together on his first day, remember? He found me crying and gave me his handkerchief. It wasn't just some random thing. He noticed me first and made the first move. Both of them looked at me like I just said I was moving to Mars.
Oh, please. He was just being polite. Don't get your hopes up, Latte.
Oh, our dear Latte. Bryce is just really kind to everyone. I'm sure he felt bad because you looked so sad. He's just got that big, soft heart. What a sweetheart.
And that was it. They went right back to fighting over him while I just faded into the background again, hugging Bryce's handkerchief close to my chest. So the next day at school, I decided it was time to make a move on him. I needed him to remember me. Later that day, I spotted him at his locker, looking all mysterious and handsome with his hair perfectly messy like he just rolled out of an expensive magazine. I marched over, clutching my books so tight my fingers turned white. Hey, Bryce, remember me? I helped you when you got lost on your first day, and you gave me your handkerchief? He glanced at me, blinked twice, and his face lit up with recognition.
Oh, yeah, you're Latte, right? You were really helpful that day. Thanks again. I probably would have ended up in the janitor's closet without you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I get lost all the time too. Like last week, I walked into the boys' bathroom by accident. So, you're welcome.
So, do you know if the cafeteria food ever gets less weird?
Maybe on pizza day, but, most days it's kind of a mystery. Like, sometimes I just bring emergency snacks, just in case. We talked for a few more seconds before the bell rang. Every time I saw him after that, he'd wave or flash a friendly smile. Of course, I still managed to embarrass myself at least once a day, waving at him in the cafeteria, standing near him in the hallway, accidentally dropping all my books right at his feet. But at least this time, he'd help pick them up and flash me his cute little smile, which always made my heart do 10 backflips. Maybe, just maybe, I wasn't that invisible after all. One night, I was looking for something to eat in the kitchen for my midnight snack when I noticed Mom's favorite golden spatula, the one she used in all her TikTok videos, was snapped in half. I was about to play detective when she walked in, took one look, and had a full-on meltdown.
My precious spatula! Latte, what have you done?
What? Mom, I swear, I didn't even touch it. It was already broken when I found it.
Honestly, why can't you be more like your sisters? Sometimes I wish we just had twins. No need for a spare.
Mom didn't stop crying over that spatula, like she lost a best friend. She even held a mini funeral for it the next day and kept talking about replacement kids and broken dreams with Dad. Their words felt like 1,000 tiny daggers in my chest. Later that day, I was sulking in the corner, hugging my knees when Princess tiptoed in.
Hey, Latte? I was actually the one who broke Mom's spatula. I was filming a slow-mo pancake flip for TikTok, and it just snapped. But, you know, if I told them, they'd never believe it. I'm their perfect princess. Sorry, sissy.
So you just let them yell at me and insult me?
If it wasn't you, they'd blame Marie. But she's the genius, so it would somehow be your fault anyway. That's just how it is in this house.
She's right. Just move on. It's not a big deal.
But to me, it was a big deal. That night, I cried myself to sleep, hugging Grandma's old scarf and staring at the moon outside my window. And that's when I decided I'd had enough. If nobody wanted me around, maybe I'd just disappear for real. But where do you run when you're not even sure anyone would notice you're gone? The next day at school, just as I was busy plotting my great escape, like mentally packing snacks, water, and at least 4 phone chargers, I spotted the cutest little hamster zipping across the hallway. At first, I thought I was hallucinating, but nope, there he was, doing little parkour stunts like he owned the place. So naturally, I followed him. Through the gym, under the vending machine, and across the trash can where I accidentally stepped on a ketchup packet and basically ruined my socks forever. The little guy finally disappeared behind a bookshelf near the back of the school library, right by the toilet. Looking at the empty spot, I suddenly had the craziest idea ever. Live at school like a secret lair style. No parents, no sisters, no drama and unfair treatment. Just total peace and free Wi-Fi. That night, I packed up my stuff. Blanket burrito, folding mattress, emergency cookies, grandma's old lamp for extra comfort, and of course, and my trusty mini coffee making kit. I then strolled past my parents, dragging a huge suitcase behind me just to see their reactions. And guess what? Neither of them blinked. Hey guys, I'm running away from home. Gonna live in the wild, eat moss, maybe join a circus. If anything, Mom just told me not to slam the door. So off I went. I snuck into school under the cover of darkness, crawled through a window, and set up my new home behind the back library shelves. I laid out my mattress, decorated my secret base with string lights and hamster snacks just in case the little guy came back, and did a happy victory dance. It was perfect. Now that I was basically a bored ghost living at school, I started mapping out every single inch of the place, where the cameras pointed, which teachers actually checked the bathrooms, which janitors cared if a random blanket fort popped up near the nonfiction section. At night, the school was creepy and weirdly exciting. I even found the secret security room where all the CCTV monitors were. I spent hours just watching, like my own private reality show, and I couldn't believe the stuff I found out, especially about my sisters. Oh, these footages are definitely going to come in handy very soon. I just realized that being invisible was kind of awesome, actually. But it also made me a little evil. That night, I snuck into the science lab and stole a whole bag of fake rubber snakes that looked super realistic and extra slithery. The next morning, I woke up early and planted my new friends under all the mean kids' chairs in our class. Each snake was taped to a nearly invisible string, all leading right to my desk. It was my masterpiece. Before class, I sat at my desk, looking totally innocent and waiting for the drama to drop.
Did someone forget to take out the trash? Oh, wait, it's just Latte, the ugly triplet.
Yeah, why are you even here? Nobody cares unless you're Marie or Princess.
Careful, girls. Some people say the universe bites back, and it has fangs. And that's when I gave the string the tiniest little tug. Suddenly, the fake snakes slithered out from under their chairs, and a chorus of blood-curdling screams echoed through the classroom. Told you not to mess with me. Next time, it might be spiders or anacondas. For the first time in my life, everyone actually stared at me like I had superpowers. Some looked terrified, and others were impressed.
Wait, can you actually summon snakes?
Are you like half human, half snake? Oh, that's so cool!
If you ever insult me again, the snakes will know. For once, I felt cool and powerful. That night, powered up by my brand new bad girl reputation, I plotted even more epic pranks and powers. I swapped out the teacher's chalk with color-changing markers, so every lesson turned into a rainbow rave. I glued googly eyes to every classroom door. Seriously, everywhere you looked, it felt like the whole school was staring you down. With every prank, my legend grew. People started whispering my name in the halls. I also started wearing smoky eyeliner, spiky bracelets, and a random leather jacket I found in Lost and Found. Suddenly, everyone thought I was cool. Even the lunch lady raised an eyebrow and gave me an extra meatball. But my sisters hated it. They cornered me at lunch.
What is happening to you, Latte? You used to be normal. Now you're just embarrassing.
So you're a bad girl now? Seriously, you look like a raccoon in that eyeliner.
Sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of everyone actually paying attention to me for once. Jealous much?
Jealous of what? Getting attention for causing trouble? Whatever helps you sleep at night, I guess.
You wish you could go viral for something other than being a disaster. Even your pranks are cringe, sissy. Try harder next time.
I couldn't take it anymore. So for the first time ever, I hit back. Oh, Marie, maybe you should stop stealing answer keys from the teacher's office if you want to keep being a genius. And Princess, nice try hiding your butt rash. Right then and there, I posted Marie's secret footage and Princess's embarrassing clip for everyone to see, and the look on their faces was priceless. But after a few days of watching them get roasted and ghosted at school, I actually felt awful. For once, they were the invisible ones, and it hurt to watch. It just made me feel worse. Being the bad girl was starting to lose its sparkle. Later that day, I was at my locker when Bryce showed up right next to me.
Hey, troublemaker.
Hey, Bryce. He leaned against the locker, studying me for a second.
You really went full savage mode, huh? Saw your pranks. They were a lot.
Guess people finally notice me now.
But is that what you really want? I kinda like the old you. The one who helped lost kids like me.
That hit me hard. Suddenly, all the hurt and loneliness spilled out. You don't get it. All my life I've been invisible. Nobody ever picks me. I'm just the extra triplet, the backup plan. It sucks, Bryce. I just wanted to matter, even if it meant being a little evil. He looked at me like he really saw me. Not as a joke, not as an extra.
Well, I notice you. You're kind of impossible to ignore, you know?
My cheeks went red. I tried to act chill, but I felt like melting right there. Hey, want to see something cool? I grabbed his hand and dragged him through the hallway until we ducked into the back of the library. Welcome to my secret lair. No parents, no sisters, no drama. Just books, coffee, and fairy lights.
I don't think you're allowed to live here. But not gonna lie, this is pretty cool.
I know, right? Here, sit. I made him a cup and handed it over. My hands were shaking a little. He took a sip and his eyes went wide.
Hold up. Did you put magic in this? This coffee literally slaps. It tastes so good.
It was the first time my coffee got validated, and I felt like bouncing across the clouds in happiness. It's my thing. Started making drinks with my grandma when I was little. It always made me feel less invisible.
Well, here's to you. You're not invisible to me.
We sat together, just sipping coffee in the soft fairy light. For the first time, I felt seen, and maybe even special. Since then, Bryce and I started getting closer. We'd talk between classes, share snacks, and sometimes I'd sneak him my best coffee under the table. Of course, my sisters were not happy about it. Every time we talked, I could literally feel their jealous stares burning into the back of my head. It wasn't long before they finally cornered me in the hallway, Princess in full TikTok glam, Marie holding her books like a weapon.
So you really think you're the main character now? Just because you slapped on some stupid eyeliner and started hanging out with Bryce? Newsflash, he's just nice to literally everyone, sissy, especially to sorry losers like you. Don't let it go to your head. He literally DM'd me first. I just rejected him. Enjoy my leftovers, I guess?
Let's be honest. He's likely motivated by pity. Some guys are attracted to so-called projects. And well, Latte's not exactly an academic or aesthetic outlier.
Oh, and you really think we forgot what you did to us, exposing us like that? Don't worry, sissy. Revenge is coming. And trust me, it's gonna be iconic.
I couldn't take it anymore, so I finally snapped. You two are just pressed because someone finally noticed me instead of you. And worse, he's your crush. Sorry, Princess, but not every boy wants to be your TikTok prop. And Marie, maybe Bryce is sick of girls who act like human calculators.
Girl, you're so delulu. Keep dreaming.
Yeah. Don't come crying to us when you get your heart broken, okay?
I just rolled my eyes and walked away. But inside, I felt like I finally won something. For once, I had the upper hand. One night, I was sneaking past the admin office when I heard someone talking on the phone inside. I took a peek and realized that it was the principal, and she sounded super sketchy.
I need that designer bag, but the donation funds aren't enough yet. Well, I already used the last batch to pay off my car. Just all the library people if they ask.
My jaw dropped. She was literally blowing school donation money on herself. That money was supposed to be for the library, not for her luxury car or a designer bag. I ran to tell Bryce during lunch. Bryce, guess what? The principal is a total scammer. She bought her car with our school's donation money.
Seriously? That's messed up. But do you have any proof?
No, I forgot to record it. But I swear I know what I heard.
Don't worry, I believe you. But what are we supposed to do about it?
Easy. We prank her. Teach her a lesson, make her squirm. I then leaned in closer and whispered my plan.
Latte, are you sure about this? I mean, it's kind of illegal.
Cat poop isn't illegal. Plus, she deserves it.
Fine. But if we get caught, you owe me a year's worth of coffee.
Deal. That afternoon, we snuck out of class and spent way too long hunting down and collecting cat poop around the campus. We then found the principal's car, and after Bryce awkwardly fumbled with a bobby pin, we finally popped the door open. We spread the poop into her fancy leather seats, trying not to gag or laugh too loudly. Just as we were about to sneak away, we heard footsteps. It was the principal. Bryce panicked, grabbed my hand, and pulled me down into the back seat. We were suddenly squished together, barely breathing. And not just because of the cat poop. His face was so close I could count every single freckle on his nose. To my relief, the principal just grabbed her wallet from the dashboard and left without noticing a thing. As soon as the coast was clear, Bryce grinned at me, still a little breathless.
That was close. I mean, us getting caught. Not that I'd mind getting stuck with you again.
I shoved him, pretending to be annoyed, but I couldn't stop blushing. The next day at school, I was still replaying the whole cat poop adventure in my head and low-key still blushing about how close Bryce's face was to mine, when suddenly the intercom buzzed.
Would Latte and Bryce please report to the principal's office immediately?
Uh-oh. I shot Bryce a panicked look across the hallway. He just gave me a tiny reassuring smile, and we both walked to the office together. When we walked in, I was surprised to see my parents there, and they looked furious, while the principal looked like she just sucked a dozen lemons.
Sit down. I assume you both know why you're here.
She turned the monitor around. There it was. Full HD footage of us pranking her precious car, plus even more clips of me setting up my other pranks.
Care to explain this, you two? Especially you, Latte.
Before I could even open my mouth, Bryce jumped in.
It was me. I planned the whole thing. Latte didn't want to do it. I forced her. I was bored and I dragged her along. If anyone should be punished, it's me.
My jaw dropped. Was he really trying to take all the blame for me? Wait, that's not true.
Nice try, son. But you clearly don't know our daughter.
You chose the wrong triplet to cover for. Latte is the queen of trouble around here. Marie is the genius, Princess is the angel, and Latte's the one always causing chaos.
Honestly, you should stay away from her. She's a bad influence.
Seriously? I've spent my whole life trying to be good, helping out, doing everything for you guys to notice and love me. And the second I mess up, that's all you see?
Ugh, don't be so dramatic. We're just telling it like it is. Maybe if you continued to behave, things would be different.
I fought back my tears and tried to defend Bryce, but they weren't having it.
Enough. I don't care whose idea it was. Both of you broke the rules and vandalized school property. You're both suspended for a week. I hope you use this time to think about your choices.
I even tried to speak up about her corruption and the missing donation funds, but everyone just stared at me like I was making it up.
Oh, please. You don't even have any proof.
Bryce and I left the office super frustrated. I'm really sorry for all of this, Bryce. You got in trouble because of me.
Hey, don't worry about it. I've got your back.
His words comforted me, and before I knew it, I broke down and told him everything. How my family never saw me, how I tried so hard to be good, invisible, even a little rebellious, and none of it mattered. Nothing worked. I was just done. That was when I made my decision. I was moving out for good. Bryce offered to let me stay at his place for a while. Honestly, I wanted to say no. I didn't want to be a burden. But what choice did I have? I had nowhere else to go. So I left. No more trying to fit in or waiting to be noticed. I was finally choosing me. When I showed up at their house, I tried to act chill, but his mom saw right through me. She pulled me into a warm hug and handed me a tissue.
You're always welcome here, Latte, as long as you want. And if you're hungry, dinner's in 10.
Bryce's dad gave me a fist bump and told me not to worry about anything. I helped set the table, did the dishes, and even tried folding laundry. Every little thing I did, someone actually noticed. And then there was the coffee. I started making it for everyone. Bryce, his parents, even their neighbors, and they all loved it. Like actual compliments.
This is the best cup I've had all year. You put all the coffee shops to shame, kiddo.
One morning, Bryce's dad announced that his boss was coming over for a super important meeting. The whole house felt like it was prepping for royalty. I noticed there were like 6 new bags of fancy coffee beans in the kitchen, but I didn't think much of it. When the boss finally arrived, Bryce's parents asked me if I could make coffee for everyone. I happily obliged and made my best latte yet. creamy, extra smooth, with a swirl of vanilla and a heart on top. The boss took one sip and basically turned into a human heart eyes emoji.
This is incredible. You made this yourself?
Yes, sir. It's kind of my thing. He glanced at Bryce's parents, then back at me, beaming.
Have you ever thought of running a coffee shop? Because I have a business proposal for you. I want to open a cafe, and with your talent, we'd be unstoppable.
That's when I realized Bryce's family had totally set this up. 3 days before, they'd gone on a weird coffee bean shopping spree, and now it all made sense. But they didn't tell me so I wouldn't freak out or feel pressured. And it worked. I ended up staying with Bryce's family for months, but not once did anyone from my own family even bother to check on me. Not a single, "Are you okay?" or "When are you coming home?" Just silence. One time, I even overheard my sisters talking about me at school.
She probably needed some space or whatever. Anyway, it's not a big deal. It's not like her presence mattered that much at home. Mom and Dad don't even care.
Fast forward a few months, I was helping manage my own cafe, making coffee for real customers who paid actual money, and somehow I became famous. At school, everyone suddenly wanted to be my friend.
Latte, can you teach me how to do latte art? You're like a literal legend.
Hey, you want to collab for my TikTok review page?
But honestly, it all felt so fake. These were the same people who had ignored me for years. Now they were acting like I was the main character just because things were finally going well. And don't even get me started on my sisters. As I was passing by the hallway, I heard them gossiping with their friends, loud enough for the whole school to hear.
Her little coffee shop is just a stupid hobby. Not like it's a real career or anything. She'll get over it once the hype dies down.
Yeah, well, at least you don't have to deal with a fake sister who will ditch you just for clout. Imagine being so desperate for attention that you'd open a coffee shop just to trend online.
OMG, that's so shady.
Trust me, people will do anything for likes these days. Hashtag fake family.
I'd had enough of this school and sibling drama, so I switched to homeschooling, focused on my business, and finally started living life on my own terms. I didn't care about anyone else anymore. As long as I had myself and Bryce and his family, the only people who truly cared, that was enough. Over the years, Bryce and I became total besties. We did everything together. Taste testing new coffee recipes, binging random documentaries, and roasting each other about literally everything. But even after I moved out and finally got my own house, there was always this something between us. Then one evening, he showed up at my new place with a giant box of pizza and this weird, nervous energy. "You've been twitchy all night. What's up?"
Okay, this is random, but can I tell you something?
As long as you're not about to confess your undying love for my caramel macchiato, sure.
When you were living at my house, I never said anything because I didn't want to be another person taking something from you. You already had enough people ignoring you, twisting you, making you feel small. I wanted you to have space to just breathe, to be you. But the truth? I noticed you from day one. The way you laugh when you're nervous, how you hum while you make coffee, the way you refuse to quit even when the whole world treats you like you're invisible. You were never invisible to me, Latte. You were the one thing I couldn't stop seeing. I love you. I have for years. I just needed to wait until you loved yourself first and made your dreams come true.
My throat tightened, my cheeks burning. You absolute dork. You waited years to say that?
Well, I figured the best coffee is worth the wait.
And just like that, he leaned in, and for the first time, I believed I was truly seen. A few days later, the grand opening of my biggest cafe in town finally came. It was not just a building. For me, it's a palace made of dreams. Customers lined up. Bryce teased me from behind the counter, and every latte art heart came out just right. Then the bell over the door chimed. I froze. It was them. My family. Mom in her perfect dress, Dad in his stiff suit, Marie hugging her books, Princess with her lashes curled to the heavens. I braced myself, but they just quietly joined the line like everyone else. When it was their turn, they didn't order fancy drinks or demand attention.
We'll each have whatever is your favorite.
Yes. Surprise us, Latte.
That word, latte, for the first time, it didn't sting. I made the drinks. Caramel latte with cinnamon for Dad, bold espresso for Mom, hazelnut mocha for Marie, a strawberry foam latte for Princess. My best work yet. They each took a sip, and for the first time, they smiled. As they sat down, their eyes drifted to the wall and stopped. Grandma's scarf, framed in glass with a plaque beneath it, for the one who taught me that love can be poured into a cup. Thank you, Grandma. Mom broke first, tears spilling. Dad wiped his face, unable to speak.
She always believed in you. And we never did. I am so sorry.
You built this without us, and it feels wrong to say we're proud after all we did. I should have loved you the same as the others, but I didn't. I left you fighting for scraps, and I'll regret it forever. I failed you, Latte. I'm sorry.
Marine leaned forward, voice trembling but steady.
Latte, I've carried guilt for years. I thought you'd always come back because we were triplets. I thought that bond meant I didn't have to try. But that was selfish. I was jealous of you, and I made you feel small. I'm sorry.
Princess dabbed her eyes, her usual glam gone.
Me too, Sissy. I pretended you didn't matter, but the truth? I envied you. You didn't need filters or followers to be real. I was scared of losing my spotlight, so I pushed you away. I thought you'd always come back because we were 3 parts of one whole, but you didn't, and it broke me. I'm so sorry.
For once, they weren't the genius or the princess. They were just my sisters. I sat across from them, coffee in hand. For years, they never even tasted my coffee. And now, here they were, sipping it like it was the sweetest thing in the world. Maybe it wasn't the drink itself. Maybe it was what it meant, that they finally saw me, the real me. I looked at Mom's tears, Dad's trembling hands, Marie's guilt, Princess's honesty. They weren't perfect. They never would be. But for the first time, they weren't pretending. Grandma always told me a good cup of coffee can turn a lonely day sweet. So maybe this is our new start. But this time, we're equals. No favorites, no forgetting. Just family. Deal? They nodded, choked up, whispering yes. And for the first time, I believed them. I used to think being in the middle meant being invisible, forgotten. But maybe the middle isn't where you disappear. Maybe it's where everything blends, where the strength and sweetness meet. Yes, my name came off a coffee cup. For years, I thought it made me a joke. Bitter, spare, unwanted. But now I see it for what it is. A latte is warmth, comfort, love poured into a cup. Not the genius, not the princess. I'm Latte. Strong, sweet, unforgettable. I was never invisible. I was love in a cup, just like Grandma always knew.
My mom had 2 passions in life, overworking in her successful tech firm and making up lies about my dad. He left us when I was a baby, and Mom hated him so much she wouldn't even tell me his name. But once when I was 10, I just wouldn't back down and kept asking, and finally she caved.
Fine. Your dad's name is Roald Dahl. Can you leave me alone now?
I was so excited. I had a name. I'd find out more about him, which I did only a few days later when our teacher said we'd be reading a famous book called Matilda by Roald Dahl. That's my dad. He wrote this book.
I don't think so, Mila.
He is. My mom told me that Roald Dahl is my father.
Then your mom is lying, and you're stupid to believe her.
The kids in class started laughing, and I was so mad. I threw the book at my teacher's face, and I got detention for a week. Growing up, I tried asking Mom's friends about Dad, and I snooped through every corner of her room, always hoping I'd find some clue. And when everything failed, I turned to YouTube. People of the world, I need your help. My dad is lost, and my mom won't tell me where he is. I don't know his name or what he looks like, but I do know that he's very very handsome. Like me, my mom looks like a cross between a Dracula and a very sad clown, so I'm definitely not like her. Anyway, I just want to talk to my dad, and anyone who can make this happen will get my really expensive Barbie collection. You can email me on www.mymomisamonster.com. I did get responses, but they were all prank emails and creepy messages. And of course, Mom found out and got that channel blocked by her team of hackers.
All my colleagues saw that video. It's so embarrassing.
I wouldn't be if you'd just tell me who my dad is.
Your dad is a nobody, and I don't want to talk about him. Also, you're grounded.
With time, Mom and I grew further apart. Eventually, I stopped asking her about Dad and focused on school. And even though I was always a good student, my real passion was painting. I worked hard, watched a million YouTube videos, and by 18, I got pretty good. I even applied to a bunch of art schools and got accepted into a really prestigious one. Of course, Mom didn't approve and thought art was for losers. So I decided to prove her wrong and organized a small exhibition for all my paintings. I invited her friends, my teachers, and other artists I knew, and I was super excited until Mom walked in. So, what do you think?
I really thought you were serious about this art school, but I have to tell you, I am so relieved that you're not. I just wish I'd seen your paintings before I wasted my time coming here, not to mention the money you spent on this event.
What? Of course I'm serious about art school, and I've really worked hard, Mom, and you're just insulting me in front of all my friends.
I'm telling the truth. I mean, look at that painting. It's a donkey, for God's sakes.
It's not just a donkey. It's a metaphorical depiction of the pain someone goes through when you load them with expectations. It's art.
No, Mila, it's rubbish. Now, I can stay here and give you 10 reasons why you suck, but I just don't have the time. So wrap this up and I'll see you at home.
Everyone was staring at me, and I'd never felt so embarrassed in my life. I was still recovering from that when the next morning, I received a call from the art college that Mom had called the dean and withdrawn my application. I barged into Mom's office, boiling with rage. Are you insane? How dare you mess up my college application?
I told you, it's a waste of time, and you're not even good at art, but I'm glad you're here. I've decided that you should do an internship at my company this summer and learn about the family business. It'll help you with business school applications too.
I'd rather eat a bag of poop than become a stone-hearted computer slave like you. I will never work at your stupid company, and I hate you. I really mean that. I hate you, Mom. I tried talking to the college authorities if they'd consider me again, but they asked me to apply next year. Feeling heartbroken, I was waiting for a cab outside the college when suddenly this hooded figure walked over, threw a note at my feet, and ran away. You're my sun and moon. I'm near you, and I'll meet you soon. Love, Dad. Dad? Jeez, who was playing this idiotic prank on me? I didn't think much of it and tossed the note aside. But then I started getting these dumb notes all the time. With my mail, once in a restaurant, and even in my school locker. I didn't believe for a second my actual dad would send me these notes. But one day, I opened a book and found a photograph of me as a baby along with a phone number. Feeling curious, I dropped a text, and minutes later, I got a pin location. Of course, I was skeptical, and I knew this could be dangerous. But what if it really was my dad trying to reach out? I'd go there with my pepper spray. That afternoon, I took a cab to the location. I nervously knocked on the door, and this young girl opened it. I'm looking for the man who lives in this house. I think I'm his daughter. And I'm Beyonce. Excuse me? Oh, I thought it's a game we're playing. Who lies better? Now get lost, you imposter. I'm my dad's daughter. The only one. You don't. Before I could finish, the girl went inside and started chasing me around with a paintball machine. As I tried to dodge her aim, I tripped and hit my head, then blacked out. When I opened my eyes with some difficulty, I found myself lying on a sofa with a man next to me.
I think she's waking up.
She's certainly not dead. Hey, ugly eyebrows, open your eyes properly. I'm just 14, and I can't go to jail after killing you with a paintball machine. Stop shaking me.
Oh, thank God you're okay.
The man hugged me tight and told me that his name was John and that he was my real father. You're really my dad? You sent me all those notes?
Yes.
You creeped me out. Why didn't you just get in touch like a normal person?
Because I was scared of your mom.
Dad explained how Mom and Dad started their company together. But then Mom got greedy, started taking on clients for illegal things like hacking into companies' databases and stealing information. When she got busted, she framed him and he went to jail.
I was released a few years later, but I couldn't find a job here, so I went to Spain where I met Estelle's mom, but I missed home, so I came back. Mila, your mom ruined my life.
Dad started sobbing, and I felt terrible for him. Of course, it sounded just like Mom. If she could crush her own daughter's dreams, she could do anything. The entire next week, I met Dad secretly without letting Mom know. He was sweet and really interested in my life. It was nice to have a parent who actually cared. And eventually, I told Dad about how Mom had withdrawn my college acceptance and how angry I was. And Dad suggested I move in with him.
It'll give you time to calm down and we can bond better. I know my house is smaller than you're used to, but it's full of love and care and—
Mold! What? Gold. Like golden hour. So good, it'll make your ugly face shine. Anyway, continue.
So, what do you think?
I'm in. And the next day, I told Mom I was leaving for a vacation and went to Dad's. I was looking forward to having a peaceful time, but Estelle was a nightmare. She spiked my food with earthworms, trashed my closet, and wrote threatening messages on the bathroom mirror. And one day, I was hanging out in the food court at the mall with my friends when out of nowhere, Estelle joined us. Did you follow me here? Guys, ignore her. She's, my crazy cousin. I just had a few questions for your friends. Did you know that Mila farts in her sleep and snores like a hibernating bear? You don't believe me? I have it here on record. Look. And that's her picking her nose when no one's watching. Isn't she adorable? That's enough. Estelle, please get lost. But I only want to hang out with you. You hate me, right? Is it because I'm not rich like you? Oh my God, it is. My cousin hates me because I'm poor. This is the worst day of my life. And Estelle started howling before dropping to the ground, and everyone was staring at us. I even had security come over to ask if everything was okay, and I literally had to drag her out of there. I went to Dad's room to complain, and he calmed me down.
Estelle has had a tough life. Her mom and I never had the kind of money you did, and we were always working to make ends meet. She didn't get our attention and basically grew up alone. She's just acting out. Give her some time to warm up to you.
I could kind of relate to that, so I softened towards Estelle and decided to make an effort. I thought I'd pick her up from school one afternoon, but when I got there, I saw a bunch of girls surrounding Estelle. Hey, double eyes, if I take your glasses away, will you turn blind? And what's with your hideous outfit? Wait, I might have something to make it better. And with that, one of the girls threw mud on Estelle, and she didn't even react. The girl charged at Estelle again. I walked in and pushed her away. Don't you dare. Hey, who the heck are you? I'm her sister. Now, if you don't want me to break your pretty nose, I suggest you buzz off. The girls looked scared and ran away, and then Estelle turned to me. You didn't have to do that. I know we hate each other, but you are technically my sister. It's kinda my job to look out for you. Aw, you almost made me cry, which never happens. Care for some ice cream? You're paying, obvi. We actually ended up having a really good time, and Estelle even opened up to me. She told me her mom was in Spain, working to give her a better life. My parents got separated a while back, and I'm only here with my dad for a few months before I return. Will you stay in touch with me after you leave? Don't hold your breath. Estelle had a weird sense of humor, but at least I wasn't the target anymore, and we only got closer. Life was finally looking up until one day I walked into the kitchen to find Dad looking tense over a pile of papers. Is everything okay?
I have no money and the bills are just piling up. If things don't get any better, I might have to pull Estelle from school.
I'm sorry, Dad. Is there anything I can do? I could give you my credit card.
And who would pay for that?
My other credit card?
That's not how things work, Mila, but if you really want to help, there's something you can do which you may not like.
Try me.
Well, I've got information that your mom is building this groundbreaking software for the government. If we could get the back-end codes for it, I could sell them to one of her competitors and we'd have enough money to cover the bills and plenty more. I could even pay for your art school.
You mean you want me to steal from Mom?
Technically, everything your mom's done has been based on my research, so it's mine. I'm only asking you to get it back. Think about it.
I thought about it a lot. Mom had ruined Dad's life and stolen from him. And she was ruining my life too. And she was already so rich. How bad would it be for her to lose one project? So the next morning, I told Dad I'd help him. I had to steal the software files and bring them back to him. But for that to happen, I had to go home first and act like things between me and Mom were okay. As I was packing my things to leave, Estelle walked into my room. Don't do it. Don't do what? I heard your conversation with Dad. And your plan to steal something important from your mom? And I'm all up for crazy ideas usually, but that feels wrong, even to me. You should trust me. I have a really high IQ. You don't know what she's like, and she's ruined Dad's life. I'm doing this for him and you. You tell yourself that, but it's just your way of getting attention. You'll regret it, Mila. And yeah, I know he's our dad, but really, why are you trusting a guy you just met a month ago? Just go away and play with something, Estelle. You're just a kid. No need to butt into grown-up business. Fine, don't say I didn't warn ya. I went back home the next day, and Mom was pleasantly surprised. I've had a lot of time to think, and you're right. I don't want to be a painter and die poor. I'm ready to take you up on the internship offer. If that's open. Of course it is. I'm so happy you finally found your way back. Mom hugged me, and a couple of days later, I started working for her. I kept a close watch on Mom, carefully observing her routine. Any chance I got, I sneaked into her office, but I didn't find anything. So a few days later, while Mom was away, I stole the key to her home office from her room, and sure enough, I found the files on her personal computer. The next day, I went straight to Dad's and handed him the flash drive.
Excellent, Mila. Now you can just sit back and relax while I put this information to good use.
Did you really mean it when you said you'd pay for my art school?
Of course, honey. Why wouldn't I mean that?
Well, you've lied about everything you've ever said to me. You can see why I would have trust issues.
Excuse me? What do you mean?
I was so angry at Mom, and I'd been so keen to find you that when I finally met you, I just believed everything you said. But when you asked me to steal from her, I began wondering if you turned up in my life because you actually cared about me, or if you just wanted to use me to get back at Mom. The last few weeks, I haven't been searching for the software. I've been digging deeper into what actually happened between you and Mom. Turns out, the two of you set up a company with her money, after which she found out you'd been stealing money and transferring it to an offshore account. And when she kicked you out of the house, you broke in and tried to kidnap me to extort money from her, for which you were caught and sent to jail.
What? Who's been feeding you all this baloney?
I found the documents of the court case proving you were embezzling, and also the police report of the break-in and attempted kidnapping, plus the restraining order Mom has against you for both me and her. I've seen it all with my own two eyes. Oh, and obviously, that drive just has a bunch of nonsense in it. Did you really think you could just turn me into a criminal like yourself? Dad stared at me speechlessly, then snarled and flung the drive into the wall. Just then, the door flung open and Mom and Estelle walked in with police officers who had Dad in handcuffs within seconds.
What are you arresting me for? I didn't do anything. If this girl says I asked her to steal something, she's lying!
Oh, that's not why they're arresting you. You've broken the law by even being in the same room as me. Restraining order, remember? I'll be reporting this as another attempted kidnapping. Dad went kicking and screaming as Mom hugged me.
I'm so glad you came to me and told me everything, Mila. I just wish I'd told you the truth sooner and kept you safe from that man. I had no idea he'd ever reach out to you. I'm really sorry about this and everything else. I haven't been a very good parent, have I?
You can start now, and I know you were just protecting me from the truth, and if I wasn't angry at you, I wouldn't have trusted Dad so easily. Thank God Estelle knocked some sense into me and made me think about his agenda. Yeah, I'm very smart. Now, my mom's waiting for me in Spain, so can you buy me a ticket? And I hope you have a good life, which may be hard since you're kinda stupid. I don't like making a lot of trouble or a lot of noise. I just like hanging out with my friends and eating good sushi and being totally peaceful. But if you mess with someone I love, all the peace is gone and my heart burned like 1,000 flaming suns, and I'll become a monster. Before that fateful day when everything changed, I was just a normal, peaceful girl who lived with her parents and did my best in school, though that wasn't always very good. The kids all knew not to mess with my friends because I would lose my mind and yell and scream and make their life horrible until they apologized. But when they did, I would just say thank you and go back to normal. I had no idea this little quirk of mine would change my life forever. I was on my way to meet my friends at the public garden on the bridge when I saw 4 guys surrounding them, but the guys all had their backs to me, so all I could see were my friends' faces, and they looked so distressed. I swear my friend Miyumi was about to cry. My head boiled and my cheeks turned red. I ran up to them, already yelling, "What are you doing to my friends, you jerks? Get away from us!" I panted like a dog, totally out of breath. The guys were all stunned, their eyes wide and mouths dropped open. Then Miyumi tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Itsuki, they weren't picking on us. Then why were you about to cry? And you, Akari, I saw your face too. Don't defend these jerks. I know what I saw."
Excuse me. I'm so sorry. We weren't harassing your friends. We were just talking to them.
"Oh yeah? Then why?" Suddenly, I couldn't breathe. I saw his face, and all the air went out of my lungs. The rage in my heart became utter humiliation, and I wanted to crawl into a hole and never come out. It was... I'm Aoki, and they were just trying to get an autograph. These are my bandmates behind me. I swear, we weren't doing anything bad. I could barely hear a word he said because all I could think about were the millions of times I danced with my friends in my living room to their videos. It was Aoki from the band Take Back Time, the biggest, most popular band in all of Japan and almost the whole world. When he saw me freeze up, he smiled. Don't worry. It was really brave of you to stand up for your friends like that. We have to go to prepare for our show tonight, but why don't you guys come? Look, I always carry extra tickets just in case I meet cool people like you guys before a show. And if you want to come backstage after, just say this to the security guard and they'll let you in. He gave me a paper with the words abracadabra. Aoki sent me. I'm so sorry. It's okay. I like your courage. Maybe we'll write a song about it one day. They left and my friends screamed with joy, but I couldn't even think about going. I was so embarrassed. How could I do that? Yelling at someone just for being nice? And to the pop group I love the most. While we went to eat and my friends couldn't stop talking about going to the concert, I just kept replaying the moment over and over in my head. Except every time I pictured it, it got worse and worse in my imagination. I even started to believe I pushed him off the bridge and into the water. Itsuki, relax. That never happened. Plus, it was your crazy defensiveness that got him to give us the tickets in the first place. I'm not going. What? Are you crazy? This is the chance of a lifetime. We get to go backstage. Yeah, and I get to face Aoki again, my hero who I've idolized since I was in middle school. Except now, instead of meeting him like I always imagined, he'll always think of me as the crazy girl who punched him and made him cry. That didn't even happen. Well, that's what I remember, and you can't change my mind. So no, I won't go. I'll stay home and eat ice cream and cry. That night, I was home, eating ice cream and crying, when my phone dinged with a text message from a number I didn't recognize. All the message said was, outside. I looked out my window, and there he was, the black SUV parked behind him. I assumed in case anyone saw him and he had to run away. I thought maybe I was dreaming, but nope, it was real. Even in my house, I couldn't hide from my embarrassment. I opened the window. I don't have makeup on. I can't come out. How did you find me? I asked your friends when they came backstage. I just want to talk. I wanted to talk to you. Talk to me about what? Come down and I'll tell you. I took a deep breath, got myself as ready as I could with such a short amount of time, and went out to meet him. Even now, after doing a whole show for hours of dancing and sweating, he looked perfect. I can't believe you came here. Don't you hate me after I yelled at you for no reason? Hate you? I think you're the coolest person I've ever met. I think your idea of cool and my idea of cool are two very different ideas of cool. He laughed. I wasn't even sure I'd made a joke. What did you want to talk about? Before we get to that, do you want to go to the beach? Now? It's the middle of the night. I know, but when I'm on tour, I almost never have time to go. Today was my only chance, but I wanted to see you, and I figured this way we could do both. So I went to the beach in the middle of the night with a pop star. I guess I still wasn't sure this wasn't a dream, but on the way, we talked about regular things, like how he missed school and what TV shows we liked, and he asked me a lot about myself, and I just blabbed on, and by the time we got to the beach, I actually almost forgot he was famous. He was just a normal boy in my eyes. We sat on the shore, the stars shining, and it was so beautiful, except it was freezing. I tried not to shiver. I didn't want him to think I was uncomfortable and that we had to leave, but I couldn't help it when he asked me, "Are you cold?" "No," I stuttered, my teeth clattering. He took off his jacket and gave it to me. Finally, I could relax and enjoy being there. What I wanted to say to you is, I admire you. Me? Why? For yelling at you and making a total fool of myself? Yeah, actually. I'm kind of kidding, but the truth is, my whole life, I could never stand up for myself. I've always been so reserved and shy and, if I'm being honest, scared. But because of what you did, I finally had the courage to stand up to our manager tonight. He has been terrible to me and the others for years.
And because of you, we're free of him now.
I didn't know what to say. I had no idea being myself and just defending my friends could have such an impact on someone's life like that. We walked along the beach, and as we talked some more, I couldn't believe how funny he was. And then, out of nowhere, it started snowing. We had been so busy talking, we didn't even notice it got cloudy. He took my hand while we stood there, watching the snowflakes fall. I looked him in the eye. Thank you for taking me out tonight. I'm having a really good time.
Everyone thinks I'm so happy all the time because of what I do, but to be honest, sometimes all I want to do is talk to someone, connect to someone who doesn't see me as just part of their job. No one has ever said thank you for just spending time with me.
I'm sorry to hear that. Those people don't realize how lucky they are to have you. He looked into my eyes, and that tiny little moment suddenly became an endless ocean. He leaned in to kiss me. I closed my eyes. I couldn't believe it. My first kiss was going to be with the biggest pop star in the world. Then a wave washed over our feet, and I screamed from the cold. He laughed, and I did too. And then suddenly, a warm light fell over me. It was pink and yellow and purple, and I realized it was the sunrise. We had been there all night. Oh no, I'm going to get in so much trouble with my parents. He got me back home as soon as he could. When he parked in front of my house, he said,
"If you ever want to come to my concert again, text me and I'll get you in. And use those words and come backstage to visit me."
I leaned over and kissed him. The kiss made time stand still all over again. I swear in that moment, even the sunlight froze. When I pulled away, I was a little embarrassed. I'd done it without even thinking. I wondered what he would say. He just smiled and said,
"The bravest girl I know."
Finally, I went home, but my parents were already awake, and they were furious with me. I apologized, but I couldn't help but smile, which only made them angrier. They sent me to my room and said I was grounded for a whole week, but that was fine with me. For the next few days, all I did was write about that night. I texted with him as much as I could. He even told me about life on the road, the interviews and film premieres and concerts he was going to, and even asked me to FaceTime. Wow, while I'm locked in my tiny room with nothing to do, you're out traveling the world, meeting famous people, singing to thousands, and watching movies that haven't even come out yet.
That's all true. I met all my heroes, and every night I sing to thousands of girls who wish they could marry me, and none of it means anything.
What do you mean? Of course it does. You're making such a difference in people's lives. You make them so happy with your music, and I know the people who meet you love you.
I don't want to sound ungrateful. I love my life. I worked very hard to get here. But the truth is, out of all the amazing nights I've experienced, just sitting with you and talking on the beach under the stars was the best, most unforgettable night of my life.
And then he got quiet and looked so sad it made me want to cry. And that's when I knew, I'm never going to see you again, am I?
After the Japan tour, we're going straight to America, then Australia, and then England. I won't be back here for another 2 years.
I realized this conversation was going to be our goodbye. It was the hardest thing I have ever had to do, but I knew it wouldn't work with us, and I thought it would be much more meaningful if we stopped talking on purpose, rather than just slowly falling out of touch over time. As much as I tried not to, I couldn't help it. Tears began just falling from my eyes, and he cried too. I wanted to say so much. I wanted to promise that we would meet again one day. But I knew with him being so busy and me going to college soon and having to work so hard, it wouldn't be possible. So I said the only thing I could think of in the moment, the only thing that was true. I'll never forget you. He was still sad for a while and stayed quiet for a long time. Then he looked up at me and smiled.
Of course you won't. I'm unforgettable.
We both laughed, and for a little while, we even let ourselves forget our sadness. We talked on the phone all night. And again, I didn't realize how long it had been until the sunshine came through my window and hit my eyes, just like it had that night on the beach. And then finally, we hung up. Some years later, when I was in college, I got a message from him. He said he would be in Japan for a concert, and if I wanted to go, he could get me and my friends a couple of tickets. I asked for 5. Me and my friends went, and there he was. It was really nice to see him again. And then, just as the concert was about to end, his bandmates all left the stage, and the lights went out except for his spotlight, and he played a song on his acoustic guitar that no one had ever heard before. The song was called "To the Bravest Girl I Know," and it described everything that happened between us. I didn't tell my friends it was about me. It was special. It reminded me of that amazing night. And then the spotlight fell on me, and everyone turned to look. I didn't feel very brave then, with all those eyes on me.
"Come on up to the stage, brave girl,"
he said, and everyone clapped when they realized the song was about me. My friends were in shock. I took a deep breath and walked through the crowd. But all the fear left me, and I realized maybe I really am brave. On the stage, he met me in the middle, putting his guitar on the stand and turned off his microphone so that when we talked, it was only for us.
"Hey, I missed you."
"Of course you did. I'm great." He laughed, and then, with the whole world watching, he kissed me right then and there. The crowd went crazy with applause. I don't know what'll happen, but for now, I'm just happy being his brave girl. Growing up, the only person who ever noticed me was my big sister Akari. My mom traveled for work so much that I even called Akari Mom when I was too little to understand what was going on. My sister would take me to school where I would sit in silence and never say a word to anyone until she picked me up again, and then I wouldn't shut up the whole way home. But she didn't mind. She liked hearing me talk, and she liked playing games with me, like making me look like one of her dolls. She would also give me a makeover using our mom's makeup, or dress me up as a monster and have me chase her around the house. "Rawr, I'm gonna eat your head." "My head?" "Yeah, it's the yummiest part." "You really are a little monster." "Rawr." When we got older, our mom moved to another country for work. She asked if we wanted to come, but we decided to stay. Akari had graduated from university and had a real job now, so we didn't have much time to hang out, but every Friday, I would wait for her at the train station near my school for when she got out of work, and we would hang out all weekend. And even though we grew up, nothing really changed, except now we didn't play dress up anymore. Now we dressed up for real to go out to dinner or the arcade or whatever we wanted. We had the best life. The only problem was I was still too shy to talk to anyone, especially boys. One time when we were at the arcade, I saw a boy staring at us. Akari elbowed me. "He's looking at you, Nozomi. Go talk to him." My cheeks got so red, my hands all clammy. I suddenly froze up and couldn't even play the games anymore. Okay, let's go home. You don't have to talk to any boys. But you know, it would make me really happy if you tried, at least once, for me. Maybe you can talk to a boy for me. Then I won't have to do any work. She gave me a dirty look, but she was only kidding. I knew she was right. I just had no idea how I would ever talk to a boy. Then one Friday, the train that was supposed to arrive didn't come, and suddenly I got a really bad feeling. After 30 minutes, the train finally came, but Akari wasn't on it. I called and called, but she didn't answer. Then finally, I got a call, but it was from a random number. "Hello? Is this Akari's sister, Nozomi? This is the hospital. Your sister was in an accident. She's in a coma." All the air left my lungs. In the hospital, I found her lying there with her head bandaged. She looked like she was sleeping. They didn't know how, but she fell onto the tracks and hit her head. The doctor said it was impossible to know when she would wake up. From that day on, I started visiting her every day. I usually read to her, but one day I forgot my book, so I just talked. And when I left, I ran into the nurse in the hallway. "If you have time, maybe you can talk to him too. He's in a coma like your sister. I think he was part of the accident she was involved with." "He was?" "I think so, but we don't know who he is. He didn't have any ID when he was brought in." He had no one to visit him? I felt so sad. I imagined my sister being here all alone with no one to talk to her all day. Before I knew it, I was in his room. He looked a couple of years older than me. I sat down beside his bed and, without even realizing it, I was just talking to him just like I talked to Akari. 30 minutes later, I was finally out of things to talk about. That's when I realized something. You know, you're the only boy I've ever talked to. You're a really good listener. I started bringing 2 books to the hospital every day after that. One for my sister and one for the boy with no name. Something strange happened after I was reading to him for a few days. Every night when I went home, I would think about him and even dream that we met and talked and fell in love. I realized it was ridiculous to fall in love with someone I didn't even know. And the next day, when I read to him, I tried to push the thoughts away. But for some reason, I just couldn't help but think maybe it was love at first sight. That night, I decided to leave the book I had been reading to him in the hospital closet so I wouldn't forget it. But when I opened it, I saw there was a leather sketchbook inside. I opened it and saw that it was drawings of people at the train station. Every page was a different person. I flipped until I found my sister. I couldn't believe it. I realized then that the nurse was right. They must have been in the same accident, and it gave me a great idea. Maybe if I could find out what happened, I could find out who he was. I went to the train station from his drawings. It was the same one Akari used to come and see me after work on Fridays. I saw a woman waiting for the train. Excuse me, do you know about an accident that happened here a few weeks ago? Yes, I was here. A young woman fell from the platform as the train was coming and she hit her head. She would have died, but then the boy jumped down and picked her up. But as he pulled her away, the side of the train hit his back and he fell too. Whoa, the boy I had been reading to all this time had saved my sister's life. Maybe I wasn't so ridiculous for having feelings for him. Maybe it was destiny. Then the woman pointed to an elderly lady. That older woman, I think it's the boy's grandmother. She's been coming here every day waiting for him. We tell her he's in the hospital, but she doesn't remember. I was so sad to see her waiting there for him. I wanted to tell her what happened. Excuse me, ma'am. Are you waiting for your grandson? Yes, he's never late. I don't know what happened. But I decided if she couldn't remember anything, maybe it wasn't a good idea to tell her something so terrible like he's in a coma and might never wake up. But I couldn't leave her there like that, waiting for him. She had a cane and looked very weak. I'm sure he'll come home soon. Can I help you get home? I walked with her as she told me stories about how kind and wonderful her grandson was. His name is Kenji. He's always drawing. He takes care of me. With every word she spoke about him, I was falling more and more in love. But then I realized, oh no, without him, she had no one to take care of her. After I walked her home, I went to the market and bought a bunch of food and took it to her house where we both cooked while she told me more stories about him. I always tell him he needs to meet a girl and have a life of his own, but he says he doesn't have time for girls. He says it's because of his work, but I know it's because he takes care of me every day. But there is one girl he likes a lot. He always draws her. See? She pointed to a stack of drawings. I looked through them all. They were all of Akari waiting at the train station. I couldn't believe it. He was in love with her. My heart broke into a million pieces. The love I felt for him, it was all for nothing. And what was worse, if they both woke up, they would probably end up together and I would have to watch. Still, I couldn't let his grandmother be alone with no one to take care of her. So every day, I would take the train and find her there waiting for him. And every day, we would cook while she told me stories about how wonderful he was. I had to smile, but I wanted to cry. And every night after visiting her, that's exactly what I did. I cried on the train ride home, on the walk, and in my bed. And every day, I would get up, go to the hospital, read to my sister, and then read to him. And then one day, I stopped reading and just talked. You know, Kenji, you're still the only boy I've ever talked to. And to be honest, the only boy I've ever loved. When you wake up, everything will be different. I'll miss spending time with you, but I hope we can at least be friends. One night while I was sleeping, I got a phone call. Hello? Fantastic news. Your sister woke up and she's doing really well. I ran to the hospital and found her sitting there eating pudding. She smiled big when she saw me. I hugged her so tight she begged me to let go. Before we left, I asked the nurse, "Can I come back to see him again?" "I'm sorry, but we don't allow anyone up here except family. I wasn't supposed to let you visit him at all, but I felt so bad." "Oh, I see. Can I say goodbye?" She nodded and went to Kenji's room. "When you wake up, I'll make sure you and my sister meet again. Oh, and don't worry. I'll take care of your grandmother until then. Goodbye, sleeping boy. I asked if Akari remembered anything, but she didn't. I heard a boy saved your life when you fell. Really? I would love to meet him one day. I'm sure you will. Fate has a way of making things happen. After that, Akari was still too hurt to work, so she just lived with me. But I kept seeing Kenji's grandmother every day to make sure she ate and was doing okay. One day, I knocked on his grandmother's door, and when it opened, it wasn't her on the other side. It was Kenji.
Hello. Are you looking for my grandmother?
Yes.
She told me someone was taking care of her while I was sick, but she couldn't remember your name. Thank you.
Then he gave me a big hug, and all the thoughts I was trying to push away about being in love with him came back. He invited me inside, and we all had dinner. And this time, he had done all the cooking, and it was delicious. While we sat and ate, I realized all the stories his grandmother had told about him were true. He was kind, sweet, funny. Then he asked me to wait while he put her to bed. After, he asked if we could talk outside. I said yes, but to my surprise, instead of going out the door, he went to a ladder that led up to the attic. Wait, why up there?
This is where I go to draw when my grandmother goes to bed. And tonight, there will be fireworks.
He went up and I followed him, even though I hated heights. He led me to a window and stepped out. He sat on the roof and I sat beside him looking over the faraway city. The lights twinkled like stars.
So, how did you meet my grandmother?
Oh no, I hadn't thought about this part. If I told him the truth, I would have to say that I read to him in the hospital. At the train station, she was always waiting for you, which wasn't a lie exactly. But now that meant I couldn't even tell him thank you for saving my sister's life. Maybe if I ask him about the accident, it will all come out naturally. But he said he couldn't remember what had happened. I felt so foolish for not telling him the truth just to save myself from a little embarrassment. All he did was be nice to me. I decided I owed him for saving Akari. So even though I would be humiliated and look stupid, I would tell him the truth. But before I could, he said,
I kind of remember a little. There was this girl. I think she fell. I was in love with...
I know.
You know? How could you know?
I saw your drawing of her. Your grandmother showed me. You were in love with her. That's why you jumped and saved her.
Actually, no. I was in love with her sister.
I couldn't breathe. Did he just say what I think he said? He looked down at the ground and said,
Every Friday, the girl from my drawings and I would get on the same train. Sometimes we talked a little. She said she was meeting her sister and she started telling me about her, what she was like. She was cool and funny and when she would get off, her sister would meet her and I guess it was love at first sight. Like we were meant to be. Sorry, I must sound stupid.
Good thing he wasn't looking at me, or maybe he would have seen the hearts in my eyes. Why did you draw her sister and not the girl you liked?
I only saw her for a few seconds every day, but I always tried.
Then he showed me his book of drawings, and all the way in the back, there were drawings of parts of a girl. Never the full picture, since he drew from memory but never saw her fully. It was me. I couldn't believe it.
After the accident, I can't remember what they looked like. I went to the station today, but I didn't see anyone who could have been her or her sister. I guess I'll never see her again.
Actually, you're looking at her right now. He turned to me, confused, and then his eyes lit up and he recognized me.
But how? I don't understand.
I put my hand on his and kissed him. Just then, the sky exploded with fireworks. I pulled away and looked into his eyes. It's a little complicated. Let's just say I took care of you. My dad used to be a basketball player for the national team, but he had to quit after a serious sports injury and a permanent limp. But he didn't give up his passion and became a basketball coach. He was my inspiration to always work hard.
Always remember, Kayla, the harder you work, the higher you go.
I was a very tall kid from the start, and while everyone around me thought I was a little weird, I loved and embraced my height. Hey, how's the weather up there? The weather is great. The view, not so much. When I turned 10, I got into basketball just like him, and I loved it. I worked really hard, and by the time I was 16, I was the best player in town and also won a sports scholarship to a great school, which was in Dad's old hometown. On my first day in my new high school, everyone stared at me, but this one girl, Heidi, was the weirdest. She was the mayor's kid and a total brat. And even worse, she was on the girls' basketball team too. During the first day of practice, the coach introduced me to the team. Kayla's one of the best players in town and we're lucky to have her on the team. As if I can take that giant down in one shot. Excuse me? Did you say anything? I was just saying that being tall doesn't make you the best player. I have the skills to beat you. Really? I'd love to see you try. Heidi and I had a one-on-one match and I totally owned her. The coach was super impressed and asked me to take over as the team captain. I was over the moon. Wow, that was impressive. I looked behind to see a cute guy towering over me. For the first time ever, I'd seen a boy taller than me. Well, thank you. I don't think I've ever seen Heidi get this angry. You did a fab job. I'm Jay, by the way. Jay was in my class and the captain of the boys' basketball team, not to mention the hottest guy around. After that day, Jay and I started hanging out a lot and even trained together in school. By the time we were in our senior year, Jay was my best friend and we were always together. Things were great, and when I broke the record for highest baskets in a season, Jay was the first one to cheer for me. Wow, look at you. You had a great season. Well, thank you. It wouldn't have been so good if it wasn't for your grueling training. Well, you're welcome. It's been a pleasure to work with you. As we were talking, I opened my locker and was bombarded with glitter shots. My clothes, face, books, and even Jay's clothes were covered in pink sparkles. Wow, looks like you have a secret admirer. More like a hater. We both know who this is. Oh my God, just when I thought you couldn't look any worse, you show up in a full face of glitter. Is that a new makeup trend? For losers? I wouldn't know since I just had the perfect season. How was yours? Scored any baskets? Cheeky are we? But hey, look, you've ruined Jay's clothes too. Just like you're ruining his reputation by hanging out with him. Why don't we ask him? Don't look at me. I just want to get changed. I am terribly late for class. As Jay left, Heidi stared at me with death in her eyes. What is your problem? You've been after me since the day I came here. I want you to pay for what your dad did to my dad. What? What did he do? And isn't your dad like the mayor? Yes, he is. But your dad made him miserable in school. He was a bully, and I'm going to take his revenge on you. Someone's got to pay. I think you're confusing my dad with someone else, weirdo. I walked off quickly. This girl was crazy and just making things up. My guess was that she hated me, mostly because I was close to Jay, and she had the biggest crush on him, which she didn't hide. A few days later, while I was in the locker room changing, I heard Jay screaming my name. What's wrong? Why do you look like someone stole your Air Jordans? It's not funny, Kayla. Do you really mean it? How am I supposed to know? You tell me. Did someone steal your Air Jordans? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this note you left me. And I understand how you feel, but this is all just a bit of a shock to me. I was so confused until I took the note from Jay's hand and saw that it was a love confession from me. And I didn't even write it. I had a feeling Heidi had something to do with this. But before I could say anything, I saw her walking out of the gym. So I just grabbed Jay by the collar and kissed him. Wow, that was weird, I know, but just play along. Heidi's watching us. I'm sure she's the one who sent you the note. This is nonsense. Look at the handwriting carefully. It looks like a first grader wrote that. I've seen her assignments, and trust me, she writes exactly like that. Besides, do you really think I'd write such creepy, cheesy stuff? Yeah, but why would she do that? She likes you. Isn't it super obvious? And maybe she thought this note would make you freak out. But the joke's on her. I'm sure her butt's on fire. So you don't like me? And this note is just a stupid prank? Of course. What did you think? Yeah, of course. I was sure it was a joke too. Just then, the craziest idea struck me. We could totally pretend to like each other to piss Heidi off. So for the next few weeks, every time Heidi was around Jay and me, I would hug him or loop my arms in his and pretend to be lost in love. Oh, Jay, your eyes remind me of basketballs. Ew. How about this? Kayla, every time I see you, I feel everything is perfect, and I can stare at you all day, deep in those perfect brown eyes.
He was just being lame, but somehow it made my heart skip a beat. How was that? Enough to convince her? Now, if we're done, let's go to class. Yeah, totally. This continued for days, and I could tell that watching me and Jay together as a couple was burning Heidi to a crisp. She was so distracted by everything that her game was at an all-time low. And even the coach decided to bench her for the upcoming championship. Don't you think we've gone too far? We should just let it go now. But the fun's just begun. She's always been mean to me. Have you forgotten the days when she ruined my new shoes? Dad got them for me after saving for months. And what about the time she burned my jersey and the coach screamed at me? She deserves it. But pulling a prank on her only makes you more like her. Think about that. Jeez, relax. You don't have to go all Buddha on me. Besides, it's only for a few weeks. She can stay distracted, and I'll perfect my game for the championship. Only the best player will get to go to a college with the prestigious Stanford scholarship. So that's what this is really about? You want the scholarship? That's not what I meant, Jay. Yes, of course I want the scholarship because I'm not as rich. But you know what? I get it. You're right. It was me who got mixed signals. Mixed signals? What did he mean? I wanted to ask him, but before I could, he flung his bag and walked off. When I tried calling him that evening, he totally avoided my call and didn't show up to school the next day, or for a whole week after that. I left him a text, and all he said was that he was down with a bug. I was sitting in the cafeteria one day watching my favorite MSA videos, when suddenly, Heidi plopped her butt next to me. Trouble in paradise? Where's your boyfriend? Who? Oh, Jay. He's not well. Oh, but I saw him at the party last night, and he looked fine to me. Did he finally realize you're too trashy for him? Or maybe he finally got tired of looking at your dumb face every day. Who knows? I got up and left, but I felt bad about Jay lying to me. He said he wasn't well. Then why was he at a party? Or maybe Heidi was just lying to get under my skin. I had to confirm it, so I went to his place to check on him, but security told me he wasn't around. And the next day when Jay showed up, he totally blew me off. Hey, where have you been? And why aren't you answering my calls? Because I didn't feel like it. Now, can you move? I'm trying to get some practice. The championship is coming soon? Oh, you would know that, since it's so important for you and your precious scholarship. Are you still hung up on that? I said, I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean it like that. Is she bugging you? Is my coochie-coo honey bunny getting annoyed? Jay continued shooting as I stared at Heidi in shock and then burst out laughing. I don't know what's funnier, that dumb dress you're wearing or the fact that you just called Jay all sorts of marshmallow names. Oh, I'll tell you. The funny thing is that you're out of the picture and I am Jay's girlfriend. You're what? Oh, please tell me this is just one of your dumb pranks. Can you both take your crabby fights somewhere else? Some of us are actually serious about this game. But you can't date her. Really? Why not? What's wrong with her? She likes me. I tried to think of a better answer than she's a witch, but just then the coach walked in and asked us to get ready for practice. And then there was never a good time. He was either busy with basketball practice or that leech Heidi was always around him. It made my blood boil. But with the championship coming up, I had bigger fish to fry. I started practicing day and night till my body was sore, and it really helped me to keep my mind off the whole Jay situation. One day before the championship, I was walking home when I saw Heidi and Jay outside a cafe. You have to stop looking at Kayla like some lost lover boy. You need to look happier being my boyfriend. I'm only with you because I don't want to mess up Kayla's scholarship. I didn't know I had to look happy about it too. Fine. It's not like I'm really into you either. I just want to make Kayla suffer for what her dad did to my dad. And I know she's hating seeing how close we are now. So you better keep up the act. Just remember, all my dad needs to do is place one phone call and no good university will take her in. She can kiss that scholarship goodbye. Whatever. I'm here, right? I wanted to slap the daylights out of Heidi. But just then Dad called and I had to rush back home. And I really needed to ask him what he did to Heidi's dad. Oh, God. That was such a long time ago. Yeah, I went to school with her dad and we used to bug him a lot. He was always trying too hard to fit in and getting everybody to like him. But he wasn't a nice guy. Maybe I wasn't very nice to him either. But it was decades ago. He's 10 times more successful than me now. Looks like he's still holding on to a grudge and his stupid daughter is taking it out on me. I couldn't sleep the whole night thinking about the whole situation. Jay was my best friend.
and that witch was blackmailing him into dating her because of my scholarship. I had to put an end to this. So the next day, I walked straight up to Jay.
Kayla, this is the boys' locker room.
You need to dump Heidi. I heard you two talking by the cafe last night, and I know she's blackmailing you with my scholarship. But Jay, you don't have to do this for me. And stop blinking like that. You're freaking me out.
I just don't know what to say. Listen, Kayla, the scholarship is important to you. And if I can keep Heidi off your back for a couple of days by doing this, then what's the harm?
I don't like it. I can't see you two together.
Why?
Jay looked into my eyes, and I could feel my body melting at his touch. What was happening? I wanted to say something, but it was like words had fallen out of my brain. Was I falling for my best friend? Just then, his teammates called him and Jay left for his match. I waited by the courtside to talk to him later, but as soon as the match was over, Heidi leapt onto him and I couldn't stop myself from pushing her away. What the heck? How dare you touch me? How dare you touch him? I know you're just blackmailing him into dating you, so please, why don't you save face and get lost? Jay, you don't have to date her for my scholarship.
But
don't be stupid, KK, or you'll end up losing everything. You can take away 1,000,000 chances from me, and I'll still make it because I know I'm talented, unlike you, who always gets everything because of your father's money. Oh, sweetheart, money speaks for itself. And right now, I can hear it saying that you've lost your chance of ever getting into a good college. Heidi stomped her feet and left, but I couldn't care less. I was about to confess my feelings for Jay, but before I could, the coach called me for the match. That evening, I played the best match of my life and also ended up getting the Best Player award. I had no idea if I'd get the scholarship, but at that moment, all that mattered was that I was happy with Jay by my side. A week after the match, I was waiting by the lockers when Heidi walked up to me. Hey, loser, I told you you'd never win this scholarship. Why do you look shocked? Oh, you didn't see the list yet? No, I'm shocked because you're still talking to me after I royally kicked your butt last week.
Yeah, and so what if she didn't get the scholarship? She did get selected for the nationals.
I turned around to see Jay smiling down at me. What? I got selected?
Yeah, and you'll be the team captain. Coach just told me about it, so I thought you should hear the news from me.
This is the best day ever! And you didn't even have to date anyone for this. Ugh, I hate you. I'm gonna tell my...
Dad?
We know. Heidi left red-faced as Jay turned to me.
So that was dramatic.
Not as dramatic as your whole, leave me alone, Kayla.
Oh, shut up. You act all smart, but you couldn't even figure out that I
like you?
You knew?
No, but I know that I like you too, and if I have to date someone, why not my best friend?
Not that easily. You'll have to take me out in basketball first.
You're on. Growing up in Canada, I was always in awe of how beautiful the country was, besides the freezing cold and constant snow. But Mom and Dad loved to travel. That's why before I turned 10, I had already been to 5 different countries. One time, when we were at the Met Museum in New York, I had the worst stomach pain. My stomach burned and I couldn't walk. Mom, Dad, it hurts. They rushed me to the hospital, and throughout the day, they tried to calm me because I was so scared.
Honey, you're gonna be fine. Don't worry, we're here. She must be in so much pain. Look at how much she's sweating. My poor baby.
And then it all went blank. When I woke up, I found Mom and Dad talking to the doctor. What the doctor said left me wishing I didn't hear it. I was diagnosed with Crohn's on my 14th birthday.
Crohn's is when your bowels are inflamed and can cause severe stomachache and may also require surgery at times.
My parents did everything they could to cheer me up, but I was angry at everything. Even though I knew they were struggling financially and were very stressed, I couldn't help it. I was rude to the nurses and even snapped at my parents. One day, however, I had snapped to the point that I threw a bowl of custard at the door right behind the nurse. That's so disgusting! Who eats food like that?
Billy, that's no way to behave. They're trying to help you.
I don't want anyone's help. None of you understand how much pain I'm in or what it's like to be stuck in here. It would be an understatement to say my parents were shocked at how much my behavior had changed. I hated everything about my life. I was away from my friends, stuck at the hospital eating tasteless food, and worst of all, my condition got worse. When I turned 15, I had to get a stoma temporarily, which is kind of gross and you don't need to know the details, except that I had several questions for my doctor. Will it stink? Is it safe? It won't cause an infection, right?
Honey, give the doctor a chance to answer.
Because of the surgery, I had to stay in the hospital for a couple of months so I could be monitored. The pain was getting worse, and I hated being at the hospital at first. One day, I walked out of my room because I couldn't sleep. That's when I heard someone crying. I walked towards the sound and saw it was Mom, and Dad was trying to calm her down.
I don't know how to help her. She's so upset here, and the bills will keep getting higher. What do we do? We will continue to be happy around her. She will be irritated, but if we stay happy, maybe she'll feel more hopeful.
I felt like the biggest jerk. My parents were struggling, and I had no idea because they were trying so hard to make me happy, make me feel like a normal teenager. That was when I decided to repay the favor and make them feel better about everything. But the only way I could do that right now was to be happy, or pretend to be, even if I'm not. So, to make my parents feel better, I sucked it up and decided to stay happy. I read somewhere that having a positive mindset helps heal faster, and that is exactly what I did. I decorated my room with pictures of friends and family, every trip we went on, and so much more. Billy, I love what you've done with your room. It's so pretty, honey. Thank you so much. I was cut off by some guy yelling and a nurse crossing my room wiping her tears. The nurse told me that there was a new guy down the hall, and he was always angry. I knew how he felt, and I realized what a horrible person I had been to my nurses before. I knew just how to fix his mood. I wanted to do something for him, to get him to smile, but he wouldn't leave his room. All he did was yell at everyone who spoke to him. I had had enough. So one day, when he was taken out by the nurse to run some tests, finally I had my chance. So I rushed into his room to prepare my surprise. I decorated it just like mine. I think better than that, because by the time I was done, it looked like a unicorn threw up a rainbow in there. And wow, when he saw the room, the expression on his face was priceless.
You, what have you done?
Oh, shoot. I ran away from him, but to my horror, he was running after me too. He only stopped when I did, and he began yelling at me and telling me how irritated he was. But you've got to admit, this is probably the most fun you've had in the past couple of days.
You're very annoying. Stay out of my room. I hate hospitals.
Rude. Since that day, I steered clear of the guy, whose name I learned was Steele. Silly name. And he seems to get bent out of shape much easier than his name suggests. He stayed away from me too. And every time he saw me, he would glare and walk the opposite way. One day, one of the nurses came to check up on me. She told me how bad she felt for Steele. Why would you feel bad for him? He's so rude. Oh, sweetie, who wouldn't be? It was his birthday last week. He was so excited to see his friends, but none of them showed up, even after they promised him. And his parents had to work. Poor guy. Oh, shoot. Now even I felt bad for him. My parents helped me get him a cake. I didn't want to go to his room after he asked me not to, so I asked a nurse to bring it with a note. Happy birthday, jerk boy, from the sick girl down the hall. 5 minutes later, I saw someone's shadow under my door, walking up and down the hallway. And then I heard a knock.
Hey, sick girl. What do you do when you can't sleep?
Wow. Took you 6 rounds up and down the hallway to ask me that? Just stare at the stars, I guess. He just rolled his eyes at me. I brushed past him and dragged him with me to my favorite spot. We went to the courtyard and sat on the bench looking at the stars.
I'm sorry. It's just that I hate missing out on everything. Why do I have to be sick? Why can't I just have a life like every other kid my age? It's just not fair.
I was like that too at the beginning. But then I realized how much my parents continue to do for me, and what I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't just pay attention to what you don't have. I mean, look, you got to meet an amazing person like me right here. You really couldn't have asked for anything better.
How are you this positive? How do you distract yourself from all this pain and stuff?
If you wait to be happy until everything is fine, you'll waste your whole life. So, I gave myself a purpose, a mission.
What mission?
I haven't told anyone before.
Oh, well, you don't have to tell me.
No, it's okay. I need motivation to work harder on it. So here goes. I'm starting a foundation dedicated to help parents of kids who are sick, so they don't have to worry about bills.
Wow, that's actually pretty amazing. I can help if you want, and would love to join for real once it's up and running.
Yes, I need all the help I can get. Pretty soon, the both of us began hanging out often and working on plans and ideas for the foundation. I would spend all day in his room and he would at mine. We even introduced our parents to each other. It was nice to finally have someone close to my age to talk to, who understands exactly what it's like to have a condition. One evening, a couple of weeks after my stoma surgery, Steele came up to my room.
Want a change of view?
What did you have in mind? I followed Steele out, and he helped me walk by holding onto my hand and my waist. My face was turning red as a beet, and my heart was hammering in my chest. Was this what a crush felt like? He led me to the cafeteria, and my jaw dropped. He had set up a beautiful candlelight dinner. Whoa, Steele, I didn't know you were such a sap. Why?
All you do is work to help other people. You deserve something just for you.
Thank you. This is so beautiful. He led me to the table and it was all set up. The food was still steaming. Steele even pulled out the chair for me to sit first. What a gentleman.
You know, even before I was sick, I wasn't very nice. I was rude, angry, and took everything for granted. And then I met you. I didn't know anyone could be so fun and positive while things aren't going the way they want. As much as I hate the hospital, I'm glad I'm here.
It was so sweet, but then he leaned in to kiss me. I put my hands against his chest. Steele, we can't kiss. You could get sick. The look on his face broke my heart. So I held his hand in mine instead, and he smiled. The next day, I woke up with the biggest smile. Yesterday was like a dream come true, a fairy tale. Just then, the doctor and my parents walked in to talk to me.
Honey, guess what? You get to go home. Finally!
What?
You're all good now. You'll just have to come for a checkup in a few months, but other than that, you're fine. You can leave here today. Isn't that great, sweetheart?
It is. It's amazing. While Mom and Dad were taking care of all the last-minute paperwork, I walked over to Steele's room. He gave me the tightest hug as soon as he saw me. Steele, I have some news. I'm being discharged today. I leave in a couple of hours.
That's great news, Billy. Why aren't you excited about it?
Because once I leave, I won't be able to visit you. I'll be moving back to Canada.
Oh, is there no way you could visit?
I don't think so. I can try, though. But Steele, is it fine if I just leave like that?
Hey. No, you don't have to ask me. I'll be completely fine. I'm just so happy you're finally getting out of the hospital, completely healthy. And I promise you, I won't go back to being a grumpy jerk boy. I'll make sure I make every moment count, just like you did.
I spent the rest of my time there with Steele until my parents came to get me. We promised to stay in touch. For the first few months, I thought every other person I saw on the street was Steele. Everywhere I looked, there he was. I felt like Cupid had hit me with a bucket of love with Steele's name on it, but I pushed it aside. There was nothing I could do. As the years passed, life got in the way, and eventually, we both lost touch with each other. I got extremely busy with completing high school, trying to get into a university, and with the foundation. I put all of my focus on getting it open. After organizing talent shows and competitions as fundraisers and to get some awareness on it, I got some attention and eventually got to meet the CEOs of the biggest organizations who wanted to help me out with my own foundation. But I was in for a shock when I spoke to them. So, from all the donations and money you make, we will get 40% of the cut, and you can decide how much you want to keep and give the rest to the families. I'm sorry, but did you just suggest that you and I take the majority of the money that is supposed to go to struggling families? Of course, I don't agree. That is not the goal of my foundation. You're just a child. This is how it works. I have nothing to lose if you deny this offer. It's just you who will struggle. I was fuming with rage when I stepped out. I ranted about it for days to my parents. I had to take matters into my own hands. I worked hard for years at university and internships. And finally, at the age of 22, I opened my very own foundation. It became known globally. I was one of the youngest CEOs in the world, and I was on many magazine covers as well. I'm not gonna lie, that was fun and it made me feel great. But it wasn't the fame I was after. It was the families I got to help out. Many people showed up to donate and help out, and one day, my assistant ran up to my office to inform me that we had gotten one of the biggest donations ever, a whopping $100,000. He's here right now, and he wants to work with us as well. Isn't this exciting? Can I show him in? 100,000? Yes, of course. I can't wait to meet this angel of a person.
I'm an angel now? I thought I was the jerk boy.
It was Steele. I couldn't believe my eyes. 6 years later, and he was finally here.
So I'm perfectly healthy now. Do you think we could pick up where we left off? Maybe I take you out somewhere that doesn't serve hospital food?
I'm so happy for you, Steele. And I know a great coffee shop. There's so much catching up to do. Everything worked even better than I could imagine. And it was all because a long time ago I decided if you wait to be happy until everything is fine, you'll waste your whole life waiting.
They say that when true love comes for you, you won't know what hit you. My girl Lacey came at me like a freight train. Babe, this song is for you.
Every girl in the club turned to me with their eyes popping out of their sockets and their jaws wide open, like they thought I didn't deserve him. I don't care what anybody thinks about Walker and me. Well, that's not exactly true. I did care about what one person thought. Bex, Walker's little sister and my best friend. When Walker and I got together, I was sure I'd added a boyfriend and subtracted a best friend. I should probably start at the beginning. But first, please like and subscribe. It all began on the day we were born. Yep, we. Bex and I were born on the same day in the same hospital. Our parents lived next door to each other, and our moms were inseparable. Soon, they were pregnant at the same time. I can't believe we're so close to meeting these little ones. I know. They're gonna be the best of friends. It's as if Bex's mom had a crystal ball because she was spot on. Bex arrived 17 minutes before me, and we've been BFFs since. She's always been kind of motherly to me, and she took her job as the oldest seriously. We should clean up these toys and get a snack. But I was still playing with that. Did you pack your raincoat? It looks like it's gonna rain. When I say we did everything together, I do mean everything. We went to dance class together. Lacey, how are you so flexible? I feel like a statue next to you. Double jointed, I guess. We were each other's biggest cheerleaders, and we told each other everything too. My parents were fighting again last night. I'm worried they won't make up. Don't worry, babe. Your dad'll get a new job, and that stress will just go away. But then, one day, when we were 13, life as I knew it changed forever. Bex and I were walking home from school. We were on the crosswalk when suddenly a car came screeching through the red light at high speed. All I remember was the sound of metal, glass, and the smell of burnt tires before I was hit with a huge force, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. Oh, honey, thank goodness you're okay. What if something had happened to you? I couldn't do life without you, bestie.
Sweetheart, you just take everything easy now. You need to heal.
And I did heal, kind of. My body was fine, but my brain was broken. For some reason, every time I left my house, I was terrified. When I stepped outside my door, I could hear that car and I could smell the burnt rubber. My world shrank in an instant. The only place I could make it without a panic attack was across the 5 cement pavers that separated Bex's front door from mine. Anything else brought me paralyzing fear, and I even stopped attending school. Bex, can we just stay at my house today? I don't think I can go out. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just cancel with our friends. Bex, do you want to watch a movie at your house? I thought we might go to the mall. I really don't want to go anywhere. I think that's when Bex started to resent me, which made me feel guilty. I didn't mean to be this way. I didn't want to live the rest of my life inside a house, but everything just felt safer there. At least to me. To Bex, it must have felt like a prison. Ugh, we never do anything anymore. This is boring, Lacey. There's so much out there to see and do. I was ashamed. Why was it so hard for me to just go outside and act like a normal teenager? Bex, you can go to the party if you want. I'm gonna stay here. Are you sure? You could try coming, right? We can leave early. Couldn't you just try today for me? Who knows? It might not be as bad as you're imagining it. A party sounded about as much fun as scrubbing tiles with a toothbrush, but I decided to make an effort for Bex. I was sweating bullets, and my heart was pounding by the time we made it to the party. My friends from school seemed happy to see me, though, and I started to relax just a bit. I sat down in a corner, not ready to join the dancing crowd yet. Maybe Bex was right. This wasn't so bad. But just then, a waiter carrying a tray of drinks suddenly tripped, and everything went crashing to the floor. The sound of the smashing glass sent me into a panic. I dove under the table and buried my head in my arms, crying hysterically. Everything went completely silent, and Bex tried her best to make me come out, but I couldn't move an inch. Eventually, she had to call my parents to come and take me. Lacey, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I've been trying to tell you. I can't go out, and now things are even worse. Everyone probably thought I acted like a freak. I'm not trying to hold you back, Bex. You want to go to parties? You can go without me. I won't mind. Okay then, maybe I will. A few nights later, I went over to Bex's house, but I found her brother Walker instead. He smiled, and I was distracted by the dimples on his cheeks.
Hey, Lace, Bex isn't here.
Whoa, when did Walker get so hot? He was usually always in the garage practicing with his band. He had a major glow-up. Right, I forgot she might be out.
Is something the matter? You look a little glum.
I'm just bored, I guess.
Yeah, me too. Come on in.
That's how it all began. That night, Walker and I talked. I told him I was scared I'd be hit by a car again. I said that I'd felt trapped in my own mind. I told him I felt guilty keeping Bex from living her life, and about what happened at the party.
Don't be so hard on yourself. What happened to you was a huge trauma. Healing takes time. As for Bex, don't worry about her. She's your friend. She'll always be there for you.
Hearing Walker say that felt good. You're right, Walker. I just can't help it. Sometimes I feel like a freak from another planet. I'm sure everyone at school now thinks I'm a total weirdo. That was when Walker picked up his guitar and started strumming it.
Why does it matter what anyone thinks of you? It should only matter what you think of yourself. But for the record, I happen to think you're pretty great.
My heart skipped a beat when he said that, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I had someone to talk to, someone who cared about me, someone who saw me. The next time Bex came to see me, I tried to bring up Walker. I saw your brother playing his guitar on the porch the other day. He's gotten really good. Also, really cute. Yeah, he's good, but my parents think it's a waste of time and he should focus more on his studies. Wait a minute, you think he's cute? Just an observation. He didn't look too bad from my window. You know he's off limits, right? Because the last time he dated a friend of mine and broke up with her, she shut me out completely. I never want him going near any of my friends again. I know all that, Bex. Don't worry. But soon, I was waiting for Bex to leave her house so I could go and spend time with Walker. Part of me felt like I was betraying her, but I was hooked on a feeling. The feeling I had every time I looked into Walker's eyes. It didn't take long for Walker to get hooked too.
All these years, and I didn't realize what a cool person you were. Bex kept you all to herself.
Walker and I started spending more and more time together. He told me he wanted to be a famous singer, but he didn't feel like anyone in his family supported his dreams. I did, though. No one gets to tell you how big to dream, Walker. You can do anything you set your mind to.
I know my sister might kill me for saying this, but I feel like you understand me. I feel connected to you somehow.
He leaned in, and in one moment, his lips were on mine. All the tension I'd been feeling exploded, and I almost saw stars. My knees felt wobbly, and my head spun.
Whoa, you're perfect.
But I could only think about one thing. Bex was gonna kill us. Walker, we can't do this. Bex is my best friend.
So what? Don't give up on something that could be really good between us. Don't you feel it?
His hand brushed my cheek, and soon I was lost in his eyes again, leaning in for another kiss when, what's going on here? I pulled away from Walker like he was fire, and I'd just been burned. Bex, I can explain. Explain what? Your spit-swapping fest with my brother? I told you I would never be okay with this. Oh no? It looks like I was just betrayed by the two of you. I don't want to look at either of you again. Bex pushed her way past us, and I swear I felt my heart break. I stared at Walker, but with my chest so tight, I couldn't find any words. So I ran. I ran home to the safety of my bedroom, and that's where I stayed. For days, weeks, I missed Bex terribly, and even though I didn't want to admit it, I missed Walker too.
Honey, this isn't healthy for you. You need to leave the house.
I don't want to leave the house. I want to stay in bed and let my blankets swallow me whole.
No, go outside in the yard and get some fresh air. That's not a request. It's an order.
Her tone told me she wasn't messing around, so I headed to the yard with my phone, a blanket, and a grudge. That's when I spotted Bex dressed in workout gear and running shoes, her attention focused on her phone. She stepped out onto the crosswalk, and that's when I heard the car. Then I saw it. Bex, look out! Huh? The idea of me getting hit by a car paralyzed me with fear, but the idea of Bex getting hit by a car was unthinkable. I tackled Bex to the ground so fast that we both just stared at each other shocked and breathless. Lacey, you saved me. Of course I did. I can't do life without you, bestie. You're my best friend too. I didn't mean to kiss Walker, Bex. He just made me feel less alone. Bex looked ashamed. Walker told me everything. He said you inspired him and supported his music. He said you were like a song to him. And I'm sorry. I haven't been a good friend. I should have wanted you to be happy. I do want you to be happy. Walker raced out of the house and came running to us.
Stop fighting. You're friends.
We're not fighting. We're making up. If being with each other makes you happy, I want you to be happy. Both of you.
Bex, does that mean...
It means that Lacey can be your song again. With that, Bex left us standing there. Walker,
Be my girlfriend. No more secrets. No more hiding.
Yes. 100% yes.
You helped me believe in myself.
You did the same thing for me, Walker. I feel stronger now. Like I can do anything.
Anything?
Anything. Walker stepped forward, taking my hands in his.
Would you come to my first real gig? It's tomorrow, but only if you're ready.
I hadn't left my house to go anywhere but school for such a long time. But when I saw the hope in Walker's eyes and the support I would give him by going, I felt I could do it. I think I'm ready, Walker. Walker wrapped his arms around me, pulling me close for a kiss. Bex squealed and gave me a big hug. This is it, babe. My brother is living his dream. I was born to workaholic parents, so I didn't see them much growing up. My babysitter didn't find me too interesting either. She'd spend hours watching TV, watching weird wrestling competitions on the TV, while I would spend endless hours drowning my face in fashion magazines. It was my dream to start my own clothing line someday. And it would be so successful that my parents wouldn't have to work another day in their life and spend all their time with me. When I turned 16, Mom and Dad got me admitted into one of the best schools in the city and took me shopping to get some new stuff. I was smitten by this gorgeous designer handbag. Mom, can I have this, please?
Emma, that's $3,000. We can't afford that. Not after that expensive school.
Really? You work so much, I thought we were rich. Mom gave me a weird look and we left, but I couldn't take the bag off my mind, so I decided to make my own money. I made lemonade stands, mowed lawns, and walked every rich person's dog that needed a run, even ones twice my size. Wait, boy, not so fast! Right before the term started, I'd earned enough to buy a fake bag, and it looked somewhat similar. My first day, the entire parking lot was packed, but just then I found a cozy spot in corner. Slowly, I made my way in, feeling like a pro, until I heard an awful screeching sound. I'd hit a car and made a huge dent. While I was reeling in shock, calculating the damage, a tall boy stopped and stared at me.
Wow, that's as big as the Grand Canyon. Good job.
Sarcasm is not helping, dude. Do you have any idea whose car this is?
Let me see. Looks like mine.
Sure enough, he unlocked the door and tossed his backpack inside. My mind went into overdrive. How could he be so indifferent after I dented his very pricey-looking car? I'm so sorry. This is totally my fault. I'll make it up to you.
Cool. Get it repaired then.
I looked at him confused. There was no way I could afford to repair the damages. Before I could respond, he inched closer, and I swear he smelled like oranges.
Or you could agree to go on a date with me. Your call. Take your time. There's no rush. I'm Caleb, by the way.
He was cute, but I'd barely met the guy. I thought about it hard before saying yes, and later found out that Caleb was freaking rich. His dad owned a multi-million-dollar company, and basically everyone's parents at school worked for his father. He was like a huge deal. Caleb and I went on several dates after that, and I grew to like him. He was a great listener and totally grounded. I want to start a business of my own one day, like a super cute fashion line.
That sounds ambitious, but I'm sure you'll pull through. I can feel it.
A month later, when he asked me to be his girlfriend, he filled my car with roses and a giant stuffed teddy bear. I was happy, but the girls in school just went bonkers. On our first date as a couple, Caleb gifted me an expensive handbag, the original version of my fake one. Wow, that's awesome, but I can't take this.
You're my girlfriend now, and you only deserve the best.
Caleb insisted, and I couldn't say no. It was my favorite brand after all. One day after school, Caleb invited me to his place where he lived all by himself. While he swam in his private pool, I sketched new fashion designs in my journal. What do you think?
Very chic. You know you don't have to work, right? I'll have more than enough money to support us.
I know, but this is my dream, and I want to do this for myself.
Whatever floats your boat, love. Just remember, I'll always be there for you.
That summer, I decided to take a business class at a local community college, and I was by far the youngest one there. Not that I cared. I belonged there. I was busy concentrating on what the professor was saying when a heavy voice interrupted me.
So, Professor, you know all this from your successful businesses?
I turned around to see a cute guy in the back corner, leaning in his chair with his feet propped up on the desk.
Excuse me? I'm just saying, if you knew anything about marketing, you wouldn't be teaching.
They went back and forth for a while. My professor got angrier and angrier while the boy remained calm. I couldn't believe how rude he was, but I had to agree. He wasn't entirely wrong. After class, I decided to grab lunch at the college dining hall. I was finishing a sketch in my journal when that rude boy came behind me in line.
Is that meant for a unicorn?
Excuse me? So now you're a PhD in designing too?
That's designing? Let me show you something.
Listen, I don't know what your deal is, but you cannot insult. Before I could finish, he pulled out his phone and showed me a clothing website filled with plain black t-shirts, and they were listed at over $100 each.
This is my business.
These boring black tees? You could get these anywhere. He clicked a few apps and showed me his bank statements. The number almost made me fall backwards. How could this guy be making thousands of dollars selling regular old t-shirts? I don't get it. Why are you even taking classes?
What can I say? I'm a sucker for knowledge.
You're crazy.
Actually, I'm Eric, and you need a better teacher. Someone who knows how to make big bucks in real life and not some loser professor.
He went on to cut me in line and buy the cheapest thing on the menu. For a while, I avoided Eric like the plague. I didn't want my work associated with him, but the more I researched about his business, the more I realized I needed his expertise. He could sell t-shirts just from the hype alone. So that following week, I put my pride aside and asked him to tutor me. Little did I know, it would turn out to be my biggest mistake. He talked way too fast and laughed at all my questions. He even made me work the customer service line for his business to understand how businesses work. I complained about Eric to Caleb all day. He's so rude and mean. I don't even know how to deal with him.
Drop his classes then.
I can't do that. He's good at what he does, and I can genuinely learn so much from him.
Then take his attitude with a pinch of salt. Anyway, I have something that'll cheer you up. I want you to meet my parents.
I was shocked. I only ever saw his dad on billboards or on TV commercials. Being nervous was an understatement. We met them at an expensive Italian restaurant in town the next week. His dad stood up to shake my hand, but when I looked over his shoulder, I saw none other than my tutor sitting at the same table.
You must be Emma. We've heard great things.
Just then, Caleb saw Eric too, and he seemed mad.
What are you doing here? Not even a hello, brother?
Brother? My head spun in a million circles. Eric and Caleb? Brothers? Caleb looked ready to fight him until their father got in between them.
I invited him here, son. He's still family.
Caleb backed off, but I was still in shock. And to make matters worse, Eric pretended he'd never met me. Caleb's parents ordered me all kinds of delicious courses, but I couldn't find the stomach to eat anything. And after dinner, Caleb took me straight home and angrily drove off without saying goodbye. During our next tutoring session, I was still fuming when Eric walked up. Why didn't you tell me about your family?
You never asked. And besides, I didn't think we're that close.
What do you mean? You're related to my boyfriend and you—
Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. You're not really his type, to be honest.
That's not the point. I can't deal with this. I'm leaving.
Wait, Emma, I'm sorry. I was just being a jerk.
I calmed down as Eric spoke that he had been estranged from his family for 2 years because he refused to take over the family business. His clothing line was a result of wanting to prove he could make something successful without being connected to them. Part of me understood. I still wanted to pursue my clothing line dream, even though Caleb said I didn't have to. When I told Eric, he didn't laugh, but he seemed impressed.
Take out your computer. You're making a website today.
Eric helped me create my website from scratch. As usual, he was going super fast and I scrambled to keep up. But when I looked in my laptop reflection and saw him laugh, he looked different to me, almost attractive. Snap out of it, Emma. He's your boyfriend's brother. My website was good, but for the first few days, I didn't get many orders. But I didn't lose hope and continued sketching and building my brand. I worked on them for days until one night I got a call from Caleb and he sounded a bit off. Want to talk about it? Not really, but I have a surprise for you. Caleb told me that he'd put my name in a small fashion show for new designers. I couldn't believe it. Oh, you really shouldn't have. Yes, I should, and yes, I will. I've decided to be more supportive of your dream. Thank you. I was over the moon that day, but when I told Eric, he didn't sound as impressed. It's just a small show. Yeah, but it's big for me. And maybe after this, I might actually get some customers. You will come to the show, won't you? You're inviting me? Well, you've helped me get this far. It would be rude of me not to. When the day came, I peered at the audience behind the curtain. I was blown away to see Eric sitting in the back row. I was glad he showed up. Too glad to admit. Once my models were ready, they were off strutting down the catwalk wearing my designs. Surprisingly, the audience went crazy. I walked out and bowed with the last model and then jumped into Caleb's arms. Behind his shoulder, Eric was watching and he looked irritated. By the time I made my way to the back of the room, Eric was gone. The show had tremendously boosted my sales. Caleb invited me to his parents' home to celebrate. My brother will be there. Sorry. Why do you hate him so much? He's a total jerk. Anyone would kill to get my father's business, but he would rather do his own thing. Whatever. Joke's on him. I get the business now. Caleb's words didn't sit right with me, but I kept it to myself. We got to his mansion, and my eyes instantly started searching for Eric, but he didn't show up. We were halfway into the party when Eric strode through the door with a girl. Guess I wasn't missed. Mom, Dad, this is Angelica. My stomach turned. Since when did Eric have a girlfriend? By the looks on everyone's faces, they were thinking the same thing. Angelica's a model from New York. She has her own beauty brand. The more I watched them interact, the more I felt sick. It didn't make sense to me why I cared so much. Caleb, however, seemed to care for different reasons. That's so typical. Inviting people without asking Dad? Ugh, spare me for not being Dad's little saint. Suddenly, Caleb's dad flew into a rage, making Eric's date shrink away from the scene. That's enough, Eric. If you don't want to be part of this family, then stay out. Gladly, Father. Gladly. He turned and left the party. I found myself following him. Eric, wait. I'm sure he didn't mean it. And you've known them for what, a week? Now you're an expert? I looked into his eyes and saw there was pain there, even though he tried to hide it. You do care. You act like you don't, but you do. His face was so tense, I thought he would snap. Instead, he sighed and turned away. Just leave me alone. Listen, I need to... As I rushed behind Eric, my toe caught on a bump in the sidewalk and the ground rushed up to me. When I sat up, my ankle was throbbing, and Eric swooped me up in his arms. As he carried me back, I couldn't stop myself from falling for him. I knew this was wrong. I was with Caleb, but Eric was so much kinder and helpful and sort of a jerk, but he was always there when I needed him. After that day, I decided to keep my distance from Eric. Caleb was my boyfriend, and I couldn't betray him. I spent my days working on making my business better, and one day, my brand ended up exploding all over social media. I had to investigate, so I went online and did some online digging. The root of it, I discovered, was none other than Eric's site where he'd promoted my line. He also left me an email in my inbox. I know you don't want any boosts or freebies, but us entrepreneurs have to stick together. Enjoy the extra press. You've worked hard and you deserve it. Sincerely, your tutor. I wanted to find him and thank him, but Caleb told me he was leaving the country to open up a store in England, and he was taking off that night. Good riddance. You don't care that you'll never see your own brother again? Not really, no. But why do you care so much? I don't. I was just... Wait, please, don't tell me you have feelings for my brother. You do, don't you? Before I could say anything, Caleb snapped. After I supported your dumb business, you went behind my back and cheated on me with my brother? Caleb, I didn't cheat on you. Ugh, it's smothered all over your face. Dad was right about you. You're classless and... Shut up! You're the worst, Caleb. I had no idea you thought so low of me. But I'm glad you told me now. And by the way, eat bugs. We're done. I was horrified with how mean Caleb was. And after that day, I broke all ties with him. I tried calling Eric multiple times, but he never returned my call. So I guess that was done too. Some months later, I opened up a popular boutique in the city, keeping Eric's note at the bottom of my register. I tried to keep my mind off him as best as I could, and decorated my office with selfies of my parents enjoying their vacation in Greece. One night, just as I was closing the boutique, I heard a voice behind me.
Does this come in amends?
Eric! I rushed and hugged him tight.
That's a reaction I could live for. Now tell me, do you have a size larger? I ate too many burgers in England.
Taking the shirt he was holding, I went into the back room and found a large for him to try on. He too handed me one of his overpriced t-shirts. How is it?
I feel like a unicorn. What about yours?
Oh, feels like a regular old t-shirt. Laughing, he grabbed my shirt and pulled me in for a kiss. Ever since I was a little girl, I've always loved to sing. My grandma was a professional singer. She sang around the world with the most prestigious orchestras and operas. I miss her and her voice so much. When I got to 10th grade, I became the singer of the family. I went to the most prestigious performing arts school on the West Coast. My favorite class was music, of course, and my favorite club so far was show choir. We had been the best in the state for 14 years, with the trophies to prove it. My best friend Addison is also in show choir with me. He and I met in kindergarten and have been inseparable ever since. He's the funniest guy I've ever known. He's also gotten pretty cute over the years, too. Or at least, that's what all the girls in school think. But I just don't see him that way. Hard to see someone that way when they used to sneak over from next door and put frogs in your bed. Yuck. One day, our show choir teacher, Miss Conrad, had big news for us.
We've been asked to compete at this year's National Show Choir Competition.
All right!
Yeah!
But to ensure we get top scores, the soloists will have to be chosen very carefully. Miss Conrad told us that we were going to have to audition for the big solo right in front of each other in 1 week. My nemesis, Heidi, started bragging in front of the whole group. We all know who's going to get it. Me, of course. Everyone knows I have the stage presence of a star.
I don't know. I think Kaylee might give you a run for your money. She's got star power and the voice to match.
The others' eyes widened. Were they about to fight? Just then, the bell rang. As everyone left the class, I swatted Addison on the arm. Don't start fights with Heidi. She's my biggest competition.
That's exactly why you have to stand up for yourself in front of her.
I just don't want anyone to think I think I'm better than her.
Well then, I guess that's why I'm here. To remind them for you.
What would I do without you?
Good thing we'll never have to find out.
I was so nervous, even though I'd sung in front of our choir before, but the pressure was on. The whole week leading up to auditions, I practiced. In the shower, in the car, between classes. I really wanted to beat out Heidi for the big solo at the end of the show. Finally, audition day arrived. I woke up, put on my cutest outfit, curled my hair, and took extra time with my makeup. After all, if I'm going to be a big star one day, I might as well start dressing like it now. When I stepped out of my house to walk to school with Addison, his cheeks turned super red. What's wrong?
Nothing. You, just look different is all. Your hair is...
Oh no, does it look bad? Maybe I should have worn it up. I'll just go change.
No, leave it. You look good. Great.
When I arrived in class, Heidi was sitting in the front row looking totally perfect. What was I thinking? With her shiny hair, big eyes, and as much as I hated to admit it, her beautiful voice, why would anyone ever look twice at me? But I just tried to remember what my grandma would always say. It's not about who sings the loudest or looks the prettiest. As long as your song comes from your heart, people can't help but listen. So I took a deep breath and sat down next to Heidi, right in the front row. She gave me a once-over and rolled her eyes. Who cared what she thought? I knew I looked great. Miss Conrad sat down at the piano and called Heidi up first. After she finished singing, I applauded politely, along with everyone else. Then, it was my turn. I stood confidently and turned to face everyone. Addison gave me a thumbs up from the back row. Such a good friend. Miss Conrad played the opening notes for my song when suddenly, the door to the classroom burst open behind me. I turned to look, and standing in the doorway was the most handsome boy I'd ever seen. tall with long brown hair that fell perfectly into his eyes. He looked just like a fairy tale prince. My jaw dropped. He handed a note to Miss Conrad. "Class, this is our newest addition, Patrick." He waved to everyone, then put his hand on my shoulder, looked deep into my eyes and said, "I'm so sorry I interrupted your audition. Knock 'em dead." Then he took my seat right in the front row. I gulped. Oh, now I was nervous again. I shook off my nerves, took a deep breath, and nodded to Miss Conrad. As she played, I could feel the music filling me up all the way to the top. I opened my mouth to sing and let my song come from my heart. When I finished, the whole class burst into applause. I felt like I was walking on air. Patrick got up to sing something last minute. He was so good. The next day, Miss Conrad put up the list, and I had gotten the solo. And she'd even added a duet in the middle of the show for Patrick to sing with me.
Looks like it's you and me, Kaylee. I'm so honored to be singing with someone as talented as you.
I felt my cheeks turn red, and he grinned.
You're so cute when you blush like that. Be careful, or I might just fall in love.
He walked away with a wink at me. I couldn't believe he'd just said that, and neither could Heidi, who'd been listening around the corner. Don't get too comfy with that solo. Once Miss Conrad figures out that you'll cave at the first sign of pressure, I'll be ready to step in. Eavesdrop much? Jealousy isn't your color, Heidi. The next day, we started rehearsing for nationals. Everyone was working so hard, and Patrick and I sounded great together. But when it came to our dance, it was like I'd suddenly grown a second left foot. No, Kaylee, no. Once more from the top. Miss Conrad, I'm happy to come up front and show Kaylee how it's done.
Not necessary, but thank you, Heidi.
Just here for the team. After I knocked Patrick over by mistake for the third time, Miss Conrad called it a day.
Kaylee, please go home and practice.
Ugh, I could have wiped that smug look off of Heidi's face. Everyone went to start packing up their bags, and I started to head backstage to get my bag when Patrick came up to me.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to stay and practice a little with me? Then it'll be perfect by tomorrow.
Oh, I wouldn't want to impose. Your toes must be all bruised.
That's okay. I really don't mind. And I wouldn't mind spending a little quality time with my co-star.
Well, if you insist. Just then, Addison came up to us.
Hey, Kaylee, ready to go?
That's okay. I should really practice a little longer.
I can practice with you. I could use a few run-throughs myself.
Oh, well, Patrick already offered to stay behind and practice with me here.
He did he? How are you going to get home? I can drive her. Oh, do you live in our neighborhood? No, but, I mean, if it's not really convenient for you, I'm not spending time with Kaylee because it's convenient. Neither am I. I'm spending time with her because she's cool.
My face turned bright red. Did he really mean that? Addison, I'm going to stay here too, just for a bit to practice. I'll see you later, okay?
Fine, if you insist. I'll, see you when you get home.
He turned on his heel and walked out. Patrick turned to me with a grin on his face and held out his hand.
Shall we?
We practiced more, and I was finally getting good. Patrick swung me out for our final spin, then pulled me in close and dipped me. That's when I noticed his face was just so close, his ice blue eyes staring deep into mine. Was he gonna kiss me? Just then, all the lights in the theater went out. Patrick dropped me in shock, and I shrieked. All of a sudden, the lights came back on, and Miss Conrad stepped back on stage.
Oh, hey kids. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were still here.
Ugh, I couldn't believe she'd interrupted our moment. Still, we waved goodbye to her and headed out. A little while later, when Patrick dropped me off, he got out of his car to open my door. Such a gentleman.
It was nice hanging out tonight. I'll see you tomorrow, superstar.
Then he wrapped his arms around me and gave me a big hug. Is this what heaven smelled like? Then I headed up the front walk to my door.
So do you like him or something?
I whipped around and saw Addison waiting on our front porch swing. I don't know, maybe. He's so cute and really talented.
Okay. Cool, I guess. Do you still want to practice?
That's okay. I think I got it now.
Okay then. Well, then I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Here, I got you a milkshake.
Hey, thanks. He started crossing the yard towards his house. Is it?
Cookies and cream. Your favorite.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow?
You know it.
Then it was finally time for nationals. As we arrived at the concert hall, I was overwhelmed by all the other groups here and overheard one girl say to another, "She was a little flat at the end." I couldn't believe it. What if I lost us the whole competition? All night and throughout all our warm-ups the next day, it was all I could think about. If I messed up again, I'd be letting everyone down, including myself. And there were several famous music industry people judging the competition. What if I ended my career as a singer before it even started? And then, it was almost time to go up. I tried to calm down, but I was shaking like a leaf. Miss Conrad, Kaylee doesn't look so good. Miss Conrad came over. She looked pretty nervous herself.
Kaylee, you look terrible. Are you going to be able to perform?
Of course,
Because if you're sick, I can always put Heidi on.
I'm ready to go, Miss Conrad. Just then, I spotted Patrick warming up down the hall. I just need a minute. I raced down the hall towards him. He was stretching, shaking out his hands, jumping up and down. Patrick? His expression was so strange. Was he nervous too? I'm so nervous. Do you think we could practice?
Kaylee, I'm kind of busy.
What if we...
I really just need some space here, Kaylee.
Yesterday, you said we were a team. That doesn't feel like a team to me.
I can't do this right now. Could you leave me alone?
Fighting back tears, I ran down the hall and found a corner backstage. I couldn't let anyone see me so upset, especially not Miss Conrad or Heidi. What was I gonna do? Suddenly, Addison stepped out of the shadows. He looked so handsome in his costume.
Kaylee, are you okay?
I threw my arms around him. He caught me and squeezed tight. I'm so nervous. I overheard one of the other teams say I sounded bad. Miss Conrad is ready to replace me with Heidi. Patrick isn't any help, and there's amazing industry people out there, and...
You sounded amazing in rehearsal. Those other teams were just jealous. Forget about Patrick and Heidi. Remember why you love to sing. What was it your grandma always said?
Sing from your heart?
Exactly. Just do that.
I took a few deep breaths, and Addison was right. Will you just run the last part of the number with me?
Of course.
And there, in our little corner of the theater, we stepped, we twirled, we kicked in time together. Addison took my hand, spun me around, and dipped me low. I felt his arm slip. He was dropping me, but right before I was sure I'd hit the ground, he caught me with a twinkle in his eye. I swatted his arm. You tricked me.
I'd never drop you. And even if I did, I'll always be here to catch you.
Thank you, Addison. Then he smiled at me so genuinely, and my heart fell into my stomach. What was that? Places, please, students, places. Kaylee, are you ready? Yes, Miss Conrad. As we all rushed to take our spots to start our number, Addison shot me a wink.
Knock 'em dead, superstar.
You too. As soon as the lights came up on stage, I felt a little thrill of excitement. We danced, we sang, we twirled. Everyone had brought their A-game. When it came time for my duet with Patrick, we totally nailed it. But any spark that had been there was gone. As the opening chords of my solo began, the lights shined down on me, and I opened my mouth, and the music poured from my heart. I knew my grandma was right there with me. I hit my final note and held it out forever as everyone finished their steps behind me. As we struck our final pose, the crowd erupted into applause. A standing ovation. I beamed. We totally nailed it. That night, after all the points had been tallied, all the teams gathered on stage behind the judges. Addison reached for my hand and I squeezed back. Thanks for the pep talk. I could have never done it without you.
Of course you could have. I'm just here to remind you.
You're always there for me. He leaned in close, and I felt a flutter in my stomach as he whispered in my ear.
And I always will be, if you let me.
I turned to look directly in his eyes.
Kaylee, I have to tell you.
Just then, the announcer started announcing the winners. Second place, runner-up. Our whole team clasped hands and took a deep breath together.
And the grand prize for this year's National Show Choir Competition goes to...
As they said our name, the crowd roared. It was so loud I could hardly think. Confetti rained down on us as Miss Conrad stepped forward to accept our trophy. I threw my arms around Addison and he picked me up, swinging me in a circle. We did it! We did it! As we packed up our things in the dressing room and said goodbye to the new friends we'd made at the competition, one of the judges knocked on our dressing room door. He was an exec for a record label back in LA.
I was so impressed with you. Your vocals were so clear, and you've got some real presence up there. Give me a call if you think you'd be interested in recording a single.
He handed me his card, and I shook his hand, totally awestruck. Maybe dreams really do come true. I felt so relieved. Not only had I not let everyone down, but I'd made myself proud. On the bus, Addison dropped down in the seat beside me, running a hand through his hair. When he saw me watching him, he grinned, and the butterflies were back.
I'm totally beat, aren't you?
Definitely. I got you something.
Oh yeah?
I pulled out a bag of gummy worms. Your favorite.
You're the best, Kay.
He ripped open the bag and dug in. Hey, Addison, what was it you were going to tell me earlier?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, I have something I want to tell you.
Yeah?
I like you.
Really?
Really.
I like you too. I have for a while now.
Really?
Really.
He took my hand and I know my cheeks turned pink.
I got something for you too.
Ooh, okay. I love presents. And then he put his hand on my cheek, leaned in close, and kissed me. It was the perfect end to a perfect day. I'm just a normal high school student and have the most normal, boring life of anyone I know. All the other kids at school got to do exciting things during spring break. Sarah B. traveled to Prague with her family. Kara got to go to Cancun. Priyanka went skydiving. The most interesting thing I did was clean up my dog Lulu's poop. But it wasn't anyone's fault but mine. Sure, it's true, my parents couldn't afford to take me on fancy trips like that. They only ran a restaurant together and all their money went back into the business, and they needed me to help out after school. But the truth is, they would have let me do anything I wanted, but I was too scared. I could never go skydiving or even flying to another country like Prague. My whole life, I had been scared of everything, and I was sick of it. Just once, I wished I could go on an adventure of my own. But I had to look at everyone else having a great life through Instagram. And sometimes I couldn't even look at their photos because my stupid phone was constantly acting up. I was telling Kara all this while we picked up our food at lunch, and she said, well, if you're too scared to do anything, you can't really complain about not doing anything. Not to be harsh, but it's your life. You're the one who has to live it. You know what, Kara? You're right. The next time I get an opportunity to do something fun or crazy or scary, I'll do it. With a newfound determination, I shook Kara's hand. But when I sat down, I sat on my phone and saw that it was dialing some random number. I held it to my ear, but there was only a strange static sound, but it seemed to be mostly okay. After school, my friend Kara and I were at my parents' restaurant studying for the history test. I don't know why you don't like this place. I'd be so happy if my parents had a restaurant and I could eat free breadsticks every day. You're eating free breadsticks now. A man came into the restaurant just then. He wasn't like our usual customers. He had a nice suit on and dark sunglasses. It seemed like he was looking for someone. His eyes landed on me and I looked down at my textbook. It was none of my business. Kara nudged me, and when I looked up again, the man was standing right in front of our booth.
Agent Dark, I'm Agent West. I need you to come with me.
I stared at him, dumbfounded. Was this a prank?
Please, Agent Dark, we don't have much time.
My name is Allison.
No real names. In case one of us is captured, the less we know about each other, the better.
My heart was pounding. Was this guy for real? None of what he was saying made any sense. Agent Dark and I were just finishing up. She's ready now. What? I couldn't believe it. Why would she do that? She kicked me under the table and looked at me as if to say, what are you waiting for? He looks like a Greek god. Would you excuse us, sir? She dragged me up and pulled me to the corner. This is your big chance. Adventure, no fear. You said you would take your next opportunity, remember? I didn't mean this. I don't know anything about being a spy or fighting. I'm boring, remember? That's the only thing anyone knows about me. And guess what? It's true. Yeah, but that's not what you want. This is it, Hallie. You either go and do this thing with this random, beautiful Greek god of a man, or you stay boring and safe forever. Remember, in life, nothing changes unless you change it. Maybe she was right. It was time to do something crazy, to finally step out of my comfort zone. I stood up. My mom glanced over from me from the kitchen window. Are you leaving, honey? Why don't you and your friends take some breadsticks with you? I grabbed the sticks and nodded to Agent West, who led me out of the restaurant by the hand. A black car was waiting for us outside. We both got into the back seat, and the car rolled out of the parking lot. I couldn't see the driver. There was a partition separating the front of the car from the back. Agent West breathed a sigh of relief.
We were so glad to finally get your signal. We thought you were captured, or worse.
What signal?
The access code. You called in yesterday. The numbers you put in. We know it was you. Don't try to back out now.
I thought hard. What code? What numbers? But then I remembered yesterday when I was eating lunch in the cafeteria. I sat on my phone. The butt dial. That was totally random, though. What were the odds that I sat on my phone in just the right way to dial a secret number and enter the correct 16-digit secret password? Maybe I should buy lottery tickets. Agent West was quiet for most of the ride. I had a million questions, but I was afraid if I opened my mouth, the truth would spill out, and my adventure would be over before it started. Finally, the car slowed down and parked. I stopped and stared as I got out. We were in the circle drive of a mansion, not one of those fake McMansions either. Like a real, gigantic, beautiful palace. It looked like royalty lived there, or at least a really wealthy athlete. Agent West removed something draped over a hanger from the trunk and held it out to me. Put this on. I ducked into the back seat and changed as fast as I could. Thankfully, the partition was still up and the windows were almost as black as the paint. When I emerged, Agent West's jaw dropped. I was in a glittering blue dress. I didn't have a mirror, but judging by Agent West's expression, the dress must have looked pretty good. Everything all right? He pulled himself together and we approached the entrance.
Your mission is to distract the ambassador. That'll give me time to crack the safe and steal the device.
Distract him how?
I'm sure you'll think of something.
If anything, the inside was even more gorgeous. Spiral staircase, crystal chandelier, guests in glamorous attire all around.
That's the ambassador over there.
A small man with a mean, pinched face sipped champagne by himself in the corner. I don't think I can do this. I'm just a student. I'm not trained. Agent West took my hands.
Don't panic. They wouldn't have chosen you for this mission if they didn't know you were capable. Besides, I believe in you.
I gulped. It was nice to hear, but was it really me he believed in, or just the person he thought I was? Taking a closer look at him, Agent West didn't seem to be much older than I was. But how could a high school freshman be an international spy? Maybe he just looked young. Then it clicked. I knew what I had to do to make it through this mission. From this moment on, I would pretend to be the person they thought I was. If she was brave, poised and confident and quick on her feet, then I would be too. I nodded to Agent West and he slipped away. I grabbed a glass of champagne from a passing server's tray. I started walking, took a sip. I immediately spit it out. Gross. I set the glass down on another server's tray and walked right up to the ambassador. He stared at me grumpily. I smiled back, but I didn't know what to say. Was I supposed to introduce myself? Suddenly, I was mad. Agent West had left me here by myself with no preparation and no plan. At a strange place surrounded by strange new people, how did I even know he was who he said he was? Maybe he worked for the bad guys. Who were the bad guys? I stopped and took a breath. I didn't think he worked for the bad guys. Remember, I told myself, you're not Allie, a boring, ordinary freshman at Claremont High. You're Agent Dark, international spy extraordinaire. Breadstick? I offered a breadstick from my purse. The ambassador's angry face broke into a delighted smile.
Don't mind if I do.
A little while later, Agent West appeared and pulled me away from the ambassador. I had done such a good job charming him that he seemed disappointed to see me leave. He even wanted me to meet his daughter. Agent West and I snuck out onto the balcony. The city lights sparkled in front of us.
I got it.
I didn't even know what it was, but I was happy the mission was a success.
You were incredible tonight, Agent Dark. I couldn't have done it without you.
That made me feel even better. Like maybe I wasn't here by mistake. And I was capable. Can't you tell me your real name? You already know mine.
I'm Zane.
Nice to meet you, Zane. The sounds of the party were faint. Here on the balcony, it was quiet. Just me and Agent West. Zane. He peered into my eyes. My heart began to pound. He leaned in to kiss me. An alarm went off just before our lips met. It was a deafening wail. There were shouts inside, people scrambling everywhere.
We have to go.
He hopped off the balcony railing onto some vines climbing up the mansion wall. I froze. That didn't look very stable. I looked down at the distant gravel below. Then I heard more shouting inside. It sounded angry. I glanced through the sliding glass doors. 2 burly security guards noticed me. One pointed right at me, and they hurried toward the glass. I turned back to Agent West. He held out his hand. The security guards were almost there. I took another deep breath. Remember, Allie, what would Agent Dark do? Just as the security guards crashed through the doors, I took Agent West's hand and leaped off the balcony. He tugged the vine loose and we slid all the way down, the ground coming up fast. We swung safely onto the circle drive, landed on our feet. The black car was already waiting for us. We dove into the back seat, and the driver hit the gas hard. We sped off, leaving the out-of-breath security guards in the dust. My adrenaline was pumping. I looked over at Agent West, and we both burst out laughing. Later, Agent West walked me to my front door. We stood on the steps, both quiet and giddy from our close call.
Thanks for everything, Allison. You're even more impressive than your reputation.
That's right. Take that, Agent Dark. Call me Allie.
Good night, Allie.
Good night, Zane. When I finally went back to school the next day, I felt a new sense of confidence. All my fears were gone. While Priyanka and Sarah B. talked about their adventures skydiving or going to Prague, I had to keep my mouth shut and just pretend like I was jealous. They would never know that I got to be a secret spy. At least Kara knew. And I looked amazing in that dress. Speaking of, that dress was too nice to wear only once. I decided to go to the dance with it. When I got there, everyone was buzzing in the halls. I had no clue what all the commotion was about. And then, there he was, Zane, in a tux and a vest.
You look familiar.
I glared at him. I wasn't sure I was in the mood for jokes when I hadn't heard a word from him in weeks. You know, you could have texted or called or sent a flying pigeon or something.
I know. I'm sorry I just disappeared like that. I had to go radio silent until the heat died down. I was afraid if I contacted you, I might put you in danger.
Yeah, well, I like danger, don't you know? I've jumped off balconies. I think I can handle a phone call. As mad as I am, I have to say, I'm glad to see you and I'm happy you're safe.
Well, I appreciate that. I know I'm probably too late, but I wanted to ask you, just in case.
I waited, nervous. Did he need me for another mission? I wasn't sure I was ready for that kind of excitement again so soon. Especially considering we'd almost been caught last time. What would have happened to me if I hadn't taken the leap off that balcony? Jail? Worse? I was okay with life being a little boring sometimes.
Do you have a date for the dance?
That's one mission I was happy to accept. I do now. Together, we walked in like some power couple from a magazine cover or something. I finally felt like I wasn't just some scared, boring girl who had to get all her excitement from watching my friends' vacation videos. It's true, a high school dance may not have been as glamorous as an evening undercover at an ambassador's house, but it didn't have to be, because now I knew I didn't have to be afraid. I was much braver than I ever believed. Facing my fears made me realize I can do anything as long as I don't let it stop me. While we danced and I kissed Zane, finally realizing I had the power to change my life and become the person I wanted to be. Even without all the action, I knew I had no reason to be afraid anymore.
Everyone knew Mark was a jerk. I would always see him harassing one of the shy kids in the halls at school. One day, I had had enough. So I marched up to him and yelled, "Hey, stop bullying people, you're hurting their feelings." Mark was stunned. No one had ever stood up to him before. The shy kid ran away and we were left staring at each other. I was scared of what he would do or say, but he didn't really do or say anything. He only looked down like he was really sad and walked away. I was so shocked. And I had to admit, I felt kind of bad. I never yelled at anyone before, and I only did it because I thought he would get mad. But seeing him sad made me feel terrible. The next day, the entire hallway stunk. Everyone was trying to find out where the smell was coming from. As soon as I got close to my locker, I knew something was wrong. I opened it to find that it was yesterday's fish sandwich. It had been put in there and left all night. I almost puked. That's when I saw Mark smiling from down the hall. He was wearing those big, stupid headphones he always wore, and he even waved to me. All the guilt I had disappeared. I was going to get him back. I just needed to figure out how. All day, I snuck behind him, following, watching, like a stealthy ninja. Every move he made, I was right there, but he never saw me. I noticed him writing in his notebook all day, in every class, but he was never prepared with the assignments. So I knew whatever he was writing, it wasn't homework. The notebook became my obsession. I needed to know what was in it so I could use it against him, but he never left the thing alone. It was always right beside him. Finally, in English class, he went to the bathroom. But he was smart, or should I say paranoid enough, to put the notebook in his bag. I pretended to drop my pencil and crawled to his bag. I couldn't take the whole notebook without being discovered, so I just opened the zipper, and I hoped that would be enough for the notebook to fall out when he took his bag. And then, when the bell rang and class was done, he put his earphones on again, picked up the bag, and the notebook fell out. He didn't hear it, of course, so I ran and grabbed it. I ran home and read it. It wasn't jokes or anything mean. It was poems, and they were all really sad and beautifully written. I almost cried reading them. Suddenly, I understood why he was so mean to people. It sounded like his dad was really mean to him at home and made him feel like he was nothing at all. There was a time when we were little in kindergarten when Mark would tear up the notes that came with school lunches from other kids' moms. I thought he was such a jerk for doing that. But one day, one kid's lunch had 2 notes, and one was for Mark. I guess that mom heard what he was doing and thought maybe it was because he didn't get notes. Mark never ripped up the notes again. I had totally forgotten that, but now reading his journal, I remembered he was in foster care, which meant the people he lived with weren't even his real parents and maybe they didn't want him at all. I guess if you feel like an insect, being a bully is probably the only thing you can do to feel like you have any say in your life. I wrote him a letter and said it wasn't his fault that he felt like that. I finished the letter and put it in his notebook. When I saw him at school the next day, I felt totally different about him. I saw the sadness in him and how no one paid any attention at all to him. And I admit, I swooned a little when I realized he was actually pretty cute. I got the notebook out and walked up to him with it.
Is that mine?
It, fell out of your bag yesterday.
And you didn't give it back?
I got busy, sorry. I gave it to him. He opened it and saw my letter. He read it there as I stood watching, my cheeks getting redder and redder by the second.
You read my journal?
He kept his eyes on the page, like he couldn't face me. I understand why you're mean to people, but before I could finish, he ripped my letter from the notebook and dropped it on the floor.
Don't ever read my stuff without permission again.
All the good feelings I had for him disappeared. Didn't he know how hard I worked on that letter? How much I cared? Not to mention, I bore my soul to him. I got red again, but this time, it wasn't embarrassment. It was rage. That night, I told my mom everything. She told me,
honey, you tried to do something nice, and that's great, but you read his private journal without asking. You invaded his privacy.
I'm the only person who saw him. Everyone else ignores him.
I understand, but that doesn't make him any less worthy of having privacy, does it?
I went to my room without talking to her for the rest of the night. How could she not see what I had done? I put my heart on the line and got rejected. I did the right thing. All I wanted was to help him and let him know I understood. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning, thinking about how he acted, but also what my mom said and how violated I would feel if someone read my diary. After barely sleeping a wink and finally calming down so I wasn't so angry anymore, I decided she was right. As soon as I got to school, I would apologize to him and that would be that. I practiced my speech the entire walk to school that morning. Every word I would say, every gesture, I wanted to be understood and let him know that I understood him too. But when I got to school, I was horrified to see that there were printed posters of me all over the halls. They had my school photo and said Maggie is a stalker. Everyone was looking at me. I ran to the bathroom and cried. How could he do that to me? Maybe I was wrong to think he had any good in him at all. I wanted to run away and go home. But we had a big test that day, so I had to sit in class after class while the other kids whispered about me. I sat in all my classes getting angrier and angrier, waiting for my last class when I would finally see him. I couldn't wait to confront that jerk. When I finally saw him, he smirked at me. I stomped right up to him and yelled, "Tell them it was you."
It was me.
"Tell them it's not true."
It is true. You read my journal.
I was so frustrated. All I could think of was to scream. Ah! The teacher came up to both of us and gave me detention for yelling in class and gave him detention for pulling the prank. When we were both in detention, I made sure I was looking out the window or at the ceiling. Anywhere as long as we were not looking at each other. And of course, he starts whistling. I had to grind my teeth to keep from yelling again. Then the teacher left to get a coffee and we were left alone. It was so awkward. After a while, he took out his notebook and was reading something inside really intently. I had to admit I was curious about what it was. And then he wrote something and I was so mad at myself for even caring, but I did. I wanted to know what it was. As much as he annoyed me, I really did like his poems. But then I remembered his prank and ignored him. It was so mean. How could he do that?
Did you really mean what you wrote in your letter?
I couldn't believe he was actually talking to me. Yes, of course, but how do you remember? You threw it away.
After I put all the posters up, I went back and found it in the trash.
He took out a paper from his journal. It was my letter.
No one's ever seen me the way you did.
Then the bell rang and detention was finally over. He moved to the door, but before he could leave, I said, "I'm sorry about reading your journal, but I really like your poems." He turned and looked me in the eyes and said,
"Can you come to my house tomorrow?"
I was shocked and couldn't speak for a minute. Before I realized it, I said, "Yes." He ripped a piece of paper from the journal and gave it to me. It had his address and a note for me. I read it when he left. It said,
"To the girl who saw through me. Usually, everyone sees past what I am, or I might become. But when you looked, you saw something more. To them I am glass, cold and cracked. But to you I am water, living and essential. I have never been seen before. It scared me. Thank you. I'm sorry."
Again, I swooned. The next day was a Saturday, so I went to his house and heard yelling as soon as I got close. The house was small and the yard kinda dirty. I knocked on the door and Mark came out, holding a guitar. His right eye was bruised. He moved past me, walking toward a path in the woods across the street.
"Are you coming?"
I followed him all the way down to the shore of a lake I didn't even know was there. He sat down, and I sat down beside him, wondering what he was thinking.
"You said you liked my poems."
I did.
"They're not poems. They're songs."
"Oh, can I hear one?"
"I've never played for anyone before."
"You don't put yourself out there. That's why people don't pay attention." He hesitated, then played the guitar and sang one of the songs. He sang about his fears, his sadness, and about feeling like a monster for having to put people down to make himself feel big. When he was done, he wiped a tear and said he would have to go back or his foster dad would be angry. He left me there by the lake as I watched the sunset over the water. I knew I was falling in love with him. When I got home, my mom told me the one thing that would ruin everything, just as it was all getting so good. We were moving across the country. She told me she was sorry, but we had no choice. When I saw him across the lawn at school, he smiled at me. I practically melted, but my smile faded quickly. He knew something was wrong. He came up and walked with me.
"Are you okay?"
"I have to move." His eyes immediately lost their light. I could tell he was devastated. "What are you thinking?"
"It's selfish."
"It's okay. Tell me."
"You're the only one who sees me."
"Maybe that's true right now, but it doesn't have to be. Your songs are beautiful."
"I don't know how to talk to people. I don't relate to anyone."
"Of course you do. We all have pain. We all get bullied. Even you." He thought about what I said, then a smile crept on his face and he looked right at me. My heart stopped when I saw his eyes. They were bright and full of hope.
"I never thought about that. Thank you. I can't believe you're moving away."
"I know." We both looked down, sad for ourselves because of how little time we had together. And then I raised my head and said, "You know what? We're here now, right? So why are we sad? We can be sad when I leave, but today, I want to be happy."
"You can just decide to be happy?"
"Yep. Why not? You're here, I'm here. We have all day to talk and hang out." He thought about what I said, then smiled. He looked at me and asked,
"What do you want to do?"
Without thinking, I leaned over and kissed him. His cheeks turned bright red. We both laughed. He took me to a boba tea place, then we ate some ramen and even went to karaoke. I had never had so much fun. I was worried it would only last for today, but I put all the worry behind me and enjoyed the moment. That night, we had to say goodbye. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do. He walked me home and kissed me before he left. The last thing he said to me was,
"If I never see you again, please know you'll always be with me and all the people I help with my music."
I watched him leave, holding on to the moment as long as I could. When it was time, we packed the moving truck and left. Then to my surprise, I saw him. He was on the sidewalk, talking to one of the shy kids he used to pick on. But this time, They were both smiling. He was apologizing and making friends. I knew then that everything would be okay. And as for me, I was going somewhere new. Sure, it was scary and a little sad, but it was also exciting. Who would I meet? What would I do there? I decided to enjoy every day and made a promise that I would make the most of any situation that came up in my life, good or bad.
Hi, my name is Zoe, and I made a big mistake. Now my life is a raging inferno. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. If you do, you could be the lucky winner of $10,000 in just 7 days. Spread the word to your friends and family. Ever since I was a kid, I knew it was my destiny to be a famous chef. I baked my first souffle when I was 3, published my first cookbook when I was 5, and 2 days before my 7th birthday, I won the Grand National Bake-Off Contest. I guess I got it from my mom, who was one of the best chefs in the country. She even had her own cooking show on TV. But my dad couldn't fry an egg to save his life. He was Mom's manager, and they were head over heels in love. Or I thought they were. But when I was 15, my world turned upside down. Mom ran off with a food critic. Dad and I were devastated. Dad sobbed for weeks and couldn't bear to leave the house because billboards of Mom were everywhere. Soon, he lost all of his clients, was fired from his company, and the bills started piling up.
How could she do this to us? To me?
I don't know, Dad, but it's been 6 months and the rent's past due. Maybe it's time to focus on getting a new job. Luckily, Dad took my advice and got a job online, but it wasn't enough to make ends meet. I tried my best to help out by baking pies and selling them to our neighbors after school. I even reached out to my mom to see if she could help us, but she said she had no money to spare because she was planning a huge wedding. I was so mad at Mom, I deleted her number from my phone. I couldn't believe she was so selfish. And Dad often started falling sick and would mostly stay in bed sobbing. Stupid love had turned my mom into a selfish monster, my dad to a baby, and ruined my life. So I decided I'd never fall in love. My plan worked well until my senior year when I had an amazing glow up and inherited my mom's good looks. Suddenly, all the boys started noticing me.
Hey, Zoe, want to go to the movies this weekend?
Ugh, I'd never go to the movies with you. When's the last time you showered? You smell like a rotten egg.
Zoe, did you want to go to the spring dance with me?
Bro, are you kidding? Not if you were the last guy on earth. Okay, fine. I was mean, but I was protecting my heart. Besides, I was doing them a favor. Relationships are messy, and they bring out the worst in people. After months of insulting just about every boy in school and making a few of them cry, the rest of the kids started avoiding me like the plague. I didn't mind. I hardly had time for friends. I was too focused on my studies. I dreamed of becoming a world-renowned chef, opening a 5-star restaurant, paying off all Dad's medical bills, and buying us a mansion on the beach. In the summer after my senior year, I was accepted into a top culinary school. Look, Dad, I got in! The good news cheered Dad up. He even got out of bed and tried to bake me my favorite cookies. It felt good to see my dad in good spirits, but when I discovered that I didn't get the scholarship to pay for my tuition, my hopes were dashed.
Honey, we're going to get you into that school.
How? We'll never be able to afford it. That day, Dad put on a suit and went out to look for a new job. A couple weeks later, he landed a position at a new management company. He even pulled some strings to get me an internship at a famous 5-star restaurant that catered to celebrities and socialites.
The owner is Miss Gina Tequila. She's discovered some of the most successful chefs in the business. Impress her, and she can make your dreams come true.
I was so excited to start on my new adventure, but I was in for a rude awakening. On my first day, the moment I stepped in the door, this boy my age named Hunter shoved a bucket of silverware and a broom in my face.
You're late. The dinner rush will be here in 10 minutes. Polish these, then mop the floors.
I thought I was supposed to assist in the kitchen. I'm an award-winning chef. I have my own cookbook. I showed Hunter some of my old newspaper clippings and my resume.
Stop wasting my time with this foolishness. Only the best chefs in the world have the honor to cook in our kitchen, and I've never heard of you.
Maybe I should talk to Miss Gina.
I'm the manager. Miss Gina's eyes and ears, and what I say goes. You're not touching that stove. After you've done scrubbing the floors, you can start washing dishes.
Hunter was a total jerk, and he got even worse once the guests arrived.
Zoe, we need those dishes dishes clean.
Bro, I'm moving as fast as I can.
That's not fast enough.
He buzzed around me, yelling like a maniac. I got so nervous I dropped a handful of plates on the floor, and they smashed to pieces. Then the chef walked by and slipped and sprained his ankle.
Oh my god, what's wrong with you?
A second later, the whole kitchen went into a panic. The servers came in demanding their orders, but the chef was in no condition to stand, let alone cook. Suddenly, Miss Gina strutted into the kitchen in her Prada dress and jewels. The guests are complaining. This is unacceptable. Where is the food? Hunter turned as white as a ghost.
The chef, he's...
I don't care. Fix it, Hunter, or you're fired. She stormed off in a huff. More servers came into the kitchen demanding food. Then Hunter looked at me.
Zoe, you said you can cook. You think you could help us out?
I thought you didn't want me touching the stove.
Forget what I said earlier. Please help me. I'll do anything. I'll buy you ice cream. I'll give you a raise. I'll shine your shoes. I'll clean your house for a week. Anything you want. I can't afford to get fired.
Deal. I washed my hands, put on an apron, and got to work. I filled all the orders and added my own special twist on each recipe. All the customers loved my cooking, and a few of them even asked to thank me personally.
This was delicious. I've never tasted anything so amazing.
Miss Gina was so impressed. At the end of the night, she gave me a $500 tip. Just as I was leaving, Hunter ran up to me.
Thanks for having my back in there. Sorry if I came off as a jerk.
You were worse than a jerk. More like a monster. No, an ogre. An irritating mosquito.
You're right. It's just that this job can be a little stressful. Miss Gina wants things to be perfect, and I need this job to take care of my mom.
I get it. My dad was sick for a while. I had to take care of him too.
How about we go out for that ice cream I promised?
I agreed, and Hunter took me to my favorite ice cream shop. We hung out for a couple of hours, and to my surprise, he was a really nice guy. We had a ton of things in common. We liked the same music, movies, and MSA videos. Did you see this on TikTok?
No way. I watch MSA on YouTube. TikTok turns your brain into mush.
I know, right? We both loved food. Though Hunter wasn't a chef, he dreamed of opening his own restaurant one day. And Hunter's parents had gotten divorced, just like mine. After that, Hunter and I started hanging out, and we were totally just friends. Neither of us had time for a relationship, not to mention love. We both knew how that ended. But the more we hung out with each other, the more I started to think that maybe liking a boy wasn't all that bad. One time, Hunter was walking me home. It was really cold, so he took off his jacket and draped it over my shoulders. I looked up at him, and just as I was about to thank him for being so sweet, something inside me started to tingle.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Like what?
All googly-eyed. Oh wow, you're blushing. Do you have a crush on me?
No way! You're not even my type!
You're lying.
No, I'm not. Hunter stepped toward me and smiled. He stared at me with his dreamy brown eyes, and I swear they were like kryptonite. My heart started racing. Then suddenly, we were hugging, and it was amazing. At that moment, I realized that I liked him more than a friend, but we never said the L word. That was totally off limits. As the weeks passed, my life got better by the day. Hunter was great. My job was fabulous. Dad was even doing much better and was making more money than he'd ever made before. Miss Gina was so impressed with my cooking that she gave me a raise and decided to mentor me. She called me into her office and let me help her choose new items for the menu. She even gave me advice on how to be a successful businesswoman. It felt really nice to have Miss Gina take me under her wing. She reminded me of how my mother used to be. But one day, the craziest thing happened. Miss Gina hosted a gala at the restaurant and invited dozens of wealthy guests. Towards the end of the evening, I saw Miss Gina hug a wealthy man with a really expensive watch, but as she pulled away, she snatched the watch off his wrist and slid it into her purse. The man didn't even notice. I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought I must have been mistaken, but then I saw her swipe a diamond ring off a woman's finger, an expensive necklace off an old woman, and a man's wallet. I was shocked. Miss Gina was a thief. Miss Gina caught me staring at her. She rushed over to me, dragged me into her office, and slammed the door shut behind us. You stole from those people.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. I saw it with my own eyes.
Fine, but it's not what you think. I need that money to keep this restaurant afloat, and those rich people have more money than they can ever need. Plus, they've got insurance. They can replace anything I stole. It's a win for everyone. I pawned the jewelry and reinvested into the restaurant so I can pay all of my employees. If I didn't do this, I wouldn't be able to afford to stay in business.
But stealing is wrong. Losing this restaurant is worse. Think about Hunter, the busboy.
boy, the servers, they wouldn't be able to pay their bills or take care of their families if this restaurant shuts down. Life's not fair, Zoe. I'm just trying to even the odds. But if you want to report me, then go ahead. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to report Miss Gina, but I couldn't be responsible for Hunter and all the others losing their jobs. I'm glad I can trust you to keep this between the two of us. But can you do me a teeny favor? Don't tell Hunter about our little chat. I doubt he'd understand. After that, things went downhill. I hated keeping Miss Gina's secret, and worst of all, I hated lying to Hunter. It got so unbearable that I started avoiding him.
Are you okay? You seem stressed out.
It's nothing. Oh, I think I hear a dirty dish calling. I've got to go. But he could tell something was off.
Did I do something to make you upset?
No, I'm as cool as a cucumber. No, an ice cube, an iceberg, an igloo.
I don't think that's true. I feel like there's something you're not telling me, and it's obvious you're avoiding me. You run away every time you see me, and you never answer my texts.
Just then, I spotted Miss Gina watching me like a hawk. Geez, can a girl just have some space? I have my own life. Maybe you should get one too. That came off way harsher than I meant it to, and I could tell I hurt Hunter's feelings.
Fine, I was just trying to be nice. It's not like I'm in love with you or anything.
Hunter marched off, and my heart sank. Forget about him. You should be focusing on your career anyway. Miss Gina appreciated me for keeping her secret so much that she let me handle the accounting for the restaurant and even hired me to cook for a few private functions. With all the extra gigs and the tips, I'd made more than enough to pay the tuition for my first semester at culinary school, and we were only halfway through the summer. Things were going well, but it was bittersweet because I couldn't share the good news with Hunter. Then one day, I came home from the gym and noticed Miss Gina's convertible parked in my driveway. I walked in, and what I saw rocked my world. Miss Gina and Dad were flirting on the couch. Miss Gina, what are you doing here? I thought I'd stop by and surprise you.
Miss Gina was telling me how great you've been doing at work.
And your dad came up with a wonderful idea. He's going to host a big event at our restaurant. He's inviting all his new clients and his business partners. It's going to be fabulous. Why didn't you tell me your dad was so smart and attractive? My blood ran cold. All I could think about was Miss Gina stealing from Dad's rich clients. What if she got caught? What if she started stealing from my dad? What if she stole his heart? Maybe that's not such a good idea. Don't be silly. Oh my, I'm so thirsty. Could you be a dear and get me something to drink? As soon as Dad left the room, Miss G whispered, "Don't you ruin this for me. We've hit the jackpot. I won't help you cheat my dad's clients." Oh, it's too late for that. If I go down, you go down too. Your name's on the accounting statements, and if the police get their hands on those records, you'll be in far more trouble than me. I had a really bad feeling, so I rushed out of there and headed straight to the restaurant. As far as I knew, I did nothing wrong. All I did was keep track of the receipts, but as I looked at the numbers, things weren't adding up. I noticed that Miss Gina had been stealing our clients' credit card information, charging them for bogus items, and depositing the extra money into a secret account, and she'd been doing it under my name. I think once she had me sign some lengthy documents, which I now realize were bank papers. I was so busy and distracted at the time. She was right. If I said anything, I was toast. The night of Dad's event, I was on edge. I didn't know what to do. Dad, his clients, and all his business associates had all showed up, and Miss Gina was grinning from ear to ear. I felt sick to my stomach. I couldn't keep lying for Miss Gina, but if I said anything, my whole world could shatter to pieces. As I was cooking, I must not have been paying attention, because out of nowhere, flames went up from the stove. I saw my life flash before my eyes. Hunter darted toward me and pulled me away from the stove. Suddenly, the kitchen erupted into flames. The fire alarm blared, and everyone ran outside. Miss Gina marched up to me, screaming like a banshee. "You did this on purpose. You're trying to ruin me." "No, it was an accident. I swear." "Liar." Then something inside me broke. I couldn't let Miss Gina control me anymore. So I told the truth. "You're right. I am a liar, but not anymore." I told the police all about Miss Gina's stealing and how she tried to blame it all on me. The police conducted an extensive investigation and learned that Miss Gina had done this before. She was wanted in 5 states for running the same scheme but under different names. My record was cleared of any wrongdoing, and Miss Gina was sent to jail.
Why didn't you tell me what was going on? You didn't have to go through this alone.
I didn't want you to get hurt.
So you broke my heart instead?
Yeah, that wasn't the smartest thing to do. Maybe we can start over? But this time, no more lies. Nothing but the truth.
I think we can give that a try.
Hey, I'm Iris from Atlanta, and I'm a triplet. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. While Mom was pregnant, she was told by the doctor that she was having twins, but I popped out right after my brother, making 3 of us, Ileana, Isaac, and me. Dad wasn't around for most of our childhood. He was the assistant vice president at a huge music production company and was always busy with some meeting or event. But Mom showered us with love and attention. She would sing upbeat songs in the morning and hum soothing lullabies each night. Plus, she bought us whatever we wanted with Dad's money. One of my earliest memories was when she gifted us with a karaoke machine as kids. The 3 of us sang all the time, and Mom never got annoyed. Encore! Encore! Sometimes she would join in too. She had a great voice. By 8, my siblings and I were called the Turner Threes, and we had some serious musical talents. Ileana could sing just like Mom. Isaac played great riffs on the guitar, and I rocked out on the drums. One day, the live band that was hired to play at our parents' anniversary party canceled at the last minute. Mom suggested we play, and we did. It was awesome. Soon, the Turner Threes were playing at all the family events. Things stayed pretty entertaining throughout middle school, but then life took an unexpected turn during our freshman year of high school. One day, Ileana, Isaac, and I were relaxing by the pool when we heard a loud thud inside the house. We found Mom unconscious on the floor. It turned out that she had a stroke and would need at least 3 months to recover. Then, Dad lost his job shortly after. The company he worked for lost a massive copyright infringement lawsuit. Dad needed to find work soon to pay for Mom's medical bills and keep the roof over our heads. He took up the first job he could find, freelancing as an agent for local musicians. One evening, Dad invited a client over for a business meeting who overheard the 3 of us practicing our music. I heard him ask Dad about the music coming from down the hall.
My kids have a band thing, just for family events.
The client requested to hear more of our songs and suggested Dad help us book bigger shows.
They're pretty good. If you set up their career now, they'll have some real financial independence in the future.
For the first time, Dad took interest in our music and took his client's advice. And soon we were playing at cafes, restaurants, and private events. We weren't making much, but it was a start. Dad didn't have the same positive attitude, though, especially as Mom's recovery was taking a while. The bills were never ending, and his savings were running low. He was always in a sour mood and fell into a deep depression. But despite her health issues, Mom kept cheering us on. Keep playing. Keep sharing your talent. So we stayed consistent. Thankfully, by our junior year of high school, the Turner Threes got more popular. We had enough gigs to keep the house and help Mom medically. But Dad was so depressed that he stopped work altogether. He barely left his man cave. Halfway through the school year, extracurricular activities began taking up a lot of time. Ileana excelled in her studies and joined the AP Physics Club to get a head start on college credit. Isaac was naturally gifted at baseball and became co-captain. And I was one of the best actresses in the theater class. Oh, happy dagger, this is thy sheath. It was getting harder trying to balance school, shows, and home finances, and it seemed like the Turner Threes' differences were splitting us apart.
I think you should sing at a higher pitch.
Baseball puns? Seriously? I don't need advice from you. This band would be nothing without me. You're not that special, Ileana. I have Mom's voice. What do you have? The arguments were getting ridiculous. Then one day, we got invited to a music competition. First place would get $10,000. I was over the moon, but Ileana, I have a test to study for, and I can't afford to mess up my 4.0 streak for some songs. Some songs? Our music has been keeping the bills paid. But Ileana was adamant. Isaac and I went to the competition anyway and tried to make do with what we had. We were practicing in our room backstage and trying to sing together, but we just couldn't hit the right key. Just then, we heard a voice behind us. I could sing, if you want. I turned around, and a girl with a blue afro and a turtleneck was leaning against the door. And you are Kat. Kat was apparently the only child of the venue owner. I never get to perform, but it sounds like you two could use some extra help.
You can't just barge in here and join our band.
Maybe she can help, Isaac. Why don't you sing something for us, Kat? Kat opened her mouth to sing, and the voice that came out was horrible.
Is this girl serious?
I couldn't believe such a hideous voice came from such a gorgeous girl. Let's just say nails on a chalkboard sound better. We're on in 10 minutes, and this is what we've got? I need some air. Frantic, I left the room. The view from the balcony was relaxing. I remembered the melody Mom hummed to us as kids and started to sing along to it to calm down faster. Your voice is good. I turned around and saw Kat walking toward me. You know, you could just sing and this entire
your problem could be fixed, right? And you don't need to sing with Isaac. He's holding you back. And I could play a simple beat on the drums. I promise. I'm better at drums than singing. I mean, I had trouble trusting her after her horrible audition, but maybe it was the only option we had right now. So we decided to follow Kat's plan. Isaac stayed on the guitar, Kat got on the drums, which she was surprisingly not bad at, and I stepped up in front of the mic. To our surprise, the crowd loved our performance. We got second place with a cash reward of $5,000, which was great. And we were invited back in 3 months for the next showcase. Later, on my way to our backstage room, I found Ileana waiting in the hall. I was so mad to see her there. You're bold to show up here, considering you were willing to let us fail. We're the Turner 2s now, Ileana. I wanted to make her feel bad, but what she said shocked me. Good, you've got that sorted out, because I'm leaving the band permanently. What? She explained she wanted to dedicate herself to her studies, and the band was taking too much of her time. This pays the bills. What about Mom? A real job with a real degree also pays the bills. I need to focus on college so I can have a better future and also take care of our parents. Both Mom and Dad didn't graduate from college, and look where they are now. That's not fair, Ileana. Mom is sick. Education won't stop you from getting sick. Plus, Dad had a good job. Life happens. Well, I'd rather have my education to fall back on when accidents happen. Plus, education will give me the job I need to pay for medical expenses if I get sick. And with that, she stormed out. At the music showcase after party, I found myself sitting alone outside. I hadn't even broken the bad news to Isaac yet. Soon after, Kat joined me, asking why I looked so worried. And I ended up spilling everything about our family problems and Ileana's selfishness. Sorry you're going through all that. Why don't you take your mind off of it for a bit and enjoy your win for a few hours? So we went back inside, and I was glad for the distraction. There were CEOs, music producers, and of course, super attractive celebrities. One woman came up to me and introduced herself as Riza, and then she pulled out a contact card and shoved it into my hand. You've got some raw talent. The world needs to see it. Sounds like something my mom would say. Your mom sounds like a smart woman. Since there was no changing Ileana's mind, we recruited Kat as a permanent member of our band. With practice, she got better on the drums, and we quickly fell into sync. We continued participating in competitions Riza signed us up for, and making money. And Kat and I grew super close. We painted each other's nails. I love this color. Shared clothes? Wow. Do you only wear turtlenecks? Did each other's hair? A high puff looks so good on you. And I love the middle part on you. Plus, Kat and Mom hit it off. She even met Dad one time and didn't judge how scruffy he looked or acted. But Ileana didn't like her at all. Anytime she saw Kat, she would glare at her from across the room and then go off in the opposite direction. I'd become so annoyed with Ileana that I tried to get Kat to help me prank her. I typed up a fake acceptance letter to a prestigious university and slipped it under her door. Kat didn't approve, but I did it anyway. Ileana was so excited when she saw the letter, it was comical. When I told her it was fake, her happy bubble popped. Honestly, it felt good seeing her get humbled, but Kat was clearly disappointed in me. We were hanging in the kitchen before practice one night when Ileana walked in. Hey, how was it at the library? But Ileana just made her way to her room without even acknowledging Kat, and she kept behaving like that all the time. One day, Kat and I were keeping Mom company at the hospital for her checkup when Ileana randomly showed up. Oh, I didn't expect to see her here. Hey, Ileana. Of course, Ileana pushed past Kat and went straight to Mom. It made things so awkward. Even the nurse looked uncomfortable. Mom, how are you doing? Honey, I think Kat said hi to you. Ileana looked Kat up and down, rolled her eyes, and continued talking to Mom. I was so fed up with her. I couldn't take it anymore. What is wrong with you? Kat has helped this family stay afloat by joining the band, and that's how you treat her? I was so angry I could feel my face burning. Calm down, Iris. Yeah, Iris, this isn't the time or place. Let's get some air. What is this turtleneck-wearing weirdo even doing here? And I don't owe her anything. She didn't join the band to help our family. She just did it because she was some friendless loser. I lunged at Ileana, but the nurses came between us. Kat grabbed me by my arm quickly and dragged me out of the room. We went for a walk and then sat down on some swings so I could breathe. You're still fuming. She's just so
so rude. And since she's my sister, I'll yell back unapologetically. Kat stopped swinging and turned to me with a serious look. She lowered her turtleneck and held up a dainty necklace with a locket. This is my brother Austin. I thought you were an only child. Now I am. Austin got into a car accident with my mom when he was 10. Mom made it. He didn't. What? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Why didn't you ever say anything? I don't like to talk about it because I feel guilty. Why? She explained how much she and her brother argued a lot growing up. They would fight over who would use the bathroom first, who would get the biggest slice of cake. Yeah, but that's normal sibling stuff. Before he left the house the morning of the accident, we got into a screaming fest over some video game. The last thing I said to him was that life would be better if he just didn't exist. Kat's eyes started watering. I felt horrible for everything she'd experienced, including the drama with me and Ileana. I've been so focused on being angry and making money, I've let it ruin my relationship with Ileana. The good thing is that you realized arguments aren't always worth it. A few weeks passed, and Mom was recovering well at home. I also asked Riza to help find Dad a job, and she actually got him an interview. Things were looking up, but even though I made an effort to stop arguing with Ileana, we still weren't talking. One evening, Kat, Isaac, and I were heading to a gig when Ileana got home. She walked past us silently, but I told Kat and Isaac to go sit in the car, and I followed her. Wait, can we talk, please? Like normal people? I miss you. Ileana turned around. Tears were streaming down her face. I miss you too, Iris. If singing isn't your passion anymore, it's totally okay. It was wrong of me to be mad at you for that, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. I was overwhelmed with school, and then I got really jealous of Kat. Yeah, I don't want to do music anymore, but I felt like I got replaced really quickly. You're my sister. No one can come in the middle of that. Now how about you drop studying for one night and come see us perform? I'd love that. When I was little, I was convinced my dad was the president of the country, maybe even the world. He was just that busy, always in a meeting or on a plane or about to hop onto an urgent call. Whenever he'd be rushing off with a head pat and Mom saw my sad face, she'd just say, "Don't cry, Abby. How about we send Daddy off with a smile instead of tears? That way, he knows we're proud of him." Turns out, he was just the president of his own company. And whatever his reasons, eventually I just got used to him hardly being around. Not even when I was 14 and Mom got really sick. Not even when she slipped into a coma and the house fell too quiet. And when Dad announced a few months later that his girlfriend Kimberly, who looked closer to my age than his, was moving in, I didn't cry or make a fuss. When he wasn't working, he was out, somewhere with her, and I was alone at home, which was nothing new. But soon after I turned 17, my whole world flipped upside down when I found out, on the news by the way, that Dad got arrested for embezzling millions of dollars. I had no idea where he was being held. Kimberly vanished faster than her credit card limit at a Louis Vuitton sale, and none of my friends came to visit. But a social worker turned up soon.
I'm sorry, sweetheart, but we tried Kimberly, your aunt, even a few of your father's friends, but no one on his side is able to take you in right now. Your mom's parents, however, are more than happy to. The only thing is, they live overseas.
Yeah, in Thailand. I'm not moving to the other side of the planet.
I understand it's a lot of changes, but you don't have any other relatives. Either way, it'll take a few months for the paperwork. So, for now, you'll be placed in foster care.
And just like that, in one night, I went from a private jet designer clothes kind of girl to a foster kid whose whole life fit into a couple of cardboard boxes. After hours of driving, we finally reached some middle-of-nowhere town at 3 a.m. We turned down a creepy forest path and stopped at a tiny house with the lights on. A suspiciously cheerful woman stood outside, and behind her, a boy squinted at me like I was going to steal his snacks.
Hello, Abigail. I'm Jadis, and this is Ezra. He's been in foster care for a while. Can we call you Abby?
Only my friends call me Abby.
Got it. Well, let me show you to your bedroom. You must be exhausted.
More like completely dead inside. I curled up in bed, but I just couldn't fall asleep. I don't know if it was the cramped room or the fact that I found a bunch of cheap crystals shoved under the old mattress. But once I tossed them out, I finally managed to doze off. I woke up around noon, feeling disoriented.
Good afternoon, sleepyhead. Must have been the crystals I put under your mattress. They never fail.
In daylight, I realized the house wasn't just tiny. It was weird. The kitchen was a jungle of odd plants. The dining table was buried under books in unrecognizable languages. And 4 cats were staring at me like they knew something I didn't. One of them, I'm not even sure was a cat. When I got back to my room, I found Jadis folding my clothes on the floor. My designer clothes!
I've enrolled you in the public school here. Are these the only outfits you have?
Yeah? Something wrong with them? She shook her head, but the next morning, I understood why she'd asked. Everyone at school looked like they had rolled straight out of bed. Like, do these people not have TikTok? No way they're that poor. They've definitely got Wi-Fi. But the longer the day dragged on, the more it felt like I was the one completely out of touch. I tried to ignore the giggles and side eyes, but then I heard this gem.
Dude, isn't she the daughter of that billionaire guy who stole, like, oceans of cash?
I was so embarrassed that the second I got home, I marched straight into my room and slammed the door behind me.
Everything okay? Your grandparents called today. They really want to talk to you, Abby.
Don't call me that.
She's just throwing a tantrum. First-timers always do. Let her cry it out.
That smug little gremlin. I jumped off the bed and yanked the door open. Who do you think you're talking about? I'm not some stray off the street like you.
Abigail, that's enough. We don't yell in this house. You owe Ezra.
At least I know what I am. You're just a rich, clueless girl who thinks she's better than the rest of us. But let's face it, you're here because your dad didn't care enough about you and no one else wanted to clean up the mess he left behind.
You little... I lunged at him and we went full WWE until Jadis jumped in. Don't ever talk about my dad again. He's a good person. You'll see. You'll all see. I slammed the door hard, but an hour later, there was a soft knock, and Jadis walked in with a plate of cookies.
Fresh from the oven. Do you think we can talk?
What? You think if you send some cookies and warm smiles my way, I'll spill my life story to you and we'll become best friends?
Oh no, Sweet Pea, I'm here to help you.
That's what everyone says. The cops, the social worker, and now you. But so far, everyone's failing miserably.
Let me rephrase that. I can help your father if you believe he deserves a second chance. Do you really think your dad is a good person?
I knew Dad wasn't perfect, and all the evidence mounting up against him wasn't looking good. But yeah, I didn't really believe he was a criminal. Of course I do. She pulled out a golden pocket watch.
You get 3 chances, that's all. You can go back as far as you want. Days, months, years. Just not before you were born. So choose wisely.
And then she just walked out. I stared at the pocket watch she'd left on the bed. And suddenly, all I felt was rage. This was her idea of helping me? I grabbed it and chucked it against the wall. It bounced off and fell to the floor with a clink. But then it started glowing from inside. A soft, golden pulse flickered from the seams. I picked it up cautiously, and the lid snapped open on its own. Inside wasn't a regular clock face. Instead, there was a flickering digital display in the center. Beneath that, a small metal dial rotated smoothly, like it was waiting for me to decide. Wait, so what Jadis had said about going back in time? There was no way this was real, right? But then I thought about everything I'd lost. My dad, my house, my friends, my whole life. Maybe, ridiculous as it seemed, it was worth a try. I turned the dial back to a week earlier, took a deep breath, and pressed the glowing button. And suddenly, I felt like I was being yanked down. The room twisted into a blur of light and color, and when everything came to a halt, I realized I was back in my room. My real room, with my lavender walls, my plush rug, and my wall of designer shoes. I just sat there in shock until I heard voices downstairs. Wait, did someone buy this house already? But then, the voices started to sound familiar. No way! Dad? In the kitchen, I found Dad and Kimberly mid-makeout session. I ran straight to Dad, pushed Kimberly aside, and hugged him tight.
Abigail, what are you doing here? Weren't you at school?
I'm not going back to that new school. It was awful. Just let me stay. I won't tell anyone you escaped prison and came here.
Escaped prison? And what new school?
She looks upset about something. Give her your credit card, babe.
Ugh, Kimberly. His accounts are probably all frozen by now.
Huh? Why would my accounts be frozen?
Because of the money embezzlement case?
What? Me? Embezzling money? Sounds like someone had a bad dream. I promise you, even if your dad was doing that, he'd never get caught. Now, how about that shopping trip Kimberly mentioned? I've got to head to the office.
So, it was all a dream? Jada's, the foster home, Dad getting arrested? It all felt so real. But when I got into the car on the way to the mall, I felt Jadas's gold watch in my pocket. Did I just travel back in time for real?
Sorry, miss. Didn't catch that.
Nothing. Take me to my dad's office, please. I'd never been there before, so after an FBI-level interrogation at the front desk, I was allowed to go up with a security guard. The second the elevator doors opened, I knew something was off. The whole floor felt really tense. Phones ringing off the hook, people typing on their keyboards like maniacs, a woman sobbing silently at her desk. Just then, a man holding a stack of folders came rushing down the hallway, and I bumped into him, sending papers flying everywhere.
Look what you've done! Who let this idiot up in the office? Do you think this is a place for a moron teenager to be wandering around?
The security guard said something in his ear, and the man instantly turned white, dropping to his knees.
Oh, my God. I'm so sorry, miss. I had no idea you were the boss's daughter. Please forgive me. I'm a worm. A worthless worm. There's a spot on your shoe. Would you like me to clean it?
What the heck was happening? After I'd calmed the man down and reached Dad's office, I found him yelling at some employee. When he noticed me in the doorway, he waved at the woman to leave like she was some annoying fly. Gosh, he was clearly a terror around here, and I was already scared to say what I'd come to say.
Well, this is rare. Since when does my daughter take an interest in my work?
I need you to be honest with me, Dad. Don't ask me how or where I heard this, but people are saying things about you embezzling money. I know you'd never do something like that, right? He just seemed really annoyed and kept asking me where I'd heard such a crazy thing. Obviously, I had no good answer. What was I gonna say? That I'd traveled back from the future? Eventually, he got tired and sent me home escorted by 2 bodyguards so they could keep tabs on what I was watching or who I was talking to. By now, I was beginning to feel convinced he was lying to me. And those bodyguards were everywhere. They even ate with me, watched reality TV with me, and stood guard in my bedroom while I slept. But the worst part was when they came with me to school. And obviously, questions followed. Did you try to run away? Fall in love with the gardener?
Careful, Abby. Make your dad mad and he might cut off your credit card.
I just felt angry and sad. I couldn't tell them the truth. And worse, they couldn't even sense on their own that I was going through something big. Dad, on the other hand, was avoiding me like I was carrying a subpoena. And then came the day of the arrest. I ran to him as he was heading out for brunch with Kimberly. Please, Dad, you have to listen to me. They're coming to arrest you today. Turn yourself in. If you do it voluntarily, the sentence will be lighter. Think about me. Think about my future. He actually paused, and his face went pale. But Kimberly just looped her arm through his and dragged him away. And that evening, I got the news. Apparently, I freaked Dad out so much, he panicked, stuffed a bunch of cash into a golf bag, and tried to flee the country. Tried being the key word. He didn't even make it past airport security. So, yeah, now his sentence was way, way worse. Great job, me. Time travel mission number 1? Totally nailed it. I just sat in the living room, staring at the wall. Then I felt that weird pull again, and the next thing I knew, I was back in that little room at Jadis's house. I stormed out looking for her, my heart pounding. Instead, I found Ezra in the kitchen, eating lunch and casually reading some bizarre book.
Oh hey, you're back. Your grandparents called again, by the way.
Where is Jadis? I need to talk to her.
She's out of town for a few days.
What? But I messed everything up. I made things worse, and I don't know what to do now. She has to tell me how I can make it better the next time.
If you ask me, you're just wasting your time.
Good thing I'm not asking you then. She's a witch, isn't she? All the weird plants and those cats.
Everyone thinks Salem's a cat at first. Honestly, even I don't know what he is.
Who is everyone? Ezra told me Jadis had taken in foster kids for years. Most of them eventually moved on to new families or adult life, except for Ezra, who stayed and became her apprentice.
Sorry for what I said earlier. I just get tired of seeing kids like you show up, acting all sure of yourselves, and then getting your hearts broken. Again and again.
My heart didn't get broken. I just kinda blew it. But next time, I'll get it right.
Maybe think about what matters most before you play time god again.
What could possibly matter more than stopping my dad from getting arrested?
Liking this video and subscribing to MSA. Kidding. Obviously not more important than saving your dad, but still important.
Already did, genius. Keep up. Ugh. Boys are annoying. Clearly, he wasn't going to help, and I couldn't wait around for days for Jadis. The next morning, I borrowed clothes from Ezra and dressed like a total disaster. Public school chic. I figured I'd survive the day, try to work out what point in time I had to go back to, and reset my life by afternoon. But then, during lunch, a group of kids walked up to me.
Hey, we just wanted to say sorry. Some people have been saying stuff about you that's not cool. Everyone's got family drama.
We're gonna go get ice cream after school. You should come.
It was the first time since everything fell apart that someone looked at me like a person instead of a headline. Thanks, really, but I can't today. I'll come another time. They nodded and walked off, although, if I got this second trip right, there wasn't gonna be another time. That night, I sat on my bed with my laptop, combing through every article about my dad's case. I found something in a financial report the police had released. The earliest suspicious transaction was flagged 3 years ago. It was some months after Mom had fallen into a coma, and right when Kimberly first slithered into our lives. So that's when I had to go back, a little before he ended up making some really poor choices. When I landed back in my room, the walls were bubblegum pink, and there were BTS posters taped on every wall. I turned to the mirror. Braces, uneven bangs, and a zit forming right between my eyebrows. Yep, that's me at 14, all right. Let's do this. Just then, a maid knocked on my door, saying my dad wanted to see me downstairs. And I found Dad standing in the living room, next to a woman who looked like she just walked off the set of a reality show called Gold Diggers of Beverly Hills. Ugh.
Abby, sweetheart, this is Kimberly. She's a special friend. I know you miss your mom, but just know she's not here to replace her.
Hi, Annabelle. It's so nice to finally meet you. And I'm definitely not looking to be your mom, so you have nothing to worry about.
I'd apparently traveled right back to the day when I first met her. And just as I remembered, that evening we went to some overpriced restaurant together which basically felt like me third wheeling on their date. But the real show started when Kimberly invited me to the bathroom with her. She spotted a diamond ring on the edge of the sink, and she just slipped it on.
Ooh, look at that. It fits me like a dream.
Shouldn't you give it to the restaurant staff? Someone probably forgot it here and they might come back for it.
Sweetheart, if we hand it over, you think the staff won't pocket it themselves? And come on, have you seen the people who come here? Whoever left this probably has a yacht full of rings like this. Rich people don't even notice when stuff goes missing. Trust me, I know.
The first time around, I'd been shocked by her behavior, but I'd just stayed quiet. Not this time, though. Back at home, I messaged one of Dad's old assistants who freelanced as a private investigator. And 24 hours later, I had Kimberly's rap sheet, a stack of petty theft charges, and a dating history that looked like the Forbes billionaire list. She's been arrested for shoplifting 5 times. She's not just a thief, she's a bad one.
Yes, I know all about that. She told me. She was young and impulsive, and she didn't grow up with money like you. But those days are behind her now.
Right, because people just get over these things. I didn't have proof yet, but something told me Kimberly definitely planted criminal ideas in Dad's head. My plan this time had 2 parts. One was to stick to Dad like glue. If we got closer, he'd be more scared to get into a life of crime and potentially ruin my future, right? And the second part was Operation Break Up Dad and Kimberly. So I tagged along with them everywhere. Every date, launch party, and charity gala. But I also tried to make her life with us a living hell. I threw her cigarettes in the trash, the toilet, and one time into the blender in her green smoothie. And when they got mad at me, I put on my best Bambi eyes. I'm just trying to protect her. What if she drops dead? Or worse, gets 4 headlines? She's already 2 bad selfies away from looking 60. Then came Dad's birthday. I tracked down his ex from college and invited her to his birthday party. I sat by her, talked to her, followed her around, and then, right within earshot of Kimberly, I called her Mom. Wow, did I just call someone I barely know Mom? That kinda slipped out. I mean, it's not like I'd ever say that to Kimberly. Some connections are just instant. But my friends at school just couldn't understand why I wanted Kimberly gone.
She seems young and cool, and your dad's happy. So what if she spends his money? Don't you? Honestly, we're kind of overhearing you complain about how much you hate her.
When I get back to my real life, I'm definitely not keeping in touch with these 2. I knew eventually she'd try to convince Dad to send me off to some boarding school, so I made sure I had plenty of heartfelt moments with him. Dad, I ordered you sushi again with my allowance because you're the best dad in the entire world.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart, for ordering me sushi for the 36th time this month.
Because you work so hard and never get mad at me. You're my hero. We'll always be together, right?
Of course, honey. You know I'd never let anything come between us.
Obviously. I know you think about me in everything you do and everywhere you go. And it seemed to work. It was obvious Kimberly was getting increasingly pissed off by me. Then one Sunday morning, when Dad and I were having breakfast on the terrace, Kimberly strolled out and unrolled her Pilates mat to find something written on it in glitter glue. Gold Digger Barbie. And she snapped.
I've just had it! I can't live like this anymore!
Like what?
Like this. With her breathing down our necks every second and messing up my life. She replaced my collagen powder with powdered sugar. She made my shampoo smell like tuna. She's a little demon and I hate her. You have to choose now. It's me or her.
If I have to choose, it'll obviously be Abigail.
Kimberly screamed and stormed off. And when she left the house, he didn't go after her. He picked me. He also became the world's most charitable man, founding his own nonprofits for children, the sick, the elderly, the poor, and even animals. All I had to do now was make sure no future gold digger dragged him back into crime. But then, I got home from school one day, and guess who was waiting for me in the living room? That annoying social worker! Again! Turns out, all those charities he started? Yeah, some of the money did go to the people who needed it, but most of it went straight into his own pocket. So it wasn't Kimberly who was the bad influence after all? I didn't get much time to think about it, though, because the next thing I knew, I was yanked straight back to Jadis's couch. Ezra was leaning on the hall doorway, staring at me.
Let me guess. Didn't work?
I hated that idiot so much. Of course, I wasn't about to give up. Jadis was back, and I really needed her advice on how to get it right the third time.
Later, sweetie. Ezra's mom is coming to visit soon, and we just don't have time for time travel right now, okay?
Ezra's mom was dressed in knockoff everything, drenched in drugstore perfume, and a full 70% of her hair was definitely extensions. From what I gathered, she'd been in and out of jail for a lot of petty thefts.
I get it. You want to stay with Jadis, but if you ever want to come back to me, I can give you a good home. I know I've said that before, but this time it's different. I've really changed.
Ezra didn't look too convinced, and she left about an hour later. You didn't have to be so cold to your mom. She came all the way out to this stupid place to see you. I get that she's done bad things, but she doesn't seem like a bad person. You could have at least given her a chance.
Look who's talking! The girl who ignores her grandparents. She always says, "This time she's changed, Abigail, and I've given her way more than 3 chances." Learn the pattern. People like her and your dad, they don't change. They just get sneakier.
The next day, I meant to plan my final time travel mission, but after how badly the last one flopped, I needed a distraction. So when my new friends invited me out for ice cream again, I actually said yes. On the way back, we passed the old playground in town, and one of the girls suggested we clean off the graffiti from the swings and benches. So we did. When I got home late, Jadis didn't scold me. She just smiled and said she was glad to see me having fun. That night, though, I couldn't sleep. I'd spent the whole day making friends instead of trying to save my dad. Warning him about the arrest hadn't worked. Removing Kimberly or getting closer didn't stop him. So what was I supposed to do? And then a thought hit me so hard, I sat up straight in bed. Mom! I'd been so focused on fixing Dad's life and mine. Why hadn't I used the watch to go back to her? I'd give anything to have more time with her. Maybe I could even talk to her about all this. If there was some way to make Dad stop, she'd know. The next morning, I ran straight to Jadis. I want to use my last jump now. I want to go back to when I was 13, a year before Mom got sick. She studied me for a second.
Just remember, Abby, some things aren't meant to be changed. So focus on what's worth holding on to.
I will. I twisted the dial. The world spun. And when it stopped, I was back in my old bedroom. Yeah, definitely 13 with my weird haircut. I ran out of the room, barely able to breathe. I was gonna see Mom again. As I looked for her around the house, I heard some quiet voices from the garden, and I crept closer.
James, I really don't like this.
It's nothing serious, just moving money around. A little here, a little offshore.
This is exactly the kind of thing that gets people arrested. You swore you were done with this back before we even got married. I froze. But you never really stopped, did you?
This is different. I'm doing it for us. For Abigail.
You're not doing it for us. You're doing it for you. Just like you did when you cheated with that woman. What was her name? Kimberly? Amberly?
Why would you bring that up now? It was ages ago.
You lied then, and you're lying now. I didn't need to hear more. He'd been doing shady things since forever.
And Mom knew. She'd tried to stop him. But Ezra was right. Dad was always like this. and he always would be. Why had I spent 2 time jumps on someone who totally didn't deserve it? Now, all I had to do was hold on to the one person who truly mattered. So I blinked back the tears, ran outside, and flung my arms around Mom.
Abigail, are you okay?
There's my girl.
No, I just want to be with Mom. After that, I didn't let Dad get anywhere near me. Not that he tried much. He was barely ever home. I knew there was nothing I could do to stop what was coming a year later. Mom's disease was a genetic condition, and no early checkup could have prevented it. All I could do was make sure we had the time of our lives while she was still healthy. I told her I wanted to cook together, and she taught me her mom's best recipes. We took pottery classes and made hideous faces. She even tried a salsa class with me. We were both terrible and knocked over the instructor. We took a train to the coast and ate so much seafood we almost grew gills. We had a beautiful year of sunsets and silly movies and lovely trips, all on Dad's credit card, of course. And when she started getting sick, I always stayed close, reading with her in the garden, brushing her hair, letting her fall asleep on my shoulder. One afternoon, as we sat in the sun, she looked over at me.
I didn't think I'd be saying this so soon, but you've grown up fast. Abby, if anything ever happens to me, and you don't feel safe or happy here with your dad always busy, I want you to go stay with my parents, please. You'll like them, and they'll take good care of you.
I will. I promise. Mom, can I ask you something?
Of course.
Do you think Dad's a good person?
She blinked at that, caught off guard. He's not perfect, not even close, but he's still your dad, and I hope someday you'll be able to forgive him, even if he's not always been there the way he should have.
The next day, Mom slipped into a coma. A bunch of relatives I'd never even met showed up at the house, but the second they left, Dad ditched me with the house staff. When he came back a week later, I was waiting for him in the study. For Mom's sake, I would give him one last chance. Dad, I know you've been moving money around in shady ways for years. You've gotten away with it so far, but I promise it's gonna catch up with you, and you'll regret it more than anything. Also, I know you've been cheating on Mom with Kimberly for a long time. Don't bother denying it. Just know that when everything in your life falls apart, she'll drop you like a hot potato. She doesn't love you, and she never will. Dad stared at me in shock, and then he looked furious.
What is all this nonsense? Did your mother tell you to say all this to me?
No, I saw it in the future. I've been there because of this. I know it sounds crazy, but...
What the heck is this? What games are you playing? You think this is funny?
And then he lunged forward and grabbed the watch from me. Don't! But Dad had already slammed it on the floor and then stomped on it, and I heard a sickening crunch. He stormed off furiously as I knelt by the watch in panic. No. If this was broken, I'd be stuck here for 3 more years with him. But just then, there was a flicker, and the shattered interface lit up. Please work. I pressed the glowing button. And just like that, the world blurred, and I was back in Jadis's kitchen. Jadis smiled at me, while Ezra didn't even look up from his book. But I ran to him and gave him a hug. You're not that dumb, huh? The next day, I finally answered my grandparents' calls and told them I was ready to come stay with them in Thailand. At school, I told my friends I'd be leaving in a few months when my papers were finalized, and by the time I was ready to go, we'd had sleepovers, movie nights, and more scoops of ice cream than I could count. Then, on my last day, as I was busy packing my suitcases, Jadis called out to me excitedly from the living room.
Abby, quick! You've got a phone call!
And when I picked up the phone, my heart nearly jumped out of my chest when a familiar voice came through the other end. Abby, sweetheart, it's Mom. It was all dark and sweaty. My head had been trapped in a black, ew-smelling bag for hours. Finally, they ripped it off. Do you even realize what you've done? Do you know who I am? How dare you kidnap me? I'm Meredith, the heiress to a billion-dollar business that could ruin you and your great-great-grandfathers in their graves? I'm his only precious daughter. And for what? If it's money you want, I'll just call Daddy and have him write you a check that will change your entire lives. Even your great-great-grandfather's lives in their graves. Actually, forget that. I happen to have a blank check in my Gucci bag. I keep one in every purse, for emergencies. You know what? Take the whole bag. It's limited edition. You're welcome.
What happened to your face? Did you dye your hair?
Excuse me? Are you implying I don't look good in every color? But since you asked, no, I'm naturally a redhead. FYI, the rarest hair color on Earth. I actually have 7 hairdressers, one for each day of the week, because I feel different every day. Today was my happy hairdresser. Should have gone with stress.
Boys, I think we got the wrong hostage.
You sure did. And let me tell you.
Shout it. Didn't you have a bodyguard named Carson?
Oh, dear God. Don't remind me. He was too serious and way too attractive. Do you know how humiliating it is when your own bodyguard steals the spotlight? People couldn't focus on me with him around. And worst of all, I used to ask him to match his tie to my dress, and he'd just nod, then show up in a completely different color. I've never experienced such betrayal. So, yep, I fired him 1 week ago. Good riddance.
You stupid fools. You should have taken his current client, not her. Sir, what do we do with her now? Keep her. She seems interesting.
Wow. Since when do people get kidnapped for being interesting? Don't get me wrong, I love compliments, but I'm also rich, special, and absolutely kidnapping worthy. I mean, I'm basically a princess. No, I am a princess.
What about the ex-bodyguard?
Wait, he's here too? Oh, my bags! How—
Keep him with her. He deserves some torture.
Excuse me? FYI, being with me is a privilege. Just then, one of the kidnappers ripped the bag off Carson's head. He looked straight at me, those cold, piercing eyes locking onto mine. And oh my God, he looked fine. How does someone get even hotter in just 1 week?
Hello, milady.
Who even talks like that? We're not in some cheap old romance novel. Carson, my lord. When the kidnappers left, I pulled out my handkerchief and handed it to him.
Ma'am, what am I supposed to do with this?
Wipe the shame off your face? This is all because of you. They knew you were the bodyguard of their target, so they assumed I was the target. Thank God my charm worked on them and they decided to keep me alive. Hopefully they'll realize their mistake and let me go soon.
Straight to the afterlife for sure. Ma'am, these people don't joke. They're an organized, dangerous mafia. They kill their hostages.
Organized my butt? Yeah, real professionals. Kidnapping the wrong person? Honestly, I feel insulted. I expected better kidnappers. When I get out of here, I'll just tell the media they're terrifying and highly skilled to make my story sound more dramatic and unhinged.
We need to escape. I have a plan.
Carson spent days silently watching the guards, memorizing their movements, counting how often they checked on us, finding the blind spots of the camera. Me? I was suffocating, worried, and most importantly, bored. When is this going to end? My poor boyfriend must be suffering. Oh, babe, David, my Day-Day, my sugar pumpkin, my Shayla, my dumpling deluxe. I know you're absolutely inconsolable without me, but this is life, my peekaboo. We must endure, through pain, through hardship, through 1 whole week of separation. Stay strong, my love. Cry into my sweater if you must.
You're still dating that idiot?
Excuse me? Can't you see I'm communicating telepathically with him? And I do not allow you to speak ill of the love of my life, my precious—
Ma'am, be quiet. Someone is coming.
One of the guards, face covered, came in and tossed a tray of food at us.
If I were you, I wouldn't give this Meredith woman any food. It'll give her energy, and she'll keep talking. Ah, women. What can they do besides talking and wasting money?
How dare he? I sprang up to attack, but Carson grabbed my wrist and pulled me back. The guard left laughing like a hyena, and I fumed.
You should have let him keep talking, ma'am. I needed to memorize his voice. He's the weaker one. Our best chance to escape is during his shift.
Well, no need for his voice. His shoe print is unique in this dusty, stupid room. I know these shoes. It's called the B for Boring brand. Ugh, what ugly taste. I wouldn't even let my enemy wear them in their coffin.
That's a very smart observation, ma'am.
Of course it is.
Then we're ready.
That night, I unleashed my Oscar-winning performance. I started wailing in pain, groaning, kicking the floor, and clutching my stomach. At first, the guard ignored me, but I kept going for hours, moaning like a dying goat until he finally snapped and stormed inside. I dragged myself to the corner. Carson had told me it was a blind spot.
Ah! What do you want now?
You were right. We women are useless, just for talking and wasting money. You know what else? Having periods. You know what a period is? Not the lengthy one, the bloody one. Oh, my tummy. It's like I'm pregnant with a baby elephant. He made a face and took a cautious step forward, and I bit his arm. Just transferring the pain of my tummy to your hand. Oh, Mommy, wish you could see your little baby in pain. Give your other arm to bite, sir. It did make me feel better the first time. The guard was now panicking. He was about to push me away when, bam, Carson came out of nowhere, knocking him out cold. I gasped, then clapped my hands. Woohoo! Okay, let's go. But Carson turned to me.
Stay inside.
Excuse me? Yeah, right. Let him go alone while I wait here like a sitting duck? Absolutely not. But just as I tried to follow him, he grabbed my shoulders and said firm and low,
Ma'am, you need to wait here for me.
Oh, why did that sound so attractive? No, bad heart. Wrong man. Carson changed into the guard's clothes and typed the code in without hesitation. He'd memorized it just by watching the guard's fingers move over the keypad. The lock beeped and the door clicked open. From the next room, I heard punches, cursing, furniture breaking, and then silence. Carson reappeared, slightly out of breath, grabbing my wrist.
Let's go.
Wait! I need to get my bag and my heels first. How can I walk in public like this? Carson stared at me like I just asked to adopt a shark.
Ma'am, I have no time for this.
And he threw me over his shoulder and ran. Put me down, you muscular ogre!
No.
And just like that, we were out. We had been walking for hours, and I was exhausted. Hey, Mr. Fighter, why can't I just go home to my mansion?
How sure are you that it's safe there? Maybe they're waiting for you. Maybe showing up will put your entire family in danger. Ma'am, I know these people. We beat them up, we humiliated them. If they don't want ransom anymore, they just want to get their pride back.
Pride, prejudice, pickles. I don't care. At least let me make one phone call. I bet my dad has shut down every company under his name, going on strike to grieve me. I need to tell him I'm alive and that I allow him to keep our businesses running.
There's a public phone at a gas station 5 minutes from here.
When we got to the public phone, I reached into my pockets. Empty. No coins. Ugh. So obviously, I did what any smart, resourceful person would do. I started crying loudly while staring directly at some random guy standing nearby. Maybe he'd take the hint and hand over some change. Carson, clearly confused, just watched, waiting for me to shut up. Oh, I never forget those who helped me. I remember a man once who lent me money when I was in need. And what did I do in return, you ask? I became his girlfriend for 3 hours. He died a few weeks later, and on his grave, he wrote, I spent 30 years on this earth, but I only truly lived for 3 hours. Obviously, he meant the hours he spent with me. Just then, the guy I'd been staring at actually approached us, smirking. Before I could reply, Carson punched him straight in the face.
One punch and some kicking.
The guy stumbled back, wheezing. I quickly stepped between them before Carson actually killed him, and, more importantly, before the guy changed his mind about giving me money. I bent down, snatched the coins from his hand, and he ran off. I turned back to the phone, inserted the coins, and just stood there.
So?
Trying to remember my dad's number.
You don't know your own dad's phone number?
Well, the kidnappers took my phone, and someone didn't let me grab my bag, where, being the responsible person I am, I keep a notebook with all my important contacts. But no, thanks to your, oh, I'm a hero and we should get away fast from the danger, but here we are.
Ma'am.
Wait, I memorized it through a song I made. Hold on, I think it goes like this. ZZ Sack, my first grade crush. Ate glue for a snack, way too much. Z40, left him for N. Oh, what a fate. Stuck with Nate, whose stinky breath I hate. N49. Dumped him for a J. Jonathan. So sweet, so fine, with hair that shined. He stood for 5. 'Cause no number starts with J, obviously, but I liked him enough to have him in the song.
Ma'am, it's fine. I remember your father's number.
He dialed. The moment my dad picked up, I immediately started explaining everything, my voice shaking through my sobs. But then, his voice came through the line, and it sent a chill down my spine.
You need to disappear. Now.
And then he hung up. We sat in the park, and I just stared off into space, completely lost in thought. Carson must have noticed, because he spoke up.
Ma'am, how about we...
Who does he think he is, being all secretive and mysterious? Oh, you need to disappear, now! What is this, Breaking Bad? Should I start cooking in an RV and going bald for dramatic effect? Does he think I have a plan for this? What am I supposed to do now? Is he ever gonna look for me? Should I try calling him again? How am I even stuck in all this?
Ma'am, we don't know anything for sure, but what I do know is that we need to lay low. We can't use any of our real documents. We need new IDs, passports, everything. I know a guy who can help.
Why are you doing all this for me? You could just leave me to figure it out on my own.
Ma'am, I used to be your bodyguard, and honestly, it wouldn't sit right with me to just leave you to an unknown fate.
He hesitated before continuing.
I have a suggestion. You might not like it, but it's the best option until we figure things out.
I narrowed my eyes. Oh no. What is it?
We need to get married.
Excuse me?
A married couple attracts no suspicion. It gives us a reason to live together, travel together, and stay under the radar. It's the safest cover.
Oh, I'm not confused anymore. Of course, you want to marry me. And how exactly are you going to introduce me? Meet my wife? Ma'am Meredith?
First, you won't be Meredith. You'll need a new name. Something cute. Maybe Sally or Emily.
FYI, my name means great ruler. It suits me perfectly, thank you very much. And if we're picking new names, I've already decided on yours. Apollos.
I think I'll stick with something normal.
Then, in a more serious tone, he explained why this was the best move.
If we're married, I'll be legally tied to you. That means if anything happens, I can step in without raising suspicions. You'll be safer that way.
After some debating, we finally settled on Sally for me and Adam for Carson. Carson reached out to his contact, who arranged everything for us, including fake IDs and papers. He even lent Carson some money to help us get on our feet. And just like that, I went from kidnapped heiress to Miss Sally Nobody in a single day. Sadly, I had to dye my natural red hair and wear lenses. I went with blonde and blue. Classic disguise chic. On our first day in this painfully boring neighborhood, a girl with wild hair came running straight toward us. She looked about my age, maybe younger, but definitely chaotically adorable.
OMG, you're so pretty. And your man, God, like straight out of a romantic movie. Girl. I'm Abby, by the way. And I'm about to be the best friend you ever had.
Oh, I don't like friends.
Me neither.
then we should be friends.
Yeah, we already have something in common in the first 3 seconds of meeting. Imagine in 3 minutes.
Totally. I'm Sally. Want to come in for a cup of matcha?
Did you say matcha? 2 things in common? God, I love you.
I love you too. By the way, this is my husband, Adam. But it's just a lavender marriage. We don't love each other. He's gay. He's like a sister to me.
Oh my God. So sweet of you to protect him like that. So sweet. Just like me. I'm sweet too. 3 things in common.
Just then, Carson grabbed my wrist and yanked me aside, his jaw tight.
Ma'am, what are you doing?
Well, she's going to notice we don't kiss or hug, and she'll get suspicious. That was me thinking ahead. Thank me later. Life was hard. I missed my family and my boyfriend. Carson wasn't bad, but things were always formal with him. He, of course, slept on the couch. He had loosened up a little, but he was still serious and boring. At least I had this girl Abby, wild enough to make up for it. Until one day, someone knocked on the door. Carson opened it, and there stood David. Without hesitation, Carson lunged forward, yanked him inside, and shut the door behind him, quickly scanning the area before locking it. Then, like a World War general interrogating a captured spy, he fired off questions.
How did you get in here? Did anyone see you? Did you tell anyone where you were going?
Hey, let the man breathe. I called him. I missed him.
Ma'am, what? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? It's not just reckless, it's stupid.
Hey, don't talk to her like that. Show respect, bro.
Carson's entire face twitched. Then, without another word, he grabbed David by the collar and lifted him like he was a grocery bag.
How about you shut up and speak only when spoken to?
Hey, Carson, put him down. That's my boyfriend. He's fragile. He has feelings. Carson sighed, rubbing his face like he was trying to physically push the frustration away. He was equal parts furious and disappointed, and he took a moment to gather himself before speaking.
You bringing him here? Your boyfriend? To our house? We're married.
On freaking paper? Look, I appreciate everything you're doing for me. I really do. But I missed him. I've always had a boyfriend. I don't know how to function without one. And I trust David. So please, relax.
Yeah, man. Chill.
Carson shot David a glare so sharp it could cut steel. Then, with a sudden jerk, he lunged forward, startling David so badly that he let out a pathetic yelp and sprinted behind me, grabbing my arm like I was a human shield. Carson allowed David to visit twice a week. Days passed, life grew more boring, and Carson grew more cautious. Ugh, Carson, I'm dying of boredom. I've counted all the ceiling cracks. Twice.
Ma'am, I told you to find a hobby.
Oh, I did. And like you, it involves us. We've been invited to a neighborhood dinner, a little welcome to the neighborhood thing. It's this Saturday. It'll be so cute. We'll blend in, meet people, and act like a normal couple.
We are not a normal couple.
Details. Just wear something nice, Apollos.
It's Adam, ma'am, and we're not going.
How dare you? Are you trying to make us look suspicious? If we don't go, people will think we're murderers. Or worse, antisocial. Carson sighed and muttered something under his breath. The backyard was decorated with fairy lights, the smell of barbecue filling the air. Families laughed, kids ran around, and we were stuck at the picnic table of doom. Across from us sat 2 suburban couple extraordinaires, the Sharps.
So, Adam and Sally, how'd you two meet?
I opened my mouth. Carson opened his mouth. And we said completely different things. Oh, it was fate. Love at first sight. He saw me in a coffee shop and boom, instant obsession. Silence. The Sharps exchanged a look.
Oh.
And how long have you been together?
4 years. Another silence.
Well, that's sweet. And how did he propose?
Oh, it was so romantic. A candlelit dinner, a rooftop view. He cried a little.
I did what?
Yes, you cried. You were overwhelmed by my beauty. You're just too emotionally stunted to remember, Mr. Cold Heart.
She's right. I was emotional. I mean, who wouldn't be? After all, she had spent years searching for me.
What?
You see, she once visited a psychic who told her she'd meet the love of her life, a man whose name starts with C. And from that moment on, she searched for me. Every cafe, every street, every parking lot. The moment she laid eyes on me, she said, "What was it again, darling?"
Nope. Not happening.
Yes, I knew it was you. I've seen you in my dreams. And then she begged, pleaded for me to give her a chance. She even showed me her phone background, a photo of me, which she had taken secretly. I know it sounds intense, but I felt sorry for her. So I thought, why not? I'll give this woman who has clearly devoted her life to me a chance. And here we are.
Wait, but you said the psychic told her true love's name would start with C, and yours begins with A.
I crossed my arms, turning to Carson with a slow, satisfied smirk.
Yeah, well, my middle name is Adam. My first name starts with C.
It's Caesar. Like Caesar salad. By the end of the night, I was sure they thought we were complete weirdos. But secretly, seeing this side of him was weirdly entertaining. Who knew Mr. Coldheart had a sense of humor? One day, Abby showed up for her usual visit. Lately, she had developed this charming habit of bringing all the ingredients and cooking at our house, which meant we got to enjoy food that was half burnt, half stiff, and entirely inedible. That day, David was with us. He took one bite, gagged, and immediately spit it out.
Ugh, oh man, this is so bad. Even a stray rat would refuse it. And if you made him eat it, he'd take you to court.
And just like that, all hell broke loose.
Look who's talking. Aren't you just a stray rat in designer shoes?
She launched at him like a wild animal. I tried to pull them apart, while Carson, of all things, just sat there looking amused. Would you, I don't know, help? Carson finally stood up, but instead of breaking up the fight immediately, he calmly reached for Abby and gently pulled her away. Dramatically, she clutched his chest.
Let a girl have her revenge.
David stormed out in anger. Later, Carson went to take a shower, and Abby plopped down next to me, still fuming. Then, out of nowhere...
Are you sure your husband's the gay one and not your boyfriend? 'Cause, God, your husband's so manly. Oh, and the way he looks at you, and don't even try to deny that he has feelings for you.
He does?
You're either stupid or blind. Oh my God, am I just the supportive best friend in a K-drama? The one that spends the entire series cheering for the main character to follow her heart? I love that for me! I was born for this role.
Well, I am following my heart. I kind of love David.
We both know you're lying, and there's something you're hiding. But whatever for now. By the way, I like the color of your shirt. This shade of brown, so earthy.
Thanks. I fertilize it every day. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about what Abby had said. Why is Carson doing all this for me? Could it be love? Am I too stupid to see what's right in front of me? A few days later, Abby and I decided to clean the house, even though it was freezing and windy.
Girl, where did you even live before this? Your room stinks. Get yourself a mop and start cleaning.
I had no idea how to use a mop, so I just held it and started scrubbing the walls.
Are you painting the walls with a mop? What's wrong with you?
It's just a cleaning technique I invented.
Oh? And when exactly did you invent it?
Just now.
Oh, totally. In fact, mop therapy is a thing. Just strap it to your head and let it sponge up all your poor life choices.
And so I did. It's too cold and wet. Who even told you about this therapy?
Oh, I just invented it. Just now. Oh my God, what is wrong with you? Who are you?
Excuse me? FYI, I lived like a princess before this.
And Adam is actually your prince, right? Not some gay bestie in a lavender marriage?
I paused for a half a second too long.
Wait, oh my God, you hesitated. You totally hesitated.
I did not.
You so did. Oh, wow. Are you, like, in denial? Because the tension, palpable? Like, I don't even need to ship you guys. You've already set sail.
I ignored her and continued cleaning. That night, I got sick. I caught a cold. All thanks to that girl, Abby. Ugh, I'm gonna choke her. I was too weak to even make it to my bed, so I just crashed on the couch. Then suddenly, Carson got home. He saw my pale face and red, runny nose and hurried over to me.
Ma'am, are you okay?
Yeah, perfect. Just thought I'd try a different look today. You know, really up my game for my husband.
He frowned, clearly concerned, then hurried off to make me some soup. When he returned, he gently tried to sit me up. I grabbed onto his shirt for support, only to realize, a second too late, that our faces were suddenly way too close. He looked into my eyes and brushed my hair behind my ear. For a second, my heart fluttered. Then, as if realizing the moment, he straightened and spoke in his usual serious, boring tone.
Ma'am, you need to eat your soup.
I miss my old life, but will everything go back to normal?
I might have some leads. The person who tipped off the mafia gang about you wasn't mistaken. He meant to get them to you. He chose you on purpose.
Who even does that? I'm nice to everyone. I'm practically a walking angel. Aren't I, Carson?
You're okay, ma'am.
And then it happened. A tiny smirk. A small side smile that faded as quickly as it appeared. Is that a smile? You smiled! Lord Cold Carson actually smiled.
I have no idea what you're talking about, ma'am. You're hallucinating from your fever.
Oh no, you smiled. Carson the Smiley, grinning so widely.
I started coughing hard from the singing. Carson immediately leaned in and pressed a hand to my forehead.
You're burning up.
Duh. Glad you finally see it.
I'll stay with you all night until your temperature goes down.
I was already drifting in and out of sleep. It's okay. I called David.
Sure you did.
A few days later, I was feeling better, but still bored out of my mind. Ugh. I've been a fugitive for, 3 weeks? And I've already lost my glow. Look at my skin. This is what stress and middle-class living do to a person.
Ma'am, you're wearing a silk robe, and you spent an hour doing skincare.
And yet, my suffering continues. I miss him.
Who?
David. My love, my joy, my walking designer handbag.
So an accessory.
How dare you? He's not just an accessory. He's the whole outfit. That day, I called David and suggested we go out for a walk. A few hours later, he pulled up to our house in his brand new Lamborghini, music blasting, honking like a madman. I was about to walk over when Carson materialized out of nowhere, striding straight past me to David's car. He knocked on the window, gesturing for David to get out. David, pretending he didn't hear him, acted very busy checking himself in the rearview mirror and started brushing his eyebrows. When I tried to enter the car, Carson blocked me.
What exactly do you think you're doing?
Let's see. Walking to the car, getting in, driving away for some fresh air before our couch absorbs me into its fabric from sitting on it all day.
No, ma'am, you can't do that. I'm stopping you.
Well, watch me. Carson, I just need some relaxing time. Don't worry, I won't attract any attention, I promise. Please, Carson, pretty please. Just then, David rolled down his window and yelled, because of course he did.
Yo, Meredith, you coming or what?
Shh, say my name louder, why don't ya? Maybe alert the whole city.
That's it, I'm ripping his eyes out.
Whoa, that's a bit intense. Right then, Abby appeared out of nowhere, arms crossed.
Wait, hold on. Why did he just call you Meredith?
Carson whipped around, clearly at the end of his patience.
Were you spying on us? Have you done that before? How many times?
Carson, chill. It's fine. I'll just go for an hour, I promise. Hey, I'll even bring Abby if it makes you feel less jealous.
Meredith, it's not about jealousy. It's about the fact that people literally want to kill you.
But I'd had enough of this suffocating life. So before Carson could keep arguing, I grabbed Abby's hand and dragged her into the car with me. The park was quiet, the cool evening air brushing against my skin. I took a deep breath, stretching my arms. Freedom at last. Abby had wandered off to buy snacks from a food cart.
So, Meredith, crazy how life works, huh?
I turned to him, raising an eyebrow. Weird opener, but okay. Yeah, totally. Super deep. Love this chat. Then he grabbed my wrist. Not playfully, not casually, hard. My stomach dropped. David? His fingers tightened around my wrist. His jaw clenched.
You really have no idea, do you?
Something about his voice made the hairs on my arms stand up.
Your father destroyed my family, and now his clueless little heir gets to take everything while we lost it all?
David, let go. His grip tightened more. My pulse spiked.
No more heirs. No more Meredith. I tried to get rid of you before, with that gang, but your stupid Carson ruined everything. So now, I'm doing it myself.
His free hand slipped into his jacket. I tried to yank back, but he was too strong. Panic started clawing at my chest. Then, a blur. Before I could even process it, David was ripped away from me. A loud thud. Carson slammed him to the ground, hard. David gasped, stunned, struggling against Carson's grip.
I had my suspicions about you, and so did her father. We've been in contact this whole time, waiting to catch you red-handed and take you down for good. But we couldn't act without proof. You were too careful, too clean. Until now.
David's face fell. Before he could react, officers emerged from their hidden spots, closing in fast. Then he was gone. The second the police took him, I let out a shaky breath. Carson's gaze was still locked on me. And then he took a step closer, and another. Before I could react, his hand cupped my face gently, and his thumb brushed against my cheek. His gaze dropped to my lips, and then he kissed me. The world tilted. Silence. Then...
Ha! I knew it!
My parents were billionaires, so I got whatever I wanted growing up. Dad was the head of a huge fashion company that my mom helped him run. Dad was ruthless in the boardroom, like an ancient warrior. But when it came to me and my mom, he was a total pushover. He gave us everything we could ever want. Just one island? Anything for my girls. I'd give you the moon if you asked for it. Even though my life was practically perfect, I had a bad stutter, which made me a laughing stock at school.
Wow, that's a pretty skirt. Where did you get it from?
Shouldn't it? It's cool. I'll just check some stores. It was awkward, and my parents took me to the best doctors, tried speech therapy, medication, and even hypnotism, but nothing helped. I started to lose confidence, but my parents were always supportive and inspired me to accept myself, just as I am. It doesn't matter if it takes you 1 try or 100. Never stop speaking your mind. Your voice is just as important as anyone else's. As I grew older, I became more comfortable with my condition and even made friends at school. But my favorite thing in the world was being the princess of my house. Life was good, till I turned 13 and everything changed. My parents told me they were adopting from the orphanage, but it wasn't just 1 girl, but 5. I wasn't as thrilled as they were, but I didn't show it to my parents. Besides, it could be fun to have so many sisters. So I got on board. The day they were supposed to come home, I decked up the whole place and must have tried 100 dresses before finding the perfect one. I wanted to make a good impression. The oldest one, Olivia, was my age, and from the looks of it, she loved fashion just as much as I did. I'm Grace. Pleased to meet you. Olivia was so busy sizing up my outfit, I don't think she even heard me.
I like your dress, but the ribbons are so tacky. And what's with those shoes? You know what? You look so cute with braids in this outfit, even though it's a little, weird. I think she looks nice. Ignore Olivia. She's just jealous.
It was clear from the beginning that Olivia had an issue with me for some odd reason, but at least the other 4 were gentle. Margot and Beatrice didn't care about fashion, but they were easy to talk to. We became friends in no time, gossiping about boys and school and fighting over the best spot by the pool. Harper and Quinn were younger and stuck to themselves. Harper was obsessed with insects and was always collecting ladybugs and other creepy crawlies. Quinn was like her sister's shadow, silently following her everywhere. A week after my sister's arrival, my parents took us on a shopping spree so they wouldn't have to wear the same clothes from the orphanage. And Olivia bought everything I did. At first, she just wore the same belt or hat, but soon she was copying my whole outfit. Why are you copying me? I think you're copying me. But it's cool. I know I have a great eye for fashion, so it's a compliment. Oh my God, the new Gucci bag! I didn't care if Olivia wanted to dress like me. It just bugged me that she was lying about it. So one day, I pretended I was going to wear the ugliest outfit. But then I changed at the last second. Olivia showed up to breakfast looking like a clown. Wow, Olivia, you look so good. Yeah, right? I saw Gummy Hadid wearing this. You mean Gigi? And I don't think that she would ever wear something this funny. The only thing funny here is the way you talk.
Olivia, apologize this minute.
Why? It's just harmless jokes between sisters, Dad. Whatever. Sorry, Grace. Please don't cry now. After that day, Olivia stopped copying my outfits, but we just couldn't see eye to eye. I tried to be friendly, but she was just a mean witch. So after a while, I stopped being nice and just ignored her. While Olivia was a pain in my butt at home, in school, I had Pearl. She was the head cheerleader and a total bully. One day, my sisters and I were eating in the food court at the mall when Pearl swooped in like a vulture. How are you doing, Grace? Just leave me alone. What? I didn't quite catch that. Were you trying to say something? Zip it, moron. Don't you have something else to do? Like bore people with your dumb cheerleading moves? Oh, but I'm getting bored. And you're so entertaining. Did I do that right? That was perfect. Before I could say anything, Harper pulled out a jar of ladybugs from her backpack and dumped them on Pearl's hair. What have you done, you moron? Pearl screamed and ran off. Instead of staying with us, Olivia took off to help her. Thanks for sticking up for me, you guys. Of course, we sisters need to have each other's backs. I just wish Olivia wasn't such a blind duck. Oh, she'll come around. Only she didn't. She started getting weird around me. And then one day, something unbelievable happened. Pearl turned into Olivia's evil minion. She followed her around like a shadow. If Olivia made a dumb joke, Pearl laughed. If Olivia wanted a cookie, Pearl brought her one. Pearl would have helped Olivia make a monster in a lab if she asked. This was so weird and fishy. I tried to find out what Pearl's deal was, but then I got busy with school assignments and forgot all about it. They were a match made in hell anyway. A week later, Mom and Dad called us into the study for a big announcement.
It's my dream that my girls join the family business one day. And with Fashion Week coming up, I want all my girls to help with their brilliant ideas. The best ones will end up on the ramp, so give it your best shot.
Oh, my God, Dad. This is such an amazing opportunity. I won't let you down. Yes, Dad, you'll love our designs. Olivia smiled at me, but the moment Mom and Dad left, she went back to her devilish smirk. Ugh, dramatic much? This opportunity is mine, and I will own it. You can relax and watch me work if you'd like. Think of it as a learning experience. Say what you want, but I know Dad will pick my designs, so watch out. I stayed up late every night working on my dress. My other sisters made their own dresses for fun, but everyone knew Olivia and I were the only ones taking it seriously. We both really wanted to impress Dad. The night before Dad judged the dresses, Olivia snuck into the studio and destroyed my dress. Luckily for me, Harper and Quinn saw her sneaking out and told me what happened. I knew she was jealous of me, but this was an all-new low. How was I supposed to make a new dress overnight? That's when an idea struck me. If I couldn't beat Olivia fair and square, I'd just have to play tricks with her. So, I swapped her dress for my ruined one. The next day, when Dad walked into the studio to judge our dresses, we both took the sheets off of our mannequins, and Olivia's mouth dropped open in shock to see what I'd done. But obviously, she couldn't tell Dad that the dress was really hers without admitting that she'd destroyed mine.
Grace, I pick you. This isn't your usual style, but it's certainly beautiful. Olivia, it's a shame you gave up on your dress. It looks like it could have been something special.
I know, Dad. Wonder what happened.
Oh, don't be a sore loser, Ollie. I'm sure you'll do just as good as the next time, if there is a next time. I wasn't one to gloat usually, but the look on Olivia's face was so satisfying. A few days later, we were all on a flight to Paris for Fashion Week, and Olivia couldn't stop glaring at me. That's my dress that's about to go down the runway. You shouldn't steal credit, and you shouldn't sabotage people. Olivia, why can't we leave this stupid fight and just be friends? Friends? With you? No, thank you. And I know you hate me, so please stop pretending. I don't. Stop talking. You're giving me a headache. Olivia then got up, and for the rest of Fashion Week, she totally ignored me. Pin that hem. Olivia, hand me that hat. Olivia! What? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Can you help? Who are you even talking to? Just leave me alone. This girl was so weird. Even when we got back, she wouldn't talk to me, not even rudely. She'd either stay in her room or hang out with Pearl. And worse was that she'd started inviting Pearl to our place, which really annoyed me. Oops, I got to that first. Ugh. After a successful show at Fashion Week, Dad started getting a lot of orders. He worked for months on a new line, and all the designs were kept under lock and key in his studio, and nobody was allowed inside. But in less than 2 weeks before his runway show, someone leaked pictures of the new collection all over the internet. The tabloids went wild guessing who it could be. I can't believe someone would do this. All my hard work is gone. Nobody has access to my study except you girls. If anyone knows something, tell me now. I took a quick look at everyone, and all of us were equally shocked. Fine, if that's what you want, you're all grounded with no phone privilege or allowance. But we didn't do anything. That's not fair. But Dad simply frowned and left. We all know you did it, Olivia. Just admit it. It wasn't me. I would never do that to Dad. Relax, guys. This is not the time to turn on each other. Dad didn't talk to us for days, and it really hurt me to watch all my sisters so sad and depressed. But Olivia looked extra worried. She would stay in her room, refusing to talk to anyone. One day, I was taking an evening stroll in the garden when I noticed Olivia slipping out of the house, and she looked really anxious. I wanted to stop her, but then I decided to follow her, and she stopped in front of Pearl's house. What do you want now? I know you're the one who stole my keycard and then stole Dad's designs and leaked them, Pearl. I should have never taken you into the study that day. Yeah, that was kinda dumb, especially since you know my mom's company is your #1 competitor. You made it so easy to steal your designs. And now we'll be on top, while you guys will eat dirt. In your dreams, you sick psycho. No, not when the whole world would know what big fat cheaters you all are. Olivia looked at me in shock as I pulled out the phone and started playing back the recording with Pearl's confession. Give me that. Not so easy. Besides, I've already uploaded it, so there's nothing you can do. Pearl was at a loss for words, and suddenly her phone started ringing. Must be your mom. If I were you, I'd think of going underground for a few days. Pearl ran away crying, and Olivia turned to me. I'm so sorry, Grace. I should have been smarter. You should have. But right now, we need to figure out how to help Dad. We don't have much time before the show. So are you with me? Yes, of course I am. My sisters and I locked ourselves in the mansion for a week straight, staying up late every night, altering his designs. Harper and Quinn did all the sketching, and Marco and Beatrice gathered all the fabrics and accessories Dad would need. Then Olivia and I helped Dad put everything together. When the day of the fashion show arrived, we were ready. The paparazzi and critics were waiting for the curtains to rise, expecting the show to be a disaster with all the leaked designs. But when the curtain rose and the spotlights came on, the entire audience gasped. The new designs were even more beautiful, and the show was a massive success. And Dad was super proud.
You set aside your differences, and you worked hard. You pulled together as a family. I'm so proud of all of you.
It was Grace. She's the one who brought us together on this. Team effort. That's what sisters are for. Olivia and I smiled at each other as the rest of my sisters hugged me. I just knew everything would always be fine as long as we stuck together. The moment my mom gave birth to me, everyone in the village instantly fell in love with me. I was the world's friendliest baby and loved attention. Then when I was 2 years old, my sister Emily was born, and she was a little different. Every time Emily was around people, she would scream and find somewhere to hide. One day when I was 8 and Emily was 6, Mom and Dad had a royal garden party. I loved talking to all the grown-up guests, but Emily was terrified.
Leah, I don't want to be with all these people. I want to be in my room, but Mom isn't letting me.
Here, you can hide underneath my gown. Then no one will see you and I'll sneak you out. But hiding my sister underneath my dress wasn't the best idea. I ended up tripping over the refreshment table, spilling a chocolate fountain over some lady's dress. Mom and Dad were horrified, and my clumsy accident ended up being all over the news. But my parents didn't blame me for what happened. They were just worried and confused.
Why is Emily so anxious and afraid of everyone? Was it something we did?
It just doesn't make any sense. Emily's anxiety only got worse over the years. By the time she was 8, she refused to even leave our bedroom. Everyone in the village still adored me, but they were convinced something was seriously wrong with Emily.
I hear she just stares out her window all day. It's a shame she's not more like her sister Leah.
Worst of all, Emily wanted me to stay with her in our room all the time. I couldn't even go downstairs for dinner without Emily crying.
Please don't leave me. I'm so lonely, and you're the only person that I actually like.
It was so hard saying no to her. My parents tried enrolling her in therapy, but nothing seemed to work. And as time passed, I got tired of being cooped up in our room and wanted to go and have a life. One night when I was 16, I took a walk around the castle to get some fresh air. Then suddenly, I looked up and almost had a heart attack. There was a guy trying to climb onto the roof. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Climbing onto the roof? What does it look like?
Excuse me, but this happens to be the King and Queen's castle. You better climb down before I tell my parents about this. The guy jumped down from the roof, landing inches away from me.
There, I came down. You're welcome.
With that, he just walked off, and I felt my blood boil. I just knew he'd been trying to cause trouble. The next day I came down for breakfast, and I was shocked to see my parents with the guy who climbed the roof.
Oh, darling, you're awake. I'd like you to meet Nico. He's the Duke's son and a lovely young man.
But I saw him climbing onto the roof of the castle last night. He's dangerous. He was up to no good.
No. Nico just likes lying on our roof to watch the stars at night.
What? My parents were crazy. What king and queen would let some weirdo climb their castle walls at night and believe such a stupid lie? Fine, be naive and let this intruder do his thing. But when he puts all our lives in danger, don't come crying to me. I was going to sneak up on Nico and see what he was up to. I would have one of our guards bring me up to the roof with a harness and a rope. But that night, as I rose up to the castle roof, I saw Nico sitting with tears in his eyes. He didn't even look surprised to see me. Nico, are you okay? I came to check on you, but...
I figured you'd check on me sooner or later, and I haven't been okay for years.
What do you mean?
I'm not really the Duke's son. I'm adopted. When I was 10 years old, my parents left me, and they never came back.
Wow, I didn't know that.
My parents were friends with your parents, so they'd take me up here a lot when I was young. My mom and I used to sit here together and watch the stars. Once, she told me if I ever got lost to come up to this spot and she'd know where to find me. I know she'll never come here, but hanging out at this spot makes me feel closer to her. Your dad's a saint. He was the one who convinced the Duke to adopt me. I just wish I didn't miss my parents so much.
I was too stunned to speak. I had totally misjudged him. We ended up talking for hours, and before I knew it, the sun had come up. I should go, but this was really fun. Maybe we can do this again tomorrow night?
I'd like that. You're a good listener, Leah.
Then one day, something crazy happened. I was having lunch at school when suddenly a few girls came up to me with smirks on their faces. According to one of your mates, your weirdo sister threw a chair at a new mate of yours this morning? We didn't know she was that crazy. Oh, God, I wanted to disappear. They should just lock her up forever. You shouldn't have said that.
I yanked the girl's hair hard and she started to scream. Just then, someone pushed the girl backwards and I saw it was Nico. You forgot you're speaking to our future queen, girls. Come on, Leah, let's go for a walk. Nico led me away from the girls, and that's when I asked him how he was in my school. I've been homeschooled my whole life, but my dad decided it was time I start studying with other royals. I was really happy Nico had transferred, but his words made me think of Emily. She had never been able to go to a normal school. All of a sudden, I had tears in my eyes, and I told Nico everything about Emily, how she never came out of her room, how my parents were ashamed of her, and how I always needed to stay with her. What if the girls are right? What if Emily really is crazy and she starts losing her mind? I don't know, but you shouldn't have to sacrifice your life for her. Emily probably just needs someone outside her family to feel safe with. If you want, I'll come over and talk to her. I hugged Nico and immediately agreed. That night, I brought him into our bedroom and Emily started having a panic attack. Hey, it's okay. Nico's a friend. Then suddenly, Emily stood up to really get a look at Nico. And seconds later, she was swooning. I never knew Leah had such handsome friends. You know I'm a princess too, right? Emily started flirting with Nico like crazy. But as the night went on, Nico got her to start opening up about her issues. I get what you're going through. Sometimes I get so depressed, I don't even want to leave my bed. But sometimes being alone makes it worse. How about I introduce you to some of my friends from school? We can start slow. To my shock, Emily agreed. Nico and I started out by taking her for walks in the park and once in a while introducing her to people. I was so grateful for Nico, and as time passed, we grew really close and I secretly started having feelings for him. Then one night, the three of us were walking along the pier when suddenly Nico tripped and fell sideways into the lake, hitting his head on a rock. Then he started sinking into the water. I jumped into the lake to get him. When I managed to pull him out, he was unconscious. Luckily, I knew CPR, and within an hour, he started to wake up. He was saved. The next day, I went to visit Nico at his house to see how he was. When I got there, he was lying on the couch, and he looked super out of it. Hey, how are you feeling? I just remember that I hit a rock and almost drowned, and that someone special saved my life. You have no idea how much it means to me, Leah. I haven't felt this loved in years. My heart soared. I was just about to lean in and kiss him when Emily came over and Nico took her hand. Emily told me she dove into the water to get me and then did CPR. She's an absolute angel. To my horror, Nico pulled Emily close and kissed her. I felt like I was going to throw up. I yanked Emily's arm and pulled her into the other room. How could you take credit for saving Nico's life? He's been my best friend for the past year, and you know what? I'm in love with him. Leah, I've been miserable my whole life. I don't know if any guy will want to be with me ever, considering all the issues I have. This could be my once-in-a-lifetime chance at happiness, but I guess that doesn't matter. So go tell Nico the truth and be the village hero. I'll just lock myself away in this bedroom forever. Emily stormed off into the bathroom and slammed the door. I couldn't think straight. I ran out of Nico's palace to clear my head. I wanted to tell Nico the truth so badly, but what if Emily was right? What if this was her one chance at a normal life? In the end, I decided to let Emily take the credit. It probably wouldn't be a big deal. She'd get to be the village hero for once. Plus, it wasn't like she and Nico were going to get married overnight. I had time to think things over. Except Emily's fame lasted for more than a week. Worst of all, she and Nico were getting close. The two of them even went out together. He comforted her every time she had a panic attack and congratulated her every time she left the castle. God, was he her boyfriend or her babysitter? Then one night, my parents invited Nico over for dinner, and Dad made an announcement that sent me over the edge. After much thought and discussion, we would like for Nico to be our new king. We love him like our own son, and we can't think of who'd be a better husband for our daughter. My jaw dropped. I was going to be with Nico after all? Everything was going to work out? But Emily was fuming. You're just going to take Nico away from me? Like that? You mean I'm going to marry Leah? Actually, you're going to marry Emily, and she's going to be the queen instead of Leah. You two make such a beautiful couple, and it was truly a miracle that Emily was able to save your life, even with all her challenges, and that's remarkable. I felt like I'd been punched in the face.
That's insane! I'm the eldest daughter. I've been preparing to be queen my whole life. And you know what? I'm the one who saved Nico. I should have never let Emily lie and take the credit for it. And I'm not letting her take my crown or marry Nico either. Before anyone could react, I fled from the table and into my bedroom. Then suddenly, I felt someone standing over me, and it was Emily, with fire in her eyes. Why would you rat me out like that? You can still have any guy you want, as long as it's not Nico. I've loved Nico for over a year. Emily, I've sacrificed everything for you. I spent days on end locked in this room so you wouldn't feel scared and alone. Is this the thanks I get? So, you're saying I owe you in some way? I never asked you to sacrifice yourself for me. You could have left me for a few hours if it was too much. It's not my fault you don't know how to set boundaries. Sorry, but I'm only responsible for my own happiness. That was it. Without thinking, I slapped Emily across the face hard. Emily turned around and was about to push me, but instead, she tripped and fell backwards, tumbling down the stairs. Everyone called for help and an ambulance came. What had I done? I went with everyone to the hospital, but I wasn't able to see Emily yet. I felt sick to my stomach. Suddenly, I felt someone's hand on my shoulder. It was Nico.
Hey, Emily's gonna be okay. She'll be in a cast for a few weeks, but don't worry.
I think there's something seriously wrong with me. How could I hurt my sister like that?
Maybe because you were fed up with letting her take what's yours. The servants overheard your conversation with Emily, that it was you who saved me and how you let her take the credit.
I was totally silent. I hadn't really thought of it that way, but Nico had a point.
Also, I need to confess something. I'm in love with you too. I've been in love with you for ages. I thought I loved Emily because she saved my life, but we don't have that connection that you and I have. I want to be with you, Leah, not your sister.
Suddenly, Nico leaned in to kiss me. Oh God, I wanted to kiss him so bad, but what about Emily? I couldn't do this to her. I ran away from Nico at that second. I had to talk to Emily. I went out to bring her flowers and then apologized for everything. Actually, I'm the one who owes you an apology. I went way too far by stealing both Nico and your crown from you. I know Nico doesn't see me like that. It's okay, Emily. It's in the past now. Everything is going to be all right. I'm so glad you're okay. Honestly, me too. I hugged my sister tight. Today, I'm married to Nico as the Queen of Liechtenstein. And Emily is married too, with 3 kids.
The day I was born was quite an exciting one at the hospital. When she held me for the first time, she gasped at my eyes. They were midnight blue in the center with a light blue ring outside. The nurses were stunned too. And, well, a bit confused. Blue eyes are rare, and you both have brown eyes. Quite unusual.
What are you trying to say, woman? You think this isn't our child? Did you cause a mix-up in the nursery?
No, of course not, sir. I was only saying.
How about you keep your useless opinions to yourself? Her eyes are nothing special to talk about.
And for some reason, it always really annoyed him when people noticed and talked about my eyes, which was every time they met me. And as I grew older, I started realizing that I had a strange power. I could get what I wanted using my eyes. Let me give you an example. Once when I was 6, I went with my parents to their friend's house, who had twins my age. I could tell the boy was really sweet, but the girl didn't like me much. When she left the room for a while, the boy climbed onto her bunk bed and returned with a beautiful doll.
Her eyes are just like yours. I think you should have her.
Oh, wow. Really? Thank you so much. Hey, thief! You can't have my doll. But your brother gave it to me. It even looks like me. It's not his, it's mine. And it looks nothing like you, witch. Let go.
I pulled harder and suddenly the doll's head snapped off. The girl burst into tears and went running to our parents. Oh boy, I'd be in so much trouble with Dad. Suddenly, I looked deep into the boy's eyes.
You'll tell everyone that your sister broke the doll's neck because she didn't want me to play with it. You'll say that, won't you?
And that's what he said, word for word. The girl's parents apologized to me and scolded her. Over time, I just couldn't help using my eyes more often to get my way. Sometimes I knew it was wrong, but it was just too easy. I only had to look at people with my big baby blues, and teachers would help me during exams. People would give up their seats on the bus. And if someone got the last hot dog at lunch before me, they were sure to surrender it. By the time I was in high school, I was quite popular with the boys and had my girl gang too. but I knew I wasn't well liked by the mean girls, especially the head cheerleader Cadence. She was the girl whose doll I'd broken as a kid, and she hated me since. One day in 9th grade, a group of cheerleaders and jocks in the cafeteria were talking about a cool new movie they were going to watch that weekend. It sounded like fun, and I wanted an invite. So I walked straight up to this boy, Zach. Hey guys, I was wondering if I could tag along to the movies with you this weekend. Zach hesitated, and then he looked directly into my eyes. I knew what his answer would be. Of course, Phoebe. Thanks, Zach. You're a sweetheart. Did you just invite her to the movies without asking any of us? What's the big deal? I don't think anyone has a problem. The rest just shrugged, and Cadence glared at me before storming off. I was still grinning when I walked over to my locker later, and I found her waiting there. You're not going to the movies. No way. I don't care what Zach said. You're uninvited. What are you going to do? Ban my entry into the cinema? You can't, so I'll see you there. I turned to leave, but she knocked my books out of my hand and stepped on them. I grabbed her by the hair, and we broke into a cat fight. We both ended up in the principal's office, and she immediately called our parents. I didn't do anything. She started it. I hadn't even touched her. She pulled my hair. The principal also called in a few witnesses from the hallway, and luckily for me, it was a bunch of boys I knew. I only had to look at them, and they all said Cadence was to blame. No way. She can't get away with everything just by batting her dumb eyes. She looks like an angel, but she's a lying witch who has everyone dancing to her tune. But Cadence got detention while I was let off with just a warning. On the car ride home, though, Mom and Dad were really quiet. Why are you guys acting like I killed someone? It was just a silly fight over a movie plan. Why do I feel like I believe Cadence? You've always tried to get your way by manipulating people ever since you were a kid. Now it seems worse than I thought. Okay, so people are sometimes nice to me and do what I ask. What's so wrong with that? We'll talk about this tomorrow. You are grounded for a week. What? Why the heck? Phoebe, enough. You heard what your dad said. I felt really mad at both of them. But the next morning, I found them waiting for me in the dining room with a small box on the table. What's this? Something to cover up your eyes. You need to learn that life isn't so easy, and you can't just get whatever you want. Inside the box were brown contact lenses. They were the color of mud. Are you kidding me? You think I'm gonna wear those? You have to wear them if you want to continue going to school. I looked over at my mom, who wouldn't even look me in the eyes. But I could tell Dad was completely serious, and Mom just didn't have my back. With angry tears, I grabbed the box and ran out of there. It took me a few tries to wear the contacts, but I finally managed. And I hated what I saw staring back at me in the mirror. It wasn't me. At school, I was hoping by some miracle no one would notice. But of course, everyone did. Why are your eyes suddenly brown? Did your evil spell finally wear off once you got all your wishes? Everyone's comments made things hard because it felt really embarrassing to say my dad was making me wear brown lenses. I made up some lame excuse about how the doctor had recommended them for an eye condition, but it didn't seem to convince anyone. And suddenly, no one seemed to care about me much. Luckily, a month later, Dad's job caused him to transfer to another state. A fresh start was exactly what I needed. No one in school there would ever know I had blue eyes before. But it was quite strange walking into this new place and not having anyone pay much attention to me. My classmates seemed pleasant enough, but everyone just went off with their groups at lunch. I was sitting outside having lunch under a tree when someone dropped down next to me. Hello, mind if I join you? You already have, and I don't mind at all. Good, 'cause I'm too tired to get up anyway. Plus, I've been waiting for someone new to show up for ages. All these other girls just talk about boys and makeup, and they think they're from another planet. Or they think I'm from another planet, I'm not sure. Her name was Grace, and I warmed up to her instantly. We quickly became close friends, but I just couldn't tell her my stupid secret. A few weeks later, we were sitting on the gym floor making decorations for an event when some guys started playing basketball. And suddenly, the ball came flying at me and hit me smack in the face. I opened my eyes, and looking down at me was a gorgeous boy with black hair and the deepest blue eyes ever. Had I died and gone to heaven? Hey, are you okay? Of course she's not okay, you moron. You could have killed my best friend. Help me up, will you? Grace pulled me up, but my knees gave way and the boy swept me up effortlessly. He carried me to the bleachers and said he'd be back with some water. Phoebe, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I see. Yeah, you aren't fine. And if he has his way, you never will be again. What do you mean? Just then the boy returned with a water bottle and knelt beside me. Really sorry. We should have been more careful. Oh, don't worry. I don't mind. I mean, it's just a ball, not a rocket. Now that would hurt. I don't know what I'm saying. Maybe I have a concussion, but I'm okay. O-Y-A-K. See? I can still spell. He just smiled at me and ran off to his friends. What a blubbering idiot. I turned to Grace and saw she'd already left. Later that night, I got permission from my parents to stay over at Grace's. So tell me, what do you know about the gym boy? That's Levi. He's my older brother. You're what now? Yeah, I know. Different set of genes. But Phoebe, he's a heartbreaker. He changes girlfriends faster than he changes underwear. He knows he's good looking, and he uses it to make girls like him, and then bam! 2 weeks later, some girl is crying in the school bathroom, and he's got a new girlfriend. Really? But he seems sweet. How would you know? He's my brother, and I'm telling you, he's a jerk. Is he here? Like right now? Yeah. But you don't want to talk to him, right? You're here to have a slumber party with me, and I just told you, he's a jerk, right? Gotcha. But I couldn't get Levi off my mind. Grace messaged me on Monday that she had the flu and wasn't coming to school, and I decided this was a great chance to talk to her brother. On the bus, I was thinking about what I'd say to him when someone sat down next to me. Sorry, seats in the back are full. Holy lady luck! It was Levi, but it seems like he hadn't recognized me and just started reading a book. What you reading? He turned the cover to me without looking my way. Oh, nice. I've never read that. Okay, good to know. Wow, he did seem like a bit of a jerk, but I wasn't giving up yet. If it's good, maybe I'll read it. I'm the girl from the gym, by the way. The one you hit with the basketball. I know that. I didn't have memory loss. It's just that you're Grace's BFF, and she told me to stay away from you. That's strange. She didn't say anything to me. And why can't we all be friends? Grace was down with some virus and couldn't attend school for 2 weeks. And I ended up spending all my time with Levi. He was gorgeous, but he was also funny and thoughtful, and I just couldn't help liking him. And I had a feeling he liked me too. But when Grace returned, she was furious seeing us together. So what? You've replaced me with Levi now? Of course I haven't. You weren't here, and we just started hanging out. And now you're in love with him, aren't you? Even after what I said, doesn't take anyone too long to fall in love with Levi. He gets anything he wants. I was upset that Grace was mad, but I didn't want to give up on Levi either. Later that day, as I was running an errand, I passed by a cafe window and stopped in my tracks. Levi was sitting there with some blonde girl I'd never seen before. He suddenly spotted me, and I started walking away quickly. Phoebe, please stop. It's not what it looks like. It's none of my business, Levi, so no need to explain. I obviously misread some signs. You should go back to your girlfriend. 2 weeks, and it's time for a new girl, yeah? Just like Grace said. She said what? That you're a heartbreaker? And that you change girls faster than clothes, and that I should stay away from you? Phoebe, she made that up, okay? I went out with her best friend a year ago, and things ended badly between us. She blocked out Grace too and moved away, and it broke Grace's heart. In fact, that girl in the cafe is my ex. She's in town and wanted to return some things. And you didn't misread any signs. I like you a lot, and I was planning to ask you to the winter dance. I need to talk to Grace first, okay? I had a heart-to-heart with Grace, and she admitted that she'd lied about Levi. I know he's a good guy, but I don't want to lose another friend. Pinky swear, no matter what happens between me and your brother, we'll stay friends forever. We decided to go shopping together for the winter dance, and I found a beautiful blue dress. As I looked in the dressing room mirror, I suddenly took my contacts out and called Grace. What happened to your eyes? I told her all about how I'd get whatever I wanted because of my eyes, so my parents made me cover them up. That is ridiculous. They can't make you do that. I know, but maybe it hasn't been the worst thing. I got you and Levi, and it has nothing to do with my eyes. But yeah, I think I just want to be myself now. When I got home, I walked into the lounge where my parents were watching TV.
What have you done?
I'm tired of covering up my real eyes. This is who I am, and I won't hide it anymore. I'm done with your controlling nonsense.
You'll do what I say as long as you live under my roof.
Then maybe I won't live under your roof. I went upstairs to gather my things so I could go stay at Grace's house when suddenly Mom came in. I need to show you something. She pulled out contacts from her eyes, and they were the brightest blue, just like mine. Your dad hated the attention I attracted, and after we got married, he made me cover them up. But you're brave to stand up for yourself, and I don't want to let you down again. I'm leaving with you. We packed our things and left Dad for good. We checked into a hotel until we could find a place, but for the first time, I saw Mom happy and free. The next day, I put on my blue dress for the dance, and Levi came to pick me up.
Grace told me about your eyes. You look beautiful.
You think so?
Yeah, but no matter what color they are, I'd think that anyway.
I was born on the 10th of December, 1815, in a super rich family in London and lived with my governess, the servants, and a pet cat, Mrs. Puff, in a huge mansion in the countryside. My mom was a very famous social worker and was mostly away, but whenever she'd return home, I'd try my best to make the most of it. Mom, I made this drawing for you. Mom, I learned to ride a unicycle. Isn't it cool? Look, I can walk upside down. It was like everything I did was to impress Mom.
Ada, I don't want you wasting your time in these senseless things. Darling, you are made for greatness. I will have the best tutors in the world for you.
Mom was pretty bent on making me stop wasting my time, so she hired an army of tutors to teach me at home. I was being taught everything, from mathematics to astronomy, from literature to history. I was even learning French and Spanish, but I just couldn't sit through the lessons. They seemed so boring. Every time my teachers would start a topic, I'd want to go out and play, which I wasn't allowed to do because Mom had set all these rules for me to follow, a proper timetable, and even a meal plan. But then I found a way to make it work. I promised my teachers that I'd study if they gave me multiple breaks throughout the day, and they agreed. After every lesson, I'd go out and enjoy the weather, and it made learning fun for me. With the best teachers in all of England, I started to finally like studying, and my curiosity about things just kept growing. I'd lay my eyes on something and wanted to know how it worked. Why does the wind blow? If the earth is spinning, why don't we spin with it? Why aren't we dizzy? Where does the rain come from? And why is the rainbow always an arc? Why is it not a circle? One time, I wrote a poem about rainbows and read it to my mom. I thought I did a pretty good job, but Mom looked royally pissed.
Ada, what is all this? Poetry? I hate it. I am giving you this lavish life far away from all the worries and troubles of the world, and you waste your time writing poems of all things? I hate poems. I'm going to get you new tutors. Looks like you have too much time to waste. Saying that, she went to her room where I was never allowed to enter because she always kept it locked. Mom thought I was some dumb kid who couldn't pick a lock and enter her room. As a matter of fact, I had known what she was hiding in that room right from the start. My dad. Actually, pictures of my dad. I had heard the servants often talk about him. My dad was a very famous poet. He was basically the first celebrity of England. He was sort of like a rock star of his time and had a massive fan following. People from far away would come to listen to his poetry, and that didn't sit well with my mom. My mom hated his work, and they'd argue so much that when I was just 2 months old, he moved away and never looked back. Mom didn't want me to be like him, and that was the reason she wanted me to always be super busy with studies. But Mom forgot I was my own person. Yeah, I had started to love science and mathematics, but I also loved something else that I don't think my mom ever experienced. Having fun. Like everyone knows how fun it is to play in the mud and run like crazy in the rain. But for Mom, it was a big no-no. She would constantly be telling me to sit, stand, eat, and even breathe like a proper lady. One time, when I was about 12, we had a party at our place, and Mom made me wear the most uncomfortable dress ever. It was so tight that it just made me wonder how women could breathe in it. As everyone danced and enjoyed themselves, I just wanted to get some fresh air. So I went to the garden, and it was then that I saw it. A nest on a tree. It was about to fall. I quickly got into action and climbed the tree. Thank God Mom wasn't there. But then, out of nowhere, I heard her yell. Dear God, Ada, what in the world? You are wearing such an expensive dress. Ugh, it's ruined now. I held this party to introduce you to Augustus, the best math teacher in all of Britain, and this is how you behave?
But Mom, the little birdie's nest was about to fall. I had to fix it. This nest was more important than the stupid dress or anyone else.
You see, my lady, why I was refusing to tutor your daughter. Math, science, these are not the fields women should worry about. I suggest you teach her how to cook, clean, and yes, some manners too.
Saying that, the man left, and Mom, wow, she literally went berserk, and I got the lecture of a lifetime, and it was then that it happened. I felt a shooting pain in my head, and then everything turned dark. When I woke up, I was in my bed, and it turned out I had a headache called a migraine. I was put on bed rest for not just 1 or 2 days, but for a whole year. Just in the first week, I felt like I was going to go crazy from boredom. I had solved tons and tons of puzzles, played all the board games in the house with the servants, read so many books, and I was still bored. But then one day I saw something amazing. The nest that I had saved had chicks. I was so happy over the coming weeks. I saw each chick, one by one, leaving the nest, and it was because of them that I fell in love with flying. I poured my heart into researching how to fly and called the subject flyology. I gathered supplies and even built wings. I so wanted to try them on and see if I could fly. But Mom, she thought it was a waste of time thinking about a machine that could never be made. In reality, if Mom could only see the world now. When I turned 14, Mom introduced me to my new teacher, Mary. She was a mathematics genius, and it was because of her that my love for the field of mathematics just grew. One time when Mary was done with her class, she forgot her advanced math book at my place. Since back in the day we didn't have TV or smartphones, I was just bored, so I started solving the equations. And the next week when Mary visited, she was stunned. Who helped you? There is no way you did it yourself. This is practically the hardest math question. Hardest? It was easy peasy. Hearing my answer, Mary went deep into thought, and when she visited me the next week, she had a gentleman with her who looked familiar. It was Augustus, the man who thought women couldn't do math, and now he wanted to be my teacher? But I didn't. I was about to tell him to leave, but couldn't because Mom was going all gaga over him. She really wanted him to be my tutor. So in the end, I agreed, but I made sure to push his buttons every now and then. So, I have a question. It's a math question, very hard.
You asked one silly question just 5 minutes ago. Fine, ask away.
Why can't a nose be 12 inches long?
What kind of question is this?
Because then it would be a foot.
But it was funny.
I guess I needed to cut some Augustus some slack. He was a nice guy and taught me everything I needed to know about math. I know I was his favorite student. He never said it himself, but I did find his letters in Mom's drawer one time in which he told Mom that I had the potential to be one of the greatest mathematician minds in the world. One time when I was 17, Mom and I were invited to Mary's house for a ball. She was getting engaged, and to be honest, the party was boring. Like, there was no one I could talk to. All the girls my age wanted to talk about were boys, babies, and baking.
Oh my. Look at your 9 o'clock. No, 3 o'clock. That guy is totally checking you out.
Wave your fan. Say hi to him with your fan.
Sweet lady. You look so pretty tonight. My thoughts about you keep multiplying by 10. I hear you love numbers. So, how about we dance?
Cringe. I need something to eat. I feel like I'll faint if I don't eat something fast. Saying that, I hurried to the food table, and just as I grabbed the last donut, someone else took it. And when I saw who it was, I felt like a deer in the headlights. It was Charles Babbage, a science genius who had been building a giant calculating engine, or as you call it today, a computer. Oh my God, a big fan of your work. I was wondering if you could
dance? No, thank you.
What? No, not dance. I wanted to see your machine. I've heard so much about it. I want to work with you.
Work? With me? That's cute. Please excuse me.
What huh? Well, I was determined to see his invention, and when I told Mom, she pulled some strings, and Charles had to finally invite me to a showing of his machine, which was still not complete. The moment I laid my eyes on it, I was in absolute awe. The man was a genius. His machines had like 25,000 parts, and once complete, could perform all types of complex calculations. The man was working on the very first computer, and I wanted to learn from him.
It's marvelous. I have never seen anything like this in my whole life. How about you teach me about this marvelous machine and I can help you make it better?
Oh, wow. You think you can just make it, better? I have spent years and years working on this, and you think you can make it better? No way.
Are you always such a jerk, or do you just show off when I'm around? Ugh. And by the way, why do you have to repeat the same steps over and over again for a simple addition? Saying that, I turned to leave, but I guess what I said made perfect sense to him, and he stopped me in my tracks.
The repeating steps again and again. It was on my mind, but no one, not even the best scientists, could understand that part. But you did. You really want to learn from me? Help me make this machine better? Fine. I'll have you as an apprentice, but only if you first translate the manual book for the machine from French to English.
OMG, was this really happening? Oh, yes, it was. I was pretty glad Mom had me take French classes when I was a kid. It took me 9 months to translate the piles and piles of notes. As I understood his designs more and more, I added my own notes on how to make things better. By the time I was done translating, I had over 30 notebooks. But it was all worth it, because I realized Charles's machine, when finished, could even print, create graphics, play music, all along doing complex calculations. The man had hit the jackpot. But when Charles saw my notes, he looked confused. I was so sure I did everything right. Did he find some mistake? Were my calculations wrong? Did I blow my chances of working with the Charles Babbage? Look, I can do it again.
Do it again? Nonsense. Ada, this is extraordinary. Everything you've written makes so much sense. With you by my side, I am so sure this machine will be a success and even better.
Charles was so happy with my work that he started calling me the magician of numbers. He even got my notes printed and distributed to all the mathematicians and scientists in England. It was incredible. Just like Charles, I didn't go to school, college, or university, and here I was, standing shoulder to shoulder with the greatest minds of all time. After that, there was no stopping me. I officially started working with Charles, and he not only became my mentor, but also my best friend. Soon, we decided to make a new machine called the Analytical Engine. While working with Charles, I developed the first algorithm ever. It could calculate advanced algebra equations. Together with my algorithm and Charles's machine, we were creating the world's first mechanical computer. A few years later, I got married and had 3 children, but I still worked with Charles, even from home. Every day I'd write letters to him since he lived nearby. We were exchanging letters like 6 times a day. It was totally like texting. One day I was home with my kids when I got the worst news ever. Mom was sick, so I visited her. I stayed with Mom for a week, and it was during those days that I told her about what I'd been working on. I wasn't expecting it, but Mom, she looked so happy, and then she said the most amazing thing ever, something I never thought I'd hear her say.
You make me feel so proud every day with your courage, kindness, and hard work. Ada, dear, I am sorry for being tough on you when you were a kid. I came from a family where women weren't allowed to study, and I wanted you to have every opportunity to be educated. Ever since you were a kid, I knew you could do far better than your dad or me, and I am so happy I was right.
Mom, everything I am today, it's because of you. I love you. Once I returned from Mom's place, I got back to work, but then our big project came to a stop when Charles was out of money to build. He asked me to visit Queen Victoria and ask her to fund our project, but how could I? The woman basically hated me. Yeah, I had beef with the Queen after I stepped on her gown at a party and didn't recognize her. Oh God, this was gonna be so hard, but I had to do it. For Charles. I went to see the Queen and explained everything to her. I wasn't expecting it, but she agreed to help me. I was ecstatic, and when I broke the news to Charles, he was thrilled.
Oh my God. Thank you so much. Ada, how can I ever repay the favor?
How about you make me the CEO of Babbage's machine?
CEO? You can be chairman, president, anything you want, because it's a fact, Ada. With your code, this machine will reach new heights.
I was coding computer programs before there were even computers and before it was cool. 100 years later,
The work I did with Charles was finally recognized and became the basis for the invention of the first modern computer and the basis for the machine you are watching me on right now. In the late 1970s, the United States Army created a programming language called Ada to honor my work in the programming field. I was born to famous parents. Mom was an actress and Dad was a film director. Since they both were mostly busy, I grew up with nannies, and boy was I wild. Like one time, the nanny left me alone for a few minutes and I spray painted all of Mom's designer dresses. And another time, I put on a huge coat and hid in the refrigerator, thinking I'd outsmarted everybody. But the nanny found me in 5 minutes.
Aw, man, how'd you find me?
Maybe because of all this food on the floor? Even in school, I found it extremely difficult to sit still in class. One time in 5th grade, the teacher asked everyone about their role model.
I love Superman. He can fly, and I love his costume. Superman can't be your role model. He's fictional. Real people can't fly. Even I can fly. Watch me. I jumped and crashed right into the meanest girl in class, Jessica. Her mom was a famous actress too, and Mom always said she got lucky without any talent. I just thought she was ugly. Anyway, Jessica broke her arm, and after that day, we became sworn enemies, always trying to one-up each other with pranks. She would stick glue to my chair, and I would fill her lockers with slime. But the worst was when she spread mean rumors about Mom. I've heard that Nora's mom wears a wig and never leaves the house without makeup because she's ugly. At least in her case, makeup helps. Your mama looks like a potato no matter how much makeup she uses. Don't talk like that about my mom, and you shut your filthy mouth about mine, you little snake.
Jessica pounced on me and pulled my hair. I punched her nose, and we both fell on the ground fighting, and we both landed in detention. Growing up, my parents tried everything from therapy to music to calm me down. But what finally worked was dancing. It felt great to finally have an outlet for all my energy and to find something I was good at. But then a week before my 17th birthday, Dad came home looking really upset. Apparently, this was his 5th movie in a row that had flopped, and no one wanted to work with him anymore. He was home all the time and constantly whined. Meanwhile, Mom continued getting more famous and traveling the world. I missed having her around, but kept myself distracted with dancing. Then one day during lunch, I was learning a new dance routine when someone tapped on my shoulder. You're doing that wrong. Excuse me? The girl showed me a much cooler step, and I was blown. That was amazing. Can you teach me that? I'm Nora. I know. I actually love your mom. I'm such a big fan. And oh my God, I'm rambling, right? It's just that no one talks to me because I'm not rich. Well, I don't see how that's a problem with us being friends. Let's grab some ice cream. Carly and I spent the day together, and we instantly bonded over dance and music. Soon we were hanging out every day. And the best part was that she hated Jessica as much as I did. She's such a bully and made me feel like a loser because my clothes aren't branded. She hates me, mostly because our moms are competing with each other for movies. Also because I broke her arm one time. Carly even taught me more dance routines she'd seen on YouTube Shorts and suggested I start my own channel. Dad gave me weird looks as I filmed the videos, but I didn't give a fig. All he did was watch TV all day long. Then one time he was casually scrolling through channels when I pointed out a commercial featuring someone I followed on YouTube. Oh, I know her. She does the coolest dance routines ever.
You mean people get famous for making those silly videos?
Excuse me. It takes a lot to make these videos. You need to know the right camera angles and lighting and even makeup. And yeah, this does make you famous. Dad looked at me thoughtfully, and to my surprise, he was up really early the next morning, waiting for me with a new ring light, camera, makeup, and clothes. What's all this?
I thought about what you said, and I think together we can make you famous. I can make the videos while you focus on dancing.
I thought the videos were silly.
Silly Billy Nilly, what does it matter? Let's get to work.
He even cleaned out a whole room to set up all the equipment. I danced a lot that week, and together we made enough videos for the month. Even Carly joined in sometimes, and slowly my channel grew to be huge. I got invited to all the latest events, celebrity meetups and talk shows, and I was living the life. But I had no time for school. So when I sat for my 11th grade finals, I had no idea what to write. Carly, shh, look here. Oh my God, are you cheating? Shut up, you witch. But obviously, Jessica created a huge scene and I was sent to the principal's office. Mom was called in, but since she was one of the school trustees, I only got suspended for a week and was allowed to retake the exam after. She didn't say a word the whole ride, but as soon as we got home, she went ballistic on me. This was so embarrassing for me, Nora. I don't like this whole YouTube dancing thing at all. Someone your age should be focused on school and friends, not behaving the way you are. Really? And how should a mother behave? Leave her kid and choose her career over her family? How dare you? I did what I had to do to support my family.
family. Your dad, on the other hand,
Can you please stop blaming Dad for everything? He's been here for me, and you haven't, and he's happy for my success. Please spare the lecture, Mom, and go back to making movies. I appreciate what you've done, but I'll take it from here. I hated being rude to Mom, but she was being annoying. Soon she left the country for yet another project. Carly helped me study, and somehow I managed to clear my exams. A week later, I got an email from none other than Gucci. It was a big campaign, and they wanted both me and Carly to feature in their video. We spent hours selecting our looks for the video, but on the day of the shoot, Dad took me to the location 3 hours earlier, saying the producers gave a new schedule. Does Carly know?
Oh, I forgot to tell you earlier. Gucci called me to say they only wanted to work with one girl, and obviously that's you.
What? I didn't get any such email.
I told you. They called me. You were busy with some shoot.
You should have told me, and I should have talked to Carly about this. She's helped me so much with the channel.
Yeah, okay. But would you give up such an important campaign to her? Since there's only one spot, it is your channel.
I still wanted to call Carly, but I had to get my hair and makeup done, and then there was no time. I felt mad at Dad for signing the deal without consulting me, but this was a great opportunity, and I couldn't let it slip. But the next day when I saw her, she looked completely heartbroken. I'm so sorry. I wanted to tell you, but it was such a sudden change of plans, and it's okay. It's your channel anyway. So you're not angry then? No, but I do have class, so I'll see you around. Carly smiled, but I knew she was hurt. So the next week, I surprised her with tickets to her favorite concert, and thankfully, things went back to normal. My video with Gucci blew up, and suddenly every big brand wanted to collaborate with me. Not only was I super popular, but these deals were making me rich, and even the kids at school were less annoying now, including Jessica. One time during lunch, Jessica pulled up a chair next to me and Carly. Hey, Nora, how are you? It's been so long since we had a little chat. Not long enough. Let's talk in another 10 years, or maybe never. You're so funny. Anyway, you know how my mom has this makeup brand, right? And she wants you to be the face of the label. Isn't that amazing? Oh, wow. Lucky me. And I'd rather eat bugs than help you or your mom. She's ready to pay you a lot. Think about it. Aw, desperate much? You know what? Since I have such a big heart, I'll help you. Climb on the table, say this, and I'll seal the deal. What? No way. I'm not saying this. Look, who are you kidding? I know your mom's brand is struggling, and I could really push the sales. Don't you want that? You want this favor? You gotta do what I say. Fine. Hey, everyone. I have to confess something. I have an unhealthy obsession with eating my own boogers, and Nora's amazing because she's helping me get over it. But sometimes I still can't help it. Go on. With that, Jessica dug into her nose and licked her fingers. I could see everyone making disgusted faces as she turned bright red and she ran off. I couldn't stop laughing. Now that was fun, right? No, you didn't need to humiliate her like that. What do you care? You hate Jessica just as much as I do. I do, because she was a bully. And right now, you are one too. I only gave her a taste of her own medicine, and I'm not sorry about it. Well, you should be. With that, Carly turned around and left. I wanted to stop her and explain myself, but then why should I? Jessica has always been horrible to me. I didn't need to feel bad. After that day, Carly started avoiding me. I tried to talk to her a few times. Then I got busy with shoots, and there was never a good time. Finally, it was time to shoot for Jessica's mom. But as I was getting my makeup done, I saw an article about how her products used substandard ingredients, even some that were banned. Dad, will you look at this? It looks like these makeup products are full of toxins. I can't tell my followers to use these.
Yes you can. Who cares if these products are harmful? All you need to do is go up there, smile, and say it's the best makeup you've ever used.
But that's lying.
Listen, Nora, we've signed the contract and got a lot of money for this, so we can't back out now. If we do, they'll sue me because I'm your legal representative.
I knew endorsing these products was wrong, but if I walked out at the last moment, Dad would get sued. So I decided to shoot the video and get it over with. But I couldn't stop thinking about how I'd lied for a few bucks. It kept nagging at me all night. And the next day, I told Dad I wanted to take a break.
No way. We've taken an advance on all your sponsorships.
I don't care, Dad. I started this channel to dance and have fun, and now I'm lying to make money. I don't want to do this anymore. Just give all the money back.
You don't understand, Nora. I can't give the money back because
you lost it? I turned around to see Mom walk in. Go on. Tell her about how you lost all the money in some shady internet scam and how you need more money to do this all over again. What? Dad, is that true? You stole my money?
No, I never meant to steal it. I just borrowed it to invest so I could use the profit to fund a movie project I've been working on. But I swear, I intended to return every single penny. I had no idea the investment scheme was a complete scam. I'm so sorry.
I don't even know what to
to say. How could you? I'm sorry for not being there before, Nora, but I'm here now, and I won't let you stay with this man for another second. You can't just leave. Watch me. Mom took me to her holiday home that evening. She even promised to pay back all the money to Jessica's mom and get my name out of the deal before they released the video about her makeup brand. But the next morning, I woke up to people screaming my name outside. I wanted to see what all the ruckus was about, but Mom stopped me. Don't go out there. Why? Who are all these people? A video of my conversation with Dad before the makeup shoot had gone viral, where I was protesting against doing the shoot, and he asked me to lie. I was losing followers, and sponsors were canceling contracts by the second. But it was worse for Dad. People were calling him a liar, a fraud, and much worse. I didn't go to school that day, but when I told Mom to drop me off the next day, she was hesitant. I don't think that's a good idea. Let things cool down. I'm not gonna sit at home like a scaredy cat, Mom. Despite Mom's protests, I left for school, but just as I entered, Jessica jumped on me from nowhere.
You witch! How dare you insult our brand after we paid you the money and did everything you said?
Get off me, you dinosaur! I said those things because that's the truth. And drop the act. It was you who uploaded the video with Dad to ruin my name, so we're even. Are you dumb? Why would I upload something that says bad things about my mom's brand? We're undergoing an investigation now. That did make sense, but if this wasn't her, then who? I was wondering who it could be later that day when Carly walked up to me. Okay, don't kill me, but I did something horrible. I was at your set that day, and it was me who posted the video. You? What? Why? Because I didn't know how else to make you stop working with your dad. He's so manipulative that you just weren't seeing that. He makes you do things you don't even want to do. But you're not a bad person, Nora, and I couldn't stand you turning into one. So I did this. And now you can hate me forever. Oh my God, just shut up and listen to me. I already told my dad that I wanted to take a break, and I'm done working with him. I can't lie to people. I'm even kind of relieved that my sponsors have backed out. You did? So that means you're not mad at me? Of course I'm mad at you for not talking to me before posting the video, but I understand why you did it. So do you think we could be friends again? Maybe. Probably. I was born in a small town to a single mom who always celebrated my interests and made sure I felt valued. Since I was a little girl, I've always loved singing and performing, and Mom always supported me. When I was 8, I participated in my school's talent show with a singing act. I was so excited, but when I got on stage, the nerves hit me and I started shaking like a tree in the wind. And when I looked out into the audience and saw my mom smiling up at me, I knew I could face my fears and give a great performance. Don't worry, honey. You've got this. Phew. Okay. La 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 la. Yeah, I used to get some stage fright when I was younger. I loved singing more than anything in the world, but sometimes my nerves got the best of me. All of that went away after my friends told me how good I was.
You're like so talented.
Really?
Totally. I wish I could sing like you.
With my mom and friends supporting me, I felt unstoppable. So when all that was taken away, it was, well, difficult. When I was 13, I got the opportunity to audition for a prestigious performing arts high school called Cole House. I came in prepared with my very favorite song, La 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 La. Incredible. Superbly performed. It had been my dream ever since I was 8 to attend, so I was thrilled when they offered me a spot the following fall semester. Cole House was all the way in New York City. I'd only ever been there once to see the Phantom of the Opera on Broadway, so the idea of going there to live was intimidating. It was a boarding school, so I would be away from home for the first time in my life. My home friends wouldn't be joining me. They were all staying back to start regular high school in our hometown, but they were so excited for me.
Go get 'em, Greta. We can't wait for you to take NYC by storm.
It would also be the first time my mom and I lived apart. Though I hated the idea of being away from her, I knew I needed to follow my dreams. And of course, my mom was super supportive. I'm so proud of you, honey. She dropped me off at the train station and waved goodbye. See you in a few months, my Broadway star. As soon as I stepped foot in Manhattan, all sorts of doubts started creeping in. What if I don't make any friends? I'm not a good enough singer for performing arts high school. Maybe I should just go back home. My fears just got bigger and louder when I stepped foot in my new school. It was gorgeous, with high vaulted ceilings and brightly painted classrooms. Just as I was looking up at the beautiful stained glass windows, I was suddenly shoved to the ground by a pretty girl. Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. How rude. Could she tell I was out of place here?
I didn't have too much time to think about it because my first class started in 2 minutes. I ran down the hallway just in time for the bell to ring and sat down in the last open chair right across from the girl who shoved me. Just my luck.
I see you've met Lena. She's a pill.
A boy sitting right next to me with curly hair and a cute smile put out his hand.
Hi, I'm Daryl.
I'm Greta. Nice to meet you.
You must be new here.
Was it so obvious? It was like I had a sign on my forehead screaming, "New girl." Daryl must have noticed my concern.
I just haven't seen you around here. I would have noticed a pretty girl like you.
I hoped he couldn't tell I was blushing. Yeah, I just moved here from Skaneateles.
Never heard of it.
It's a tiny town. I really love it there, but I couldn't miss the opportunity to go to school here.
Cole House is pretty incredible, and this is my favorite class. Mrs. Larimer is the bomb.
Just then, a tall woman with a long braid and huge green glasses entered the room.
Hello, class. I see some familiar faces. I see some shiny new faces. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Mrs. Larimer, and this is Singing for the Stage.
I looked around the classroom and saw a lot of smiling, eager faces. It seemed like a lot of people really liked Mrs. Larimer.
I hear we have a new student in school this year. Class, let's give a big Cole House welcome to Greta. Hi, Greta.
Nice to meet you.
Just then, Lena chimed in.
Can't wait to hear you sing.
I felt like she was taunting me, like she felt she was better than me. What was this girl's problem? Before I could think about it too much, Mrs. Larimer was addressing the class.
Who's ready to present their audition cut?
All of a sudden, every student reached into their backpack and pulled out binders full of sheet music. I looked down into my backpack. There was nothing but a pencil box, a notebook, and a bagged lunch in there.
Did you not bring your music book?
I couldn't believe Lena was calling me out in front of all these people. I just wanted to blend into the brightly colored wallpaper.
Don't worry, it's your first day. No one expects you to be ready to perform.
Greta, it's your first day, so we'll give you some time to settle and you can perform for us next week. Thanks, Mrs. Larimer. I shot a look at Lena so she would get the picture to just leave me alone. She caught my eye and smiled. What? Why would she tease me and then smile? What kind of mind games was she playing? Still holding my gaze, Lena's hand shot up in the air. I'm ready, Mrs. Larimer.
Great. Lena, you have the floor.
Lena gave the pianist her sheet music and started singing. I wanted to hate it, but she had an unmistakably gorgeous voice. When she finished singing, the class applauded.
Great job, Lena. I can tell you've been keeping up with your vocal exercises this summer.
Mrs. Larimer gave Lena some constructive criticism, but I was distracted. I felt like screaming, yeah, she has a beautiful voice, but that doesn't give her an excuse to be rude. But I just kept it bottled up inside, sitting politely.
Who would like to go next?
I wondered how anyone could feel confident following such a great performance. I would certainly be intimidated singing after Lena. I was wary of her, but there was no denying that she was a beautiful singer. Before I had too long to think about it, Daryl was standing up from his chair.
I'll go, Mrs. Larimer.
Daryl handed his sheet music to the pianist and sang a little bit to relay the tempo of his song. Even just hearing that much, I could tell Daryl was good. Really good. The pianist nodded, and Daryl took his place in the center of the classroom. He looked at me and winked. I swear I turned bright red. Did everyone see that? Lena looked back at me, scowling. Daryl began his song. It was incredible. He sang with such confidence. The vibrations of his voice pulsated, making it feel like the room itself was breathing. I looked around, and I could tell everyone else was enjoying themselves as well. Everyone, that is, except Lena.
Well done, Daryl. That song really suits you. Thanks, Mrs. Larimer.
Mrs. Larimer gave Daryl some adjustments and had him sing parts of the song over again. If this is what my new school was going to be like, just listening to cute boys sing, I had nothing to be worried about. I was starting to like it here. That evening, I was settling into my new bedroom in the dorms. As I was rounding the corner with some of my favorite snacks from the corner store, I heard a familiar voice.
Hi, Greta.
I couldn't believe it. Lena was my next-door neighbor. I was going to have to share a wall with her for the entire school year. I could feel my blood boiling under my skin. Hi, Lena. Is this your first time in NYC? She was smirking. What, did she think she was better than me just because she lived here longer than I did? I had to take a deep breath to control myself. No, actually, I came here to see Phantom of the Opera years ago. Oh, I love Phantom. I've seen it like 7 times. Okay, now she was bragging. Whatever, there was no reason to get worked up. I was just gonna remove myself from the situation. That's really cool for you, Lena. And then I shut my bedroom door and ate a whole bag of my favorite snack, Crispy Crisps. The following week, when I got into the singing for the stage class, I made sure to bring my very own music book with me. I was ready to finally perform for my new classmates.
Greta, over here.
I looked over to see Daryl beckoning me towards him. He had saved the seat next to him with his backpack. Wow, cute, talented, and thoughtful. This guy seemed too good to be true. Lena looked at Daryl from across the room and rolled her eyes. I plopped down in the seat Daryl saved for me and looked back at Lena. What was her problem with me?
Don't let Lena give you a hard time. This is kinda awkward, but she and I actually used to date.
I was shocked, but I tried not to let Daryl notice. How could such a lovely guy date such a cruel girl? As if he could read my mind, Daryl responded,
Yeah, I know. She was actually really nice when we started dating. And she has such a gorgeous voice. We loved singing duets together, but things didn't work out, and now it seems like she's taking it out on you. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. I appreciate you telling me. I had so many more questions for Daryl, but before I got a chance to ask any of them, Mrs. Larimer came into the room.
Okay, class, let's get ready to sing. Greta, have you had time to prepare your audition cut?
I was ready. I had been practicing all weekend, but now I felt so nervous. I clutched my music binder to my chest, willing myself to disappear behind it. Break a leg, Greta. My vision blurred until all I could see was Lena's stupid, smug face smirking up at me. All of a sudden, I felt like I was 8 years old again. My voice caught in my throat, and I couldn't stop my hands from shaking. I wished my mom was here to give me a reassuring smile. I longed for words of support from my home friends. I searched for Daryl among the sea of unfamiliar classmates, hoping he would provide me with some fortitude. He had been so sweet to me this past week. He was the only person who seemed interested in being my friend. But when I scanned the room, I was shocked to see Daryl whispering into another girl's ear. Oh, Daryl, you're so funny. She was giggling and looking up at me. Was I being paranoid, or were they making fun of me? Tears started building a fortress in my eyes, and my throat clamped down in a desperate attempt to keep them from tumbling down my cheeks. With all the straining to keep myself from crying, there was no way I would be able to sing a single note. I ran out of the classroom before my body betrayed me and I let anyone see me cry. I ran down the hallway and slipped into the bathroom stall. I was finally alone. Leaning against the cool door, I let the sobs escape. Greta, is that you? Lena's unmistakable lilt seeped under the stall door. What the heck was she doing here? Did she just want to rub it in? How I came all the way to NYC and couldn't even sing in a singing class? I felt like my brain was a volcano and lava was about to seep out of my ears. Lena, leave me alone. Haven't you already done enough? What are you talking about? I know, I'm a failure. You don't need to tell me. You're not a failure. You know, my first time in singing for the stage, I got so nervous I sang my whole song off key. What? Was Lena trying to console me? Why are you telling me this? Because I like you, and I don't want you to feel embarrassed. You like me? Then why have you been tormenting me all week? Tormenting you? What are you talking about? You tripped me on my first day. I didn't mean to trip you. I'm nearsighted and my glasses haven't come in yet. I didn't see you until I ran into you. I'm so embarrassed. Oh, well, what about when you talked down to me in the dorms? I just wanted to get to know you. You seemed so cool, and I was new last semester, so I know how scary it can be to make new friends. I didn't mean to make you feel belittled. I'm sorry. But Daryl said you didn't like me because you and him used to date. Oh, that's so like Daryl. He pursued me last semester when I was the new student. I was so excited to make a new friend, and then it got romantic. But as soon as another new girl started here, he broke up with me. It's like he only has eyes for new girls. I just try to ignore him, but it's difficult because he has so many friends. And I just know he's telling them his own story about why we broke up. I was remembering my first week with a whole new perspective. Suddenly, every mean thing Lena did to me was a misunderstanding or a kind gesture. I felt so foolish to have believed Daryl. I emerged from behind the bathroom stall and looked at Lena with new eyes. She looked so apologetic. I embraced her in a big hug, and before I knew it, we were both laughing at how silly the past week had been. Do you think you're ready to get back to class? Yeah, actually. When we got back to Mrs. Larimer's classroom, I could tell Daryl had been talking about me. Suddenly, his smile wasn't sweet, but a cruel smirk. Hi, Greta. I'm glad to see you back in class. Are you ready for your song? Seeing Daryl, I felt that familiar feeling of dread wash over me, but I looked over at Lena and she gave me a reassuring nod and a warm smile. Having her on my side, I felt supported. I'm ready. I closed my eyes and started to sing. I felt a quiver in my voice at first, but then it got stronger and stronger, and soon I was just lost in the lyrics and the music. When the last note ended and I opened my eyes, everyone erupted in applause. Some people stood up while cheering and clapping, and some people were crying, including our teacher. Even Daryl looked stunned. Greta, your voice is so pure and beautiful. I think I can say for everyone that you've really moved us, and we're honored to have you here. Lena leapt forward and gave me a bear hug. And finally, I felt at home at my new school. My dad was the most special person in my life. He made me homemade milkshakes and taught me how to throw a kick and a punch when I was only 6 years old. He always said that I should know how to take care of myself, and I thought he could do no wrong. Except a day after my 11th birthday, I woke up to Mom crying. What's wrong? Your dad left. Like, left to get some milk? No, he left us, Mare. Look at this note. He'd been stressed for weeks at his job, and I thought he'd be okay, but I guess he wasn't. I tried calling him too, but he left his cell phone at home.
What? Dad can't leave me just like that. He tells me everything. I'm sure there's some mistake. He must be around the corner. And I darted outside the house and started running around the neighborhood, screaming for Dad, but he really wasn't around. Finally, Mom caught up to me and took me home, and I was a crying mess for days. We tried looking for Dad for weeks, but it was like he'd vanished into thin air. I was heartbroken, and since then, I just couldn't trust anyone around me. What made it worse was that Mom started dating soon after, and she had the worst taste in men. This one time, Mom invited her boyfriend over, and he ended up stealing all her jewelry. And another time, she introduced me to this guy who was arrested a week later for robbing a bank. So, yeah, my home life was a mess, but at least I had school. I was a good student who loved writing poetry, and by the time I was 16, I was writing poems for a small publication and also leading the school newspaper. Life was good until this new guy Xander joined my class. At first, he didn't bother me at all and always had this permanent frown plastered on his face. He hardly spoke to anyone in class, and a few times he was rude to the teacher and got sent to detention. Then one day in the gym, I was sitting on the bleachers when this ball came flying out of nowhere and hit me in the head. Ow! Watch it, morons! I could have died!
But you didn't. And you're in a gym class. We're supposed to play here, not sit in a corner and sulk over a notebook. Now give me that ball.
Apologize first.
Bite me.
With that, Xander snatched the ball from my hand and left. I was so mad, I charged after him to give him a piece of my mind, but instead, I tripped and fell right into Rod's arms. He was my senior and the captain of the football team. Girls tripped over each other to get a glimpse of Rod's handsome face and athletic body, and looking into his green eyes, I could see why. I'm sorry, I just lost my balance.
And I think I lost my heart. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Sure about that? You could have a concussion. You know, we've never had a chance to talk, but I think we'll have a pretty good conversation. How about we find that out over dinner?
I don't eat dinner.
Coffee?
Nope.
Water then?
I'm late for class, but thanks for the help. And I just quickly left before Rod saw my knees shaking. I knew most girls would kill for a date with him, but all men were jerks, so I decided to ignore Rod. But boy, Rod was persistent. He would send me flowers in class, leave chocolates and notes in my locker, and one time, even showed up at my home in a limousine. I was just trying to figure out how to get rid of him when Mom walked into my room. That boy looks fancy. Yeah, whatever. I'm not interested. He will break my heart like Dad broke yours, and you don't know that. Not all men are the same. Now get dressed and go. I reluctantly agreed to go out with Rod, and it wasn't so bad. He was cute and fun, and he took me to this cool pizza place. So I was wondering, you could date anyone. Why me?
'Cause you're smart. I've never dated smart girls before.
Did you just call me a nerd?
No, I called you a pretty nerd.
You're sweet. Unlike that rude Xander. He's such a brat. You'd know him, actually. He's on the football team.
Xander has always had temper issues. If I were you, I'd stay away from him. Anyway, let's not spoil our date by talking about him and concentrate on more important things, like me.
Rod reached for my hand, and my stomach felt like it was in knots. We ended up talking some more before Rod dropped me home, and soon after, we started dating. School was twice as fun with Rod around. We'd have lunch together, and Rod would take me to these amazing parties, and things were going
doing well. But then one day, I walked into my class and saw Xander bullying a student. I barged in and pushed Xander off.
What's your problem, weirdo? Just mind your own business.
I will when you stop treating people like trash.
I was just asking some questions about chemistry.
I'm not blind or stupid. Just get away from this poor guy or...
Or what? You'll hit me, princess?
Xander inched closer, and I could feel his breath on my face. I wanted to move, but I just felt numb. And seconds later, the teacher walked in, and we all went back to our seats. I tried to ignore Xander after that, but I guess luck wasn't on my side, because a week later, I was picking up a cake for Mom's birthday at the local cafe when someone tapped on my shoulder.
May I take your order, You! I don't remember the last time I turned around and didn't see your face.
I don't like looking at your face either.
It doesn't look like that. In fact, it looks like you're stalking me.
Excuse me, but before I could get another word out, my stomach made a loud rumbling noise. Xander's face softened and he smiled.
Looks like someone's starving.
I'm fine.
Just come with me. You can be angry while you eat.
I wanted to say no, but my stomach made another really loud sound. Xander took me to the back kitchen and quickly fixed me a sandwich. As I gulped it down, a cat crawled in and Xander filled a bowl of milk for it. I watched him play with the cat and he looked so calm and peaceful and really cute.
If you keep staring like that, I'll get uncomfortable.
Thank you. You're good. I mean, the sandwich is good.
It's my specialty. My mom taught me. And you're staring again.
Sorry, I was just wondering. You're rude to teachers. You barely have friends and you pretend like you're mean, but you're actually soft. You're nothing like I imagined.
You're nothing like I imagined either. Meredith, why are you with Rod?
What do you mean?
I mean, he's not what he looks like. I know it's not my place, but I don't think he's right for you.
You're right. It's not your place. And why should I listen to you? You're literally the biggest bully in school. Just because you fixed me a sandwich doesn't mean you get to comment on my personal life.
You're taking this the wrong way.
I guess I was taking it the wrong way. But now everything is clear. Thanks for the sandwich and bye-bye. And with that, I just picked up my cake at the counter and left. But I couldn't stop thinking about what Xander had said. What did he mean that Rod wasn't what he looked like? I wanted to talk to Rod about it the next day in school, but he was absent. I tried calling him, but his phone wasn't reachable, so I decided to go to his place. I was at the gate when suddenly I saw Rod screaming at some woman.
What do you mean you can't do the job anymore? Tell Xander that I still have the video proof, and I will send him to jail if he doesn't get me what I asked for.
But he's already done so much for you. Please, sir. We are poor and vulnerable, but you're rich and kind. Please understand.
Don't touch me, you filthy woman, and just tell your son that if he doesn't deliver the papers by tonight, I will show the video to my dad and have him arrested.
Rod pushed the poor woman away and she fell on the ground while he simply smirked and left. I rushed to help her up, but before I could ask her anything, she started wailing and ran away. What was happening? Xander's mom knew Rod, and from what I heard, Rod had some video he was using to blackmail Xander. What was this video? And what papers was Xander delivering? I wanted to get to the root of everything, so I waited all evening outside Xander's cafe where he worked and then followed him. To my surprise, he parked his bike outside Rod's house, slowly making his way to a slanted door on the ground. Xander opened the lid of the door and jumped in. I left my bike behind as I made my way to the same basement door and saw Xander throw a huge envelope on Rod's face.
These are all the exam papers you wanted. We're done. And one more thing, if you ever touch my mom again, I swear I will bury you alive.
Don't be so mad, pretty boy. Also, we're far from done. You still have to write me that essay for my college application. Make sure it's perfect, or you know what I can do, don't you?
I've already done everything I can, Rod. Just quit torturing me.
It's nothing to what you'll go through in jail. All I need to do is make one phone call and tell the police how you stole from my dad.
Rod smirked at Xander in the most evil way before moving closer and spitting in his face. Xander lost it and hit Rod, and the two of them got into a huge fight. I wanted to do something, but before I could, the basement door I was leaning on broke, and I dropped to the floor. Thankfully, it wasn't too high, or I would have ended up breaking my bones. Both Xander and Rod looked at me in shock as I got up.
Meredith! Oh my god, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Step away from her, she's my girlfriend!
What are you going to do, spit in my face again?
You bet I will.
Rod tried hitting Xander again, but this time I got in the way and pushed him away. Don't hurt him!
Why are you so worried about this worm? You like him, don't you? I dated you even though you're way beneath me. You should be thanking me, but instead you're choosing him?
I'm not choosing anyone, but I do know now that I don't want to be with a psychopath like you. Rod turned to me with crazy eyes and I thought he was about to hit me when suddenly his dad barged in. He must have heard the noise when the door crashed.
What is this mess? Xander, what are you doing here?
Dad, Xander is a thief! Remember you lost your favorite watch? It was Xander who took that. See, I have proof. Everything was caught on camera.
Rod's dad looked at Xander in shock as Rod showed him the whole video, and then Xander explained the whole story. Apparently, his mom worked with Rod's family as a housekeeper, and he and his little sister grew up with Rod's family.
Last year, my sister was diagnosed with a lung condition. We really needed a lot of money for the treatment, but Mom didn't have any. So one day, while the whole family was away, I broke in, stole one of your watches, and sold it to pay for my sister's treatment. I thought I'd somehow collect the money and replace the watch eventually, but Rod found out, and since then he's been blackmailing me to cheat on his college applications. He told me that you'd cut him off if he didn't get into a good college, sir. I didn't want to go to jail, so I did what he said. But Rod's demands never stopped. I'm so sorry.
Xander broke down in tears, and I felt so bad for him. Thankfully, Rod's dad understood and forgave Xander and said he wouldn't press charges. Rod lost his mind and started throwing things like a maniac, but his dad called in security and they dragged Rod away. Xander escorted me outside and called me a cab. We were waiting when he finally spoke.
Meredith, I've never said this before because you were with Rod, but I really like you. I always have.
You're a good guy, Xander, but I can't be with someone I can't trust. You should have just told Rod's dad the truth.
I know, I was a coward, but I felt I didn't have a choice.
You always have a choice. You had the choice of being honest.
Meredith, I
want to go. Saying that, I slid into the cab and left, leaving Xander alone. I didn't hear from Rod again, but Xander tried calling me 1,000,000 times, and I ignored him. I didn't even want to go to school and felt totally lost. I guess Mom saw that because one night she walked into my room and asked me what happened, and I ended up spilling everything. I loved your father, and I know you did too. He suffered some hard knocks and didn't deal well with it, and it hurt us. But that doesn't mean everyone else will be the same. Well, Rod turned out to be crazy. And what if Xander is dishonest again? Look, he shouldn't have stolen from Rod's dad, but he did it for his family, not out of some greed. And that says something about him. Go talk to him, Meredith. I hugged Mom and rushed to the cafe Xander worked at, but he wasn't around. Luckily, the manager recognized me from before and handed me Xander's address. I went to his place and knocked, and seconds later, a cute little girl answered the door. Hey, is Xander around?
Nope, but you can wait. You're Meredith, right? How did you know? Xander told me you were the prettiest girl he'd ever seen, and you are pretty.
I didn't say that. I said she's pretty, but she's the smartest girl I know.
I turned around and saw Xander behind me. He signaled his sister to leave, and then it was just him and I.
So what brings you here? I thought you didn't want to see me.
Xander, all my life I've hated my dad for breaking my trust. It's really difficult for me to open up to people. And dating someone like Rod, who turned out to be a complete psycho, messed up my mind, and I just needed some time to figure out my feelings.
And have you figured them out?
Kind of, but I need you to promise that you won't lie about anything to me.
I promise. Now can I ask you out on a date?
Depends on how well you kiss.
Let's find out.
Hi, I'm Catalina Cortez, the only legitimate child of Richard Cortez, a billionaire with the emotional range of a potato. There was a time when we were a happy family, but after Mom left when I was 5, Dad went on a world tour of girlfriends. Some standouts are a Spanish teacher, an Indian yoga influencer, a K-drama actress, and a Russian pop star. His most recent one had gotten pregnant. And since he'd recently announced he was running for mayor, he needed to keep everything hush-hush. And by hush-hush, I mean paying her enough to keep her quiet. So yeah, while Dad was always busy throwing money at me and all of his other problems, I got all the attention I wanted at school.
Catalina, we saved you a seat. Oh my God, girl, your outfit is everything.
But I wasn't stupid. I knew people loved having me around for the perks. VIP party invites, entry to the best clubs, Instagram clout, but none of them were actually my friends. The only real friend I had was Mike. He was my neighbor, and since he was a couple of years older, he took it upon himself to be my life coach.
If you know people are hanging out with you just to ask favors, why are you friends with them?
Because I'm 18 and I need company, and you're one to talk. Remember how you straightened your hair every day just because Brittany liked it? You looked like a malnourished raccoon.
And I don't want you making the same mistakes I did. Be better.
But it was my last summer break of high school, and I did not want to spend it alone. So I impulsively invited my entire class to a Billie Eilish concert happening that weekend. But the tickets were all sold out. So of course, I knew what I had to do. Dad, it's an emergency. Billy's having a concert, and I need—
Catalina, we're in the middle of a meeting. You can wait outside, and I'll be right—
But I'd already zoned out, because my eyes were glued to the most gorgeous boy ever. Dark, slightly messy hair, sleeves rolled up showing his veiny arms, jawline sharp enough to cut diamonds. Perfection.
Mr. Cortez, if this isn't a good time—
Oh, please, don't stop on my account. I'm Catalina, by the way. You know, the Cortez heiress. Vogue teen cover last month. 12 million followers. You must have seen my TikTok series, Rich Girl Problems. It's been trending this past week.
My bad. I must have missed it while reading something meaningful. Now, Mr. Cortez, if we could return to discussing the initiative for underprivileged schools—
And he went back to his presentation, ignoring me like I was a housefly. Usually I'd throw some kind of tantrum for attention. But for once, I sat my butt down and listened. His name was Adrian Carter, and he was pitching a tech-based education platform for low-income schools. Custom tablets, AI tutoring, skill-building modules. It all sounded pretty cool.
The idea is impressive, Carter. As you may know, I'm running for mayor this year, and something like this could really benefit the campaign and the community. So, if you can give me a number, we can talk about ownership.
Respectfully, sir, I'm not looking to sell. I worked hard to build this from the ground up. Now I'm finally ready to scale it. So I'm looking for an investor who believes in my mission, not a buyout. This means more to me than a few zeros in my account.
That was the first time I'd ever heard somebody say no to Dad and no to money. I was super curious about Adrian, so I stalked him online that night. Orphaned at 12, MIT graduate on full scholarship, and a self-made tech CEO before 23? He was quite the guy. And super fit too. So early the next morning, I went straight to the park where he jogged every day. Oh, hi there.
Miss Cortez, what are you doing here?
Jogging, of course. And please, call me Catalina. Miss Cortez sounds like I'm about to sell you essential oils. Do you come here often?
Yes, but I've never seen you here before.
Oh, that's because I run really fast. Like, blink and you miss it fast. I can show you. I started sprinting across the field, only to trip over a root 10 seconds in. Adrian ran over to help me.
Looks like you might have a sprained ankle. Can you walk?
Depends. Would you carry me if I can't?
What?
I'm joking. Although I think I am a bit dizzy. Would you mind grabbing some breakfast with me? Also, you know, I'm very persuasive. I bet I can convince Daddy to invest in your project.
Thanks, but I don't need any favors. I'll book you a cab. I'm running late for something important.
The more he ignored me, the more I wanted his attention. So I pulled a few strings and ended up crashing his charity gala. But he was so busy with the guests, he barely looked my way. Then I casually showed up at his favorite coffee spot, but he just grabbed his latte and bolted before I could even say hi. I even went to his office once, but his secretary told me he wasn't around. Liar. Oh, he hates me, Mike. No, worse. He's repelled by me.
Yeah, totally weird he doesn't like stalkers. Why are you so obsessed with this guy anyway?
I wouldn't say obsessed. It's just that he doesn't care my name is Cortez. He's definitely not scared of my dad. And he wants to change the world. He's different, you know? Are you even listening to me? Who are you texting?
Sorry. Daddy issues.
You're talking to your dad? What's going on? You've been really distracted lately.
It's nothing. Look, Adrian is a self-made guy, and you need to show him that you're more than just Daddy's spoiled little princess.
That's when it hit me like a pair of Louboutins in the face. Daddy! Daddy's turning 50 next weekend, Mike!
Okay, and?
Every year on his birthday, he picks up one passion project to fund. What if this year, I pitch an education foundation for kids who can't afford school? That'll impress Adrian.
Fantastic idea. Except you know nothing about education or kids or foundations.
Please. How hard can it be figuring that out? Turns out, a lot. I had to go through government policy websites, read reports, and understand things like grants. Mike helped, of course, and by the end of the week, I had a fully fleshed out plan, which I presented on Dad's birthday, and everyone was impressed by how solid it looked, including Adrian.
That was impressive. I didn't think you'd be that passionate about children's education.
What? Of course I love children and education. Everyone needs school, right? You don't want to turn out stupid. Anyway, want to dance? But just as our hands touched, Dad's chauffeur walked in carrying a huge box. He gave it to me along with a note. To the elites who take an act without thinking, here's something you can't ignore. This child is your responsibility now. Huh? I lifted the lid and, oh my God, it's a baby! The room exploded with gasps and camera flashes. Dad was immediately on the phone, talking furiously to someone, and I handed the baby to the nearest staff member and walked over to Adrian. Wow, that was unexpected. Anyway, where were we?
Aren't you gonna address the fact that there's an abandoned baby in the middle of the room?
Oh, don't worry about that. It's probably one of Dad's exes trying to get attention. The lawyers will take it away and handle it.
It? Are you serious? You talk about helping kids, and then a real child shows up and your first instinct is to hand him off like some lost package?
What else am I supposed to do?
Anything's better than dumping him on your lawyers who will eventually just dump him at an orphanage. You wouldn't know how it feels to grow up thinking no one wants you, but I've been that kid.
Excuse me? I grew up without a mother too.
Then how is it so easy for you to abandon a kid? Never develop something called empathy, I guess?
I looked at the baby. Tiny, helpless, and something inside me just snapped. Fine then. I'm going to look after the baby till we find his real mom.
Are you trying to crack jokes now?
No, I'm not. I will look after that child by myself. I know what it feels like to be left behind, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone, especially not a baby. But if I do this successfully, you'll publicly admit that you're just a judgmental buttface who was entirely wrong about me.
Great, but when you fail, which you will, you'll admit how you're nothing but a shallow, entitled princess. And you'll move to a developing country for a year, without your money.
Easy. Anything else?
Yeah, I don't trust you to actually do the work. You'll probably hire someone and fake it, so you're moving into my house.
I'm not a liar.
Then it shouldn't be a problem.
Fine, but I'm bringing my own bedding. And that's how I ended up in Adrian's penthouse. Dad, of course, hated the idea. But I made him see how this could work in our favor. The press would see how the Cortez family was stepping up and caring about the baby until the mother was found. And once the mom reappeared, we could just pay her off quietly to make the whole thing go away. I packed up whatever I could and left for Adrian's place. He lived in a penthouse, which wasn't bad, and he gave me the biggest room in the house.
Don't think I'm doing this for you. The baby needs more room. Now, I have a meeting tomorrow and I need to sleep. So 0 noise and 0 drama. Understood?
Wait, you're not going to help me?
Why? You're the one who took up the challenge, so you deal with it. Bye-bye.
And then he just turned around and left. Rude. I looked at the baby. Aw, the poor thing looked so innocent. But then he let out a fart bomb, enough to take a city down. Oh no, you smell nasty. Ugh, this is literally the worst. I couldn't stop gagging as I got rid of the dirty diaper. And just before I could fasten the new one on, he peed all over me. And then he just started wailing. I rocked him, made faces, did a silly dance, but nothing worked. So I ran to the kitchen for some milk and fed him, and he finally dozed off. I guess I dozed off too, because when I woke up, it was morning, and Mike was staring at my face.
Good morning, princess. Love the new hair.
Mike, thank God you're here. Just hold on to him. I gotta pee. When I got back, Mike was on the phone with someone looking tense. But as soon as he saw me, he disconnected. Everything okay?
Yeah, just college stuff. How are you doing?
What does my zombie-like appearance suggest?
Why don't you just let your dad handle this whole baby situation?
And give up? No way. I need to show Adrian I'm more than some shallow princess writing on Daddy's credit card. Besides, I've got you to help me.
Right, about that. I actually have to leave for a college project in Korea for a week.
Just then, the baby started screaming. I asked Mike to wait till I changed the diaper, but he said he had to meet someone and left abruptly. Weird. The next few days were the toughest of my life. Between nonstop diaper changes, feeding schedules, and round-the-clock crying, I could hardly eat, shower, or even breathe. Mike wasn't replying to any of my desperate calls or texts, so I had zero backup. Unless you count Adrian's insanely detailed instructions before heading to work.
Formula temperature 98.6 degrees exactly. Not 99, not 98. Diapers change immediately after feeding. Tummy time 3 times daily and absolutely no screen time. Also, I've installed nanny cams to make sure you don't cheat.
What? That's literally illegal!
No cameras, but your face just confirmed you were planning to cheat.
Does my face also confirm that I feel like hitting you with a bat?
Really? I thought you liked me. Isn't that why you followed me to that park and to my favorite coffee place?
So you did see me, and didn't even say hi? That's rude.
Well, in my defense, I was in a hurry and you talk too much.
Or maybe you're just a bad listener.
I don't agree.
Didn't think you would. I turned to leave, but the doorknob got jammed. Just then, Adrian came forward, curled his hands around mine, and gave the knob a quick tug. Thanks.
Anytime.
I hurried out the door, but I could feel his eyes digging me in my back. What was that? The entire day, I couldn't stop replaying Adrian's smug grin in my head. I needed a break, so I decided to take the baby for a walk that evening. And a few blocks away, I spotted this cute little cafe.
Hello, welcome to Latte Love. We are a small batch, ethically sourced, community-supported espresso bar. Have you tried our single origin cold brew from the highlands of Ethiopia?
I'll just have a regular coffee, thanks.
You mean drip brew? Or a pour over? We also have a honey lavender fusion.
Just coffee, in a cup, hot, maybe with sugar.
Oh, we only have organic coconut syrup harvested under the moonlight.
Okay, coconut syrup it is.
Would you like to add our handcrafted oat foam? We grow the oats.
Oh my God, just give me the coffee, you freak of nature!
Give her a regular latte with oat milk. It's the best.
I turned around and saw this really cute guy smiling at me. His name was Jack, and he was the cafe owner. We chatted for a while, and for the first time in weeks, I felt kinda normal. I was in a great mood when I returned, and Adrian was waiting to ruin it.
Where have you been?
I was just at the cafe near the park, drinking coffee, talking to an actual human being who doesn't yell at me every 5 minutes.
Why didn't you answer your phone? I called so many times.
It was in my bag. I didn't notice.
Typically careless. It's way past his bedtime and you're out wandering around town talking to strangers.
Why are you overreacting? I just stepped out and had a normal conversation with a nice guy who was actually really helpful with Bet.
Who's Bet? Wait, you named the baby Bet?
Yeah, short for Bet you didn't see that coming. It's got a ring to it. You wouldn't get it. Anyway, I'm meeting my new friend Jack for lunch tomorrow too.
You don't need Jack or his stupid help. I'll take you both out tomorrow.
But Jack's a pro with kids. He has nieces and nephews.
I spent half my life surrounded by kids. Trust me, if anyone knows how to handle kids, it's me.
The next day, Adrian took me and Bet on a picnic. He'd made us snacks, got us drinks, and even brought toys for Bet. Even the two of us were getting along really well. And when Adrian wiped some sauce off my face, his fingers lingered on a little longer, and it made my stomach churn. But just then, Bet let out the most ear-shattering scream. After 10 minutes of chaos, spit up, and public humiliation, Adrian and I packed up everything and decided to head home. We were waiting for a cab when a city bus rolled up and stopped beside us. Let's take the bus. The cab's taking too much time.
No, cabs are faster and safer, especially with a baby.
Oh, unclench and chill out, will you? Saying that, I climbed onto the bus and Adrian followed with Bet. Sometime later, this girl walked up to us.
Aw, such an adorable baby. And you guys make a great couple.
We're not together.
Oh, thank God.
Excuse me?
Do you think maybe we could get off at the next stop and grab some coffee?
We totally would, but his boyfriend's waiting for him. It's their 6-month anniversary.
What? I'm not gay.
It's okay, sweetie. It's 2025. You know, they even adopted a baby to show how committed they are to each other. It's the most beautiful thing. Oh, Look, our stop is here. You have a very nice day. And saying that, I just hurried to the door and got off, with Adrian right behind me.
What was that?
I was blowing her off for you. You're welcome. Wait, you didn't actually want to get coffee with her, did you?
Maybe I did. She was a pretty girl.
I am a pretty girl, and you've never had coffee with me. Anyway, I'm tired, so let's just go home and... Wait, where's Bet?
You had him.
No, I didn't. You were the one with the stroller.
Oh my God, he's on the bus!
Adrian and I sprinted after the bus, which obviously outran us. What do we do now? Should we go to the police?
And tell them what? That we lost a baby who wasn't even ours? They book us for kidnapping!
This is all your fault. If you hadn't flirted with that stupid chick, I wouldn't have been so distracted.
My fault? I didn't even get to talk to her while you were busy making up lies about me.
Just then, I got this phone call from an unknown number. It was a woman from the bus, and she said she'd found my contact info in the stroller, and Bet was with her. She sent us the location, and Adrian and I sprinted there like two lunatics. We thanked her 100 times and headed straight home. After putting Bet to bed, Adrian and I collapsed on the couch, exhausted. When I woke, Bet was in Adrian's arms.
Hey, turns out Bet's a morning person.
Turns out, I already knew that.
Mm-hmm. So I've been thinking, I owe you an apology.
For which particular incident? Because if you're starting from day one, we might need coffee first.
For all of it. I guess I had this idea of who you were, and I never let you show me otherwise. But yesterday made me realize I've been judging you unfairly. You're amazing. Not because you do everything perfectly, but because you keep showing up.
Well, thank you. It's been more exhausting trying to prove myself to you than taking care of Bet.
Consider me fully convinced.
That day, something shifted between us. He started staying home more often, helping without being asked. Sometimes he'd quietly take over bottle duty or sneak into the kitchen at 2 a.m. to warm up formula while I was dead asleep on the couch. He even suggested I take a break and go to a birthday party I'd committed 2 weeks ago. Except, I didn't want to go.
Why not? You're 18. Go have some fun.
In that case, come with me. You deserve a break too. And I'd like you to meet my friends. Plus, the invite explicitly says we need a +1. He didn't look thrilled, but after some dramatic pleading, he caved. We left Bet with one of his older maids and headed to the party. I thought it would be a fun night, but 10 minutes into the party, I had people swarming over to me for favors. Hey, Kat, is your dad still on that hotel board? Think he could pull a few strings for a friend's destination wedding?
You're still tight with that influencer girl, right? You have to get her to tag my vintage page. I heard you're babysitting full-time now or something. That's wild. Anyway, do you still have your stylist number?
I smiled, I nodded, I said I'll see what I can do so many times, I lost track. And it made me wonder if it had always been this bad. I decided I wanted to leave the party. I was trying to find Adrian when I overheard some of my classmates talking.
Honestly, I thought Katerina was pregnant or in rehab. Her skin looks kinda dull, right? And she's barely said anything. Didn't even apologize for not answering my text for the concert tickets I wanted. Daddy said her father is dealing with some scandal. Let's hope he doesn't ruin his chances to become mayor. She could be a lot more useful to us as the mayor's daughter.
I wanted to slap their faces. But just then, I saw Adrian trip right into them, making them spill their drinks all over their dresses.
Oops, I'm so sorry. That was a total accident.
Oh my god, you klutz. Where are your eyes?
Right here.
Are you trying to be funny? My dress is Persian silk.
I have no idea what that means, but guessing by the way you're shrieking, I'm sure it was expensive. You can afford a good dry cleaner though, yeah? In case you can't, here's my number. I'll take care of the bill.
And then he just turned around and walked away, leaving the girls fuming. That was awesome. Also hilarious to see you tripping so dramatically.
Yes, I sacrificed my usual grace and poise for you. But seriously, these people are selfish leeches. You already knew that, right?
Yeah, but most of the people I know are like this. And I figured early on that getting people things they wanted made me popular. I sound like a really pathetic attention seeker, right?
No, I get where you're coming from, but you deserve better. And you're in much better company now. Let's get out of here and grab some pizza.
Sounds like a plan. Over the next few days, Adrian and I got closer. The more time we spent together, the more I liked and respected him. and I genuinely liked our quiet little life together. I certainly didn't miss my fake friends, and didn't even need as much retail therapy. But what scared me was that summer break was almost over, and Dad still hadn't located Bet's mom. I was beginning to feel really worried about what would happen to him if we never found her. Then suddenly, one evening I got a phone call. It was from a hospital, saying that Mike had been in an accident, and since his parents weren't answering, they'd contacted me. But he's in Korea. Are you sure you have the right person?
Yes, ma'am. You're listed on his emergency contact list.
When did he get back? And why didn't he tell me? I called Adrian, but he was stuck in a meeting. So I left Bet with one of the maids and rushed to the hospital to see Mike. I found him in the reception area, arguing with someone on the phone.
Please, no, you can't tell them. Let me handle this my own way.
What's going on? Mike looked startled, hung up, and hugged me. What's happening, Mike? When did you get back? Or you've never left and you've just been avoiding me?
No, I came back last night. I was on my way to see you when I got hit by that stupid delivery bike. But I'm fine, and there's something I need to tell you.
But before Mike could finish, I got a call from Adrian's maid. She said she was watching Bet when someone attacked her and took Bet away. I tried asking her more, but the maid was so shaken up she could barely speak. Mike and I rushed home, and I crashed through the door to find Adrian already there. We watched the security footage in horror. A woman in her 40s had walked in, pushed the maid, and left with Bet. Oh my God, this is my fault. I shouldn't have left Bet alone. What was I thinking?
None of this is your fault. If anything, I should have tightened security around here. How could she just walk in like that? I'm going to the police. We'll sort this out.
You don't need to do that. I know where Bet is.
What? How could you possibly know that?
Because he's my son.
Excuse me?
That's when Mike finally came clean. Bet's real name was Leo, and he was Mike's son with his college girlfriend, Amara. And the woman on the camera feed was Amara's mom.
Amara and I dated a while ago. Then one day she told me she was pregnant. I knew if Dad found out, he'd lose it. So I told her I couldn't be part of the baby's life. She dropped out of college and left. But I did find out I'd had a son.
So you knew all along that baby is your son? Watched me uproot my life and said nothing?
I'm sorry. I didn't want you to hate me.
And yet somehow, I want to punch your face.
Catalina, I know you're angry, but let him finish. So tell me, why did Amara think it was a good idea to leave Leo at Catalina's place?
That was her mom. Amara got a job overseas and left Leo in her care. But that woman is crazy. She kept calling, yelling at me, saying I was a terrible person. So I stopped picking up. I guess she wanted to teach me a lesson and decided to drop Leo at my place. But she messed up the address since Kat and I are neighbors.
But why didn't she come talk to us instead of taking Bet away like some kidnapper?
She's been stalking me on social media because she found out I was in Korea and screamed at me on the phone, asking what I'd done with Leo. So I told her he was safe with you. Maybe she went to your place and found out you're currently staying with Adrian.
I can't believe all this. I thought you were smart and wise, but I am so disappointed in you.
Kat, I know you're angry, but right now we need to see if Leo's okay. Do you know where Amara's mom lives?
Mike nodded, and 15 minutes later, we were standing outside a cramped apartment. We knocked, and the woman who opened the door looked at us with the most disgusted expression ever.
What do you want, princess? I thought you'd be happy to be rid of the baby your friend dumped on you. And you probably dumped him on your maids. I thought I could teach Mike some responsibility, but if he can't take care of his own child, then fine. He doesn't deserve to be a part of Leo's life.
I didn't dump Leo on anyone, and I care about him a lot. You certainly taught me something about being responsible and less selfish for a change, and I'm grateful for it. And we're here to let you know that, starting today, Mike will be stepping up. Financial support, parenting classes, regular visits, all of it. And if it's okay with you, I would like to pitch in too.
What's the catch?
No catch. We genuinely want to help. Leo deserves a family, not an absent mother and an irresponsible father.
But I have college and placements, and my parents will kill me.
Well, you should have thought about that before bringing a child into the world, Mike. I know this is really big, but we can do it together. A child needs a village to raise it anyway, right? Mike did step up and came clean to his parents about Leo. And let's just say it was dramatic. But he and Amara's mom worked out a custody agreement between them. And of course, Leo's favorite Auntie Catalina had exclusive visiting rights. Also, my dad agreed to invest in Adrian's idea to help underprivileged kids. And a month later, we had a party to celebrate the launch of his project.
So I guess you officially won the bet.
Aw, are you sad?
Nope. If anything, I'm proud of you. I spent years thinking that letting people in was a weakness. But seeing how brave you were, standing up for Leo, it made me want to take a chance.
What kind of chance?
The kind that scares me, but also feels exactly right. Like this.
I struggled against the ropes, feeling the chair roll slightly beneath me. A cold breeze hit my face, and even my toes felt cold. Wait, were my shoes off? Hello? Is anyone there? If this is a prank show, you guys took it way too far. Suddenly, the blindfold was yanked from my face, and I realized I was on a rooftop with no boundary walls. And standing before me was a tall woman, smiling like she was about to enjoy torturing me.
Josie Hart. So you're Alexander Kingston's new girlfriend. Though I cannot understand why he dates so beneath his league.
Yeah, I get why you're confused. I really do. But that's no reason to kidnap me. We can discuss this on the ground floor of a really nice cafe. My treat. My heart jumped into my throat as she kicked my chair closer to the edge.
How much do you love Alexander?
Oh my God, are you one of his exes? I swear, I don't love him, and I know he doesn't even like me. We're just pretend dating.
Pretend dating?
Yes, completely fake. Why would he date me for real? I'm no one important. I can't even pass the bar exam. I failed 3 times.
Yes, I did a background check. I know you're a loser. Also, you're just as heavy as you look in your pictures. I thought the camera was adding 10 pounds.
Look, you obviously don't relate, but some of us eat carbs when we're stressed. Like, I could really use a family-sized bag of chips right now. Please stop. Why are you ruining your lovely go-to-bus kicking me around?
My... what?
You know, your go-to-bus. My sister has the same designer heels. I'd hate for you to scuff them. Okay, I'm shutting up. Just tell me what you want.
Josie, since you're suddenly Alexander Kingston's new sweetheart, fake or real, I don't care. You're going to help us retrieve something from him.
Something? Like his soul? His dignity? He lost that the moment he met me. Lols.
No. He recently bought an artifact at an auction that once belonged to our family, and it holds something very important to us.
What? Sentimental value? Sorry, humor is my coping mechanism. She smiled coldly, then gave my chair another nudge. My feet dangled over the rooftop's edge. Oh my God, I'll get the artifact! I'll rob him blind! I'll even lose 10 pounds! Don't let me die! I haven't arranged anyone to clear my browser history, and please don't let my family find my body in these stockings! Wondering how I ended up like this, literally hanging on to dear life? Let me rewind and show you exactly how I became the Mafia's most unimpressive hostage. Not that my life's been smooth sailing before this, but things seriously started spiraling last month. The morning I had my 3rd attempt at the bar exam. And it's not like I'm dumb or something. It's just that whenever I'm under pressure, my brain decides to take a hike. That morning, I jolted awake to total silence, instantly realizing my alarm didn't go off because Lord Voldemort had drowned my phone in his water bowl. Why do you hate me? I picked you up from the garbage and made you a prince. I grabbed my bag and bolted out the door. Of course, I missed the bus, stole my 7-year-old neighbor's tricycle, pedaled furiously to the exam venue, and still didn't make it on time. The security guard just wouldn't let me in. Please, I'm begging you. I'll name my firstborn after you. Actually, I can change Lord Voldemort's name today. He just stared at me like I was crazy and walked off. As I sank to my knees in despair, I noticed a guy approaching me with a smile. Oh, God, he's cute.
This fell out of your bag.
Can you please just walk away and pretend you never met me? As if I hadn't had enough humiliation for a year, the next evening, I had Thanksgiving dinner with my family. My very accomplished, very overachieving family.
Okay, everyone. Let's take turns saying what we're thankful for.
Please just let the turkey explode or something.
I'm thankful your father and I just completed our groundbreaking anti-aging research on mice. In a few years, we'll look young enough for people to mistake Josie for our mom.
My older sister Emily smiled smugly.
I'm thankful I got to fulfill my lifelong dream of becoming an astronaut and going to space this year. They say the sky's the limit, but clearly it's not.
Cousin Ava chirped in next. I'm thankful I married the love of my life in a magical castle wedding in Scotland. Fairy tale dreams do come true. Next, my brother Lucas announced,
I'm thankful that Forbes listed me in there 30 under 30 again.
Oh, for crying out loud. Then everyone turned to me. I'm thankful that this is the year I decided to grow my own herbs. The parsley and basil keep dying on me, but the mint is thriving. I have it with my instant noodles, my eggs. Of course, it's great with chocolate, makes good tea, and I have minty fresh breath all the time.
Josie, honey, your time will come too.
Thanks, Dad. You make me sound like an avocado waiting to ripen.
Speaking of unripened avocados, we heard you tanked the bar exam again.
How did that remind you of that?
Anything interesting going on in your love life to distract you from your career failures?
As everyone stared at me, I felt my cheeks and neck burning. Just then, I spotted the muted TV behind Dad's head. Alexander Kingston was on screen, smiling and shaking hands at some charity gala. He was the billionaire heir who had just returned to town to take over his family's luxury hotel empire. My best friend Mia, who worked as a secretary in his office, was swooning over him like 24/7. And suddenly, words I didn't know my brain had decided on flew out of my mouth. Oh, actually, yes, I am dating someone, and it's pretty serious. It's him.
Him who? Josie, imaginary boyfriends are only cute when you're 5 years old.
Him, Alexander Kingston. I was both thrilled and a little offended at the disbelief on everyone's faces.
The guy on TV right now?
Yep, that's my boyfriend. My very serious boyfriend of 3 months. Mia works for him. She introduced us. We've been keeping it on the down low because he's a public figure, so keep it to yourselves for now. But I'll send pictures of us in the family group chat. Surely I could bribe Mia into getting me a few chummy selfies with him.
Wow. Can't wait. Also, I'm visiting your town next week. I'd love to meet him.
Even better. He'd love to meet you too. Oh God, what had I just done? Of course, the next logical step was to fall on my knees and beg Mia for help.
Josie, it's not like he's the cute barista down the street. He has bodyguards, and he already has a restraining order against a stalker.
Mia, I know I messed up, but my psychotically perfect family has a way of pushing me over the edge.
And what happens when Emily turns up next week?
Well, I'll just have to dump him by then, won't I? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Right now, I have to show them something, or look like an even bigger loser for lying.
Ugh, fine. The event photographer at Alexander's gala tomorrow called in sick. I can give you her badge. Please don't make me lose my job, and just act normal for once.
Oh, please. Normal is my middle name. Okay, it's actually Lauren, but close enough, right? I promise, I'll be the picture of normalness. The next evening, I was wobbling around the glamorous gala in a gown, lugging a camera I'd borrowed from my neighbor. I just had to inch my way close to Alexander, take his pictures, and then request a few selfies. I could act convincingly, like I was covering the event. How hard could it be? I aimed the camera at a couple having a heated discussion and snapped a series of blinding photos.
Excuse me? Does it look like I want the moment my marriage is falling apart to be captured on camera?
Oh, I am so sorry. You're just so photogenic when you're frowning. Carry on. I quickly turned away and snapped another random picture, startling an elderly man and causing his drink to spill down his tux. Oops, my apologies. Great shot, though. Very fluid and dynamic. Realizing my lens was smudged, I decided to clean it. And then I accidentally set the flash off in my face. I staggered backwards, then tripped on my gown and crashed into someone, pushing us both straight into a 12-foot flower arrangement. Before I could catch my breath, I was lifted off the ground by men in suits, and I realized the person I'd crashed into was Alexander Kingston. A moment later, I found myself seated in a back room, Alexander glaring at me.
What's the name of your agency? I swear, I'm gonna fire that secretary of mine!
No, please don't. I found out the photographer hired for the event was sick, and I stole her badge.
Why? Who are you, the paparazzi? I need to know who sent you.
I sent myself. Listen, I'm Josie Hart, and I just need a couple of selfies with you, where you need to look like you're rather fond of me. Even in love, maybe? So you can't be glaring at me the way you are right now.
What?
See, this is all because my mother is Benjamin Button, and my dad called me an unripe avocado, and my sister's an actual astronaut, my cousin's a Disney princess, and my brother is Elon Musk, and all I've got is enough mint to start a toothpaste factory, a garbage cat, and a pretend billionaire boyfriend. And that's sort of where you come in, you lucky guy.
Pretend boyfriend?
I may have accidentally told my family we were dating. Just a little bit.
And you picked me? Because you have a crush on me or something?
No, your face was on the TV screen at that moment. Trust me, it was exactly as random as all of this sounds.
You're insane.
Really? No one's ever said that to me before. He turned away and walked over to his bodyguards, saying something to them in hushed tones which made me even more nervous. Eventually, he came back and sat down opposite me.
Fine, Josie Hart. I'll be your boyfriend.
You'll what now?
So the thing is, my ex-fiancé dumped me a few months ago.
Wow, that's rough. I guess we're both losers. No, only I'm a loser.
Here's the deal. I'll be your fake boyfriend, and you'll help me show her I've moved on. It'll be extra intriguing for her thinking it's someone like you.
What was that supposed to mean? Nothing good, I was certain. Are you serious?
Completely. Think you can walk back into the party without tripping over your face?
We're really doing this right now?
That's why you came, isn't it? Are you in or out?
My heart was hammering as Alexander led me back to the gala. The room fell quiet. Hundreds of curious eyes on us.
Sorry about the interruption earlier, everyone. Allow me to officially introduce my girlfriend, Josie Hart, a talented event photographer. We've been keeping our relationship very private up till now, so my security team tonight mistook her for an assailant. As you can see, she has a habit of crashing into things. And that's how we met a few months ago, when she crashed into me and spilled her coffee all over my favorite suit.
The crowd laughed and started talking excitedly. And suddenly, there were cameras flashing everywhere. I plastered on a smile, hoping I didn't look as nauseous as I felt.
You're smiling like the freaking Joker. Just act normal.
I wish I understood what that means.
Oh, one more thing, Josie. Please don't go and fall in love with me, okay?
Like I'm that cliched. He smirked and placed a hand on my back, making my heart skip a beat. Get a grip, girl. The moment Alexander publicly declared me his girlfriend, my life turned into a media frenzy. Within hours, every news outlet was obsessed with my awkward deer-in-the-headlights expression, and my phone nearly exploded from nonstop messages from my family, congratulating me like I'd won the Nobel Peace Prize. And Mia showed up the next evening at my apartment, looking frazzled.
Seriously? Your fake billionaire boyfriend got you bodyguards already? I had to answer 10 personal questions about you before those trolls let me into the building. I answered 6 of them wrong, by the way. Those guys are idiots.
Sorry, Mia. I've had paparazzi following me everywhere. Things have gone completely nuts. I swear, it's not my fault.
You literally crashed his gala and then crashed into him. This is entirely your fault.
The next morning, an entire glam squad invaded my tiny apartment. Apparently, Alexander's PR team insisted I needed a makeover, which was very painful. Hours later, strapped into couture tighter than a vacuum-sealed frozen turkey, I waddled toward Alexander when he came to pick me up for the next event.
Wow, you look different.
Good? Different? It better be after all the hell I've been through.
Yeah, you look good. But there was nothing wrong with you before.
Did he really mean that? Doubt it. I took a deep breath, or at least I tried, wondering how I'd managed to trade my simple life for suffocating clothes, glamorous parties, and national scrutiny. Though, it didn't feel half bad being on the arm of someone like Alexander. He was smart, charming, confident, and he could give Henry Cavill a run for his money. His smile was as bright as Emily's future, and his eyes deeper than my regrets after eating a whole cheesecake. If Mary Poppins pulled out her measuring tape for him, he would measure practically perfect in every way. This guy didn't have a weakness. Boy, was I wrong. Ow, Alexander, you're crushing my ring finger. You know, I might need it one day, despite my family's doubts.
I'm so sorry. It's just that, well, gosh, Serena's here.
I followed his gaze to a girl who was a dreamy vision in lilac chiffon. Of course his ex looked like America's Next Top Model. And he looked like a pale, sweaty loser right now.
Oh, God, she saw me. She's coming this way. Jane, what do I say? What do I do? What's happening to my voice?
It's Josie. And please, wipe that sweat off your upper lip, clear your throat, and be cool.
Is calling a girl Shorty still cool? Like, hey, Shorty? Or more like,
hey, Shorty.
Please don't say that to anyone, ever. Up close, Serena was even more poreless. She just ignored me as she swooped in to kiss Alexander on the cheek, and then fixed his collar.
Alexander, you look good. The shade of blue always did bring out your eyes.
Thank you. You look great in lilac, too. Well, I don't know if there's a color you wouldn't look good in.
Lime yellow. She would look like she has jaundice. You're welcome, babe. Hi, Sabrina. I'm Josie, Alexander's girlfriend.
It's Serena. And really? I just thought it was a paparazzi scandal. I mean, wow, that's surprising. So how did you two meet?
Well, like all good stories, ours starts from a mental asylum, too.
Haha, she doesn't mean that. She's not really crazy.
I didn't mean I'm from a mental asylum. I'd just gone to the mental asylum to see my Aunt Hilda, like I do weekly. And the staff told me she'd somehow managed to run away. And I had to go to the police station to file a report. But on the way, I stopped for a caramel latte, and then it hit me.
You figured out where your aunt went?
No, a ball hit me. Some kids were playing in the coffee shop, and it hit me on the back of my head. I lost my balance and fell straight into someone's arms. Guess who that was? I'll give you a hint. It's not Aunt Hilda.
I'm guessing it was Alexander.
10 points for Celine. Yes, that's how we met. And we've been inseparable ever since.
Right. Well, you're very unique, Josie. Not Alexander's usual type.
Maybe he was looking in all the wrong places before. Because we're definitely soulmates. We love all the same things. We practically finish each other's...
Sentences?
No, silly. Sandwiches. You know, those sandwiches you love, but you can never finish them, so I have to eat yours too.
Oh, yeah. I'm so lucky I never have to feel guilty about wasting food again.
Well, Alexander, I hope we can catch up some more soon.
She squeezed his arm gently and gave him a look before walking away. Well, someone's regretting dumping you now. You're welcome.
Oh, thank God. I wasn't just imagining it. She was flirting with me, right? Josie, this is fantastic. I think I have a chance with her.
You want her back? I thought you just wanted to rub your relationship in her face, like a mature adult.
Yes, and if she's jealous, it means she still cares about me. And you just saw her, right? Why wouldn't I want her back?
Ugh, why were men so dumb?
And, as luck would have it, Serena was seated at our table. Well, practically seated in the lap of a very good-looking, very Italian guy at our table.
No, babe, it's pronounced cupcake.
Ah, cupcake.
Has anyone ever told you that you're just too cute?
Alexander pulled me close to him and brushed some hair away from my ear.
Please smile like I'm whispering sweet nothings to you. Now listen, there's no way she's dating that guy for real. She's just trying to make me jealous after seeing us together. It's working. So keep acting like the world's most affectionate girlfriend, okay?
Seriously? Weddings are just so romantic. Babe, do you remember that magical sunset in Capri when we kissed for the first time?
Boo-boo! Do you remember that time we watched that sunset on YouTube because we were too busy cuddling on the couch? And what was it, our 10th kiss? Serena definitely looked annoyed. And then she started feeding Lorenzo chocolate-covered strawberries. I shoved a breadstick in Alexander's mouth, who started choking.
You make every day feel like Valentine's Day. I feel so loved.
You make every day feel like, Thanksgiving. I feel stuffed and sleepy.
Lorenzo gave me this bracelet of rare blue diamonds. When they catch the moonlight, they reflect constellations that could only be seen from his family's private villa in Tuscany.
Wow, fancy! Alexander gave me this watch from Target. If you press this button, it lights up neon green. And if I angle it just right, it blinds pigeons.
That's your own watch, Josie.
They don't know that. Suddenly, Serena rose from the table and glided over to the wedding band, grabbing the mic.
There's so much love in the air tonight, and I can't help getting caught up in it. I want to dedicate a song to the guy in my life, my handsome Italian boyfriend, Lorenzo.
I rolled my eyes, but her annoyingly pitch-perfect rendition of I Will Always Love You had the whole crowd in tears. As the applause died, Serena gave me a look that made my blood run cold. Oh no!
And now I'd like to ask my friend Josie to sing something for the man in her life.
Oh, no, I can't.
Josie, you have to, please.
I walked over to the mic with jelly legs.
She wears short skirts, I wear t-shirts, she's cheer captain and I'm on the bleachers, dreaming about the day when you wake up to find what you've looking for has been here the whole time. You belong to me.
My face burned as I saw guests visibly cringing. When I stopped, there was complete silence, and I dropped the mic and ran off. As I caught my breath outside the wedding hall, Alexander came out too.
Hey, it wasn't that bad. Honestly, it was cute-ish.
Oh, shut up, Alexander. I sounded like a dying seagull. You made me make an absolute fool of myself. Do you think Serena's impressed with your idiot girlfriend?
I'm sorry, I really thought it.
Thought what? If you made Serena think you'd moved on with some loser, you'd have her attention again? How pathetic are you? Chasing after someone who broke your heart and is still playing games with you? Or are you so blind that you can't even see it?
Listen.
Which one is it? Pathetic or blind?
Josie.
No, you can go embarrass yourself chasing Serena. I won't stick around to be humiliated anymore. Before he could respond, I stormed off. As my heels clicked furiously on the pavement, I barely had time to notice the black van screeching to a halt beside me. The door suddenly opened, and a pair of arms yanked me inside. Then suddenly, everything went dark. And when I regained consciousness, I found myself hanging off a rooftop with my life flashing before my eyes. After which, I was dragged down into a room with expensive villain layer vibes. I was seated at a table, and the woman sat opposite, placing a file in front of me.
Open it.
Oh, cool! Is this your scrapbook of people you've murdered and enjoy revisiting in your free time? 'Cause same, girl, same. When I came across a photo of a shiny, jewel-encrusted egg straight from a fairy tale, she placed a blood-red fingernail on it.
This is what I want.
Okay, but why would Alexander even buy this?
Because that is a one-of-a-kind Fabergé egg, crafted for royalty once, worth over $30 million. and currently holds a drive with information that could destroy a lot of powerful people.
And Alexander knows about this drive?
Highly unlikely. He probably just bought it because it's expensive and shiny.
God, rich people are wild.
We don't know where Alexander's keeping it. So who better to find it for us than his girlfriend? You have 1 week.
Okay, but I'm not very competent. There's a high chance I'll trip up, literally, and figuratively.
Josie, what do you want from life?
You mean existentially? Like inner peace, a sense of purpose, that kind of thing? Or more practically, like a personal jacuzzi, soft serve machine, affordable skincare?
You get me that egg, and I'll make sure you pass that bar exam. I have an exceptional skincare line, too. You can get free supplies for life.
Seriously?
You don't? And we kill your whole super cool overachieving family. And then you. Slowly.
Okay, that escalated fast. But also, wow, really motivating. By the way, is there a name I can call you by?
Sure. Black Orchid.
Cool. You can call me Blue Spinster. I don't know why I said that. Josie's fine. And 10 minutes later, I was dumped behind a taco truck. So, I had 7 days to betray my fake boyfriend I may or may not be developing feelings for, steal an invaluable egg, and somehow not die in the process. Easy peasy. Alexander turned up the next day at my apartment with a cheesecake and an apology.
I may be a fool for Serena, but I should never have pushed you the way I did.
I overreacted too. I mean, this was the deal, right? Being your fake girlfriend to make your ex jealous.
Yeah, but we can end this if it's too much for you.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I'll have a lot of disappointment to face when my family finds out this relationship has ended. But maybe we can keep it up a little longer? Just don't ask me to sing in public again.
Not even in private.
Just a week more, and I'd be out of his life for good. Knowing how hung up he really was over Serena, I knew I had to guard my feelings and just keep my eye on the ball. The egg, I mean. I had free access to Alexander's mansion, and while I went there under the pretense of taking a dip in the pool or relaxing in his home theater, I took every chance I could to snoop around. And after 3 days of exploration, I knew he owned more cashmere sweaters than anyone could ever need, only had books about how to become a successful person, and, like all rich people, loved horses. But no egg in sight. I still had to explore the study where he held his meetings. So one evening, when he was out of town, I snuck in. I was going through the cupboards when my phone started ringing loudly. Gosh, what is this volume? Lord Voldemort's work, of course. It was Emily calling. Ew. Hey, Em.
Hi, Josie. Mom, Dad, and I just landed in town for a conference, and we'd love to meet your boyfriend. We're free tomorrow evening. Does that sound good?
I guess. Just let me check with Alexander.
Well, I've made a reservation at a trendy new French bistro for 7 tomorrow, so see you both there.
Then why'd you even ask? But she'd already hung up. I took a deep breath and refocused on my mission. As I had my head stuck up the fireplace, I suddenly heard loud voices from the hallway outside. One of them definitely sounded like Alexander. He wasn't supposed to be back till midnight. I had no time to hide. Oh God, think of any excuse, dummy! Just then, the door burst open and in jumped Alexander Kingston. Wearing a velvet cape, a shiny breastplate on his bare chest, and a full VR headset on his face.
Who dares enter the realm of Zorg Lord, defender of the Sky Kingdom?
He swung his fake sword around aggressively and impaled a poor ficus. Okay, so I was right in front of his face and he had no idea I was here? I wasn't used to such incredible luck. I tiptoed to the door and was almost there when suddenly he came charging straight at me. And before I could dodge him, he crashed into me and we were both on the ground. Ow! I think I've cracked a rib.
Josie, what the heck are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
You said you were out of town. And seriously, what are you doing, Zorg Lord?
It's a stress relief program recommended by my therapist.
Level 3? Battle for the Sorcerer's Amulet? Cool therapist. Love the costume, too. That breastplate is so shiny and so plastic.
It's a fully immersive experience. Ugh, okay, fine. I'm into cosplaying and video games. It helps me blow steam. And I really needed it today. Serena messaged in the morning about wanting to meet. I've just been so nervous that I canceled everything and decided to relax at home. Can you please forget everything you just saw?
There it was. That pang I felt hearing Serena's name. Trust me. I'm gonna go home and stick my head in the microwave or something. Listen. I kinda have a favor to ask. My family's in town and they want to have dinner with us tomorrow.
Of course I'll be there.
You don't have a ribbon-cutting gala or a yacht launching ceremony or Comic-Con?
I'm available, Josie. See you tomorrow. And don't tell anyone about this.
Your secrets are safe with me. O mighty killer of ficuses and defender of the sky realms. I was almost at the mansion gate when I realized I'd left my bag in the study. I went back for it, and that's when I saw it. Alexander was at the far end of the study, standing in front of a sleek panel I hadn't noticed before. Suddenly, a small circle lit up and beeped as it scanned his eye. Then a click. A smooth, dark wooden door opened, and Alexander stepped inside. And I decided to leave without my bag. Seriously? A retinal scan? How was I supposed to get in there? I had to postpone thinking about it for another day, because I had that family dinner to get through. They seemed super impressed by Alexander, but I knew they'd find ways to put me down soon enough.
You should get appetizer number 2, Josie. You always loved that one. Remember?
I knew exactly what she was doing. You get it, Em.
But it's your favorite. Go on, order it.
Fine. We'll have the charcuterie board.
Some things never change. Josie's tongue always did get tangled over the simplest things.
Honestly, I couldn't pronounce it for years either. Once at a business dinner, I asked for the charcuterie platter, and the waiter stared at me like I'd requested a raw dolphin.
As we all laughed, Alexander squeezed my hand under the table.
I really have to say, Alexander, you're the most normal guy she's ever dated. Josie has such a unique dating history.
Remember that magician, Josie? What was his name? Danny, the disappearing boyfriend?
Oh, and that clown who made balloon animals? Besides the fact that he had no future, I liked him.
Speaking of no future, Josie, are you thinking about taking the bar exam again?
You should, honey. They say 4th time's the charm.
No, Dad. The 3rd time's the charm. And, well, that's fast. You know, you should think of a career change. I mean, it's not like your career's even started yet, right?
Alexander set his fork down on his plate a little too hard.
Josie's one of the smartest people I've ever met. And she knows what she's doing with her life. You all seem to have an unhealthy obsession with her. Which I kind of get. I'm obsessed too. I feel lucky she picked me out of all the billionaires in the world.
I almost choked on my drink. Yeah, it was between you and that prince from Monaco, but he didn't have the waffle station in his kitchen.
See? Josie knows exactly what she wants and isn't afraid to go for it.
If I wasn't already halfway in love with Alexander, that dinner might have pushed me over the edge. The only thing standing in my way now was Serena, a retinal scan, a Fabergé egg, and a mafia woman who was dressed to kill. Oh God, what was she doing here? She gestured at me to come outside. I made an excuse to go to the bathroom and joined her and her goons across the street. Way to blend in, guys. You look like the Grim Reaper's PR team.
We just came from a man's funeral. Beautiful ceremony. Casket stayed closed. For good reason.
Wonderful. I'm sure he didn't suffer.
Not for long, anyway.
Okay. So, progress update. I think I might know where that Fabergé egg is. I discovered a hidden room in his study, but it requires his retinal scan. The mafia woman drew out a Swiss Army knife from her bag and tossed it to me.
That's easy. Just take his eyeball out.
You know, I mean no disrespect, but your sense of humor is terrible. She smiled and reached into her bag again, this time tossing me a sleek device.
This is a portable retinal scanner. Just hold it close to his eye without him noticing.
That's not even the weirdest thing I've done this month.
Good girl. Oh, and Josie, you're doing so well. Don't make us go to more funerals.
Later, after we'd said goodbye to my family, Alexander and I took a walk around the block.
So, tough crowd. I understand why you lied about dating a billionaire now.
Right? They really know how to push my buttons. Thank you for everything you said today. I didn't know you could be so charmingly passive-aggressive.
Didn't say anything I didn't mean. Except for the charcuterie part. As you can see, I can pronounce it just fine.
Didn't doubt that for a second. As he smiled at me warmly, I felt my heart sink. It was getting so much harder to steal from him. I didn't sleep a wink that night, trying to think of ways I could casually scan Alexander's eyeball. But the universe must have taken pity on me, because the next morning, Mia called.
Alexander's sick, like full-blown flu, delirious with fever kind of sick. He just called to cancel everything and then asked me to buy 1,000 lottery tickets. I mean, what?
I dropped everything, grabbed soup, and headed straight to the mansion. It felt wrong to be this excited about someone's immune system collapsing, but this was my chance. He opened his bedroom door, dressed in dinosaur pajamas.
Hey, it's Josie. You're glowing, girl. Glowing like a firefly's butt.
Okay, wow. You're very sick.
What? No, I feel great. I took 4 of those green pills, or maybe 6, I don't know.
I guided him to the couch and handed him the soup. He immediately spilled half of it on his lap.
Oh no, my thighs. Are they burning? Was that soup hot?
No, it got cold on the way. You're fine.
Why would you bring me cold soup, Josie? Why?
I sighed, got him some paper napkins to clean up, and sat beside him.
You smell like lavender and betrayal.
What now? Oh, that's just my shampoo. It's called Floral Deception.
Ah, it's nice. You know what, Josie? I'm very confused about Serena. She wants me back, but I don't know. Sometimes I'm not sure if I really love her.
That made me freeze.
She never really made me feel good about myself, you know? It's not like it's with you. With you, things are easy. I don't feel like I have to prove anything. I can just be a regular guy. Can you clean my nose?
Well, Serena's perfect. She'd make anyone feel like they're not good enough. And I'm a walking, talking disaster. So I probably make people feel better about themselves. Like, hey, at least my life's not as messy as Josie's. Or, I've got it more together than she does. He sat up suddenly, grabbing me by the shoulders.
Don't say that. You're amazing, Josie. You're funny and smart and pretty. And you have these eyes that make me want to do stupid things. Like kiss you right now.
Okay, whoa. This isn't real. It's just the meds talking.
No, really. I want to kiss you. Unless you don't want to. Which is fine.
My heart was pounding, and I defo wanted to kiss him. But I had to stay laser focused. If you're serious, then look deep into my eyes first. His gaze locked onto mine, like a lovesick puppy. And then I whipped out the scanner and hovered it near his eyeball.
Did something just beep?
What beep? No, you're just hearing things, sweetie. You should sleep. He leaned in suddenly with his lips puckered. He kissed some air and passed out face first in my lap, snoring like a walrus. Mission accomplished. But did he really mean that about Serena? And what he'd said about me? Ugh, even if he liked me, I was stealing his egg. We could never work out as a couple. I put a blanket over him and then made my way towards the study. Once inside, I locked the door stepped up to the hidden panel, and whipped out the scanner with Alexander's retinal image saved on it. There was a click. Yes! And the door opened. At the end of a small passageway was a room full of collector's items. But in the center, covered with a glass box, was a glittering Fabergé egg. Okay, I really didn't think an egg could be so pretty. I lifted the glass cover like I was defusing a bomb, then carefully picked up the egg and made my way back to the study. Great, there was no way this thing was fitting in my handbag. I spotted a trash can filled with tissues and receipts, so I put the egg in and slung the trash bag over my shoulder. But I barely made it 10 steps down the hallway before a housekeeper appeared out of nowhere.
Ma'am, why are you taking out the trash? Here, let me.
No, you stay away! I mean, this bag is full of Alexander's highly contaminated tissues. It really doesn't look like the regular flu. His snot has a weird color. I've already been exposed, so I'll just dispose it off somewhere. You stay healthy, drink orange juice, and yeah, bye! I burst into my apartment, locked the door shut, and collapsed onto the floor. Once I'd caught my breath, I took the glittering egg out. And with bated breath, I opened it. It was empty. I turned it around and upside down, but I couldn't see anything concealed anywhere. My lifespan has probably gone down 7 years with the amount of stress I've dealt with this week. And for what? I tried to calm down and tilted the egg one more time, and that's when I saw a barely visible seam near the base. I pressed gently, and a tiny compartment popped open. Inside was a micro USB drive. Well, hello there, my sneaky little friend. What are you hiding? I plugged the drive into my laptop, and files exploded onto the screen. Folders with names of politicians, celebrities, judges, details of offshore bank accounts, and more zeros in those accounts than my eyes could even make sense of. It didn't take a genius to figure out that this was very incriminating evidence of very high-level corruption. And in the middle of all this, the word Kingston suddenly glared at me like a neon sign. Alexander's grandfather was on the list. Oh my God. Alexander doesn't even know this egg's got evidence that could turn his family to toast? Oh no, you get off this laptop, Lord Voldemort. I can't have you accidentally uploading this to Facebook. My week wasn't up yet, and I tossed and turned all night, wondering what I was supposed to do. And I reached the conclusion that I had to tell Alexander the truth. I just couldn't hand over information about his family like that. The next morning, I went to the sketchiest cafe on the outskirts of town in disguise and messaged him my location, telling him it was urgent. When he arrived, he kept looking around and was walking straight past my table when I grabbed his arm.
Hey, what the... Josie? What are you doing?
Sit down. Act natural.
Says my fake girlfriend in disguise. Okay, whatever this is, it better be good. I still have fever, and now I'm also coughing up phlegm.
Alexander, I stole your egg.
You mean from the kitchen? You can take as many as you want.
No, that big, glittery thing hidden in the vault you open with your eyeball, that egg. Alexander's eyes grew wide, and then his face twisted with anger.
You did what?
Shh, don't make a scene.
You thought it was a good idea to talk about this here?
Yes, a very smart idea. You can't scream or throw things at me in public.
Josie, how? What? Where do I even begin? Why?
Maybe because I was threatened by a mafia lady who said she'd kill me and my whole annoying family if I didn't find the egg? Look, I am so terribly sorry I stole from you, but I really didn't have a choice. Believe me.
Okay, can you start from the beginning?
After I told him everything, he didn't exactly look shocked.
I already know about the drive.
You do?
I didn't at first. I bought the egg at that auction because it was rare and, yeah, glittery. But I did find the drive inside eventually.
And Black Orchid wants it to blackmail the world's most powerful crooks?
Looks like it.
I'm curious.
Why didn't you destroy the drive?
Because if I did that, I'd be helping to cover up my grandfather's crimes. But I haven't had the courage to do the right thing either yet. He isn't alive, but if this news gets out, it'll destroy our legacy and reputation forever.
I'm sorry. Really. That's a lot to have on your shoulders. The egg's in your court, but you have to make a decision soon. And I'm gonna need your help to not get killed by that woman.
I'm still confused about one thing. How did you break into my vault?
We don't have time for this right now. Waiter, check please. The next day, I arranged a meeting with Black Orchid, who told me to come to the same building where we'd first met. Wow, you're really working that smoky eye. And love your little gookie scarf.
Thanks. It's strong enough to choke a grown man.
Why do things get so morbid with you so fast? Anyway, here's your egg. She pulled out the Fabergé egg from the bag, then turned it over immediately and clicked open the hidden seam. The compartment was empty, and her face turned dark.
Where's the drive?
Look, I was too scared to even open the egg, and I certainly didn't know about any hidden compartments. I have no idea.
You're lying.
I swear, on Lord Voldemyau's life, I don't know anything.
Fine. Let's call in Lover Boy.
I think he has a very full schedule today. Meetings, stress naps, crying into his money piles. You know, billionaire stuff.
Oh, don't worry. I know how to make a man come running.
And there I was again, tied to a chair on a rooftop. The mafia woman sent a photograph of me to Alexander. And sure enough, 20 minutes later, Alexander burst through the rooftop door. Wow, mans really did come running. And he'd be looking hot while doing it. Ugh, shut up, brain. He silently gave the drive to Black Orchid, then strode over and started untying me.
I thought you said you could stall her for a while without ending up in a life-threatening situation.
I tried, man. Things just always escalate really fast with her. Black Orchid plugged the flash drive into her laptop, and it was the first time I'd seen her smile widely. So creepy.
Oh, yes. This is the real thing.
Glad you approve. Can we go now?
Of course. Josie, you can expect a Lord Grey and a box of skincare soon.
Amazing. You'll send the skincare every month, right? I thought that was the deal.
You know what? I like you. You've actually been very useful. And I could definitely use a lawyer willing to break the law now and then. I'll be in touch. Ta-da!
She was almost at the door to the stairwell when suddenly one of her goons spoke.
Boss, you need to see this.
He showed her his phone, and her face twisted.
Breaking news. Elite corruption files leaked in bombshell data dump.
I told that idiot journalist to wait a couple of hours.
Did you account for the time difference since he lives so far away? Black Orchid turned to us, her eyes burning.
You leaked it. You exposed your own family.
Yeah, I did. I don't want to inherit a dirty legacy.
And you can't use the files to blackmail anyone now since they're out there anyway. Your name's on it too. You might need an actual lawyer. And then suddenly, she screamed like a banshee and came running at me. And before I could even react, she pushed me over the rooftop. Alexander lunged forward to grab my hand and went over with me. Ah!
Josie, open your eyes.
So I can see the pavement I'm gonna smack my skull on? Ah! And then suddenly, I hit a springy surface, bounced off of it, flipped, and landed straight on Alexander. What the heck? Did we just land on an inflatable mattress?
When she sent that photo of you tied up, I had my team set up these landing pads on every side of the building, just in case she tried something.
Oh my god, I love rich people so much. I could just kiss you right now.
Yeah? What's stopping you?
His face was so close to mine, and suddenly, my heart wasn't just pounding from the near-death experience. As we both leaned in, a pigeon suddenly pooped on my head, and the moment was gone. So, the good news was that Black Orchid was arrested on 7 counts of money laundering, illegal arms deals, and, oh yeah, kidnapping me and pushing me off a rooftop. Also, her actual name was released on the news. Janice Mildred Witherspoon. Meanwhile,
The corruption scandal exploded, and Alexander was buried in lawyers, press conferences, and damage control.
You took down the mafia and exposed all these crooks. You, Josie Hart, the girl who once got banned from IKEA for accidentally setting off a fire extinguisher thinking it was air freshener.
Yeah, I still can't believe it either. I'm not the kind of person crazy exciting things happen to. Only crazy stupid.
So the fake girlfriend gig is over?
We haven't had a chance to talk, but yeah, I should think so. Serena wants him back, and that's what he wanted, right? And with this scandal all over the news, I think my family won't take our breakup too badly.
And you're gonna let him go just like that?
Yep. So, I just went back to my normal life. If you can call baking a dozen loaves of banana bread every day and sobbing into a pillow watching Pride and Prejudice for the 100th time normal. One morning, as I was eating chocolate ice cream, the doorbell rang, and I found Alexander outside, looking slightly tired, but as good as ever.
Hi, I should have called before coming, I guess, but I assumed you'd be home.
Because what? I couldn't possibly have plans?
Well, do you have any plans?
No. Just come in. So, how's it going with the ruined business and the shattered public image?
On the bright side, we can't be jailed for my grandfather's crimes. But of course, we've taken a massive hit financially.
So you're like, poor now?
Relatively. We'll have to share a helicopter with another family. It's free tonight, and I was wondering if I could fly you out for a date. I mean, a real one. I've really missed you, Josie.
You mean that? What about Serena?
Ugh, that insufferable woman. So I figured I'd just been hung up on her because she dumped me. And I didn't really want her. And I went to tell her just that. Except she rejected me first. Again. She said after my family's scandal, she didn't want me. I really gave her a piece of my mind. I was bold, eloquent. I even quoted Shakespeare.
Oh, what did you say?
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? No, I shall not. Because a summer's day is not a witch.
That's really something.
Thank you. Also, I had Mia send your application for the bar exam again. Honestly, after the pressure-filled situations you've been in, I have a feeling you'll breeze through it now. But if you need me to, I can buy a law degree for you.
That's very sweet. But maybe you stay away from doing illegal things, okay? And yes, I'm free for a date tonight. Can you send your styling team over, though?
No. I like you just the way you are, Josie Hart.
Turns out, maybe I am the kind of person exciting things happen to. And maybe, just maybe, I'll pass the bar exam next time. If not, at least I've got a really hot backup plan. Hi, I'm Ava from Ohio. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to MSA. School was always a breeze for me. I aced all my classes, math, English, science, you name it, all A's. But grades were never my main concern because I had a bigger dream, to become an Olympic gymnast. My gymnastics coach Jenny saw potential in me. I was her star student, and she was confident I'd bring home a gold medal someday. Jenny was more than a coach to me. She was like a second mom. She'd invite me over for dinner after practices, and I found myself going over quite often. You see, my own mom wasn't a bad person, but we didn't always get along perfectly. She was often moody and quick to anger, which made my 3 older brothers keep their distance as much as possible. I knew she wasn't a bad person. She was just a bit challenging at times, and hanging out with Jenny just felt easier. One night, after a really hard practice, Jenny saw I was feeling down, so she took me to her place, picked out some inspiring sports movies, and got my favorite snacks ready. Ava, when you're out there, you're not just doing gymnastics, you're showing everyone what it means to love what you do. That's why you're amazing. We laughed, cried a bit watching the movies, and talked about our dreams, but Jenny had one flaw. Her daughter, Becca, a year older than me, often behaved like she was 5 years younger than me. She was impulsive and wild. Becca would dress weirdly and act irrationally, and she never respected Jenny. During dinner one time, she showed up wearing the brightest neon colors and chewing gum. You know, Mom, I always thought I looked like you. But today, I looked in the mirror and I suddenly realized that I was pretty, like model pretty. So there's no way I look like you because, Mom, let's face it, you're ugly.
Well, I'd love for my daughter to be prettier than me. Any real mom would love that.
Real Mom? Yeah, right. You're a hypocrite who's too busy kissing her trainee's butt for some extra money.
No, she's nice to me because I'm good with her and treat her well.
So why don't you go home and be good with your own mom? This is not normal. You have your family. Spend time with them. Try it.
That's enough.
It's okay, Jenny. I'm leaving anyway. Are you joining us for breakfast? Then maybe Mom might make breakfast for a change. Otherwise, she's hurrying off every morning for your training sessions.
And with that, she left for some late party. Jenny apologized to me and I said it was fine. I kissed her cheek and left. But after that day, Jenny suddenly changed. She became distant and colder towards me. Then, unexpectedly, she said she couldn't be my coach anymore. With the Olympic trials just a month away, I couldn't understand why.
Why, Coach? Why are you quitting on me now?
You're amazing. Really, it's just...
Is it because of Becca? I promise, I'll stop hanging out at your place.
She wouldn't spill what was really going on. She just kept crying and saying she was sorry and then shut down her gym. Next thing I knew, she'd even moved from her current place. I was crushed. I stayed in my room for days, feeling really down. I thought I was done with gymnastics. Without Jenny, it seemed pointless. I swore I'd never practice again. My brothers did their best to make me feel better. They even tried reaching out to Jenny, but no luck there. Then one day, Mom came into my room and said something that really hit me hard. You're my favorite, and it hurts me to see you this sad. I know it's tough, but your talent and determination make me so proud to be your mom. Maybe you could try to start training again? What Mom said really affected me. Even though she had always let me do what I wanted, I never really knew she appreciated my talent so much. I decided to push away the hurt I felt at being let down by Jenny and focus on the love I had for my real mom. And her encouragement made it feel right to pick up gymnastics again. But little did I know, training for the Olympics on my own would be a lot harder than I'd imagined, especially when I found out that Olivia, the richest and most popular girl in school, was a gymnast too, and she was going to do anything to get me to give up. She'd turn up in the gym whenever I was practicing and kept ruining my focus with her dumb comments. Next, my equipment started disappearing from my locker. I knew it was Olivia trying to sabotage me, so I started hiding it in the school boiler room. Olivia had a boyfriend named Derek. He was a nice guy, not like Olivia at all. He wasn't rich or from her social circle, and I thought Olivia was only with him because he was attractive and seemed perfect. They often fought in public. Olivia would yell at him, calling him terrible names. When he finally said he wanted to break up, she'd start crying and begging for forgiveness, making a scene until he stayed. Even though she was richer and more powerful, she acted as if he was the boss in their relationship, which was odd because she was usually so tough and bossy. One day, while I was practicing my routine in the school gymnasium, Derek saw me do 2 full rotations in a pike position during basketball practice.
Whoa, Ava, that was amazing. How'd you learn to do that?
I told him I was naturally good at most sports, and we were having a good time talking when Olivia walked into the gym. And when she saw the 2 of us together, she got jealous.
Nice shirt, Ava. Where did you get it from? The Lost and Found?
Whoa, babe, that wasn't very nice.
Are you joking, Derek? It looks awful.
I don't think it's awful at all. Why are you always like this?
As the 2 of them started fighting, I walked out of the gym to avoid their drama. Then, later that day, Derek caught up with me and said he and Olivia had broken up.
Ava, would you like to have dinner with me sometime?
Are you asking me out?
Yeah, is that okay?
Isn't it too soon? You just broke up with Olivia.
I've broken up with her 100 times before, Ava. Our relationship's been over for a long time, but if you don't feel comfortable with this, I understand.
I guess losing my coach and training alone had made me feel quite low lately, and Derek seemed like a nice guy, so I said yes. That was a huge mistake. At first, Derek was great. He was fun and seemed to care a lot, and I appreciated his love and support. But after a few days, Derek started to act like I owed him everything. He got super clingy and always wanted me to hang out with him. I can't today. I have practice.
I don't get it. I left Olivia for you because I thought you were nicer, but you're just an arrogant snob.
Suddenly, I could see through him. He was just trying to mess with my head. Maybe even Olivia had put him up to it to throw me off my training. I see what you're up to, Derek. But why? Are you just playing games like you did with Olivia?
Or are you caught up in Olivia's games?
Do you really see what I'm up to? Here's a clue. Coach Jenny.
What does Coach Jenny have to do with you?
Let me spell it out for you. Becca, Jenny's daughter.
What? Why would you be involved with that psycho?
Don't call her that, okay? I don't like that.
Oh, wow. So there is someone who sent you to ruin my life, but it's not Olivia. It's Becca?
Oh, Olivia's nobody. Her tough act is just a facade. She's the weakest person I've met. I had the best time with her. She'd buy me whatever food I wanted. Yes, she's crazy and would call me names whenever I drove her mad, but she'd regret it instantly like a scared toddler.
Okay, listen. I'm bored of this drama already. It's over. We're over. I go back to my training, and you go back to your girl. Olivia if you're hungry, or Becca if you're thirsty.
You might actually want to head home and see what's going on there.
What do you mean by that?
After what we did to Jenny, you think we'd stop? It's your turn, babe.
What do you mean? What did you do to Jenny?
Man, you're annoying. I'm out of here. Just go home.
With that, he stormed off. I felt a mix of confusion and worry. What had they done to Jenny? And what was happening at my house? Driven by fear, I rushed home. And upon arriving, I was shocked to see smoke billowing from the house. I ran to my neighbors, who immediately called 911. The police and firefighters arrived on the scene in minutes. Fortunately, nobody was home, so there were no injuries. And because I got there when I did, the house didn't suffer much damage. I shared Derek's comments with the police, but they got back to me later saying he denied having said anything of the sort, and they had no proof to take any action against him. Also, when they'd tracked Jenny's address down and gone to her place, her daughter had answered the door, saying she was completely fine. Becca can't be trusted. Can you please give me the address so I can make sure?
That's private information, ma'am. We can't disclose it. You are not related to Miss Jenny in any way, and if her daughter says she is okay, we have no reason to believe otherwise.
After the fire incident, I felt upset and lost and unable to focus on anything. Finally, I decided to meet up with Olivia and told her everything, who was apparently also fed up with Derek for being a manipulative jerk. I know we're not friends, but sometimes you have to join forces with an enemy to take down a common one. Do you have any clue what Derek meant? He once introduced me to his cousin named Becca, which was obviously a lie. He talked about her having a rough time with her mom and said he was helping her. I actually have Becca's number. Can you reach out to her? Get her to meet me, please? I have to find out if Jenny is okay. I might do that, or maybe even more. My dad can hire someone to track down Jenny for you, and in exchange, you want me to back out of the competition so you have a better shot at winning, huh? Exactly. Deal. But for now, can you arrange a meeting with her? Just tell her you want to meet her. Don't mention me, of course. The night before the big meetup with Becca, I couldn't shake off the unease. I was about to trade my dreams for some peace of mind. All the sweat and tears I'd shed in the gym would go to waste. But I also needed to know if Jenny was okay. So I ended up pouring my heart out to my mom. I didn't expect much, honestly. But Mom, in her own surprising way, gave me the clarity I desperately needed.
Ava, sometimes the hardest choices reveal our true priorities. It's not just about winning or losing. It's about what you're willing to fight for. Remember, your value isn't measured by a medal, but by the courage to follow your heart, even when it leads down a difficult path.
Her words resonated with me. I was going to meet Becca tomorrow. When I arrived at the cafe, Olivia was waiting for me at the entrance. Her look had a hint of sympathy. Becca isn't alone. Jenny is here too, and I think there's something wrong here. It's like Becca treats Jenny as a slave. She brought her to this meeting to hold her bags and stuff. I was stunned for a few moments. The thought of seeing Jenny made me emotional. Olivia stayed with me for a couple of minutes outside until I calmed down. Then I went inside.
Ava, you can't be here.
Tears welled up in my eyes. Why? What's going on? Ugh, here come the tears. Let's hold hands and cry. What are you even doing here, Ava?
Ava, you know I care about you, but Becca, she's...
What, Mom? Say it, Jenny. This is your chance.
Becca, you've been unstable. She threatened me, Ava. It was getting out of hand. One day, she tried to do what she and Derek did to your house while locking me in the bathroom. She said she'd let me out, only if I promised to close my gym and stop training you.
I'd do anything to ruin you and Ava. Derek and I have more plans. Derek is the only one who loves me and worships me.
I always loved you, but I couldn't make you happy.
Oh, shut up. Suddenly, Becca lunged at her mom. Right then, police officers surrounded us and restrained Becca.
Becca, you're going to need to come with us. We've heard enough, and it sounds serious, so you and Derek might be facing juvenile detention.
Olivia and I had called the police beforehand in case Becca made any confessions, and they heard everything. Thanks, Olivia. Giving up the competition felt worth it. Actually, I think you should compete. May the best girl win. Why help me now, Olivia? I realized winning only means something if I compete with the best, and that's you, Ava. I guess this is me trying to do the right thing for once. So this is about respect? Yeah, respect. And maybe a bit of trying to be better myself. I'm sorry for everything, Ava. She winked and walked away. Overwhelmed with gratitude, I hugged Jenny again, although I could feel how hurt she was over Becca. Looks like we're back to the hard training, just like old times. And Becca, she'll always be my daughter. I'll do my best to help her, even if she pushes me away. 2 weeks later, standing on the stage, I won first place, surrounded by my proud mom, Jenny's joy, my brother's support, and even Olivia's half smile. I felt on top of the world. True victory comes from within, beyond any medal. Hi, I'm Emma, the wealthiest girl in town. But I wish I wasn't. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. My parents are insanely rich. They own a mansion, have maids and butlers, and drive fancy sports cars. Dad is always on business trips, leaving Mom and me in that enormous house. And that's the problem with my life.
It's okay, Emma Bear. Your mother is only strict because she loves you.
Really, Dad? She controls everything in my life. If she's not careful, she'll love me to death. With Dad always working, Mom controlled my whole life. She was always telling me what to do.
Emma, you have ballet in 15 minutes. Emma, hurry to your music lesson. I chose a new piano teacher for you. Emma, I threw out all your old clothes. They were so last season.
After being the perfect daughter all day, movies were my only escape. I loved teen rom-coms. Being homeschooled by private tutors meant I had no friends and no social life. And actually, I'm kinda awkward. My favorite movie characters are always having adventures with their besties. I wanted my life to be like that. When I turned 15, I begged Mom to let me attend public high school. Mom wasn't happy, but with a little help from Dad, she finally agreed. On one condition: I could only be friends with other rich kids. Fast forward 1 year, and I hated my life. My friends were wealthy, mean girls who judged everyone else.
Look, that guy's wearing a shirt that was trendy 2 years ago. How embarrassing.
Then there was Boyce. His family was almost as rich as mine, and he hung around my girlfriends like an annoying fly. What kind of name is Boyce anyway? And Mom got even stricter. During summer break, she sent me to a boring doctor camp for kids, which I hated. When I got back, she took my phone away and scheduled my entire day. Studying and attending lessons she picked. She only let me have my iPhone for an hour a day after checking it and deleting any apps she thought were distracting. I felt so suffocated. I thought I was going to lose my mind. But then, on the first day of sophomore year, everything changed when I met Carla and David. I stepped into my first class and my stomach dropped. Not one of my friends was there. Miserably, I took the only empty seat next to two strangers, a girl and a boy. The girl was crying and the boy was comforting her. I found myself asking them, "Hey, what's wrong?"
Her great-grandpa passed away.
Great? How old was he?
97.
Well, maybe it's a bit of relief. I mean, he's not in pain anymore, right? And, it might be a little easier for everyone now, I guess.
Why would you say that?
It's kind of true. He was in pain and we were too poor to hire a caretaker. I don't want to look like a bad person. I really loved him, but it was kind of a burden.
See? Told you. But of course, sorry for your loss. Can I hug you? She hugged me, and I wasn't sure if she was crying or laughing. I'm sorry, I'm just too awkward.
You're interesting enough.
David's backpack and clothes were worn, and Carla had wild hair and duct-taped shoes, but they seemed kind. I left the class walking with them.
Emma, please, don't tell me you're that desperate. Hanging out with the nobodies? Look at their clothes and shoes.
Come on, Carla. Let's just go.
Wait, Emma, look at him. Do you think it's fair what happened to my great-grandpa and not him?
No, Carla, we can't make him join your great-grandpa. Let's start with small steps. Boyce, you know what? Buzz off.
If that's your first step, then it would take us 100 years to get him to join my great-grandpa.
Fine. See this? Boyce, clothes, shoes, none of that even matters. You may have the most expensive outfit, Boyce, but your personality is still ugly.
Okay, not bad. I rate it 2 out of 10.
Ugh, you'll regret insulting me.
Boyce stormed off.
Oh, it affected him. Okay then, 3 out of 10.
You make one scary bodyguard, rich girl. Remind me to stay on your good side.
Wow, David, this is your third sentence today. You broke a record.
What does that mean?
He doesn't talk much. Maybe he likes you.
No, I don't.
4 sentences.
Then maybe you're too nervous and that makes you talk too much. Nervous because of Emma.
I'm not nervous.
5 sentences.
Can you stop counting?
6 sentences.
Wow, 6 sentences. You've hit your daily limit. Does that mean you won't talk for the next 2 days to balance it out?
I looked at him, waiting for him to say another sentence, but he just looked at me and knew what I was waiting for. He shrugged his shoulders and walked away.
Only 6 sentences, so give me the $5.
Wait, did you bet on me?
Ha! 7 sentences. You give me the $5. Carla looked upset that she lost. Fine, don't pay. I'll make it up to you and invite you for ice cream. Sorry, David, we bet on you. Carla told me during class that you don't talk much and suggested the bet. David gave Carla a really now look.
What? I needed money.
We went to the ice cream shop and ended up having so much fun. It was a good feeling I rarely experienced. The last time I remembered feeling this happy and safe was when I was 5 playing in the park with Dad. It turned out we had one amazing thing in common. We all loved movies. I had always struggled to share my passion with my rich friends, but with Carla and David, I felt like I could talk for hours. So I had a secret life. Weeks passed, and Carla, David, and I grew closer. Boys and my old girlfriends teased me, but I didn't care. I was finally happy. However, there was still one problem. My mom still believed I was her perfect daughter. I thought I could hang out with Carla and David at school and pretend they didn't exist at home, until one day, my mom stepped into my bedroom.
Good news, Emma. I've picked a perfect boyfriend for you. He's from a wealthy family, and his parents are very excited for you two to connect.
I gasped. This was the last straw. It was one thing to choose my friends, but my boyfriend? That was too far. As if things couldn't get worse, Mom showed me a picture of this boyfriend, and to my horror, it was Boyce. I couldn't wait any longer. It was time to be honest. Mom, I can't date Boyce. He bullies my friends.
Oh, Emma, why would anyone bully those pretty girls?
No, Mom. My real friends, Carla and David. Finally, I explained the truth. Mom listened in silence. When I finished, she grabbed her phone.
I'm calling your stupid school. I'm withdrawing you. Tomorrow, you will go back to homeschooling where you belong.
For the first time, it wasn't hurt or sadness that I felt whenever Mom controlled my life. I was angry. I looked directly into Mom's eyes.
What, Emma? Is there anything you want to say?
Yes, Mom. Back off. I pushed her out of my way and left the house. I found myself heading to Carla's place. I thought I knew where her house was located, but I reached a place that looked more like a warehouse. I knocked on the door, and a little girl opened it.
Oh, you're the rich girl.
My name is Emma.
Yeah, but you're the rich girl, right?
Well, I don't prefer being called that.
Yeah, just say yes.
Oh, obviously, Carla's sister. Where is she?
She's with Dad. She sometimes works with him in gardening for some rich people.
Oh, I didn't know she worked after school. Okay, how long will it take her to get back?
I think they're done by now. Did you come straight from home?
Yeah.
How long did it take you to get here?
About 20 minutes.
Okay, then 20 minutes.
Wait, why did you ask? I'm confused. Are you saying...
Yeah, she works at your house. You never noticed? Shows how much you care about your workers and talk to them. Why are you standing there shocked? Come on, get inside. I'll show you some of the toys I have. They were yours when you were little. Your mom gave them to my dad and said you didn't need them anymore.
I was stunned. Their house was indeed a warehouse. Carla's sister told me they were kicked out of their old apartment because they didn't pay rent for 3 months.
An old friend of Dad's told him that we could live in this warehouse temporarily till things get better. We've been living here for 2 years now.
When Carla arrived, she was shocked to see me. I explained everything and what Mom did.
But you can't stay here for too long. I mean, look around.
I don't care. I just want to be away from Mom. Carla, why didn't you tell me you worked for us?
I wasn't shy or ashamed, Emma, but I enjoyed our friendship and didn't want you to see me as your employee or something.
I would never see you like that. Come on, Carla.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, if you're sleeping here, you'll sleep next to my sister. She still wets her bed sometimes, so if you wake up covered in pee, that's on you.
Oh, wow. Best toast ever.
Oh, did you meet my mom? Wait until you taste her cooking. She's the best.
Hi, honey. Carla's told me so much about you. You're welcome to stay as long as you want. Oh, Carla, look, I got you new shoes.
But Mom, we agreed you'd buy new pants for yourself next.
Who cares about an old woman's pants? But you go to school, and I want the other kids to see that you can have new shoes sometimes.
Well, I don't care about impressing them if it tires you out.
When I see you wearing something new and nice, it makes all the tiredness go away.
Carla's mom was incredibly kind and generous. She worked as a cleaning lady, and despite their poverty, she was the most selfless woman, always making sure I was comfortable. Your mom loves you.
Don't all mothers love their children?
I don't think so, no. That night, we called David and played cards, laughing together. So, David, why don't you talk much? Is there a sad story behind it, or are you just a weird guy?
No sad story. Sorry to disappoint you. My parents didn't talk much to me when I was little. I just grew up lonely.
And you don't think that's a sad story?
That makes it even sadder.
David threw a pillow at Carla, spilling the soda she was holding on her, and we all burst out laughing. I spent the next 2 days at Carla's place. I used Apple Pay to buy a lot of stuff for Carla and her family, and also for David. Here, David, I got you a parrot. He talks and repeats words. It'll help you talk more.
Who said I'm upset that I don't talk much? I enjoy my life the way it is.
Hello, jerk.
Hello. Well, no, we don't say jerk. It's a bad word. We say pal, buddy, pal, buddy. Oh, Emma, okay, I see your point.
And for you, Carla, I got you this.
Wow, thank you.
But just then, Mom burst in with police officers.
You think you can just kidnap my daughter? I'll make you regret this. Officers, arrest them!
No, Mom! No, officer, don't arrest them. I came here on my own. I kept begging, but no one paid any attention, and the officers took Carla's parents away. Carla's sister started crying. I was going to comfort her when Mom dragged me out. She forced me into the car. When we got home, I locked myself in my room and ignored her. That night, I called Dad. If you want me to behave, you have to fix this and help Carla's parents. Otherwise, God knows what I'll do, and no regret in the world would be enough for you to bear. Dad helped them get out, but I just stopped talking to Mom. One night, I heard Dad's voice. I ran downstairs and hugged him.
It's been 2 weeks. Isn't it time to forgive your mom? I know she's a bit much sometimes, but she loves you.
I don't need just love. I need her warmth and understanding. But she keeps controlling my life, Dad. She even decided who I should date. I've had enough. Carla and David might be poor, but at least they have the freedom to live their life the way they want. And I want that too now, even if it means staying away from Mom.
I have to tell you something. When we first fell in love, we had no money. Life was really tough for us. We had to scrape together loose change and lived in tiny, rundown apartments until you were born. The moment your mom and I saw you, we promised to do whatever it took to give you the best life possible. We never wanted you to go through what we did. That's why I work so much and why your mother is so strict.
Thanks for sharing, but that doesn't give her the right to control me like a puppet. If you want, you can book me a hotel room to stay away from Mom, or I'll just run away again.
Don't say that. You know what? I'll help Carla's and David's family. Will that make you less angry and drop the idea of leaving the house for now?
Helping my friend wouldn't fix my problems, but I didn't want to miss this chance for them, so I nodded. Dad got Carla's family a better apartment and increased her dad's salary. Her mom also became our head maid. Mom wasn't too happy about it, but I didn't care. She tried to apologize, but I was still too angry to talk to her and didn't feel she was sincere. Mom gave me some freedom, but she still wanted me to join lessons and host parties to meet new people. I knew it was hard for Mom to change, so I started sneaking out to go to Carla's place. I loved Carla's mom's lentil soup. It was so good. She was also the best storyteller. Sometimes I would fall asleep listening to her stories, but she'd always wake me up to go home. She wouldn't risk it again. A few days later, while we were at school, Carla's mom had a terrible accident at her house. She fell down the stairs. When Carla found out, she was terrified for her mom. We rushed to the hospital. Carla cried and prayed the entire way. I'd never seen her like that. When we got there, we found her mom lying in bed, looking hurt and tired. She couldn't move, but she saw us from the corner of her eye. Carla, baby. Carla ran to her and cried on her chest, her sister joining in. Her mom cried too. Suddenly, I found myself hugging them and crying as well. Then I heard a voice.
You never hugged me like that, Emma.
Mom was standing at the door. She was the one who had brought Carla's mom to the hospital and stayed with her all day. Well, you never loved me the way Carla's mom loves her.
Of course I love you, honey. I know you've been sneaking almost every night to go to Carla's place, but I didn't stop you.
Gee, thanks, Mom. Well, if you love me so much, tell me, what's my favorite color, Mom?
Pink?
Wrong. Maybe that was my favorite color when I was 5, and you probably told me it should be my favorite color.
Emma, I'm sorry. I realize my mistake now. I'll change. Can you you come home?
Can you leave? Mom looked sad and left. And the next day, the doctors told us that Mom settled the entire hospital bill for Carla's family. I was a bit shocked, but it still wasn't enough for me to forgive her. I was pretty sure she was acting out of guilt.
I think she's trying to win you back. Maybe she's changing.
I don't think so, but I'll send her a thank you message. Emma, dear, your mom loves you. She can be strict, but maybe that's just her way of showing her love. Give her a second chance. I'm sure she'll change. That night, I was drinking chocolate milk on Carla's balcony when David came in.
I heard what your mom did. I think it's time you give her a second chance.
Why does everyone keep saying that? She's been controlling me my entire life. I need another lifetime to forgive her. You know what? I'll go to her. If you can guarantee she won't annoy me for the next 2 weeks, even 2 days.
If I could predict the future, I'd have hugged my mom the morning she left if I knew she'd be gone forever.
What do you mean?
Mom left when I was little, and Dad neglected me for so long. Then he remarried, and she's not nice to me. I don't talk to her or my dad. I just miss my mom and hope she's okay and will come back to me.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
It's okay. Your mom has been trying to get you back for weeks. She calls me and Carla, crying and begging. The least you can do is talk to her. She's inside, waiting for you.
I walked into the living room and found Mom crying. She looked tired and depressed.
I promise I'll be good. If I bother you again, I'll leave the house myself.
I hugged her. Come on, Mom. Let's go. Ever since I was practically a baby, I dreamed of having a pony. I had pony dolls and drew pictures of ponies and watched as many movies and TV shows about ponies as I could.
Mama, look at that beautiful pony. Look at the pretty outfit on the lady riding the pony.
My older sister Trish didn't share my love for ponies at all, and my parents weren't very enthusiastic about getting me one either.
But we have so much space. I promise I'll never ride it too far.
Emily, you're too little. Besides, horses are very expensive, and riding can be dangerous.
Your mom's right. Why can't you be interested in playing with your dolls like your sister?
Our house was away from the city, and it had a big yard, and even an old barn which could be used as a stable. It was the perfect place to keep a pony, but they just wouldn't let me. Even though I was a couple of years younger than my sister, our birthdays were on the same day of the year. It was so irritating because I wanted to have a birthday of my own, but it always felt more like her birthday instead of mine. I guess because she'd been around longer. Happy birthday, Trish. Oh, and you too, Emily. Every year for our birthdays, Trish would ask for something frivolous like a makeup kit or a new phone, and she always got what she wanted, even if she was too young for it.
Thanks, guys. My iPhone's amazing. Let's all pose so we can take a selfie.
Wow, look at all those great photo filters it has.
But I only ever wished for one thing, a pony.
You gave me a makeup kit? This is what Trish wanted. I asked for a pony.
My 8th birthday and Trish's 10th should have been the best day of my life, but my parents found a way to make sure it wasn't.
Oh my goodness, it's a pony. You finally got me a pony. Oh, thank you, thank you.
Now, hold on there. This horse is for both of you girls. Trish will take riding lessons first, and then you can have your turn when you're older, Emily.
You want me to ride that big, scary, dirty animal? But
horse riding's great, honey. It may seem awful to you now, but trust me, you'll love it once you get the hang of it.
I don't have a problem with the horse. I love him already. Just tell me, when's my turn?
While Trish takes riding lessons, you need to care for the horse so you learn how to be responsible because you're so little.
So maybe in a year or two.
In a year or two? That's so unfair. Trish didn't even want a horse, and she gets to start riding right away?
I felt like Cinderella, cleaning up and preparing the feed for the horses for more than a year while my sister rode around like a snooty little princess. Trish actually got pretty good at it, and after her first year of riding, she started entering into competitions, and I still hadn't gotten my turn. I was so tired of this. So one night, I decided to take things into my own hands. I snuck out late and saddled the horse, then climbed onto it.
Giddy up, let's go! Yay!
But no sooner had I made one lap around the yard that Trish ran out in front of us.
What are you doing, Emily? You have no training, you'll hurt yourself. Whoa, horsey, calm down, boy.
But the horse was really agitated, and he reared up and threw me off. Trish let out a shrill scream, and my parents came running out.
What's going on here?
I looked up at Trish, my eyes pleading with her to side with me and pretend like she was the one who'd taken out the horse for a ride. But of course, she did not.
Are you crazy? You shouldn't have been riding without taking lessons first. It's dangerous.
You were out here riding, Emily? You could have been badly hurt. How could you sneak out like that behind our backs?
If you had let me take lessons in the first place, I wouldn't have had to sneak out.
You're clearly still not responsible enough to start riding.
What? What are you saying?
I'm saying we should wait at least another year for your lessons.
No, you're the worst. I'm not going to be my sister's maid forever while she gets to live my dream.
You don't have a say here. You're still a child. She was right. I had no say, and my tantrums went ignored. Even though I wasn't allowed to ride, I still loved that horse, so I kept taking care of it and watching my sister from behind the scenes, competing in rodeos and winning big, shiny trophies and medals. One day, before one of Trish's rodeo competitions, I was brushing down the horse and singing to it when suddenly this boy who was one of the competitors started playing along with his guitar. I was a little embarrassed, but it was magical at the same time.
Hey, I'm Josh. I hope it's okay that I just started playing. Your singing was really pretty and I just couldn't help myself.
No, it was perfect. Usually horses are my only audience, but I liked having someone else to sing to. He was a couple of years older than me, but that didn't matter. I could feel the connection between us. It was like electricity.
If you want, I can teach you to play guitar.
Oh, that would be wonderful, but I couldn't ask you to do that. I'm sure you're very busy.
You didn't ask. I offered. Besides, you tend to meet the same people a lot on the rodeo circuit, and I'd like to look forward to meeting you in each new city.
Spending time with Josh and learning to play guitar was so much fun. I almost didn't even mind my parents ignoring me or being my sister's servant anymore. Well, I did, but not as much. When I was 15, we went to a huge rodeo in Nashville. I'd never seen such big, beautiful stages and sparkly costumes in my life. But it all turned out to be a bit overwhelming for Trish's horse. While she was doing a rehearsed routine during the opening ceremony, the bright lights flashed right in her horse's eyes and blinded it, and the loud voices over the stadium speakers frightened it even more. It started to panic and act up. Watching from the sidelines, I suddenly had an idea. I grabbed a mic and rushed out onto the arena. Emily, get back! It's too dangerous!
What are you doing? Emily, you'll spook the horse more and get Trish hurt!
I started singing a country song I'd written myself, and the whole audience went silent with breathless anticipation. The horse almost immediately started calming down at my voice, as if he was entranced by it, and when the song ended, the audience erupted into cheers and applause. I was requested to sing another song, and everyone loved it. After the rodeo was over, a man in a suit approached me.
Hi, Emily. I'm a big record executive here in Nashville, and I think you could be the biggest country music star ever.
Wow, really?
Yes, really.
My parents weren't thrilled at the idea, but the record executive convinced them by saying I could perform at the same places we were already going to for rodeo shows, so they agreed. But Josh seemed really excited for me and gave me a big hug.
Thank goodness you acted fast and saved your sister like that, and I'm so proud of you for getting that recording contract.
I blushed at the compliment. As we pulled apart, our faces were close, and I felt this was the moment we were going to share our first kiss. But then suddenly, something horrible happened. Well, I'm glad this show's over.
Trish, I was so worried for you.
Josh literally pushed me away and drew Trish into a long hug, and then they kissed. I was so shocked. It was like reality had shattered into a million pieces, and down was up and up was down. It didn't make sense. And then I was so angry I could spit nails. I felt like fire was running through my veins, and I wanted to shoot lasers out of my eyes. Get away from him, witch. What? How could you steal my boyfriend, Trish? Right in front of my face?
Your what? Emily, when did I ever say I was your boyfriend?
You implied it. I mean, I think you did. There's clearly a connection between us.
There's clearly been some confusion, but I don't want to get in the middle of sisters. I don't think I can be around either of you. I'm sorry.
Josh, wait.
I hope you can both work things out. Goodbye.
As Josh left, I turned furiously to Trish. Haven't you stolen enough from me already? Did you have to take him too? She just gaped at me like a fish, like I was the one who'd done something wrong. I cried all that night, and I refused to talk to Trish for months. Fortunately, singing and writing songs kept me so busy that I didn't have time to keep dwelling on how Trish had betrayed me, and I poured most of my anger and hurt into my lyrics. I recorded my first album, and when it was released, it debuted at the top of the charts. I was famous overnight. My face was all over billboards, and people were always stopping me in public to get my autograph. I even started a vlog on social media and instantly got millions of followers. By the time I was 16, I was world famous and had more money than my parents ever had. So I decided to move out on my own. My parents tried to stop me. I forbid you to move out. You are still a child and too little? You've been telling me that my entire life, and it's never been true. I am not too little. I've achieved big things and have even bigger dreams. I have my own money now, and I'm gonna live my own life exactly the way I want.
As long as you are still legally a minor, you're living under our roof, under our rules.
That's what he thought. By that time, I had my own agent, manager, and legal team. They helped me get legally emancipated. I bought my own house, and I finally had a beautiful horse for myself. I paid for my own lessons and even rode the horse during some of my live concerts. Months later, my latest concert tour brought me back to my hometown. After performing on opening night, I walked out of the venue's back entrance to find a girl crying in the alley. It was Trish. Trish, what are you doing here? Emily, I wasn't expecting to run into you. Strange, because if you didn't want to run into me, you shouldn't have come to my concert. And why are you crying? Not that I care, I'm just curious. I came because I wanted to see you perform, but seeing you on the stage and living out your dreams just made me a bit sad. Mom and Dad are making me go out on the rodeo circuit again. What an ungrateful diva. She'd gotten everything she wanted, plus everything I wanted. So why are you complaining? I had to go find another dream because you took mine away. And now you're crying about it? Emily, I never wanted to ride a horse in the first place. How do you not remember that? I wanted to play with makeup and design dresses. Mom and Dad made me take lessons so I could be a good example for you. I'm sure all of their attention and winning those awards didn't hurt. My medals and trophies mean nothing to me, and our parents were suffocating me with attention. I couldn't get a second to myself. I wished I could just hang out in the stables like you for just one day. You wished you were like me? Oh, I see. Maybe that explains why you tried to steal Josh from me. I didn't even know he was your boyfriend. I don't think he knew that either. Are you sure you didn't just misread some signs? I don't know. Maybe I did. It was beginning to dawn on me that I'd been kind of self-absorbed and jumped to conclusions too fast. And maybe my sister wasn't that horrible. She just didn't have the strength to fight for her dreams like I did. Trish, I'm sorry I judged you so harshly, but you really can't spend the rest of your life doing something you don't love. You need to stand up to Mom and Dad, and I'll come with you. My parents were shocked to see me, and even more surprised when I told them Trish wouldn't be competing in rodeos anymore.
That's not your decision, Emily.
You're right, it's not. It's Trish's decision. And you're not being good parents by keeping your kids away from their dreams. You already drove one daughter away. Do you want to drive Trish out of your lives too by being so bullheaded? For the first time in my life, my parents were speechless and were actually listening to what I had to say. We thought we were doing the best for both of you. You were always on the smaller side, and I was terrified to let you go for something risky like horse riding.
And Trish was so good at it. We thought she'd be more successful than she would be at fashion. I can see that we were wrong, and we're sorry.
It's okay, Dad. When I was little, my mom worked for this rich woman who was the third cousin of the daughter of the king of bleep. Oops, I forgot. Mom and I signed an NDA, so I really can't say which country or what king. Anyway, the rich woman had a fabulous life. She and her daughter Gigi, who was my age, lived in a beautiful mansion. They went to the spa every week and on vacation every weekend. But the only thing was that the paparazzi never left them alone. They camped in front of the house and hid in the trees to get a glimpse of Gigi and her mom. Gigi and I looked alike, so I'd often pose as her decoy. I'd walk out the front door in her fancy clothes and smile for the paparazzi, while Gigi snuck out the back into a tinted SUV and sped off. Life was great until Gigi and her mom moved back to bleep and Mom lost her job. We moved into a tiny house and Mom had to work 2 jobs just to afford the rent. I hated being poor. It made me sick to my stomach. So I decided I had to be rich one day. I worked harder than ever in school so I could get a good job and make a ton of money. Then one day, I was called into the principal's office and she gave me the best news ever.
Congratulations, Grace! You've been awarded a scholarship to one of the most prestigious private schools in the city.
I was over the moon, but there was one big problem. My new school was filled with rich kids. There was no way I was going to fit in. That night, I had nightmares about them laughing at me and chasing me through the halls. The next morning, I woke up and prayed that I could win $1 million. And then the craziest thing happened.
I talked with your Aunt Maddie. She lives near your new school. You'll be staying with her so I can save some money.
I jumped for joy. I just hit the jackpot. Aunt Maddie was a filthy rich lawyer. She was so generous that she'd recently adopted a daughter my age. That evening, Aunt Maddie's chauffeur picked me up in a limousine and drove me to her mansion. My adopted cousin Victoria greeted me at the door. She looked like a supermodel, aside from these huge glasses that were way too big for her face. Victoria took me to my room, and as I was unpacking, she kept staring at my clothes. Whoa, what happened? I've seen homeless people wear better clothes. I was so embarrassed. I started crying like an idiot. They're all I have. I'm poor. Oh, don't worry about it, Grace. I've got your back. You can borrow some of my clothes. I've got plenty. Victoria led me to her room, where she opened a walk-in closet twice the size of my mom's house, filled with dozens of Gucci and Versace dresses, shoes,
clothes and handbags. I was in heaven. When we got to school, I strutted like a superstar down the hallway, and all the kids couldn't stop staring at me. In class, the teacher asked us all to introduce ourselves and share something interesting about our families. All the other kids came from wealthy families that owned huge business empires. Some even had parents who were famous celebrities. When the teacher asked me to introduce myself, I walked to the front of the class. I felt really nervous. I couldn't tell them about my poor single mom who worked as a janitor at a beauty salon and waited tables at a 2-star restaurant. Then suddenly, something strange came over me, and the most unexpected words just fell out of my mouth. Hi, everyone. I'm Grace, and I'm an heiress to the throne of Bleep.
Due to the privacy of the royal family, we cannot...
Jeez. Can we skip the legal mumbo-jumbo and get back to the story? Now, where was I? Oh yeah, everyone in class stared at me like I was a unicorn. I took out my phone and flashed one of my photos from a magazine, and the kids went wild. Victoria appeared out of nowhere and pulled me to the side. Have you lost your mind? You just told everyone a big fat lie. My mind is right where it's supposed to be, if you must know. Plus, it's not really a lie. You were Gigi's stand-in. My mom told me all about it. You're stealing her identity. I'm just borrowing it. She won't even notice. Victoria walked away. Then a bunch of popular kids ran over to me. My plan was working like a charm. Are you really in line for the throne? Yep. It's a very real possibility. Everyone in line before me is old and sick.
I thought you moved back to Europe.
That's fake news. But aren't you living with Victoria? Yes. My mother wants me to have a more grounded experience among commoners, but it's just temporary. Ta-ta. Sorry, no more questions today. Maybe we can have crumpets and tea later. Then Damien, the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen, patted me on my shoulder, and my heart skipped a beat. His sparkly brown eyes and warm smile made my heart flutter.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of coming to my party tonight?
He took my hand and kissed it. Yes, please. That night, I raided Victoria's closet and found the perfect dress. I pranced around in the mirror, flashed my prettiest smile, and practiced kissing my hand. What's up with you? I told Victoria all about how Damien invited me to his party, and she looked pissed. Don't you mention that jerk to me. He's not a jerk. He's really cool, and he looks like an angel. Listen, you'll live to regret it if you choose to hang out with that idiot. Are you sure we're talking about the same guy? Damien's at the top of our class. He smells like fresh strawberries. He's super cute and the captain of the football team. He's perfect. Never mind. I'm out of here. Victoria stormed off in a huff, but I didn't have time to figure out what put a bee in her bonnet. I had to get to Damien's party. Of course, Damien's party was awesome. We danced together for hours, and at the end of the night, he gave me the most romantic kiss.
You're amazing, Grace.
I know. People tell me that all the time.
I've never met a girl like you before.
Which made sense because everything I told him was a lie. I must admit, I felt a little guilty for lying, but I wasn't hurting anyone. After that, Damien and I started dating, and we became the hottest couple in school. My popularity was through the roof. Even Victoria stopped shaking her head at me every time we passed each other in the hallway. Life was great until things took a horrible turn. One day, one of the rich kids invited me to an exclusive restaurant. I was busy enjoying my caviar when I looked out the window and saw Victoria and Damien having a heated argument across the street. I was about to go out to snoop on them, but our waiter Brian, this geeky kid from my math class, stepped into my path.
Excuse me, you forgot to pay for your food.
He gave me a bill of over $200. I had less than $20 in my bank account. I was invited to this party.
And we've been told everyone is paying their bill separately.
A couple of popular kids started staring at us, so without thinking, I handed Brian my bank card.
I'm sorry, but your card has been declined.
That's impossible. I'm heir to $1 million fortune.
We also accept cash.
This is no way to treat royalty. I want to speak with your manager now. I dragged Brian to the side, but I was so afraid he was going to call the cops on me that I decided to tell him the truth. Listen, there's no way I can pay all that money. Maybe we can work something out.
You rich kids always try to take advantage of people. Please pay so I can do my job. Aren't you from some royal family anyway?
I'm seriously not a rich kid. That was all a big lie. I just wanted to fit in. Suddenly, tears started streaming down my face.
Oh, geez, please don't cry. Listen, I know what it's like to want to fit in with the rich kids. I'll put it on my tab, but you have to pay me back this month.
I was so relieved. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted. It was good to tell the truth, but then it hit me. If Brian exposed me, my fabulous life would be destroyed. Could you please keep my secret?
Sure, but only if you agree to tutor me. I'm kind of struggling with calculus, and I saw you got 100 on the test.
I happily agreed. By the time I was done with this drama, Victoria and Damien were gone, and neither of them answered their phones. I called my driver to take me home. I waited in my room for hours, but didn't hear a word from either of them. I was confused, worried, and a little jealous. What on earth could they have been arguing about? A few minutes after midnight, I woke up to hear a car pulling into the driveway. I looked out the window. It was Damien, and Victoria was in the passenger seat. I saw red. I raced down the stairs and ran straight into Victoria. Why are you sneaking around with Damien? We aren't sneaking around. I saw you two arguing at the party. It's complicated, and I'm really tired. Can we talk about it later? It's not complicated at all. You're a jealous witch and a boyfriend stealer. And don't try to deny it. You hate that I'm more popular than you and that Damien's in love with me. Victoria marched to her room and slammed her door in my face. Something fishy was going on between those two, and I was gonna find out what. The next day, I asked Damien about Victoria.
Don't worry about it, babe. She's my partner for a school project. We were only talking about that. You know I only have eyes for you.
After that, Damien got really busy with football practice, so I focused on school and tutoring Brian. To my surprise, I enjoyed hanging out with Brian. He was smart and funny, and we were both huge fans of classical music. One night, he played one of Mozart's concertos on the piano for me. That was beautiful. I didn't know you were so talented.
I'm kind of a music prodigy. That's how I got a scholarship to our school.
A couple of weeks later, Brian aced his calculus test and invited me to his piano recital.
I'll be playing that piece you like, and a new song I wrote for you.
You wrote a song for me? Brian blushed, and so did I.
It's a thank you for all you've done for me.
I wouldn't miss your concert for the world. That night, just as I was getting ready to go to the concert with Brian, Damien showed up in a tuxedo. What are you doing here?
You're funny. I told you I was picking you up.
Oh God, I'd totally forgotten that Damien had invited me to be a date for his family's annual charity ball.
Come on, we don't want to be late.
Damien took my hand and rushed me to his car. When we arrived at the ball, Damien's parents were excited to meet me. They spent the whole night introducing me to all their fancy friends and bragged about how their son had landed the heiress to a throne. I needed a breath of fresh air, so I went out into the back alley for a bit to find Damien and the school's head cheerleader kissing. When they saw me, they turned as white as bed sheets.
It's not what it looks like.
Actually, it is. Damien and I are in love.
I was gonna tell you after the party. I just wanted to impress my parents by saying you were my girlfriend. You're their favorite royal, and they've been dying to meet you.
I slapped Damien hard in the face and stormed out of there. The next day, Brian marched up to me at school with a huge scowl.
I waited for you for over an hour, and you didn't even call.
I'm sorry. I had another engagement.
Like what? Your fake royal duties? If you didn't want to go, you should have just told me. You didn't have to play with my feelings. I may not be one of the popular kids, but I don't deserve to be treated like trash.
Brian stormed off. I was gutted. And just when I thought the day couldn't get any worse, I got an alert on my phone. A gossip website had done a news report on me and outed me as a fraud. All the kids crowded around me like an angry mob. I ran outside and straight into a bunch of crazy paparazzi. They chased me through the parking lot. I darted down the street and jumped into a cab. Get me out of here, please. The driver hightailed it out of there. When I got home, I raced up the stairs and locked myself in my room. Then suddenly, someone unlocked my bedroom door and turned the knob. Terrified, I hid under the bed. My lies had finally caught up with me. The police would haul me off to jail. My mom would be so embarrassed she'd disown me. The whole thing might even go on my permanent record. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the worst. Please have mercy. I'm just a kid. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Don't be so dramatic. It's just me. I told you all this would blow up in your face. The lying. And most of all, Damien. Was he dating you too? No, gross. Damien and I lived in the same foster home years ago. That night at the restaurant, I got a text about our foster mother. She'd gotten into a bad accident and had to have a major surgery. She'd just woken up and was begging to see me and Damien. That's it. Damien hates that he was poor and he won't tell anyone he's adopted. Or that he and I know each other from a foster home. And he's always trying so hard to impress his snooty parents. You're not that different. He just wants so bad to fit in. That information hit me like a ton of bricks. At that moment, I decided to make a change. I apologized to Victoria and sent Brian a dozen I'm sorry memes. And I came clean to everyone at school. After my truth was revealed, I wasn't popular anymore, of course. I was even mocked and branded as a liar. But I had Victoria, and I eventually made friends with some nice kids, and it took a while. But Brian and I started talking again after I offered to tutor him for free for a year. In the end, I realized that being a popular fake royal didn't hold a candle to being surrounded by friends that loved me for me.
My mom comes from a family of geniuses. Both her parents are scientists, just like her. So when I was born, she expected me to be some kind of genius too. Only I wasn't. Kathy, how do you make 7 even?
Easy. Take the S out like this.
Ugh, no. Let's give this another shot.
Mom, I'm bored. Can I go outside and play for a bit? Such a pretty day.
No matter how hard Mom tried, I could never give a hoot about books. So Mom got me private tutors. Margot, are you with me? Tell me what I just said.
You said, Margot, are you with me?
No, I mean, what was I teaching?
How am I supposed to know that? You're the teacher.
The tutor got angry and swore to never come back, and Mom was just left disappointed, as always. She didn't talk to me for days until one afternoon, her old friend from school, Lydia, paid us a visit with her daughter, Sophie, who was awfully quiet. They'd recently moved to town and shifted to our neighborhood. I was so excited to see another kid in the area, since our neighborhood was full of old, boring people.
Do you want to see my room? Oh, wait, that's a mess. We should go outside and play.
Sophie won't be going anywhere.
Why don't you guys sit down and I'll get some sodas.
Sophie passed me a dry smile and did exactly that. I went and sat next to her. Are you okay?
What are you doing?
So you talk, huh?
Please, don't talk to me. My mom doesn't like it when I talk too much.
Or at all. I tried talking to Sophie, but she continued to stare at the floor and I gave up. After they left, Mom told me that Sophie was supposed to go to my school and I had to look after her.
Why? She's so weird, and her mom kept staring at me like I'd farted in her face.
Sophie's new here and she needs your help. That's the least you can do for me after that stunt you pulled with the tutor.
Oh, fine.
Just like Mom asked me to, I waited for Sophie so we could walk to school together. She didn't say a word the whole day till the teacher asked us the answer to a tough math question in class.
It's 7,250.
Wow, dude, that was fast. Are you a genius or something?
Well, kinda. I study a lot.
Then maybe you can be my tutor. God knows I need one, and no one sticks around with me for long. Sophie smiled, and we spent the entire day together. We were poles apart, but somehow clicked, and she invited me over that evening for a study session. But just as I got there, Linda walked up to us smirking. I have my eyes on you girls. Do not close this door.
Sure, Mrs. Linda, Sophie's mom.
You know what happens when you close the room? Monsters creep up from behind the shadows and eat you up. Have fun studying. Linda laughed, and I just couldn't stop thinking about how weird she sounded. Also, the entire time I was there, she kept walking by the door, sneaking glances. I wanted to ask Sophie if her mom disliked me or something, but I didn't want to offend her, so I kept quiet. Mom got called for an emergency meeting out of town and asked Linda to help. Oh, of course she can stay here. No problem. Work comes first. Tell me that didn't sound sarcastic. Anyway, I was happy to spend some time with Sophie, but as soon as Mom left, Linda grinned and walked in, locking the door from inside. I continued banging for ages till she opened up. What? I just went to get you my sweater. It's freezing. You just shut the door in my face and walked away. I did not. You're an ungrateful, wild kid, Kathy. Didn't your mom teach you how to speak with elders? Oh, wait. She's too busy working. Before I could respond, Sophie came and practically dragged me away. Your mom's crazy. Who talks like that? I'm really sorry. Ever since Dad left us, she's been a little weird around people. Just ignore her. Anyway, are you hungry? I'm starving. Sophie got me sandwiches and we watched some MSA until we dozed off. But later that night, we woke up to loud noises and it seemed like they were coming from the kitchen. We went downstairs to check and saw Linda trying to find something.
What are you doing?
Oh, no. Did I wake you guys up? I was so hungry and I thought I'd make lasagna. Go back to bed.
Who eats lasagna at 3 a.m.?
I do. Sophie and I left, but we couldn't get any sleep and were super exhausted the next day. I didn't know what her deal was, but Linda just kept getting weirder over the years. But Sophie and I continued to remain the best of friends. While I was still figuring out what I wanted to do in life, she had already set her mind on becoming a writer. Look at this poem I wrote. I could never explain how much you meant to me for sharing my joys and pain. This is beautiful. You think? It's not complete yet. I think poetry is my calling, Kathy. I don't want to waste my life studying. I think it's amazing. I just wish I knew what I wanted to do too. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Well, I tried to, but finding a passion was more difficult than I thought. I tried auditioning for the drama club, but I had trouble memorizing the lines. Art was boring, and cheerleading was too much effort. I'd almost given up hope, till one day a football hit me right in the head. Ouch! Watch out, jerks!
Pass the ball, shorty. You holding up the game.
Oh, really? Come and get it. Just as one of the guys walked forward, I dodged him and ran straight to touchdown. Everyone stared at me wide-eyed as the coach suggested I try out for the running team. I wasn't sure I'd do well, but I ended up overtaking everyone on the team, including the boys. By high school, I was good enough to compete in tournaments. After our team had won one of the biggest track events, we wanted to celebrate by going out for a concert. And I invited Sophie too. I don't know. I mean, I've never really stayed up that late, and Mom would never allow it. So we'll sneak out. Come on, it's high school, and you could use the break. What's the worst that could happen? I can murder you and hide your body, or you could be a zombie in disguise. Wouldn't that be something? Sophie and I left with the team, and were having a blast at the concert till I left to go get some drinks. And when I came back, Sophie wasn't around. I started searching for her frantically and tried calling her, but I couldn't get through. I informed security, and within minutes, we had a whole search team looking everywhere for her. We finally found her near one of the stalls, and she had fainted. We immediately took her to the hospital. I informed Mom and Linda on the way, and was sweating bricks when they showed up.
Do you have any idea what you've done? You're such a bad influence on her. She has a scholarship exam in 2 days. If they don't let her sit for that, all her hard work will go down the drain.
I can't believe this. Your daughter's in the hospital, and all you care about is some dumb exam? Seriously, what's wrong with you?
You should be sorry for sneaking out my daughter, and instead, you're giving me an attitude? This is exactly why I told Sophie to stay away from you.
If there's anyone she needs to stay away from, it's you. She probably fainted from all the stress you give her. Enough, Linda. I apologize for Kathy. And you, young lady, let's talk at home. But Mom! Just then the doctors walked in and informed us that Sophie had a slight concussion and a minor fracture and would be absolutely fine. I wanted to check on her too, but Mom dragged me back home. A week later, when Sophie came home, I rushed to talk to her. I am so glad you're okay. How are you feeling? I've been better. I'm sorry for leaving you alone like that, Sophie. It's okay. I don't want to think about it. I need to rest now. Let's talk later. With that, Sophie just went to bed and pulled up a blanket. Because of her injury, she couldn't take the scholarship test for college, and even though she didn't blame me for what happened, I wanted to make up for it. I thought about it a lot, and then one day while I was walking by the school notice board, I saw a flyer for a writing competition. The winner would get a chance to apply for a prestigious writing course and win a cash prize. I quickly tore it off and went straight to Sophie's place, but Linda opened the door and refused to let me in. I had to get creative, so I climbed up a tree that led to Sophie's window, and what I saw blew my mind.
You have to stop hanging out with that Kathy. I hate her, and I hate her more every day.
Stop it, Mom. You don't even know her.
I know she'll let you down, just like her mom did.
What do you mean?
Nothing. They're all the same. You need to be better and smarter, get a better job, college, and more money than Kathy. That will be my revenge.
Saying that, Linda turned around and left. She was worse than I thought. And what was she saying about my mom? I had so many questions in my head when suddenly the branch I was on snapped. Luckily, I caught the windowsill just in time. What the heck are you doing, Kathy? Hanging out? Pull me up, will you? Close call. Here, take this. What am I supposed to do with this? You have to apply. It's been your dream since forever, Sophie. No, I don't have to do anything. Besides, Mom, you can't let your mom define your life for you. You have to be strong and give your dreams a shot. Why do you even care? Because you're my best friend, and I want you to be happy, even if that means going against your mom, who is terrifying, by the way. Oh, tell me about it. We shared a laugh, and Sophie promised to think about it. I was glad to have my best friend back, but I still couldn't stop thinking about what Linda said. So the next morning, I asked Mom, and she told me that in high school, Sophie's mom was a bit weird. She always had her head in books and hardly smiled. So we thought maybe she needed to loosen up a bit, and we played a funny prank on her. What did you do? We might have taken a picture of her digging in her nose and pasted it all over the school. How is that funny, Mom? That's horrible. I know that now. We did remove all the pictures, but I think it affected her, and kids kept laughing at her for years. I apologized more than once, but I guess she's never really forgiven me. I wanted to talk to Sophie about it too, so the next day, I waited outside her house to walk to school together, but she didn't show up, and when I came back from school, Mom told me Linda and Sophie had moved. Immediately, I called Sophie, but as luck would have it, Linda answered.
Stay away from Sophie. She's done with you messing up her life.
But Linda disconnected, and when I tried calling again, the number wasn't reachable. I searched for Sophie for weeks, but finally gave up when I got no leads. It was as if she'd vanished into thin air. Soon, the school announced the annual track events, and I got busy. The best student would get a sports scholarship to a college of their choice, and even though I wanted to be the best, Sophie always remained in the back of my mind. I missed her, but I set all my feelings aside and gave it 100%. I didn't land the top spot, but I did get into a good college, and Mom was super proud of me. I continued participating in athletics in college, and with time, I even developed a taste for poetry. Maybe Sophie rubbed off on me a little. A year later, I was attending a poetry show with some friends when suddenly I heard a familiar voice on stage.
I could never explain how much you meant to me, for sharing my joys and pain, for being my friend, patient and forgiving, never judging, scolding, or forsaking. It gives me peace that at the end of the day, you're only a phone call away.
The audience erupted in applause, and I could feel warm tears down my face. When the show ended, I immediately went backstage to meet her, but it was too crowded. Kathy, is that you? Oh my God, I'm so happy to see you. And that poem? I completed it. It's actually dedicated to you. God, I missed you so much. Me too. And I'm so glad you're following your dreams and finally convinced your mom. Well, not exactly. Sophie told me after they left town, her mom got diagnosed with bipolar disorder and had to get admitted to a mental facility. Since they had no other family, Sophie had to drop out of college and pick up a job to pay the bills. I'm so sorry to hear that. Why didn't you call me? You know I would have helped. I tried calling you. I guess you changed your number. And then I got busy with Mom's treatment, and there was never a good time. If it means anything, I'm here now, and I'm sorry for what Mom and her friends did to your mom all those years ago. It was a long time back. I knew Mom wasn't like other moms, but she tried her best to be there for me in her own twisted way. But after she got diagnosed, I realized how short life is to hold on to grudges and ignore what makes you happy. So now that Mom's better, I've finally decided to pursue my dream. I'm so proud of you, Sophie. So what do you say? We start again? This time, let's leave the moms aside. I'd love that. I was born in a tiny town in America, in an old house where my mom had grown up. Our cleaning lady once told me that Mom used to be the most beautiful woman around, and when she walked by, everyone stopped to look at her. She'd left for Hollywood, but she returned when she was pregnant with me. But the version of Mom I knew was not very glamorous. She hardly left the house and spent all day watching soap operas. She was obsessed and was always trying to copy the actress. This woman is the worst actress ever. I can do better. Yeah, that role would have been mine if I didn't give up my career. Mom didn't say it exactly, but I always felt like I had gotten in the way of her acting dreams and a different life. Sometimes I kind of felt bad for her, and I tried not to bother her so much. She came in wearing jewelry and some flowy silk gown that was too tight. Did she think she was at the Oscars? She catwalked down the hallway and flirted with all my male teachers. It was so embarrassing. Why did you have to act that way, Mom? Couldn't you just be normal? What? I'm just being myself. I'm an actress. Looking and being a certain way is all part of it. Mom, I'm just a kid. I don't care about your acting and all that. I just want you to be a normal mom. Over time, Mom and I grew more distant, and by the time I was 12, we were living like housemates that barely spoke to each other. One time in 8th grade, I'd asked to borrow some of her clothes for a talent show, but I didn't bother inviting her. To my surprise, though, Mom walked in halfway into the show, and she looked totally normal, just like all the other parents. But soon after, a girl was performing a one-man show, and suddenly, I saw Mom running up to the stage and grabbing the mic from her. Honey, that was so embarrassing. I just couldn't watch anymore. You have to play each character as if you are the character. Look deep into your soul. Come on now, try it again. And oh, maybe you can do one character with a British accent. She started speaking in a terrible British accent. The girl looked as confused as the audience, and I was beyond embarrassed.
Hey, isn't that Diana's wacky mom?
I ran away to hide in the bathroom. I couldn't even do my act anymore. Once the show was over and everyone left, I came out to the parking lot to find Mom there. Hey, I was waiting for you. Why did you come here? Was it to humiliate me? What? No, I came to support you. Then why couldn't you just sit quietly instead of jumping onto the stage and snatching the mic from a kid? I was doing her a favor, and she'll remember me forever for those tips. Come on, let's go home. I'm gonna walk home. In fact, I'm gonna walk all the way to China if that's what it takes to get away from you.
Diana, watch out! I suddenly felt something hit me with force and I went flying. I saw a blinding white light and then I passed out. I woke up to Mom's worried face and realized I was in the hospital. Mom told me that I'd been hit by a car. I'd broken my leg and I had to use a cane now. For how long?
A few months, at least. We can't be sure when it'll be fully healed, and you might end up with a small limp.
I'm so sorry, baby. This is all my fault. That day, I cried so much I thought my eyes were gonna fall out. I tried to stay mad at Mom, but I couldn't. She wasn't great, but I knew she didn't wish for this. When we got home, Mom tried so hard to be the perfect caregiver, but I knew she was struggling. It just didn't come naturally to her, but she never stopped apologizing. Baby, this is all my fault. In times like this, I wish I was more like Carol. Carol was my mother's sister who lived in New York. When I was younger, I always wished she was my mom. She had 2 kids, Theo and Becky, and the holidays I spent with my cousins were my favorite memories. Auntie Carol is quite amazing, and it would be nice to see Theo and Becky. Do you think spending some time with them would make you feel better? Yes, yes, yes!
If that's what you want, love.
And soon enough, I was heading for New York. But my first disappointment came at the airport when I saw Aunt Carol wasn't even there to pick me up. When she didn't show up after a while, I called her. It turned out she'd forgotten. I am so sorry, honey. There was a little situation at the kids' school. She still looked like the amazing aunt I remembered, but something about her also felt different. And when we got to her house, it was really quiet. As Aunt took my luggage to my room, I wandered into the kitchen to find Theo making a sandwich. Hey, Theo, it's so good to see you. Theo just looked at me blankly, then walked off without a word. What the heck? Didn't he remember me? Just then, someone almost knocked me out with a bear hug. Oh my gosh, you're finally here. I've been waiting all day. Gosh, I missed you. How are you? Well, I know you're a little sad, but I got you now. Thank God Becky was the same chatterbox I knew. We talked and laughed for hours. Hey, is Theo okay? He was so weird to me earlier. Becky's face instantly fell and she looked like she was gonna cry. Yeah, that's him these days. Mom thinks it's just a puberty phase, but it's more than that. He's changed so much, I hardly know him anymore. But at least I have you now. In the coming days, I got to see the new Theo myself. He never spoke to anyone and spent all his time in his room playing video games. One day, Aunt had to go in to make him clean his room, but Theo started yelling like a crazy person. Leave my room right now! Get out! One day, Aunt was having a garage sale and Becky and I were helping her out when suddenly a police car pulled up with Theo in it. Is this your son? He was caught stealing cigarettes and magazines at the mall. All our neighbors were staring at the spectacle, and Aunt's face was red with embarrassment. The policeman let Theo go because he was a first-time offender, but that day, Aunt snapped. Why have you decided to humiliate me? I work my butt off for you to have everything, and you go around stealing? And what, you're smoking now? That's none of your business. And if my allowance was enough, I wouldn't have to go around stealing, would I? So maybe you're not working hard enough. Hey, stop that. You're being rude. You know your mom works so hard. Who asked you? This is a family matter, and just because your mom dumped you here doesn't mean you get to butt into everything. I was so sick of his stupid attitude. I hit him with my cane and we got into a fight and Aunt had to separate us. That's enough. Theo, apologize right now. From that day, Theo and I were dead to each other. I didn't care anyway, as long as I had Becky with me. Aunt Carol registered me at my cousin's school soon, which Theo looked very unhappy about since we were in the same grade. On our first day, Theo cornered me right after Aunt dropped us off. Listen, just stay away from me. Mind your own business, and as far as anyone knows, we are not related. Understood? It was my first time in school since the accident, and I was nervous, but the students here were really nice. They helped me up the stairs and even helped me find my class. I had a feeling I was gonna love it here. But when the bell rang for recess, I noticed the strangest thing ever. A group of boys ordered Theo to pick up their books and put them in their lockers. And he did, without a word, like he was their servant. During lunch, I noticed him with the same boys again. This time, they made him fetch their lunch, and while he was balancing all the trays, someone bumped into him and he fell down, and those jerks all laughed at him. Hey, what's the deal with that boy? Oh, that poor boy is Theo, and that blonde guy in their group is Billy, and the rest are his minions. They've been hurting Theo forever. One time, Theo reported Billy and got him into detention, and since then, it's gotten so much worse. Like they're really trying to punish him. Sometimes I feel bad about not helping him, but we're all scared of those jerks. My heart broke into a million pieces. Theo was being bullied by monsters. And why hadn't Becky said anything? You must know what Theo is going through. Why haven't you told Aunt all this time? Diana, Mom works for the company Billy's dad owns, and you don't know how far Billy can go to make someone miserable. He's a spoiled brat, and if he asks his dad, Mom would lose her job in a second. Theo has forced me to stay quiet and says he can put up with it. He says things will be worse if he doesn't. I tried to understand her point of view, but I just couldn't. This had to stop. That night, I went to Theo's room. Listen, I'm really sorry for the way Billy is treating you, and he needs to be punished.
Didn't I ask you to mind your own business? And it's not how it looks. I do stuff for those guys and get paid for it.
You get paid to run around like their errand boy? That's humiliating. Let me help you.
No, you'll make it worse. It's just for a few more months and then we'll graduate. I'm handling it just fine.
No, you're not. You are hurting and everyone close to you is hurting too. Can't you see it?
Leave me alone.
But I just couldn't. So the next day, I made videos every time I saw Billy bully him, then sent them to the principal's email address. The next day, I felt a million butterflies when I found out that Billy had just been called in by the principal and suspended for 2 weeks. Not long enough, but a little justice. But when I got home, Theo was furious.
I told you to leave it alone. He's gonna come back and have my head.
No, he won't. The principal knows now.
You are such a dumb, nosy idiot. You think the principal will actually take serious action against someone like Billy? Thanks for ruining my life.
For the entire 2 weeks, he was so paranoid and looking over his shoulder. And the day Billy was supposed to be back, I noticed tears in Theo's eyes on her way to school. I silently prayed that he'd leave Theo alone and that I hadn't made things worse. But during lunch that day, I noticed a crowd gathered outside. I got closer and saw Theo surrounded by Billy and his boys. OMG, they were gonna hurt him. Hey, leave him alone. Stop it. But no one heard me. Then suddenly, I felt a huge force rush through my legs, and I charged forward and hit Billy in the knees with my cane. He fell to the ground and stared at me furiously. Theo had grabbed Billy by the collar and punched him in the face.
No one messes with my cousin.
Luckily, someone had called the principal to the scene, and everyone said that Billy tried to hurt me. The principal told him he was expelled.
You can't do that. Do you know who my father is? Oh, yes, I know, son. And I'm sure he wouldn't want word getting out that his son goes around beating kids with disabilities. That wouldn't be good for his reputation. You hurt a girl with a cane. I'll talk to your father right now.
Billy was indeed expelled, and his minions were suspended for the rest of the term. Billy's father also reached out to Aunt Carol to apologize and promise that his son would not be bothering her family again. After it was all over, Aunt Carol turned to Theo in tears. I should have known. I'm such a bad mom.
No, you're not, Mom. You're the best, and I'm sorry for all the hurt I've caused you.
And then he pulled me into their hug, too.
Thank you for everything. I really owe you one.
I'm just happy to have you back, cousin. From that day, things changed. Theo started to get better and becoming his old self, and my leg had started recovering too. I could now walk for short distances without my cane, and I didn't have a limp. One day, we were having dinner when someone knocked on the door. It was Mom, and she looked different. For the first time, she looked happy. She told us she'd gotten an opportunity to be in a big movie in LA, but she'd turned it down to take me home.
I'm so happy you're getting better. I want to be there for you during your recovery. I'm learning slowly, but I do want to be the best mom for you, really.
Mom, I really appreciate that, but you have to take that role. You'd be crazy to turn it down.
What?
It's your dream, and I'm happy here. Go to LA, become the biggest movie star, then come back to me. I know you love me, and I love you too, but sometimes the best way to show love to someone is by loving yourself.
Please, leave me alone. Mom ran down the dark corridor, looking for a place to hide, turning every doorknob that she came to. Finally, a door gave way and she crouched in a corner, but it was too late. Stay away from me. Stay away.
Hey, I'm Anastasia. My friends call me Anna, but my parents call me...
Stay away from me.
Or...
Leave me alone.
Okay, I was being a little dramatic at the start of the video. Mom wasn't actually scared. This is how it really played out.
Mommy, can you read me a bedtime story?
Please, leave me alone. Go ask your dad.
Daddy, look, I was outside playing and stepped in the poopsie.
No, stay away from me.
My nanny looked after me mostly because my parents were super busy with their careers, and she always called me Miss, so I thought my real name was Stay Away From Me. It wasn't until my first day of kindergarten that I found out I was wrong. And what's your name, sweetie?
Stay away from me?
Excuse me? What did you just say?
Stay away from me.
Next thing I knew, my parents and I were sitting in the principal's office. Sure, I got into trouble, but at least my parents used my name more after that. And when I was 4, something amazing happened. My sister Isabella was born, and she was beautiful.
Oh, I have the most beautiful daughter anyone could ask for.
I was so bummed by what she said that I stuck my tongue out at her. But I got over it soon enough. I finally had someone to play with. Or so I thought. You see, Mom didn't want me near Isabella. Shoo, go away. But one night, Isabella couldn't sleep and was screaming at the top of her lungs. I crawled into her crib and began to sing her lullabies. And soon enough, she was sleeping peacefully. I felt like the best big sister ever. But we never had a shot at getting close because of the way my parents treated us. They were less busy with work now and spent all their time fawning over Isabella and spoiling her while completely ignoring me. You know what I see in the mirror? I see 2 beautiful girls with unlimited potential.
Anna, how long have you been standing here?
I was here first, brushing my hair. You didn't even see me?
They'd whisk Isabella off to the mall or spa, and one time they even took her to Paris while I was stuck with the neighbor and her 9 cats. It bothered me a lot at first, but eventually I just kinda got used to it. But my parents were slowly turning Isabella into a monster who bullied them and threw a fit anytime she didn't get her way. She would try to boss me around too, but I mostly wouldn't give in, which didn't sit too well with her. Like this one time when I was in 5th grade, I was eating spaghetti and she turned to me with a weird look in her eyes.
Spaghetti and worms taste the same, don't you think?
Whoa, what? My stomach churned when I looked on my plate, and sure enough, there were worms mixed together with my spaghetti. Ew! When I told my parents, they told me it was a harmless prank. Every time Isabella did something to me, they would make excuses for her and brush it off. Even the time she cut my head out of all the family pictures. She's too young to know what she's doing.
She's just having fun. Lighten up.
The weekend before middle school, I bought this super cute outfit for my first day, and I couldn't wait to put it on. But when I was getting ready, I couldn't find it anywhere. That is, until I entered the kitchen, and there sat Isabella in my outfit.
Isabella, that's mine. It looks better on me. I look like a doll.
I rushed over to Isabella and tried to pull my outfit off of her when Mom dragged me away.
Anna, what are you doing to your little sister?
I want her to take off my clothes. Oh, is that what you want? You should have said it nicely.
And then she took a pair of scissors and cut herself out of the dress.
Oh my God, you're such a psycho. Mom, aren't you going to say anything?
Yes, if you knew how to share your things, you could both enjoy them. But now look at what you made your sister do, Anna.
I could pull my hair out. There was no winning against this brat when she had some magic spell cast on my parents. As I grew older, I just avoided my family as much as I could and faded into the background. I decided to focus on what I loved best, singing, and I became quite good at it. But I only realized exactly how good I was when I was 16. 2 months before high school started, I'd taken up a small gig at a cafe to sing occasionally, and when I was done, a stunning lady approached me.
Hi, I'm Gigi. You have a beautiful voice. I'd like to sign you up as a singer.
What? You want me?
Yes, I could make you a star.
It was an offer I couldn't refuse. I gave Gigi my address, and when she arrived at my house later that evening, my parents were quite surprised, and Isa looked so jealous.
Why would you want to sign her up? Because she's talented.
But her looks
can be altered to look the part.
What do you mean, altered?
By the time my people are done with you, you won't even recognize yourself, kiddo.
The following week, I went to the studio with Gigi, and I felt like I was in a dream. And after rehearsals, Gigi's makeup artists took over, and she was right. I barely recognized myself. I looked amazing. When I got home, Mom looked shocked.
Oh my God, Anna, you look stunning.
My heart
flipped with excitement. Did my mother just give me a compliment?
As stunning as a chicken in a jumpsuit.
Later that week, Mom took me shopping. In fact, over the next 2 weeks, Mom and I spent a lot of time together. We went to spas, dinners, and we even spent a day in Paris. I picked up a few things there for Isabella, but when I went to give it to her, she dumped everything on my head.
You think you're better than me because of this music gig? Your days are numbered, witch.
Did my baby sister just threaten me? I was too busy to think too much about what Isabella said. I worked hard and released my first album. By the time I started high school, I was already famous.
OMG, her skin is flawless.
She's such an amazing singer. I can carry your books around, but life just had to give me lemons. And this lemon was Mandy, the meanest and richest girl in school. She transferred to our school the year before and was the most popular girl around. But clearly, I dethroned her now because I had way more fans and social media followers than her, and she just couldn't handle it. Others may have forgotten how ugly you really are, but I'll never forget, and I'll make sure the others don't either. I tried to ignore her and just enjoy my newfound fame. But of course, Mandy did everything to ruin it. This one time after gym class, she filled my body wash with oil. Another time, she filled my bag with live frogs that went crazy in the science lab. She was a lunatic. And then one afternoon, while walking through the mall, I saw Mandy and Isabella together. Mandy was shoving a dress into Isabella's hand and looking over her shoulder. Wait, was she trying to get Isabella to shoplift? I stormed over to them immediately. Mandy, what are you doing with my sister?
Mind your business, Anna. She's my friend and way better than you.
Isa, she can't be that good if she's trying to get you to steal clothes. You're coming with me. But Isa bit my arm hard and ran off. Stay away from my sister, Mandy. But after that, I'd see the two of them together all the time. If they wanted to run their own Anastasia hate club, then fine. I had better things to focus on, like my very first concert that Gigi has arranged to boost album sales. On the night of the concert, my family came to support me, and I was so excited. I grabbed the mic and stepped onto the stage confidently, and I was totally owning it. Everything was going great until someone from the crowd screamed and pointed at the chandelier above me, which was falling down. One of my guitar players threw himself at me and managed to get me out of the way seconds before the chandelier crashed on stage. Before I could even process what had happened, Gigi whisked me away to get me checked up at the hospital. But as I was leaving, I spotted Mandy's face in the crowd. I couldn't get rid of the thought that she had something to do with this incident. But would she go this far? She was acting like a lunatic lately, but I had no proof, and it would be useless confronting her. A few days later, I came across the opportunity of a lifetime. There was one spot open in the most prestigious music college, and they'd be visiting the school in 3 months to hold auditions. I just had to get that scholarship. You can drool on that spot all you want, but it's mine. Gosh, why was the world always putting Mandy and me against each other? She played the piano, and she was good. Like Beethoven good. I couldn't let her win this. I threw myself into practice. After rehearsals with Gigi, I'd stay back in the studio and practice for my big day. One evening, while I was walking home from practice, I was passing by the bakery when I saw Mandy stuff 2 loaves of bread under her jacket and sneak out of the bakery. Mandy was the richest girl in school. Why was she stealing food? I followed Mandy until she went into the bad part of town. The houses were small and shabby, and I watched as she entered one of them. What on earth? I needed to know what was happening, so I walked up to the door and was about to knock when I heard a familiar voice. Isabella? I told you already. I'm done with this. I'm not doing your homework, shoplifting, or going out of my way to be your puppet. Isabella was making Mandy do stuff? Feeling shocked, I pulled out my phone, opened the door by an inch, and started recording. What I heard next made my head spin.
You'll do as I say, or I'll spill your filthy little secret all over the internet.
I am so sick and tired of this. Tell everyone. I don't care.
You, the oh-so-popular Mandy, not caring what people think? Are you really comfortable with people knowing that your father is rotting in jail for fraud, while you and your mother are left with nothing and living in this rat hole? I find that hard to believe, given how hard you've been trying to keep up appearances in school.
I've done everything you've asked me to do since you read my diary and discovered my secret. You made me tamper with the chandelier at Anna's concert. She could have gotten seriously hurt. I should have never agreed to do it. It's been giving me nightmares.
But if you don't do as I say, I'll tell everyone what you did. Oh yes, I recorded it, and then you'll go meet Daddy in jail.
Do your worst, Isabella. I don't care. I watched in horror as Isabella picked up a bat and raised it at Mandy. I flung open the door and lunged at Isabella, knocked the bat from her hand, and pinned her to the ground.
Get off, you ugly jerk!
Did you completely lose your mind? What have I ever done to hurt you? How could my own sister hate me so much? Because you overshadowed my life. You should have never been in the picture, and I'd do anything to bring you down. Isabella lunged at me with a scream, but the commotion had attracted the attention of some neighbors who came running in and held Isabella. Someone called the police, who took her away kicking and screaming. I was still reeling with shock when Mandy turned to me. You helped me? Why? We may have our differences, but I couldn't let Isabella blackmail you or hurt you. Thanks, Anna. No problem. That's what friends are for. Friends? Are we friends? Maybe we could try. Crazier things have happened. My parents' world turned upside down when I showed them Isabella's video. They decided to get Isabella evaluated, and they were told that Isabella had some problems. She was taken to a facility to get the help she needed. I've been pointing out Isabella's issues, but you've always just let them slide. If we'd gotten her help earlier, things might have been different.
Anna, we're sorry for not treating you both fairly. We're starting to see how our actions have affected you both. We want to do better. Can you forgive us?
It's gonna take some time, but maybe going to therapy together could help us improve as a family. Hearing this, my parents nodded their heads in agreement. At school, Mandy and I even smiled at each other. Finally, the day of the big audition for the scholarship arrived, and I saw Mandy backstage looking super nervous. I don't think I can do this. You can and you will. Break a leg. Thanks. You too. Oh, I'm not auditioning. I thought I should give you a fair shot. Oh, because you think you're better than me and I have no chance against you? No, because I think you'll beat my butt and I'd rather not be humiliated. And you need this more than I do. I'll be cheering for you though. Mandy gave an amazing performance that received a standing ovation and she won the spot. I learned that showing kindness to a rival can turn a bitter battle into an unexpected friendship. Growing up, I thought my mom was the most beautiful girl in the world. She was just 18 when she had me, and even when I was little, I could tell she cast a spell on everyone around her. She always looked picture perfect, and heads would turn at the sound of her lovely laugh. And to top that, she was a crazy talented singer and musician. She'd let me play on the piano as she practiced her songs. And when I was 3, Mom released her first album, and it broke records. She shot to stardom overnight, and our lives were transformed. And because of Mom, I was famous too. We'd be photographed every time we stepped out, and people thought we were the cutest pair. Mom and I were super close, and I had some of her talent, so it was no surprise that I wanted to be a famous singer one day, just like her. But then suddenly, everything changed. I was in 7th grade when I started noticing that my hair was falling out, fast. This one time when I was brushing my hair, a huge clump fell out, and I screamed. My parents rushed me to the doctor, and we found out I had alopecia. I was gonna be bald, and there was no way to stop it. I'm gonna be ugly. I'll never be pretty or famous now. Honey, you'll always be beautiful, and people who care for you and admire your talent will love you anyway, just like your father and I do. But it was hard for me to stay positive the more hair I lost. The only thing that helped me was my songwriting. I'd vent out my feelings that I couldn't express to anyone, not even Mom. In 8th grade, we moved to another town where Mom was recording her album, and before joining my new school, I decided to start wearing wigs. Mom encouraged me to get the brightest colors. I love this candy pink one. And this electric blue, such a pop star look. Mom, don't you think people at school will make fun of me? Not at all, Britt. Trust me, you'll be a trendsetter. Well, maybe Mom was right, because people in my school warmed up to me instantly, especially the most popular girl in class, Mandy. She invited me to sit with her group at lunch, and I was thrilled, mostly because one of her friends was this really cute boy, Chris. Girl, you so have a crush on Chris. What? I have no idea which. Oh, come on. It's so obvious. And I get it. He's super cute now. You should have seen him before. His mom works for us as a maid, and he was always this, dorky kid. But Mom's on the school board, so she got him admitted here on a scholarship, and I gave him a total makeover. If you're into him, I could totally set you two up. Really? You would? Of course. What are friends for? For the next week, Mandy kept finding ways for me and Chris to get closer. Oh, God, my gardener just texted me that my pet spider ran away. I gotta go home. Come with me, girls. You both wanted the chocolate milkshake, right? Sorry, last one left. But I got you guys straws to share. I felt Mandy's tactics were working. I was spending time with Chris, and he was funny and cool to talk to. But then one day, Mandy came to me with a really odd request.
Listen, Britt, could you get us some of your mom's used lipsticks? Only those that have, touched her lips? That's the creepiest thing anyone's ever said to me. Why? Well, my mom had this really great idea about selling them on eBay for really good money. That sounds bizarre, and I'm not doing it. It's not like I asked you for some gold statue from your palace. You're filthy rich, so the least you could do is share some of your wealth with your friends. I didn't know I had to share my wealth for us to be friends, Mandy. Wow, rich people really are cheap. I'm sorry, I had no idea you guys were so poor. Don't worry, I'll talk to Mom and see if we can find jobs for you and your mom to mop our marble floors and dust our gold statues. Maybe I sounded like a jerk, but she deserved it. It was obvious now that she'd been my friend just because of my rich, famous mom. As expected, Mandy and her gang dropped me like a dead fly the next day. I walked past them and sat alone at recess. But moments later, I was overjoyed to see Chris walking over to me. But then suddenly, he stuck a piece of gum to my wig. Hey, what the heck was that? The pink gum goes with your dumb wig. Consider it a parting gift. What, did you really think we'd be friends after what you said? What did I say? Drop the act. Mandy told me she accidentally spilled juice on you yesterday, and you yelled at her. You said she's as worthless as the maids who mop your floors? How can you talk like that? Don't you have any respect for anyone? That's not what I— Save it, Brittany. You're just some rich brat no one would even know of if it wasn't for her mom. Good luck with your perfect life. If only they knew. After that, they kind of made my life miserable, especially Chris. Rubber snakes in my locker, glue on my seat, mud in my gym shoes. He pulled every stupid prank. One time, I walked into the classroom and Mandy groaned loudly before passing some money to Chris. Ugh, I lost the bet. Weirdo's wearing a purple wig today.
Told ya. But you were right about one thing. She looks like a cartoon, no matter what.
One afternoon when I got home, I heard loud voices from the lounge, and I was shocked to see Mandy and her friends surrounding Mom. Sing a song for us, please. How are you so pretty? You and Brittany look like sisters, except you're 10 times prettier. What's going on here? Oh, hi, honey. Your friends dropped by for a visit. Could you quickly get the snacks tray from the kitchen, please? And moments later, Mom was performing as those hyenas screamed and took selfies, and I just stormed off. An hour later, Mom walked into my room. Why didn't you join your friends? Are you feeling sick? I'm fine, Mom. And they're not my friends. They don't even like me. They're vultures who probably came to steal your lipsticks. What? They're just not nice to me, okay? I didn't tell you because you're busy with your album and we'll be leaving as soon as it's done, right? Yeah, but it could take a few months. You know, honey, teenage girls fight all the time and then make up. Come on, why wouldn't they like you? You're amazing. You won't get it, 'cause I bet no one's ever disliked you. Please, just close my door on the way out. It was my 14th birthday soon, and I'd only wanted a small celebration with my parents. But to my horror, Mom said she'd invited my entire class. What's a birthday without your friends? They like you. They all said they'd come. Not for me, Mom. You're the main attraction. You're wrong about this, Britt. Come on, I bought you this lovely dress and this wig to match. I bet no boy will be able to keep his eyes off you tonight. I was hating Mom for this. But then I thought I wouldn't mind looking amazing and making Chris eat his heart out. And if they all thought I was some entitled princess, well, I'd enjoy showing them that I was. The party was in full swing when I walked in, and I was making heads turn. But I caught Chris looking at me with zero interest, and then he just turned away to the food table. Why are you even here?
Oh, hi. Didn't see you there. Was kind of hoping you wouldn't show up.
It's my birthday party.
Oops, didn't get you a present. I just came because Mandy asked me to.
What are you, her pet? You believe anything she says and do whatever she asks? Chris looked mad, but before he could reply, Mom stepped onto the stage. Attention, everybody! Many of you may not know that Brittany is a super talented singer herself. So, I wanted you to cheer her on as she joins me for a duet. The last thing I wanted to do was sing in front of these people, right next to Mom. But she'd left me no choice. I was super nervous, and I could tell my voice was off key. Mom kept nodding at me encouragingly, but I just couldn't go on. As I was leaving, I suddenly tripped over my dress. Mom caught me before I fell flat on my face, But then I realized my wig had come off. Everybody was staring at me in shock, and I burst into tears and ran away with Mom behind me. Brittany, it's not such a big deal if people know. You're beautiful as you are. Gosh, can you just please stop, Mom? I'm so sick of you telling me every other minute that I'm amazing and beautiful. Maybe it's something you need to keep telling yourself because even you don't really believe it. That is so unfair. No, what's unfair is that you made me sing tonight because next to you, I feel about this small. And it's unfair that all my hair fell out, and it's unfair that I constantly have to live in the shadow of someone like you. Why? What's so terrible about me? Just that you're you. So freaking perfect. I knew my words were cruel, but I just couldn't stop myself. I was certain I wouldn't be going back to school. But after the weekend, I decided I wasn't hiding. It's not like my life in school was great before. What would be so different now? But to my surprise, I was met with smiles and greetings when I entered the class. One girl invited me to sit with them for lunch, while another whispered, "I think you're brave, girl." I was touched by everyone's kindness. Mandy and her group didn't say a word to me, and I didn't even look their way. But that afternoon while I was waiting for my car, Chris came over to me. I tried walking away, but he blocked me.
Please wait. You don't ever have to talk to me again, but I just want to say, I'm sorry for judging you when I didn't know anything about your life, and for blindly believing Mandy. I know she can be mean to people she doesn't like. I'm just sorry for being a jerk. He sounded so sincere that I forgave him, but I wasn't sure I wanted to be friends again. But after that day, Chris was always around me, and it was hard to ignore him. Plus, it seemed to make Mandy really mad, which was a bonus. Things were looking up for me at school. But at home, Mom and I hadn't talked in weeks. I felt guilty, but I just didn't know how to fix things. But one day while I was studying, Mom came in. "Brittany, I've been thinking a lot lately, and maybe I don't really understand what you're going through. I just wanted you to believe that your condition doesn't define you, and it doesn't have to take over your life. Also, I never meant to overshadow you. Would you feel better if I stepped away from singing for good? Maybe we can focus on your career now." "Mom, no. You're right. I let my condition dictate how I feel about everything. I'm really sorry for what I said, and I'd never want you to stop doing what you love. You're my favorite singer." A week later, we had a spring dance at the school, and I was over the moon when Chris asked me to be his date. But when I got to the dance, I was shocked to see Mandy on his arm. What's going on? You two are friends again? Who said we ever stopped being friends? And did you really think Chris would start liking you after the party? You are so easy to fool, girl. You think everyone's just gonna fall for you because you're some princess? I wanted to show you your place. Just a nobody with a famous mom. Chris, you're so weak and pathetic. And Mandy, you must be really insecure to be jealous of a nobody. And I have a great chance of being a somebody one day because I'm talented and have a super famous mom. And you'll always be a loser looking to sell celebrities' used things. You know what? I'll do you a favor and send you Mom's used toilet paper. Mandy was about to attack me, but my classmates jumped in to stop her. And I just walked away. I told Mom I didn't want to stay another minute in this town. And by the next morning, she had everything packed and we left. Mom and I grew close again, and she featured a duet with me on her next album, which was #1 on the music charts for weeks. And I decided that I wanted to use my fame for something good. So I openly talked about my alopecia on Insta. I got such an outpouring of love and messages from people going through the same thing. And it felt amazing that I could make others feel less alone. Years went by and life was good until I joined college, because on the very first day, someone playing with a football bumped into me in the hallway, and I looked up to see it was Chris. "Brittany, I'm so glad to see you. I've thought of you every day."
"Really? Because I never thought of you after I left. I was too busy living my best life. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd kept my cool, but inside, I felt shock and anger bubbling up. Why did he have to be here? He just wouldn't back off. He'd leave flowers and apology notes in my locker and bring coffee for me every morning. One time at a football game, he sat across from me on the bleachers holding a large banner. "I'm sorry, Brittany.
Give me one more chance. What's up with you and Chris, girl? What can't you forgive him for? I mean, look at him. Trust me, he's an A-class jerk. I told Mom about how Chris was ruining my life, but surprisingly, she told me to hear him out. Why should I? You know what he did. I know, sweetheart, but people can change. He sounds like he's really sorry, and kids in school can be so stupid sometimes. Speaking of stupid, is it that boy in her tree? Brittany, I'm not getting out of this tree till you talk to me. I swear, I will sleep here and eat the leaves and never leave till you hear me out.
Seriously? Why are you acting like such a maniac? Why are you even here, Chris?
Because I've hated myself every single day since you left. I was weak and pathetic, but I never faked liking you. Mandy hated that you and I had grown close, so she made me play along with her act at the dance to hurt you.
Made you? No one can make you do anything.
Except that she could. My mom had taken loans from their family, and Mandy threatened to make life really difficult for her if I didn't play along. I know it doesn't sound good enough, but I felt like I had no choice. After you left, I dropped out of that fancy school. I couldn't stand to be around Mandy. And I followed you online, and I knew you were going to this college, and I had to see you and give you this.
It was one of the journals where I used to scribble away my songs. I had no idea where I'd lost it.
You left it in your locker, and I held on to it. I was hoping to return it one day and just tell you that I'm really sorry. I seem to say that a lot, but believe me, I've meant it every time.
I think I believe you, Chris, but you'll have to keep convincing me.
I will, promise.
Once I'm sure that you're not an awful person, I might set you up with a friend who thinks you're really cute.
And I hope by friend, you actually mean you.
In your dreams, jerk. The orphanage is the only home I've ever known. And honestly, it's not as bad as most people think, but I always dreamed of having a family, a real one. I had a big heart, but sometimes I'd say mean things without thinking. Once I saw a girl called Frida and said, "You look ugly with this lettuce stuck in your teeth. Open your mouth now so I can take it out." But she didn't open it, so I grabbed her and made her open her mouth. I just wanted her to look pretty, but she started screaming and everyone was laughing, and the warden came and yelled at me. Since this Frida was small in size, everyone took her side. But then suddenly a girl shouted, "Tiana didn't do anything! Frida is lying!" The warden glared at me and left. The girl came over to me and said, "Hey, my name is Hope. I'm new to the orphanage, and this Frida has already bullied me twice. So let's team up and hate her together." "You got it, girl. And you have very big, scary eyes." "Cool. I like you." But my big mouth kept sending us to detention. I even once told my teacher that her hair looked like poop, and Hope defended me. And boom, detention for us both. The happiest one about this was obviously Frida, but she never dared talk to us because we were stronger than her. But one day when we were 10, she crossed a line. It was adoption day, and a nice couple came in looking for a really smart girl. The warden picked me, and while we were still having the interview, Frida burst in. "Help me! I had lettuce stuck between my teeth again, and Tiana pulled my tooth this time. Look! I lost a tooth because of her. Please, do something. I can't take it anymore. God knows what else I'm gonna lose. I don't want to die here. I have dreams." She threw herself on the floor and started to cry like a lunatic. "Why? You think 'cause you're smarter than all of us, you're better?" Okay. Frida had been annoying for years, but this was the height of it. The nice couple was becoming uncomfortable, and I had to make Frida leave. I moved closer and took her hand to lead her out, but instantly she fell to the ground and started yelling. "She pushed me." Okay, that was it. I pushed her hard for real this time, and poof, the couple ran out. Why would you do this, you witch? If you think you're gonna get adopted before me, think again. I was so upset. Frida ruined my chance of having a family, and I wouldn't forgive her. One day, Hope and I were playing in our room when we got called to the warden's office. When we got there, we saw this glamorous couple and Frida. The woman was so nice and hugged all of us, but the man just kept staring at his phone. They wanted to adopt 2 of the prettiest girls, and the warden brought us. 2 girls?
That meant Hope and I would get to be sisters forever. But the craziest thing happened. You all seem lovely, but I'm going to adopt Tiana and Frida. What? This couldn't be happening. What? Her? But what, dear sister? Aren't you excited? Is something wrong, honey? I don't want... But Hope spoke up instead. She is fine, ma'am. Super excited. We stepped out of the room and Hope couldn't contain her joy. You finally got a family. I'm so happy for you. I can't leave you. Everything is going to be different now. You have a family. Don't let Frida ruin your dreams again. Hope was right. So I said yes. On the day we left the orphanage, Hope and I cried till we ran out of tears. I would miss her so much. My new mom's name was Wendy. Their house looked like it belonged in fairy tales. It turned out that she was a big-time actress and her husband was a director. I was fascinated by the house and soon began to study it. Mom was happy to show me around the house, and I was excited. Frida, however, had different interests. She loved Mom's clothes and would spend hours raiding Mom's wardrobe. I always wanted a daughter to pass on my wardrobe to. Come on, Tiana. Try some clothes on too. I don't want to. Soon Mom and Frida started having mom and daughter photo shoots without me. One time they were on the cover of a big magazine. I couldn't feel too bad about it, but I still felt left out. So sometimes I made efforts to join them. One time we were having dinner with some celebrities in our home, and as always, Frida knew what to say to please everyone. Oh my, your hair is so gorgeous and your makeup is divine. Oh, Wendy, this one is just like you. Smart and beautiful. Thank you. Tiana, darling, do you like the food? Yeah, it tastes nice, but it's ugly and it looks like horse poop. I could feel everyone's eyes on me. Mom laughed and tried to distract the guests, but I knew I'd said something wrong. One person even stopped eating the food. Oh, God. After that day, Mom hardly invited me to come out with them. Not that I blamed her, but Frida couldn't hide her joy at being the favorite. My new dad was never home, and when he was always locked up in his study. One day I was watching TV when I heard a loud argument from Mom's room. You don't even try to get to know them. They are your kids. I never wanted them. This was all your idea, and I'm supposed to love these kids I just met? They're annoying, and I can't deal with this. Not long after that, a huge moving truck came to take his things away. He had left us. Mom was sad for some time, but she had me and Frida, and soon returned to her cheerful self. Soon we joined school, and one day when Mom was away, Frida threw a party. I think this party is a bad idea. Not as bad as the idea Mom had when she adopted you. I spit at her and left. Our house was packed full, and everything was so loud. I stayed in my room, and while I was reading a magazine, someone barged in.
Oh, I am so sorry. I thought this was the bathroom. Hey, is that magazine about houses and construction? My dad has a lot of them, and I read them all the time. Is this the one about the skyscrapers?
Yeah, it is. His name was Tom. We had so much in common and ended up talking all night. A while later, someone kicked down the door. See, Mom? I told you. Tiana planned this dumb party just so she could spend time with her boyfriend. Boyfriend? That's not true. And why would I throw a party? I don't have friends. Then who is he and why is he in your room? We should be asking you. This is your party. Mom, look at her ugly, revealing clothes. These are the clothes of wannabe bimbos throwing parties and smoking all night. Ugh, how I wish I could burn all your clothes. You disgust me.
Stop it. I'm so disappointed in you, bringing strange people in my house. And you, Mr. Boyfriend, get out and never come back.
Told you, Mom. You shouldn't have adopted her. You're a successful actress. You need a pretty, delicate daughter like me. For your image, Mommy. And to my shock, Mom said nothing to that. She just left. Frida had become a full-blown villain. She was always setting me up, and no matter how hard I tried, Mom always believed her because next to me, Frida looked like an ant and I was a giant. But Mom always forgave me in the end, and it drove Frida mad. And soon, she snapped. One day, I was watching TV with Mom when we heard Frida scream. We ran to her room and found her on the floor crying. It's all ruined. All of it. Next to her was a pile of clothes that had been cut up and stained with mud.
I've done everything to make Tiana love me, but look what she did to my clothes. She said she'd ruin them the other day, Mom. You heard her.
Yeah, but I'd have burnt them, not cut them and thrown mud at them. Ain't nobody got time for that, except you. Immediately, Frida pounced on me and we got into a catfight, till Mom stepped in and separated us. Okay, I am tired of all of this. If you both cannot live in this house in peace, then we need to change this up. I think you both need a break from each other. The next day when I got back from school, Mom had moved my things to a room all the way across the hall. I was happy to be away from Frida, but it meant I was far from Mom, too. My fights with Frida stopped, but then bigger fights started between her and Mom. One day we were having dinner when Mom said, "Tiana, your teacher called. Your college aptitude test score was amazing. So proud of you, honey." "Thanks, Mom. And Frida, what about yours?"
"Oh, I didn't write that. I figured that since I'm just going to be an actress, I don't need it."
"You're going to be a what?"
"Just get one of your friends to cast me. It should be a movie that shows how pretty I am."
"No, I'm not doing that. I don't want that life for you. You will go to college, and when you are older, you can make better decisions."
"What? You don't get to tell me what to do. I will be an actress."
"Actually, I can tell you what to do. I am your mom."
"You adopted me just so you could be the boss of me?"
"Frida, shut up. Mom is trying to help you."
"You shut up. My life would have been better if I didn't end up with a dumb sister and a failed actress as a mom."
Before she could blink, I gave her a hard slap. "How dare you? If it wasn't for Mom, I'm sure you would have ended up working as a waitress for the rest of your life, you ungrateful brat. Apologize now." I was ready to fight her, but instead, she moved to the mantel and threw down all our pictures.
"I hate you both."
And after that, Frida got worse. She skipped school and was like a tiger ready to attack if anyone talked about it. She failed our last year in high school and wasn't going to graduate with me. What is wrong with you, Frida?
"I told you, I don't want to go to school anymore."
"Well, this is my house, and if you're under my roof, you will do as I say."
"Well, I guess I'll just leave your house then."
"Frida, stop it." But the next day, she was gone. We looked everywhere, but she just seemed to have disappeared. A few days before my graduation, I walked in on Mom crying in the living room. "What's wrong, Mom?"
"I'm a terrible mom. I think Frida was right. Your lives would have been so much better if I'd never adopted you."
"Oh no, don't say that. You're the best thing that happened to me. I'm sure of it."
Funny how things work out, isn't it? I always favored Frida because she seemed more like me, and I found it easier to bond with her. I didn't make the effort to understand you better, and you've been nothing but amazing. I'm really sorry if I made you feel ignored. I should have tried harder.
I did feel overlooked at times, and I wished we had a better bond, but I still love you, Mom.
Well, let me start fixing things. Let's go get you a graduation dress. Whatever you want.
On graduation day, Mom's smile was the widest in the room. I went off to college soon after and graduated top of my class to become an architect. One day after work, I stepped out of the office and noticed it was raining cats and dogs, and I had no umbrella. Just then, a man with the most beautiful smile walked up to me.
"Hey, do you need this?"
As he got closer, I realized I knew him. "Tom?"
"Oh my God, it's you. The girl with the magazines. I'm really happy to see you again."
We went on a date the next day, and it wasn't long before we were in love. A year later, we got married and moved to another city, and soon I was pregnant. One night, Tom and I were sleeping when we heard a loud crash downstairs. Tom immediately ran down holding a baseball bat, with me right behind him.
"Who is that? Show yourself."
"Wait, Frida?"
"Tiana, yes, it's me. I'm not feeling well."
And she fell with a loud crash. We called an ambulance and took her to the hospital immediately. Throughout the ride, I couldn't help thinking how weak she looked. At the hospital, the doctor told us she had fainted because she hadn't eaten in days and needed rest.
"Where am I?"
"You're in the hospital, but you're gonna be okay. I'm right here."
"I'm sorry about last night, but I didn't know where else to go." "Oh, Tiana, I've really messed up. I understand why Mom didn't want me to go into acting. It's really hard, but I was foolish and ungrateful, and now I'm jobless and alone. And believe me, I've really missed you and Mom. I'm so sorry. Will you give me a second chance, please? Will you beg Mom to forgive me? She must hate me so much."
"It's okay. Well, you really messed up, but everything will be fine now. Of course I forgive you, and Mom could never hate you. I'm sure she'll be really happy to see you. How is Mom? She's fine. Ouch! Ugh, I think I'm having my baby now. Oh my God, really? I'm gonna be here the whole time, Tiana. Yeah, and call Mom. We were living in the poorest neighborhood in town. Mom stayed at home, and Dad mowed lawns, and we had little to no money. Maybe I should have subscribed to this channel and tried to win $10,000. Hey, you should try that. Subscribe to MSA today, and you could be the lucky winner of $10,000 in just 7 days. Fingers crossed. But anyways, being poor didn't stop my parents from spoiling my younger brother Pedro rotten. You see, Pedro was a genius. By the time he was 8 months old, he could say his alphabet and count to 100. By the time he was 2, he was doing mathematical equations and solving puzzles. Our baby is a genius.
He's going to make us so proud.
And what am I? Chop liver?
On my 5th birthday, instead of the princess house with the car and pool I wanted, Mom stitched me a doll from old clothes. We just don't have the money, sweetie. But Pedro received a brand new remote control car. Sweetie, we had to get Pedro something as well. That wasn't even the worst of it. Pedro was allowed to go to school, and I wasn't. My parents said it was because Pedro had a special gift, so they used all the money they had to send him to a private school for gifted children, and they couldn't even afford books for me to go to a public school. Life was so unfair. I felt so invisible. The only time my parents saw me was when they wanted me to do some chore around the house. Over time, I just got used to it. And since I couldn't read books to myself, or I didn't have a phone to watch videos, I started to sew to pass my time.
Camellia, what did you do to my curtains?
I fell in love with creating new things from old stuff. And I wanted to become a fashion designer. Because of how differently my parents treated Pedro and me, we never grew up close. And he always saw me as his slave, even though I was older than he was.
Clip my toenails, clean my shoes.
When I was 11, I begged my parents to send me to a sewing school.
Mom, Dad, I deserve to be able to follow my dreams too.
They don't have the money to send you to some stupid sewing school when they're going to send me to the most prestigious college in the country.
I'm sorry, Camilla, but we have to support the child who has greater potential and will make the family proud.
That, Mom and Dad just walked away as Pedro stood there with a stupid smirk on his face. Oh, I wanted to smack him hard. It was then that I decided I'd do whatever it took to get myself into a sewing school. I tried to get a job, but nobody wanted to hire an 11-year-old, not even as a clown for a birthday party. When I was 13, things looked as though they were turning around, and I finally landed a babysitting job. But when my parents found out that I'd been neglecting household chores because of it, they were furious. I was grounded for 2 months, and Dad tore up all my designs that I had stuck on my bedroom walls over the years. I was devastated, but a tiny part of me refused to give up. I had to be smart. This time, when I drew, I hid my drawings under the floorboards of my bed, and when Mom sent me to the supermarket, I'd pass by the wishing fountain and take all the coins. Don't give me that judgmental look. But after 3 years of saving those coins, it still wasn't enough. Luckily for me, my life took an amazing turn when I turned 16, and that set things in motion for me. One day, while drawing in my room, I was so focused that I didn't see this girl peeking in at me through the window. Wow, that looks amazing! Ah! I toppled out of my chair and fell to the ground. The girl then did a backflip through my bedroom window and came in. Did the circus come to town? What do you want? Did my parents send you to spy on me? No, silly. I'm the new neighbor, and I didn't even let her finish. I just picked her up, threw her out of the window, and closed the curtains. As much as I wanted a friend, I didn't want anyone to know that I couldn't read or write. What would she think of me? But that didn't stop the crazy backflip girl. Over the next few days, she did everything she could to get my attention, even juggling 3 cats while she balanced a mug of water on her head. What a weirdo. One day, I decided to take a shortcut home because I had seen a lady with the most amazing outfit, and I wanted to get home and sketch it. Just then, I heard a man yell behind me.
Watch out!
As I turned, I saw a huge crane ball coming my way. I froze in place, but luckily for me, someone pushed me to the ground just in time.
Girl, are you crazy? This is a danger zone. Can't you read?
Oh God, I was sweating like a bald man in spring. Can you read? I sighed heavily and shook my head.
That's okay. I can't draw amazing fashion designs like you can. Let's go and grab some ice cream. My treat.
While eating the ice cream, crazy backflip girl, Sophia, told me that she had moved next door with her parents and older brother Harrison. Also, that Harrison was a rotten egg and always got himself into trouble. She also told me that her father lost his job after his boss accused him of stealing money from his office and then blacklisted him so no one else would hire him, while her mother worked as a maid for some rich lady. I told her that my parents hated me and wouldn't even let me go to school while they treated Pedro like he was a prince.
What do they think this is? The 16th century? No girl left behind. Woman power.
Over the next few months, Sophia taught me how to read and write. She was a great teacher, and I was a quick learner. Sophia's mother even supplied me with her old drapes to practice my designs on. As much as I loved my bestie, there was a downside of being neighbors with Sophia. Harrison and Pedro became best friends, and they'd go out of their way to make mine and Sophia's life a living nightmare. So we stayed out of their way as much as possible. But then one evening, when I was coming home after getting groceries, I saw two guys push some guy to the ground and grab his keys. Hey, stop it! The guys looked around, and I was shook. Pedro? Harrison?
Let's get out of here!
They hopped into the car and sped off. Was Pedro crazy? That night, I cornered Pedro in his room. What the heck was that stunt you pulled today?
What I do is none of your business.
You're my younger brother. Of course it's my business.
If you tell Mom and Dad anything, I'll tell them that Sophia has been tutoring you.
I couldn't afford to lose Sophia's friendship, so I kept my mouth shut and kept a close eye on Pedro. I found out that he'd been failing his subjects in school, and he was missing classes to hang out with Harrison and his goons. I was so frustrated that I thought my head was going to explode.
Maybe you should start a podcast to ease some of your frustration.
Talk to strangers about my story? That'll be weird.
Sometimes strangers make the best listeners.
That night, Sophia helped me set up an anonymous podcast using her phone. I went by the name Raven, and it felt so good to get so many things off my chest. But what felt even better was reading the comments encouraging me to follow my dreams despite my parents' unfair treatment. They even encouraged me to open an online store and set up a GoFundMe to get started. And soon, my clothes were being sold faster than I could make them. Yeah, I set up a secret workshop in Sophia's basement where I worked at night. Over the next 2 years, it was a roller coaster. First, Harrison was arrested for pickpocketing, and his father shipped him off to the Navy. When he left, Pedro got 100 times worse, and he was even kicked out of school. And he continued to hang out with the wrong crowd, and my parents always made excuses for him. But my life was super awesome. I saved up enough money to get into the most prestigious fashion school in the country. The only thing left to do was to send in my application, which required me to create any design of my choice.
You've got this, bestie. I'm rooting for you.
Over the next 2 months, I worked endlessly to create the most beautiful ball gown known to man. I needed to get into this school. I had something to prove to myself. A few nights before the submission of my dress, while at Sophia's, I saw Pedro enter her parents' bedroom. I snuck up to the door and peeked through the crack. I watched in shock as Pedro was stuffing his pockets with jewelry. Pedro, what on earth are you doing? Pedro gave me one look and jumped through the window like a frog. Sophia and her parents had been too good to me to let Pedro get away with this. I ran home, but when I opened the door, the confrontation did an Uno reverse on me. Dad glared at me as he was holding a necklace in his hand.
Camellia, why was this in your dresser?
As if on cue, Pedro walked into the room to examine the necklace.
Wait, isn't that Sophia's mother's?
You should know, since you stole it.
Pedro told us that he saw you take this.
I didn't steal anything. It was Pedro. I just don't understand where we went wrong with you. Me? Pedro's the one who got kicked out of school. Genius my butt.
We also found cash hidden under the floorboards. Where did you steal that from?
I froze. How did they? My eyes met Pedro's, and an evil glint flashed over his eyes. That's my money. I earned it.
Stop lying, Camellia!
I think it's time to teach little Miss Fashionista a lesson that she will never forget. Pedro, bring the dress.
Dress? What dress? The words stuck in my throat when I saw Pedro return with my submission dress. I watched in horror as Mom lit the fireplace and took the dress from Pedro. Mom, please, don't!
You will learn your place in this family, Camellia.
My mother threw my dress in the fireplace, and it lit up quicker than a barbecue on Independence Day.
I tried to get it out, but Dad and Pedro held me back as I kicked and screamed. After a while, my dress was nothing but ashes. As an avalanche of tears ran down my face, I knew that my time in this family was up. I wanted to attack my parents and Pedro, but I decided to pack my bags and I went to Sophia's. That night, after bawling my eyes out, I did a live podcast and revealed to my listeners what I had just endured under the hands of my parents. This time, I used their real names. Yep, I was done being the nice guy. By the next morning, my parents were chased out of the neighborhood, and the rich lady Sophia's mom worked for pulled some strings, and she got me another submission date. Bestie, this dress is even better than the last one. I have to admit, I really did outdo myself. About 2 weeks later, I received a letter in the mail. Beads of sweat ran down my forehead. With trembling fingers, I opened the letter, and my jaw dropped. What does it say? I got accepted into the fashion school! Yes! I felt as though I were on cloud 9. Over the next 4 years while I was away at school, Sophia went to a community college. I worked hard and came out at the top of my class. I earned a junior position in a fashion company. I even convinced Sophia's dad to apply as a manager there, and he got the job. It wasn't long after they were able to move into a nice place. I was finally living my dream. One night, after one of the company's shows, I spotted my parents in the hallway waiting for me. What are you guys doing here?
I see you're a fashion designer. I'm so proud of you.
I'm so proud of you. Words I always wanted to hear my parents say, but I knew they weren't sincere. Why are you here? Dad shifted uncomfortably.
Pedro's in trouble. He and some of his friends got caught breaking into a bank and we need money to bail him out.
And after everything you and Mom did to me, you think that I would help you?
Sweetheart, we're family, and that's what families do. They help each other out.
But where was my family growing up? Where were you when I needed you?
Are you going to help or not?
Not. Had you done your job as parents and parented Pedro instead of letting him wrap you around his finger, he wouldn't be in a jail cell now. As I looked across the room, I saw Sophia and her parents waiting for me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to join my real family. I pushed past my parents and walked toward the people who helped me and never turned their backs on me. Family is not just about blood, but those who stood by you through thick and thin. Have I told you guys how amazing you are? Not recently, no. You guys are amazing. So are you, bestie. I love you, and I'm so proud of you. I love you too. All right, let's clear this up. This whole Goldilocks and the Three Bears story, total nonsense. Bears, please. If I'd seen one, I'd have bolted. Want to know what really happened? Well, it involves uncovering the biggest secret of my life. And yes, meeting a ridiculously handsome prince. Hey, why should Cinderella and Rapunzel get a prince in their stories and not me? I'm Goldilocks, and I'm from Belgium. I grew up in a tiny cabin in the woods, surrounded by endless trees and animals that, spoiler alert, don't burst into songs like in the movies. It was just me, Mom, and Dad. Dad was a carpenter who made furniture out of fallen trees, and Mom sold crafts at fairs, our version of Amazon Prime. We lived simply, growing our own food, reading by candlelight, and with no electricity or Wi-Fi. I had no clue what I was missing out on. I was always super curious by nature, and Mom always warned me that it would get me into trouble, but I never listened.
Goldilocks, what are you doing? The door says, do not enter. Remember, curiosity killed the cat.
Yeah, but don't cats have 9 lives? I'm just trying to live my best one.
What happened when I told you not to touch the beehive?
But we get honey from there. How cool is that?
Not when your face swelled up like a balloon. Some things are better left alone. You should play it safe, like your dad and me. We work hard and life isn't always easy, but at least it's real. And by being real, you'll always fit in.
But everything changed when I started high school in a small town outside the forest. After being homeschooled, I knew things would be different. I had an epic meltdown before I left.
Please, just button up your shirt. You don't want to be late on your first day.
But it's too tight.
Then wear the blouse.
It itches. I know, my t-shirt is just right. Oh no, but it won't match my shoes. High school was a whole new world. No more dodging tree branches or picking berries. Suddenly, I was navigating crowded hallways and trying to crack the code of cafeteria cliques.
No matter how hard I tried, I just didn't fit in. Also, it took me so long commuting back and forth from school, and it was super tiring. So when I spotted a neon flyer at school advertising available spots in new on-campus housing, I saw my chance to make some real friends. Sure, there would be chaperones around, but I'd also finally have a little space from Mom and Dad. Be yourself, and please, trust that your new roommates will see how brilliant you are. And maybe this time, try not to do the whole which seat is the most perfect analysis out loud. Noted. I was bouncing with excitement to meet my new roommates, praying they'd like me. Turns out, I had nothing to worry about. The door opened to the most handsome guy I'd ever seen, with blonde waves and sparkling blue eyes.
Hi, I'm Rupert. Let me get those bags for you.
He casually lifted my heavy suitcase with one muscly arm like it was nothing. Winnie was like a walking fashion magazine, with highlighted curls cascading down her back.
Ooh, what fun. Somebody needs a makeover. You can borrow my clothes anytime. And you should.
Teddy was this cute tech hippie who was always meditating in designer clothes.
Your aura is amazing. Now, tell me everything about yourself.
Finally, someone who wanted to know about me. We all clicked instantly. Even when I started my usual Goldilocks seating analysis, they didn't flinch. Okay, so sitting on this end of the sofa would give me a chill because it's by the door, and the other end is no good because you can't see the TV. But the middle, it's just perfect, halfway to the kitchen and the exit.
Wow, I've never thought about it that way.
So cute. You should live in my pocket.
Please, tell me more about your seating philosophy.
At first, they seemed like an absolute dream. Winnie and I would spend hours laughing as she styled me.
You're practically my twin. You must come to New York and meet my family. They'll probably want to adopt you.
Rupert always offered to help put up shelves and fix stuff and always wore a tool belt.
Sometimes it's hard being this beautiful. I've heard it can stall your career.
Teddy always complimented me and had my favorite frothy coffee in hand.
Here's a little thank you. Now that you're here, the room's brighter, and the energy levels have skyrocketed.
I felt most at ease with Teddy. I couldn't help wonder if he liked me, and a part of me hoped he'd ask me out. But just as I was settling in, things got weird. I started wondering where Winnie got all her clothes. She rocked the latest trends daily without repeating outfits, and kept giving me tons of clothes too. Seriously, how could she afford that on a high school budget?
Oh, my mom has a boutique in San Fran.
I thought you were from New York. I noticed Winnie blushing.
Oh, yeah, they moved because of bed bugs.
Then one time, when I asked Teddy to fix the Wi-Fi, I caught him frantically searching YouTube for a tutorial.
I was just double-checking. Old electrics. Better safe than sorry.
The building was brand new, and wasn't he a tech guy? But the real head-scratcher came when I found Rupert coming out of a room I'd never noticed before. He was locking it up when I caught him.
Oh, it's just my personal gym. I'm a bit funny about people using my equipment, so please respect that and don't go in.
Here's the thing. He was never sweaty afterward. My curiosity got the better of me. And one day, when everyone was out, I stood in front of the mysterious door. Rupert must have forgotten to lock it. Mom's warning about curiosity killing the cat echoed in my head, but I couldn't resist. Just as I reached for the doorknob, I felt a presence behind me. I spun around to find Winnie.
You will love this top. Let's try it on.
I saw her impeccable timing as a sign to stay away. I soon had no time to think about the door as Teddy roped me into organizing his costume party. He kept piling on tasks. Food, entertainment, costumes, and I didn't have the heart to tell him I was struggling. I spent most of my time fixing my mistakes to make sure his party was perfect. Finally, on the day of the party, as my roommates were getting dressed up, I was sitting out snacks when something shiny caught my eye. The key to Rupert's room. I grabbed it and rushed to the mysterious room. I put the key in and the door opened. Inside was a dimly lit room with monitors showing live feeds from the communal areas. The lounge, kitchen, hallway, even outside Rupert's so-called gym. Has Rupert been spying on all of us? Why? Then, I noticed a desk cluttered with files, each labeled with our names. I flipped open Winnie's. Her real name was Lisa, and she was an actress from San Francisco. The scripts, planned scenarios, and highlighted drama moments told me everything. I wasn't just living with strange roommates. I was the star of a reality TV show. My heart raced as the truth hit me. The friendships, the laughs, the attention, it was all a setup. No wonder Winnie had endless clothes, Rupert posed with tools, and Teddy paid me attention. Because of the cameras. Just as I was about to leave, I turned and saw 3 bears. I grabbed something to defend myself when I heard a familiar voice.
Looks like the cat's out of the bag.
I'm sorry for giving you all those tasks to organize my party, but I wanted to distract you from finding out about the reality show.
I bolted, not wanting to be around them.
No, wait! Goldilocks, let me explain more!
I ran out the door, and to my surprise, they followed me. I stopped and turned to them angrily. Go away! You used me! Winnie stepped forward and put her paw softly on my arm.
Listen, if you sign this contract agreeing to be in the show, you'll make tons of money. Just think about it. You could give your parents everything they've ever wanted. You've told us how much they struggle. They'd never have to work another day in their lives.
Please, Goldie, don't take this away from us. From me. Modeling is my dream.
But it was Teddy's silence that struck me the hardest. He couldn't even look me in the eye. My dad's hands have calluses from years of carpentry, and Mom puts in long hours for almost nothing. But if signing only changes things for me and leaves their quiet life in the woods untouched, then I think I can go through with it.
I promise nothing else will change. I know I was supposed to act like your friend, but I really do feel like we are besties.
Really?
Really. Also, you'll be the most popular girl at school because everyone loves a celebrity. It's what you've always wanted, to fit in somewhere.
I mean, I guess so then.
Wait!
No, Teddy, don't.
Once this thing airs, everything will change for you. The paparazzi will be camping outside your parents' house, hoping to catch you on a visit.
Oh no, the trees, the woodland, it'll all get disturbed.
Come on, who really cares about nature? Goldie and her parents would have better lives. They could even add a pool in the backyard. Aren't you curious about how much their lives could change? Just sign the contract.
I thought about telling Mom and Dad they could finally live in luxury, but would they really want that? Would I? No, because the woods don't deserve it, and I won't be the girl who traded everything real for fake friends and a pool I never wanted. I'd rather be alone and live in the forest. I ran off. Behind me, I heard the roars and cries as Winnie and Rupert realized their TV reality dreams were over. I had reached the forest when I heard someone behind me. It was Teddy, now out of the bear costume, who'd followed me all the way here.
Just hear me out, then I'll go. I'm sorry, Goldie. Hurting you was never my intention. The producers of the show wanted to bring something different to the cast. Not an actress or model, but a person living a simple life. It was decided it would be kept a secret from you, because you might not have agreed to be on the show otherwise. I know it's wrong, and you shouldn't have been made a part of this without your consent. I only agreed to do the show because my dad thought I needed to experience life without butlers and chefs, but I never expected to meet someone like you. Your background makes you so special. I got so nervous around you, I couldn't think. Like when you asked me to fix the Wi-Fi.
Turns out, Teddy's dad is the freaking king of Norway. Anyway, a family out on a picnic had caught me on camera talking earlier to Winnie, Rupert, and Teddy in their Teddy costumes. The footage soon went viral, and the internet was buzzing about the girl who befriended 3 bears who had escaped from the forest. Prince Theodore, yes, Teddy, reached out after it all came out, and before I knew it, we were dating. Our families soon met, bonding over my mom's homegrown meals, hikes, and a few glitzy parties. But the best part? The king renewed his love for nature and promised to protect my parents' land. So, when you hear the tale of me and 3 bears, just remember, sometimes a little curiosity leads to discovering that high school friends can be as ferocious as grizzly bears.